As a seasoned tasker, Su Ran found himself undertaking a fast-paced mission that others shunned. "Dr. Su, I've been afflicted with lovesickness. Can you cure me?" Upon hearing this, Su Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Do you truly believe a forensic pathologist can provide you with a remedy? Perhaps by dismemberment?" The man who desired dismemberment could only respond with silence. Just moments prior, news had erupted online featuring a photo of Su Ran dining with a popular celebrity. In the next instant, he found himself pinned against a wall by a man who, in a hushed voice, murmured, "Baby, you've been quite naughty. You deserve a punishment." Chapter 1. Mr. Fu is once again enticed. "Meeting you is fate. Even knowing it is forbidden, I will pull you into the depths of despair. 1v1. Happy ending." September 23rd, 2025. By Mo Nian Nian. In a world where same-sex marriage is legal, the initial focus is on career, followed by romance. Su Ran abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, when a child's voice echoed in his ear. "Is the host ready to receive the storyline?" In an instant, Su Ran replied, "I accept the storyline." The narrative flooded his mind, and he began to absorb the plot. The original host once enjoyed a seemingly blissful family. However, that was merely his perception. His family operated a company, and he had grown up in relative luxury as a young master. Everything changed dramatically during his junior year of college. The illusion of a happy family shattered when a woman appeared, clutching a child. This woman was his father's mistress, and the child was already 8 years old. In the aftermath, the original host's mother sought divorce. But tragically, she died in a car accident before it could be finalized. Just 2 months after her death, the mistress and her illegitimate child moved in, successfully usurping the original host position. From that point on, the original host lived a life devoid of maternal love and paternal affection. He was often subjected to his stepmother's whispers, who belittled his chosen field of study as irrelevant to the family business, claiming he would be of no assistance in the future. His scoundrel of a father transferred his mother's shares directly to the illegitimate child, making life at the Su family home increasingly arduous for the original host. With a stepmother came a stepfather, listening to his stepmother's advice. His father encouraged the original host to become self-sufficient, thus cutting off his monthly allowance and living expenses. Stubbornly, the original host refused to submit. By the second semester of his junior year, he began working part-time while studying. In his senior year, the Su family company faced grave difficulties. The father's secretary, who was also his mistress, embezzled company funds and fled, plunging the business into an economic crisis. The heir of the Fu family, Fu Yunfeng, suffered a car accident that left him in a coma, necessitating a marriage to bring him good fortune. Seizing this opportunity, the original host's father sold him into marriage. Today marked the day of the original host's wedding to Fu Yunfeng. Just moments ago, in a desperate bid to escape the wedding, the original host fled through the hotel's emergency exit, only to lose his footing and fall down the stairs. Then, Su Ran arrived. Sitting on the floor, he finished absorbing the plot, and Lu remarked, "The host's task is to help the original host alter his destiny and reclaim what rightfully belongs to him." Upon hearing this, Su Ran nodded, understood, and no sooner had he spoken than he heard footsteps and voices in the hotel corridor. "The newlyweds have vanished. We must find them. The ceremony is about to commence." What a commotion! Not showing up at such a crucial moment is simply asking for trouble. As the voices faded, Su Ran rose from the ground, assessing his condition. Aside from appearing disheveled and having stained his white suit, he found no significant issues. He ascended the stairs, opened the emergency exit door, and made his way to the original host's lounge. Before reaching the door, he spotted a middle-aged man hastily approaching the lounge. Upon noticing Su Ran, the man's expression hardened, and he strode toward him, reprimanding, "Where have you been? The wedding is about to start. I advise you not to cause any trouble." Su Ran searched his mind for memories of the man, recognizing him as the original host's scoundrel of father. Narrowing his eyes, Su Qianshan approached him, frowning at his disheveled appearance and the stains on his white suit. "How did your clothes get dirty? Do you realize the wedding begins in just a few minutes? The Fu family is already here." Su Ran noted that the man's incessant accusations lacked any concern for his well-being or potential misfortunes. In Su Qianshan's eyes, he was merely a means to an end. Such a father, such a family, evoked deep sympathy, and Sue ran for the original host. "Father, upon seeing my soiled attire, did you ever consider whether something untoward may have occurred? Or are you solely concerned with not delaying your plans to sell your son?" Sue Ran's voice was icy, his expression calm as he addressed Su Qianshan. Taken aback, Su Qianshan sensed that the person before him had changed. Ever since the original host's mother passed away, he had been met with coldness. Yet, Su Qianshan always believed he was in control as the father, feeling immune to any repercussions. Now, however, the Su Ran before him exuded an unmistakable air of defiance. Realizing he was being threatened by a mere child, Su Qianshan retorted, "What kind of attitude is that?" Su Ran replied, "I will reciprocate the attitude you show me." Su Qianshan's temples throbbed, recognizing the futility in continuing this argument. He quickly said, "Go change your clothes. I've instructed your aunt to prepare 2 spare outfits. They are in the lounge." Su Ran shot him a sidelong glance, sneering slightly before entering the lounge. Su Qianshan had intended to follow him in to discuss wedding matters, but the door slammed shut, nearly striking his nose. Inside the lounge, Lulu appeared before him, inquiring, "What are your next steps, host?" Su Ran surveyed the lounge, noticing 2 dust-covered garments hanging on a rack. "Those must be the spare suits," Su Qianshan mentioned. He strode over, casually selecting one of the suits. "We shall proceed with the wedding as planned." The Fu family of City A was indeed the wealthiest in the region. Given that Fu Yinfeng was now incapacitated, marrying him might still prove advantageous. Entering the Fu family would allow him to acquire what he desired, while helping the original host reclaim his rightful possessions. His scoundrel of a father would need his consent to barter him for the Fu family's wealth. 10 minutes later, someone knocked on the lounge door, reminding him that the ceremony was imminent. Now dressed, and having tidied his tousled hair, Su Ran gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a handsome young man clad in a black suit. A smile graced his lips. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill your wishes." As the wedding commenced, Su Ran finally laid eyes on his betrothed, Fu Yinfeng. Fu Yinfeng was wheeled in, donned in a black suit that perfectly complemented Su Ran's attire. Due to his unconscious state, Fu Yunfeng's head hung limply, obscuring his features. According to the wedding protocol, Su Ran was to push Fu Yunfeng down the aisle and continue with the ceremony. He noticed the sincere yet remorseful expressions on Fu Yunfeng's parents' faces as they gazed at him. Perhaps they felt a sense of guilt for using their son, now a comatose state, to bring good fortune. Accepting the red envelope they offered, Su Ran dutifully addressed them as Mom and Dad. The ceremony concluded, and due to the need to care for Fu Yunfeng, Su Ran was excused from the toast that he promptly guided Fu Yunfeng out of the hotel and into the Fu family's car, returning home. Chapter 2. Mr. Fu is once again allured upon settling into the vehicle. Su Ran finally beheld the visage of Fu Yunfeng, who shared the back seat with him. Fu Yunfeng was strikingly handsome, with deep-set features and a chiseled countenance. His closed eyes, adorned with long lashes, softened his otherwise intense appearance. As he lay in slumber, Su Ran had no choice but to rest Fu Yunfeng's head upon his lap. With a mere glance downward, he was confronted with the man's pale yet exquisite face, which seemed almost unhealthily fair. The interior of the car was enveloped in silence. Aside from him and Fu Yunfeng in the rear, the only other presence was the driver. Thus, when Su Ran's phone vibrated, the sound resonated clearly in the stillness, prompting him to retrieve it from his pocket. Upon perusing the message, his elegant brows furrowed in displeasure. A sardonic smile crossed his mind as he realized that Su Qianshan truly regarded him as a mere pawn. The original owner of this body was no one's plaything, so how could he be easily manipulated? Su Ran swiftly deleted Su Qianshan's message regarding the care of Fu Yunfeng and the urgent need for the Su Corporation to secure funding, and in one fell swoop, he blocked and erased all forms of communication with Su Qianshan. After completing this task, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It must be said, the foremost aristocracy of City A lived up to its reputation. The Fu family's mansion resembled a palace, with a vast lawn spacious enough for a race. This was indeed a grand estate. Upon entering the grounds, the driver assisted Su Ran in transferring Fu Yunfeng to a wheelchair. The family's butler hurried over, bowing respectfully as he addressed Su Ran. "Young Master Su, I shall escort you to the master's room." With a gentle smile, Su Ran replied, "Thank you." The butler promptly introduced himself. "Young Master Su, I am the butler of the Fu family. You may call me Uncle Tang." "Very well, Uncle Tang." Once inside the villa, the butler guided Su Ran through a series of turns before finally stopping in front of a modest two-story house. Uncle Tang explained, "This is where the master resides alone. He typically does not permit anyone to enter, allowing only the maid to clean for 1 hour each day." Surprised by the unassuming appearance of the residence, Su Ran pondered how Fu Yunfeng could live in such a place amidst the grandeur of the Fu estate. Sensing his bewilderment, Uncle Tang smiled and remarked, "The master cherishes his solitude, thus he prefers to keep others at bay. However, since the incident, he has been residing in the larger villa, and now that he is married to you, young Master Su, you will be living here together." Su Ran contemplated the implication of the butler's words. Would Fu Yunfeng's daily care henceforth fall to him? Was this ostensible marriage merely a guise to provide Fu Yunfeng with a caretaker? After settling Fu Yunfeng onto the bed and assisting him into a comfortable set of loungewear, Su Ran covered him with a blanket. Gazing at the man resting before him, he could not help but lament the cruel fate of such a handsome figure. With a privileged background, striking looks, and once an admirable physique, Fu Yunfeng had withered after months of confinement, his nearly 6-foot height now appearing gaunt. Yet, even with his diminished state, his captivating face could still enchant both men and women alike. Sitting beside Fu Yunfeng's bed, Su Ran called upon his system. In the next moment, Lu appeared in the room, her small face exuding an air of indifference. "What instructions do you have for me, host?" Su Ran inquired about the percentage of shares held by the original host's mother in the Su group. Lu replied, 23%. Upon hearing this, Su Ran let out a cold laugh. The avarice of these individuals was truly distasteful. From the original host's memories, it was evident that the Su group was founded by the original host's mother and her despicable father, leading Su Ran to reasonably suspect that the death of the original host's mother was not an accident. 23% of the shares. Moreover, should a divorce occur, Su Qianshan would be obligated to pay a substantial sum to the original host's mother. Thus, Su Qianshan conspired with his mistress to orchestrate this tragic accident. "Lu," the host queried, "what is our course of action now that Su Qianshan has transferred the original host's mother's shares to his younger son?" Lu responded, "How shall we retrieve them?" Su Ran chuckled lightly. "Does he not seek investment from the Fu family? Let him come to me to negotiate terms." Su Qianshan left nothing for the original host. Upon encountering a lucrative opportunity, he readily sold his own son. Did he intend to sell the original host as well, expecting her to assist him in counting the profits? Such an unattractive figure, yet harboring delusions of grandeur. Due to the need to return Fu Yunfeng, Su Ran skipped dinner, with the maid delivering the meal to him. Meanwhile, Fu Yunfeng was receiving an intravenous nutrient solution from the doctor. Su Ran's only task was to observe how the doctor removed the four. He reconfirmed that the Fu family was merely seeking a caretaker or nurse for Fu Yunfeng. By the time the nutrient infusion concluded, it was already past 10 in the evening, with classes to attend the following day. Su Ran hastily took a quick shower before retiring to bed, naturally in the sole guest room of the residence. The next morning, Uncle Tang, the butler, arrived at the small building to invite Su Ran for breakfast at the villa. Glancing at the time, Su Ran noted that it was still early enough to make it. Upon reaching the villa's dining room, he found the table surrounded by numerous guests. Surveying the table, he noticed that aside from the amiable smiles of Fu Yunfeng's parents, the expressions of the others were quite varied, indicating that they were not merely there for breakfast. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly gentleman who waved at him. "Xiao Ran, come sit by Grandpa." This was Fu Yunfeng's grandfather, Old Master Fu, with an empty seat beside him. Su Ran smiled, nodded, and approached, politely greeting, "Good morning, Grandpa. Good morning, Mom and Dad." As for the unfriendly relatives, he regrettably did not recognize them at the moment. Quietly taking a seat beside Old Master Fu, the elder grasped Su Ran's hand with a warm smile, asking, "Did you sleep well last night?" Su Ran replied with a smile, "Yes, Grandpa. I slept very well." "That's good." Old Master Fu sighed contentedly. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted, "Dad, Why are you only acknowledging the Yunfeng family? We are all sitting here. Hearing this voice, Su Ran thought to himself, trouble has arrived. Every influential family harbors quirky relatives, and these certainly seemed to fit the description. Upon hearing the voice, Madame Fu's expression turned cold. Yet she continued introducing the individuals present to Su Ran. The one who had spoken was the youngest daughter of old Master Fu, thus Fu Yunfeng's aunt. Aside from the eldest son, Fu Yunfeng, the venerable Master Fu has another son. The second son of the Fu family, a debauched man in his 40s, appears older than Fu Yunfeng's father. He has a son and a daughter, as well as an illegitimate child present today. Once Madame Fu concluded her introductions, Aunt Fu spoke up, sister-in-law, I must say, given A Feng's situation, he should not marry someone outside the family. He cannot offer any assistance. At this remark, Master Fu coldly rebuked silence. He glared at his youngest daughter, stating, Xiaoran, since you have entered the Fu family, you are one of us. What do you mean by outsider? Furthermore, it was advised by the master that your marriage to Yunfeng is for his benefit. Nothing due to him shall be lacking. He then instructed the housekeeper to bring forth several contracts and place them before Su Xiaoran. Master Fu continued, Xiaoran, this represents 5% of Yang's shares, along with a spacious apartment in Huaijiang and a villa in the suburbs. This card contains 50 million. All of this is for you. As for the Su family's funds, I will arrange for discussions with Su's company this afternoon. Upon hearing Master Fu's words, Su Xiaoran glanced at the items on the table, acknowledging the generosity typical of a wealthy family. Chapter 3. Mr. Fu is once again enticed as Master Fu presented the items to Su Xiaoran. The expressions of those present, aside from Fu Yunfeng's parents, were tinged with jealousy. Su Xiaoran found amusement in observing the reactions and felt reassured in her decision to marry Fu Yunfeng. After all, wealth and property were being bestowed upon her without the need for emotional entanglements with that man. Truly a flawless arrangement. Regarding the matter of Su's funds, she decided to take it slow, expressing to Master Fu, let us not rush into this. At her words, the attendees looked at her in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. Fu's father expressed his bewilderment. Why not? Your father spoke to me about this just yesterday. Indeed, after the wedding ceremony concluded, Su Qianshan had approached Fu Yuanheng regarding the matter, a fact known to Su Xiaoran. She lowered her gaze in silence for a few moments before softly replying, I do not wish for anyone to perceive that my marriage to Yunfeng is merely a transaction. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuanheng paused, realizing the reason behind Su Xiaoran's sentiment, which filled him with guilt. Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Master Fu interjected with a smile, quickly, let us have breakfast. Xiaoran must attend school, does she not? Su Xiaoran nodded, affirming, yes, I have classes today. Then let us eat swiftly so you can attend your lessons, Master Fu urged. Just as he finished speaking, Uncle Fu Yuanzhong, interjected, Father, Su Xiaoran is still a university student. Is it appropriate for you to bestow such assets upon her? Master Fu shot him a glance, questioning, what is inappropriate about it? Fu Yuanzhong replied, it feels somewhat excessive to grant her so much upon her arrival in the Fu family. Oof. Master Fu snorted coldly. She is now a member of the Fu family. Do you imply that I have given you too little? His words rendered all present silent, and the breakfast proceeded in hushed stillness, with no one daring to voice further objections. Upon entering a university where the original owner once studied, Su Ran noticed that everyone passing by couldn't help but cast a glance in his direction. He maintained his composure as he made his way to the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, the previously boisterous room fell silent as if someone had pressed a mute button. All eyes were fixated on Su Ran, who had just entered. A boy, who was friendly with Su Ran, waved at him and beckoned, come here, there's a seat. Su Ran walked over and sat beside him. Su Zheng leaned in and asked, did you feel anything? What? Su Ran opened his book and turned to look at him. Su Zheng continued, your wedding was reported by major news outlets in a city yesterday. Now, nearly everyone in school knows you married into a wealthy family. Before Su Ran could respond, the professor arrived and the class commenced in silence. Chapter 4. Mr. Fu is once again teased. The medicinal pill dissolved between Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng's lips. ultimately finding its way into Fu Yunfeng's mouth. After administering the entire dose, Su Ran sat up, his face flushed. He had certainly gone to great lengths for the task, taking advantage of the other's unconscious state to kiss Fu Yunfeng. He pondered whether Fu Yunfeng would be enraged if he were to find out. Yet, reflecting on their marriage, he reasoned that what was wrong with the kiss? It was entirely justified. Once he confirmed that Fu Yunfeng had swallowed the medicine, Su Ran began to massage his limbs. Despite having taken the pill, it would take about an hour for Fu Yunfeng to awaken. Su Ran decided to massage him early, otherwise, upon waking, his limbs would be stiff and immobile. The muscles beneath his palms felt soft, and Su Ran anticipated that Fu Yunfeng would need considerable effort to regain his former physique after lying in bed for nearly half a year. While feeling bored at school today, he had searched for information about Fu Yunfeng and stumbled upon past financial news featuring him. Fu Yunfeng had once possessed a remarkable physique, but now, after months of inactivity, he had become so slender that he appeared almost emaciated. As Su Ran continued to massage him, he suddenly felt the muscles in Fu Yunfeng's thigh tense up. Taken aback, he looked up to find the man, who had been lying with his eyes closed, now gazing intently at him with his deep-set eyes. Fu Yunfeng was awake. The moment Fu Yunfeng regained consciousness, it stirred everyone in the Fu household. The small building where he resided was now overflowing with people. The previous rule of Fu Yunfeng not allowing visitors had become irrelevant. Su Ran stood in the corner of the room, observing as the doctor conducted a physical examination on Fu Yunfeng. Old Master Fu stood beside the bed and gently inquired the man lying there. "Yunfeng, do you feel any discomfort?" Since waking, Fu Yunfeng had yet to utter a word. Upon hearing Old Master Fu's question, he swallowed hard, his lips moving but producing only a hoarse and dry sound. "I'm fine." As soon as he spoke, tears streamed down Fu's mother's face. Fu Yunheng stood beside her, gently caressing her back in a comforting gesture, assuring her that everything would be all right now that Yunfeng had awakened. After the doctor confirmed that Fu Yunfeng was essentially fine, he advised that she undergo a comprehensive examination at the hospital the following day, suggesting they would await the results to determine further action. Once the doctor departed, the room erupted with a cacophony of concern for Fu Yunfeng. Su Ran, observing from a corner, discerned the sincerity in some faces and the pretense in others. What intrigued him most was Fu Yunfeng's aunt. Despite the smile gracing her lips, her eyes betrayed a sense of resentment. Su Ran then addressed the system. "Lulu, could you investigate the cause of Fu Yunfeng's car accident?" Promptly, Lulu responded, "Of course, host." After everyone had expressed their concerns for Fu Yunfeng's well-being, attention finally turned to Su Ran. The elderly Mr. Fu scanned the room and, spotting Su Ran in the corner, beckoned him. "Xiao Ran, come over here." At the call, Su Ran approached with a smile. As he drew near, Mr. Fu grasped Su Ran's hand and introduced him to Fu Yunfeng, saying, "Yunfeng, this is Su Ran, your legal husband." Fu Yunfeng, lying in bed, was taken aback. Confusion etched across her face as she pondered the meaning of legal husband. Just moments ago, she had managed to utter a few words, but now her speech flowed much more easily. When had she married? And to a man, no less. The realization eluded her. Fu Yunfeng lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the person standing beside her grandfather, their eyes locking momentarily. Upon seeing the clarity and purity in those eyes, she was momentarily stunned, only to find the individual smiling gently at her. In response, Fu Yunfeng diverted her gaze back to Mr. Fu, her voice returning to its customary coldness. "When did I get married?" 2 days ago, Mr. Fu replied with a chuckle. "Your mother went to the temple, and the abbot said that you would awaken once you were married." Fu Yunfeng was left speechless, questioning when they had become so superstitious. Mr. Fu, undeterred, retorted previously, "We were grasping at straws, but now look, you were married for just 2 days, and you've awakened." Fu Yunfeng countered. What if I was truly on the verge of waking up regardless? She remained skeptical of such claims. At that moment, Fu Yunheng interjected. "The doctor stated just days ago that your chances of waking were minimal." Fu Yunfeng responded, "If you find this difficult to accept," the previously silent Su Ran finally spoke, "we can arrange a divorce after some time." This declaration caused Fu Yunfeng to look at him sharply, and the rest of the room fell into stunned silence. quickly recovering. Mister. Fu scolded, nonsense. Matters of marriage cannot be dismissed lightly. How would that reflect upon the Fu family? Having said this, he huffed disdainfully, declaring the matter closed. With a fierce glare directed at Fu Yunfeng, he turned and departed. As soon as the elder departed, the others found it inappropriate to linger. Once everyone had exited, only Mama Fu and Su Ran remained in the room. Mama Fu gently addressed Fu Yunfeng, saying, Yunfeng, Xiao Ran is a wonderful person. Perhaps you two should take some time to get to know one another. After a few moments of silence, Fu Yunfeng finally replied, I understand, mother. With that, Madame Fu left, leaving only Su Ran and the prone Fu Yunfeng in the room. Despite his recumbent position, a formidable aura emanated from him, rendering him impossible to overlook. Fu Yunfeng fixed his gaze upon Su Ran for a moment before coldly stating, I do not comprehend how my family agreed to our marriage, but I must declare this union invalid. I will promptly seek legal counsel to resolve this matter. Su Ran's expression remained unchanged upon hearing his words. However, a faint smirk graced her lips. If you truly cannot accept being married to a man, we can certainly divorce. Yet, it is unlikely you would pursue a divorce before we resolve this situation. What, then, was the purpose of expending 100,000 points? An act of benevolence? I, Su Ran, am not the type to perform altruistic deeds without compensation. Nevertheless, Su Ran looked at Fu Yunfeng and proposed, before we divorce, let us first collaborate for mutual benefit. Chapter 5. Mr. Fu is once again captivated. Fu Yunfeng lay on his bed in the darkness, staring at the ceiling. Reflecting on the events of the day, he frowned in the shadows. His betrothed, Su Ran, had mentioned that she could assist him in dealing with the parasites plaguing the Fu family, provided he helped her manage matters concerning the Su family. Initially, upon hearing this, Fu Yunfeng scoffed. Do you believe I cannot handle the affairs of the Fu family on my own? Yet, to his surprise, she maintained a relaxed demeanor and smiled at him, replying, You could handle it, but after all these years, I have yet to witness you truly resolve these issues. Fu Yunfeng had instinctively retorted, only to quickly realize that some matters were not suitable for discussion, and he amended his statement. That is my own concern and has nothing to do with you. Su Ran regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before stating, For those who aspire to achieve great things, being soft-hearted is the greatest taboo. At that instant, Fu Yunfeng felt that the man standing at the edge of the bed was not to be underestimated. The seemingly gentle and harmless visage he saw was, in fact, a facade. Subsequently, Fu Yunfeng found himself inexplicably agreeing to collaborate with Su Ran. Meanwhile, Su Ran slumbered in the guest room, her spirits high. The reason was simple. Witnessing Fu Yunfeng's discomfort had brought her immense joy. The following day, in order to appease those around them, Su Ran took a day off to accompany Fu Yunfeng to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. Due to having lain inactive for an extended period, Fu Yunfeng was currently unable to walk. When he awoke yesterday, his entire body felt weak, rendering him immobile. Now, after a night's rest, he could move, but his legs lacked the strength to support him. Following the full body examination, rehabilitation would be necessary. When visiting the hospital, Su Ran was accompanied not only by Madame Fu but also by her son, Fu Yunfeng, who had previously exhibited a degree of aversion towards her. After spending a night together, Madame Fu observed a notable shift in her son's demeanor. He no longer displayed the same resistance towards Su Ran, and their interactions seemed rather amicable. Consequently, as they journeyed in the car, she found herself glancing at them through the rearview mirror from time to time. Initially, her furtive glances went unnoticed by the two seated behind, but after several such observations, Fu Yunfeng perceptively caught on, known for his directness. He looked towards the mirror and inquired, Mother, is there something you wish to ask me? Oh, no, Madame Fu replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Ran, however, had long been aware of Madame Fu's discreet scrutiny of their exchange, though she chose to remain silent. Upon witnessing the latter's awkward smile, Su Ran found her somewhat endearing. During the examination, Madame Fu eagerly volunteered to handle the payment and collect the receipts, leaving Su Ran to accompany Fu Yunfeng. Once the examination concluded, it was already past 9 o'clock, and none of them had had breakfast, leaving them quite famished. Su Ran suggested, Shall I go fetch something to eat? After all, Yinfeng still has rehabilitation to attend to. Madame Fu, however, waved her hand dismissively, stating, I've already sent someone to buy food. You two should eat while I head back. With a gentle smile directed at Su Ran, she added, I'm entrusting Yinfeng to you. Su Ran responded with a grin. We're all family, Mother. You are being too polite. This casual address of Mother drew Fu Yinfeng's attention, his eyes widening in surprise at Su Ran. Sensing his gaze, she turned to him with an innocent smile. Fu Yinfeng observed Su Ran from outside the rehabilitation room as she watched him walk with the aid of the rehabilitation bars. It was evident that he was eager to recover swiftly. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon checking, Su Ran saw an unfamiliar number. Curious, she decided to find out who it belonged to. The identification came swiftly. It was a call from Su Qianshan. Upon hearing that name, Su Ran furrowed her brows. She had deleted all means of contact with Su Qianshan the previous day, so she was taken aback that he had reached out using a different number. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to answer the call, wanting to see what Su Qianshan had to say. As soon as the call connected and before she could bring the phone to her ear, Su Qianshan's furious voice erupted from the receiver. Su Ran, you dared to block me. A smile crept onto Su Ran's lips as she replied calmly, You've caught me. On the other end, Su Qianshan quickly regained his composure and retorted, You've certainly grown bold, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Su Ran frowned and held the phone away from her ear to avoid being deafened by his shouting. After a lengthy tirade, Su Qianshan finally paused, allowing her to bring the phone back to her ear. After a few seconds of silence, Su Qianshan's impatient voice resumed, Su Ran, the crisis facing the Su family must be resolved expeditiously. Now that Fu Yunfeng has awakened, we should hasten to have him assist us in overcoming this predicament. How did father know that Fu Yunfeng had regained consciousness? Su Ran did not respond to his words, but instead posed another question. Indeed, after he finished speaking, Su Qianshan fell silent for a moment. Soon, he spoke in a forceful tone, attempting to mask his own insecurity. I have my ways of knowing. Just ensure that the Fu family assists us. Assist us? Su Ran laughed lightly. What does the Su family have to do with me? Do I hold shares? Or have you paid me? The roar of Su Qianshan came through the phone. Do not forget your roots. Remember your surname. These words bore no weight against Su Ran, who continued to smile, replying, I know my surname is Su, but I would prefer to be a Chun. This statement elicited another round of insults from Su Qianshan. Su Ran's expression remained calm, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. When Fu Yunfeng emerged from the rehabilitation room, he encountered this very expression. Sensing he was being watched, Su Ran turned to find Fu Yunfeng standing at the doorway, observing him. He hesitated for a moment, disregarding the ongoing tirade from Su Qianshan on the other end, directly ending the call and asking Fu Yunfeng, Are you ready? Clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, Fu Yunfeng appeared somewhat frail, the shirt hanging loosely due to his significant weight loss, giving the impression that he might collapse at any moment. Whose call was that? Fu Yunfeng did not respond to his question, but posed another instead. In reply, Su Ran smiled and said, My father. Had it not been for the glint in Su Ran's eyes earlier, Fu Yunfeng might have assumed he was speaking with a foe. Without further comment, Fu Yunfeng leaned against the wall and attempted to walk. Su Ran quickly stepped forward to support him, asking, Do you need a wheelchair? You used one this morning. Fu Yunfeng frowned slightly, replying, No need. With that, he attempted to shake off Su Ran's hand, insisting, I can walk on my own. Su Ran glanced at the hand that Fu Yunfeng had brushed away, smiled, and remained silent. Fu Yunfeng, determined, leaned against the wall and managed to walk a couple of meters before his legs weakened, almost causing him to fall. Fortunately, Su Ran was quick to catch him just in time. While supporting his waist, he inadvertently brushed against it. You still need my support, Su Ran remarked. Feeling the touch at his waist, Fu Yunfeng glared at Su Ran, saying, Touch me again, and I will chop off your hand. Su Ran merely shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Chapter 6. Mr. Fu is once again stirred. Upon returning to the Fu residence, the two had lunch before retreating to the small house to discuss their collaboration. Fu Yunfeng, unwilling to lie in bed, settled onto the sofa in the living room, while Su Ran took a seat on a smaller sofa nearby. Once seated, he got straight to the point, There's a mole within the Fu family. The fact that Su Qianshan had approached Su Ran twice indicated something was amiss. There was undoubtedly someone within the Fu family who did not wish for him to associate with Fu Yinfeng. Fu Yinfeng merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him, remaining silent. Suddenly recalling the situation, he deemed it to be quite reasonable. Fu Yinfeng, destined to be the heir of the Fu family, undoubtedly possesses a certain level of cunning. He is likely aware of the family's numerous troubles, though the extent of his knowledge remains uncertain. Sensing his understanding, Su Ran continued. The reason my father sent me to bring you good fortune is to solicit assistance from the Fu family in addressing the current deficits of the Su group. As she emphasized the phrase, bring good fortune, her tone suggested that her intention was not to marry him, but rather to convey that his family sought to secure his prosperity. Has my father provided any funding? Fu Yinfeng inquired, directing his gaze at Su Ran. She replied with a smile, no. Initially, my grandfather intended for your father to provide financial support to my father the day after our wedding, but I intervened. Why? He asked. Because I refused to accept it. Su Ran chuckled lightly before adding, the Su group has no connection to me, yet they wish to sacrifice me to save the company, which I simply will not allow. Upon hearing this, Fu Yinfeng scrutinized Su Ran's attractive visage for a considerable time before averting his gaze. Your father is no fool. He wouldn't have approached my father about this without your consent. Su Ran was fully aware of this fact. However, he had mentioned the previous day that he would discuss the matter with Su Qianshan and had also informed Fu Yuanheng that he would take responsibility for this situation, which had delayed progress for 2 days. Su Qianshan had brought up the issue at the wedding, and since Su Ran had just entered the Fu family, he felt it inappropriate to raise it again so soon. Thus, he had opted to contact Su Ran to discuss it with the Fu family. Yet, Su Qianshan could not afford to postpone indefinitely. Within 3 days, he would need to re-engage with the Fu family. Su Ran understood this well, which was why he expressed his willingness to collaborate with Fu Yinfeng. Aren't you awake now? Su Ran smiled at him. Tell me, how can I assist you? Fu Yinfeng lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Reclining back, his entire demeanor relaxed. As a patient recently awakened from a months-long coma, he only needed to engage in rehabilitation for half an hour initially. However, in his eagerness to recover swiftly, he had exerted himself for a full hour. Now, he felt not only sore all over, but also quite fatigued. Noticing his condition, Su Ran suggested, would you like to rest first? We can discuss this later. He was a considerate partner. Fu Yinfeng shot him a sidelong glance and replied, I find it difficult to rest peacefully with unfinished discussions lingering. Very well. Then let it be exhausting for you, Su Ran retorted. You can collaborate with me to stage a performance, he proposed. Performance? What do you mean? Fu Yinfeng inquired. We shall enact a scenario where you disdain me and wish to divorce, Su Ran clarified. Fu Yinfeng looked at him askance. Your words imply that I have any affection for you. Did I express that sentiment? shunned.Doctor, as if I have any interest in you. You're not my type either. With such a sharp tongue, perhaps you shall remain solitary for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran gazed at him and stated, This performance is meant for my father, as well as for the members of the Fu family. After a brief pause, Su Ran continued, If my father were to discover your disdain for me, he would only approach me, urging me to win your favor and that of your family. He would feel too embarrassed to confront you or your relatives directly. As for your family, they seem to take pleasure in seeing me suffer, wishing for my marriage to be unhappy, which would inevitably cast a shadow on the company. At that point, they would certainly attempt to have me removed from my position. Having articulated the pros and cons, Su Ran lifted her gaze, only to find Fu Yinfeng gazing at her intently from the sofa. The emotions swirling in his eyes were inscrutable, causing her heart to race unexpectedly. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Fu Yinfeng calmly averted his gaze, the corners of his lips curling slightly. You are correct. And that was all he said. Su Ran, having spoken at length, was left with just 4 words in response. All right, fine. She abruptly stood up, looking down at Fu Yinfeng from her elevated position. Since Mr. Fu is aware, I shall return to my room. Remaining with this man any longer made her fear that she might lose her composure and strike him. Fuming, Su Ran retreated to her room, while Fu Yinfeng remained on the sofa, watching her retreating figure with a faint smile tugging at his lips. He suddenly found his lawful wife rather intriguing. Thus, a tacit understanding was reached between Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng. Su Ran continued her studies and spent her free time strolling with Fu Yunfeng on the lawn of the villa, aiding in his swift recovery. However, the servants of the Fu family and other members often witnessed the two engaging in heated arguments during their walks. Su Ran would tearfully accuse Fu Yunfeng of looking down on her, asserting that she had married him solely to aid in his awakening, and now that he was conscious, he pretended not to know her. In response, Fu Yunfeng would coldly retort that he could have awakened without her. This scene did not go unnoticed, and soon reached the ears of the Fu family. During dinner, the elder Mr. Fu began to reprimand Fu Yunfeng, urging him to treat Su Ran with more kindness. Fu Yunfeng, however, maintained a stoic demeanor, responding flatly, "I will not provide the Su family with financial assistance. They should abandon such hopes." Upon hearing this, the others at the table exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Before the elder could speak, Su Ran suddenly stood up, her expression agitated. "What do you mean by that?" Fu Yunfeng merely cast a casual glance in her direction, conveying that he would not barter his marriage for gain, unwilling to engage in a losing proposition. With tears of indignation in her eyes, Su Ran exclaimed, "You are being unreasonable." At that moment, the elder Mr. Fu finally spoke, his tone reproachful. "Yunfeng, while I do not fully believe in what fortune tellers say, I find it hard to ignore that you awakened just 2 days after your marriage. Whether this is mere coincidence or something more, the Fu family cannot turn their backs on you." "Grandfather," Fu Yunfeng replied, turning to the elder with an indifferent expression, "didn't Tiu provide him with a house and money? That should suffice for a lifetime." "Mr. Fu, however, it was agreed that after your marriage, we would assist the Su family in navigating through difficult times." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunfeng let out a cold laugh, stating that the marriage during my period of unconsciousness was invalid. Su Ran, Others, Chapter 7. Mr. Fu is once again entangled in a flirtation. Ultimately, the dinner ended on an unpleasant note. Although Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng displayed discord at the dining table, they were, after all, newlyweds and returned to the small house together after the meal. Fu Yunfeng could now walk independently, albeit at a slower pace. Upon reaching the living room on the first floor, they sat together on the sofa. Fu Yunfeng's expression was far from pleasant, cold, and foreboding. The earlier performance at the dining table had not gone unnoticed by those present. Su Ran, seated beside him, inquired with some confusion, "Isn't your aunt married? Why does she continue to reside with the Fu family?" Fu Yunfeng suppressed his cold demeanor, pursing his lips as he replied, "Initially, my aunt insisted on marrying my uncle. He was quite ambitious at first, but after a failed venture that led to bankruptcy, he relied on my aunt for support. At first, she had no objections and even provided him with funds to make a comeback, only for him to fall into the trap of gambling, losing everything and accruing debts exceeding 10 million. Eventually, my aunt insisted on a divorce and returned to the Fu family with my cousin." Reflecting on Fu Ro's earlier demeanor at the dinner table, a flicker of disappointment crossed Fu Yunfeng's eyes. Indeed, money can lead one astray from their true essence. Fu Ro had always held 5% of the Fu family shares, sufficient to sustain her and her son, yet her aspirations reached for more. It was true that the old master Fu never shortchanged his family. Since her return to the Fu household, he had allocated an additional 2% of his shares to Fu Ro's son, a gesture of remarkable generosity. Observing the complexity of emotions on his face, Su Ran sensed that he still harbored a sense of compassion. "Was your aunt very kind to you when you were young?" "Yes," Fu Yunfeng replied swiftly. "When my parents were often busy, it was my aunt who accompanied and cared for me." Perhaps reminiscing about the past, a gentle expression briefly graced Fu Yunfeng's handsome features. However, it lasted only seconds before he reverted to his previous demeanor. "If someone truly communicated with your father, he would likely learn of our actions today quite swiftly." Just as Fu Yunfeng had predicted, the following day, Su Qianshan called Su Ran. As she finished her class, the call came through from a different number. Recognizing the caller, Su Ran answered without hesitation. As had occurred in the previous 2 instances, The moment she picked up, the person on the other end began to hurl insults. Growing impatient, Su Ran listened for a moment before coldly interjecting, "Either discuss the matter at hand, or I will hang up." The tirade ceased abruptly. However, it was not long before she heard Su Qianshan say, "Su Ran, you truly..." Su Ran terminated the call and promptly blocked the number. He placed his phone back into his pocket, preparing to attend the next class. After that, Su Qianshan did not call again. He was well aware that Su Qianshan would not easily relent, so as soon as the class ended and he stepped out of the school gates, he spotted Su Qianshan waiting in the same spot as before. Upon seeing him, Su Qianshan wore an expression that hinted at an impending storm. Su Ran approached, standing 3 paces away, and with a knowing smile, asked, "Do you need something?" Suppressing his fury, Su Qianshan shouted in response, "Su Ran, you are utterly unfilial." This remark drew the attention of passing students. Su Ran wiped the smile off his face. Mocking? Filial? That depends on whether you deserve it. You needn't moralize me. It's futile. Not wanting to embarrass himself further in public, Su Ran coldly continued, "There's a cafe over there. Let us discuss this there." With that, he strode towards the cafe without waiting for a reply. Even though Su Qianshan had much to say, he could only swallow his words, as he too had his pride. Once seated in the cafe, Su Ran ordered himself a latte, having no intention of ordering anything for Su Qianshan. The latter, unfazed, got straight to the point. "What is going on with Fu Yunfeng? What do you mean by what's going on?" "Spare me the riddles," Su Ran replied, glancing at the man across from him, who was rather ordinary-looking and somewhat portly. He rummaged through the original owner's memories, wondering how such a beauty had ended up with Su Qianshan. Thankfully, the original owner bore a resemblance to his mother. Otherwise, if he had to face a visage akin to Su Qianshan's, nightmares would surely ensue. "How did you find out that Fu Yunfeng has awakened?" Su Ran asked, locking eyes with Su Qianshan. Although he was aware of the unspeakable secrets Su Qianshan shared with some members of the Fu family, he still wished to hear his explanation. Who was Su Qianshan, after all? How could he possibly confide such matters to Su Ran? Defensively, he declared, "Don't concern yourself with how I know. The question now is why the Fu family has suddenly refused to provide us with the necessary funds. Why?" Su Ran chuckled lightly. "It's simple. Fu Yunfeng doesn't fancy men and wishes to divorce me." "You cannot divorce," Su Qianshan commanded without a moment's hesitation. Su Ran looked at him with derision. "Do you truly believe I have the authority to make that decision?" At these words, Su Qianshan fell silent. Su Ran, not in a hurry to speak, took a sip of his coffee. A few minutes later, growing impatient and about to rise, Su Qianshan suddenly interjected, "I will discuss this with the Fu family. Right now, the company is in dire need. You should hand over the money the Fu family gave you." Su Ran thought to himself that sometimes he truly questioned whether Su Qianshan was genuinely suffering from amnesia or if he simply believed that after treating the original owner so poorly, the original owner would still feel gratitude and unconditionally provide for him and his illicit offspring. How confident could one be? Noticing Su Ran's silence, Su Qianshan began to grow impatient. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Do not forget, were it not for my efforts in facilitating this union, how could you possibly have acquired that money? Now, asking you to contribute to the family business should be a matter of course, should it not?" Su Ran was nearly amused to the point of laughter by his shameless words. "My dear father, have you forgotten that Fu Yunfeng is currently seeking a divorce from me? Such delusions, to expect him to use his proceeds to rescue the Su group, which bears no relation to him whatsoever. Does he believe himself worthy of such a task?" After expressing these thoughts, Su Ran had no desire to squander further words with Su Qianshan and promptly took her leave. Upon witnessing her departure, Su Qianshan rose and shouted at her retreating figure, "Su Ran, you are utterly ungrateful." Unfortunately, Su Ran paid him no heed, while the patrons in the store regarded him with curious glances. Fu Yunfeng sat on the sofa in the living room of the Fu family mansion, his handsome face devoid of expression as he surveyed those present. Fu Rou called his name, but received no response. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Yunfeng, you have been unconscious for so long. Your health is still not fully restored, and the company must be quite busy. Why not allow your cousin to join the company and assist you?" At this, Fu Yinfeng lifted his gaze to meet Fu Ro's. A slight smile gracing his lips as he mused. "Aunt, how does your plan involve my cousin assisting me? Shall he occupy my position as CEO?" As Su Ran stepped into the foyer of the Fu residence, she overheard this remark. Chapter 8. Mr. Fu has been teased once again. With such a weighty accusation thrust upon her, Fu Ro's face momentarily displayed a flicker of panic, while Fu Cheng beside her also changed countenance. However, Fu Yinfeng did not spare them a glance, his attention shifting to the foyer as he coldly inquired, "Why have you returned at this hour?" Su Ran took a mere second to compose herself, furrowing her brow as she replied, "I had a matter to attend to." With that, she bent down to change her shoes. Once properly shod, Su Ran entered the hall and glanced at the individuals present, ultimately addressing the elder Fu. "Grandfather, I have returned." Here, only the elder Fu treated her with genuine kindness. Yet, it was also true that his affection stemmed from her marriage to Fu Yinfeng. Nonetheless, she cared little for that, as long as she was not wronged. Upon seeing her, the elder Fu's face broke into a smile, his spirits lifted somewhat. He had remained silent while Fu Ro spoke because he wished for Fu Yinfeng to handle the matter. Fu Yinfeng was the grandson he held in the highest regard. Others paled in comparison within his estimation. This was not the first time Fu Ro had broached the subject before the elder Fu. She had mentioned it several times during Fu Yinfeng's unconsciousness, but he had always rebuffed her with the excuse of Fu Cheng's unfamiliarity with business matters. He knew his daughter had become ambitious after being wronged by men, fixated on the Fu family's wealth. Despite the existence of other heirs, the elder Fu, no matter how fond he was of Fu Ro and Fu Cheng, could not possibly entrust a portion of the company's authority to them. After Fu Yinfeng awoke, Fu Ro raised the issue once more, only to be told directly by the elder Fu to discuss it with Fu Yinfeng. After all, it was Fu Yinfeng who currently held the reins of the Fu enterprise. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Su Ran naturally walked over and settled onto the sofa. Smiling at Fu Ro, "Aunt, are you and my cousin here as well?" Upon hearing this, Fu Ro returned his smile. A discomfort stirred within her as she recalled that Su Ran still held shares in the Fu family business. It irked her that an outsider could possess a part of the Fu family's assets, while she, the daughter and legitimate granddaughter, was sidelined. At that moment, Fu Yinfeng suddenly interjected, "Since Aunt wishes for my cousin to join the company, he should start from the grassroots level." Upon hearing that he would begin at the bottom, Fu Qing opened his mouth to dispute, but Fu Ro quickly silenced him. She then smiled at Fu Yinfeng, saying, "Yinfeng, your cousin graduated from a prestigious university abroad, majoring in business management. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste for him to be merely an ordinary employee?" Waste. Fu Yinfeng raised an eyebrow at her words. "Does your cousin have any work experience?" Fu Ro gritted her teeth, "No." Fu Yinfeng chuckled lightly, then settled. "Since he lacks experience, he must accumulate it. He is still young and has the potential to rise." Turning to the elderly Mr. Fu, he asked with a smile, "What do you think, Grandpa?" The old man, wishing to remain uninvolved, remarked, "This grandson of mine is truly sharp-witted." He then looked at the eagerly anticipating Fu Ro and added, "Let little Cheng gain some experience at the grassroots level first." "Father," Fu Ro called out reluctantly, but her words went unnoticed. Su Ran, sitting nearby, watched the unfolding drama with keen interest when suddenly Fu Yinfeng asked, "Aren't you about to graduate?" Aside from Su Ran, who was still a student, no one else at the table was. When Su Ran realized Fu Yinfeng was addressing her, she looked up in surprise. "Yes, I'm in my senior year." Upon hearing this, a knowing smile crept onto Fu Yunfeng's lips. "In that case, it's time for an internship. You should come and be my intern assistant." Su Ran, Fu Ro, and her son, Mr. Fu. After dinner, Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng returned to the small building together and sat in the living room. Su Ran directly inquired, "Why do you want me to join your company?" She recalled the expressions on Fu Cheng and Fu Ro's faces when Fu Yunfeng suggested she become an assistant. It was indeed a rather cunning move. Knowing precisely how to infuriate someone, Fu Yunfeng's health had improved significantly. As long as he avoided intense physical activity, he was indistinguishable from a normal person. He believed that in due time, he would fully recover. He raised his gaze to meet Su Rance, who was perched on the small sofa, and said, Did you not say you wanted to help me? This first task is to silence these people. Su Ran replied, is this truly about silencing others? Today, Su Qiansan ne prawit me again. She recounted the events of the day. He might come to the company to find you tomorrow. In recent days, Fu Yinfeng had resumed his duties at the company, reclaiming all responsibilities as Fu Yuanheng stepped back and returned power to him. Thus, if Su Qianshan did indeed come to Yiyang, he would certainly be seeking Fu Yinfeng. What do you want me to do? Fu Yinfeng inquired straightforwardly, recognizing her intelligence. Su Ran enjoys engaging with intelligent individuals, and I desire 23% of Su's shares. It rightfully belongs to him. He aims to reclaim it, and even that which is not his, he seeks to possess. Upon hearing this, Fu Yinfeng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the statement. Given the substantial losses Su's company is currently facing, what purpose does one have for acquiring shares? That is my possession. Even if Su's company were to face bankruptcy, it remains mine. Fu Yinfeng, upon hearing his words, found this individual rather peculiar. Su Ran, naturally perceiving the emotions flickering in his eyes, chose not to elaborate further. Simply stating, once the matter concludes, I shall merge Su's company with Yiyang, ensuring your interests remain intact. Once the matter concludes? Fu Yinfeng gazed at him. Su Ran met his gaze, affirming, yes, after our divorce. As he looked into those beautiful eyes, the mention of divorce stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Fu Yinfeng. Coldly, he retorted, who cares? Su Ran offered a faint smile, assuring, rest assured, I will revitalize Su's company, ensuring it is not merely a shell for Yiyang. And you? Fu Yinfeng instinctively inquired. Realizing the nature of his question, he momentarily froze, yet his expression remained unchanged. Su Ran replied, I may leave this place. Fu Yinfeng experienced insomnia. It was the first time in over a week since he had awakened from his coma. Although he steadfastly believed that his awakening had nothing to do with Su Ran. At times he felt that his revival was indeed significantly tied to him. Overwhelmed by restlessness, he finally drifted into a hazy slumber just before dawn. As Fu Yinfeng had mentioned, Su Ran was in his 4th year of university, with very few classes, spending most of his time studying independently. His major courses had been completed, and it was time for an internship. When he awoke in the morning, he noticed that Fu Yinfeng had not yet risen. Instead of waking him, he went directly to school, intending to discuss his internship with his advisor. From that day forward, he planned to cease attending classes. Having completed his affairs at school, he exited before 10 o'clock and sent Fu Yinfeng a message. Mr. Fu, are you at the company? Su Ran initially intended merely to check in, not expecting a response. Just as he was about to hail a ride to Yiyang, he received a reply. Fu, at the company, Su Qianshan has arrived. Upon reading the message, Su Ran narrowed his eyes. That old fellow, indeed, could not contain himself any longer. Chapter 9. Mr. Fu is once again Tease President Fu. Mr. Su has been waiting in the reception room for an hour. Do you wish to meet him? Secretary Tsin casually remarked as she entered with documents for Fu Yinfeng. Fu Yinfeng, engrossed in the papers, replied nonchalantly, not at the moment. Upon hearing this, Secretary Tsin fell silent, aware that everyone in Yiyang knew about the marriage between Su's heir and Fu Yinfeng. It was quite a spectacle that the president had kept Mr. Su waiting for an hour without making an appearance. At that moment, the internal phone on Fu Yunfeng's desk rang. He answered, and on the other end was another secretary informing him that Su Ran had arrived and inquiring whether she should be allowed to come up. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Fu Yunfeng's lips as he calmly replied, let her come up. After hanging up, he turned to Secretary Tsin and instructed, please inform General Manager Su that I will be there shortly. Secretary Tsin pondered the sudden change in her boss's attitude towards Su Qianshan, suspecting it might be related to that phone call. A few minutes later, Secretary Tsin encountered Su Ran. Although she was aware that Fu Yinfeng was married, and that his spouse was indeed Su Ran, the media had only reported on the news without any accompanying photographs, likely due to Fu Yunfeng's state of unconsciousness at the time, which the Fu family had chosen to keep private. Thus, when she saw a handsome young man directly entering Fu Yunfeng's office, her curiosity was piqued. Simultaneously, She couldn't help but wonder if her boss might be contemplating an affair. As soon as Su Ran entered the office, Fu Yunfeng rose from his chair, fastening his suit jacket, and stated, "Let us go meet your father." Su Ran raised an eyebrow at his words, smiled, and stepped aside to let Fu Yunfeng pass. In the reception room, Su Qianshan was seething with anger. He had been waiting for over an hour, left to languish by Fu Yunfeng. After all, he was Su Ran's father and, by law, deserved to be addressed as such. However, knowing he needed something from Fu Yunfeng, Su Qianshan stifled his rage and continued to wait. Just as he was about to explode and storm into the CEO's office, the door to the reception room swung open. Su Ran entered alongside Fu Yunfeng and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Su Qianshan standing before the sofa. The moment he noticed Su Ran behind Fu Yunfeng, Su Qianshan's expression darkened, and he demanded, "What are you doing here?" With a smile, Su Ran replied, "I am an employee here." Su Qianshan was taken aback. Fu Yunfeng took a seat on the nearby sofa and, getting straight to the point while feigning ignorance, asked, "What does General Manager Su wish to discuss with me?" He deliberately refrained from addressing Su Qianshan as father, opting instead for a more formal title. Fuming with rage, Su Qianshan forced a smile and said, "I came to inquire about the funding arrangement we discussed earlier regarding the capital turnover for the Su Corporation." "Oh, is that so?" Fu Yunfeng queried, turning to Su Ran with a look of feigned confusion. "Assistant-su?" The way he emphasized her title was unmistakable. Su Ran felt an overwhelming urge to strike this man. She knew Fu Yunfeng would not easily acquiesce to their request. "Assistant Su?" Indeed. Su Qianshan's surprise was evident upon hearing Fu Yunfeng's reference to her. Ignoring his reaction, Su Ran smiled at Fu Yunfeng and stated, "I was also unaware of this matter." The arrangement made by Su Qianshan to marry off his son to Fu Yunfeng for financial assistance was known to both families. Yet now both parties were pretending to be oblivious, which infuriated Su Qianshan to no end. "Yunfeng, I wish to speak with Chairman Fu," he asserted. Even in a state of profound anger, Su Qianshan could not afford to lose his temper. He could only express his intention to speak with Old Master Fu regarding the matter at hand. He was acutely aware that Fu Yunfeng harbored an aversion towards Su Ran, and upon learning that Su Ran had recently been appointed as an assistant, he surmised that this arrangement was likely orchestrated by Old Master Fu to cultivate a bond between them. Thus, he felt compelled to approach Old Master Fu. The prior agreement between their families was binding, and the Fu family could not simply evade their obligations. Upon hearing Su Qianshan's words, the others realized that the Su family might genuinely be on the brink of collapse, and Su Qianshan's urgency was palpable. Of course, his heightened anxiety only served to benefit their own plans. They exchanged knowing glances. Fu Yunfeng reclined into the sofa, suggesting that given his grandfather's recent ill health, it would be prudent not to disturb him any further. Reluctant to continue the charade, Fu Yunfeng spoke again, questioning what the Su family could offer in exchange for the financial support they sought from the Fu family. His inquiry indicated that there was room for negotiation. At this, Su Qianshan settled back onto the sofa, glancing at Su Ran before directing his gaze at Fu Yunfeng, inquiring what exactly he wished to obtain from him. Fu Yunfeng smiled slightly and stated, "I seek 23% of Su's shares." Without granting Su Qianshan opportunity to respond, he continued, "These shares are to be transferred to Su Ran." Su Qianshan believed he must have misheard, and with a dazed expression, he asked, "What do you mean?" Fu Yunfeng clarified, "I will inject 100 million into Su's company, in exchange for 23% of the shares to be allocated to Su Ran, along with the position of vice president." This declaration left not only Su Qianshan in shock, but also drew Su Ran's gaze toward Fu Yunfeng. Previously, it had been agreed that the only requirement was the shares from Su's company. Now, Fu Yunfeng was also offering him a position. While Su Ran was not particularly enthusiastic about becoming the vice president of Su's company, he understood that if the Su group were indeed to merge with the Yang, he would have no choice but to assume that role. Noticing Su Qianshan lost in thought, Su Ran could not help but vent to the system. Is this old man really so flustered as to be rendered speechless? Lulu observed Su Qianshan's demeanor and remarked, "He is likely pondering why Fu Yunfeng would make such a proposal." Indeed, It was perplexing. Initially, Fu Yunfeng had expressed his disdain for Su Ran, even threatening divorce. Yet now he was willing to offer a position to Su Ran in exchange for capital infusion into the Su family business. Was this a sign of affection or disdain? After a brief pause, Fu Yunfeng grew impatient, asking, "Is Su Zong contemplating my terms?" At the sound of his voice, Su Qianshan snapped back to reality. Mr. Fu. The position of vice president at Su Group is certainly one Su Ran could assume. However, that 23% of shares was previously owned by Su Ran's mother during her lifetime, following her tragic passing, rather than bequeathing those shares to Su Ran. He allocated them to his current wife's son, Su Kong. Now, aside from the 45% he retains, there is little left to give Su Ran. If he were to transfer 23% to Su Ran, it would result in Su Ran possessing more than he does. Such occurrences are utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing the mention of shares, both Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng exchanged hesitant glances, realizing that the other party had no intention of offering any equity. Fu Yunfeng remained silent, casting a glance at Su Ran, implying that it was time for him to speak. Understanding his meaning, Su Ran smiled and addressed Su Qianshan. "Father, are you implying that I can serve as the vice president, dedicating my efforts to the Su Corporation, yet remain entirely unconnected to it? Does he truly consider both himself and Fu Yunfeng to be fools? He toils for the Su Corporation while Fu Yunfeng provides financial support, ultimately reaping all the benefits for himself." Su Qianshan. What Su Ran articulated was precisely what Su Qianshan had in mind, though it was only now voiced aloud, inciting a mixture of embarrassment and anger in Su Qianshan. "What does it mean that I have no ties to the Su Corporation? Are you not the vice president? Are you not a member of the Su family?" This remark only served to deepen Su Ran's disdain for Su Qianshan. "But father, I am now married and residing with the Fu family." Chapter 10. Mr. Fu is once again enchanted. The position of vice president at Su Corporation was presented as if it were an esteemed privilege. Did Su Qianshan ever truly believe that he was a member of the Su family? Su Ran would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. "So, is it your intention that I should expect no compensation, merely to serve the Su family diligently, while the Fu family generously contributes 100 million? The unspoken implication was clear. I am now married to Fu Yunfeng and thus considered a member of the Fu family. The Fu family is poised to rescue the Su Corporation financially while also providing labor to toil at Su Corporation. How substantial must the Su Corporation be to warrant such favor from the Fu family?" Su Qianshan, overwhelmed by the situation, restrained his anger and replied to Su Ran, "I merely believe you should gain some experience at the company before discussing shares." The prospect he painted was nearly suffocating for Su Ran. Fu Yunfeng, however, was more decisive and preferred not to engage in trivialities, promptly stating, "When the shares are transferred to Su Ran's name, I will deposit 100 million into Su Corporation's financial department." Su Qianshan's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at him in astonishment. Yet, Fu Yunfeng maintained a nonchalant demeanor, adding, "In addition to being the vice president of Su Corporation, Su Ran will also be my assistant. Rest assured, as the president, I will mentor him should he encounter any uncertainties." This statement effectively countered Su Qianshan's earlier attempts to corner Su Ran. One must admit, upon hearing Fu Yunfeng's words, Su Ran could hardly suppress a cheer for him. The meeting room fell silent after Fu Yunfeng's declaration. Approximately half a minute later, he rose, saying, "Mr. Su, please take your time to consider this. I'm not in a hurry." This nearly elicited a laugh from Su Ran. Indeed, he was not in a hurry. The one who was anxious was Su Qianshan. After some contemplation, Su Qianshan could only grit his teeth and concede to think it over. Once they departed, Su Ran followed Fu Yunfeng back to his office. Without further ado, Fu Yunfeng summoned Secretary Tsin, instructing him to assist Su Ran in completing his employment formalities. It must be said that Fu Yunfeng is truly a shrewd businessman. On the day of his onboarding, he was immediately inundated with a multitude of tasks, showing no regard for his status as a fresh graduate. While accompanying Su Ran to complete the employment formalities, Secretary Tsin noted that he shared a name with the boss's betrothed. This led her to recall the disdainful demeanor of Fu Yunfeng when Su Qianshan had visited earlier that morning. It seemed to her that Fu was displeased with the marriage arrangement and had deliberately chosen an assistant bearing the same name as the fiancé, perhaps to provoke dissatisfaction at home. Secretary Tsin pondered whether her newfound understanding of the situation might put her in jeopardy. Fu Yunfeng had a chief assistant, and previously, a life assistant whose untimely demise in a car accident had robbed him of a promising young life. Since Fu Yunfeng's return to work, Secretary Tsin had temporarily managed his personal affairs. Now, with Su Ran stepping in as his assistant, it remained unclear which aspects of management he would oversee. After finalizing the employment paperwork, Su Ran returned to Fu Yunfeng's office and inquired, "Do you truly believe a mere undergraduate deserves to be your assistant?" Fu Yunfeng, initially engrossed in the proposal on his desk, lifted his gaze briefly before returning to his tasks. "Did you not assert that as long as I assist you in acquiring shares in the Su Corporation, it would not merely be a shell company when it merges with the Yang?" Upon finally meeting Su Ran's eyes, he raised an eyebrow and added, "Are you attempting to sell me illusions?" Su Ran mused inwardly. No wonder he remains unmarried at 27, with a tongue so sharp. Anyone who dares to get close risks being metaphorically poisoned. He forced a smile and replied, "Yet Su Qianshan does not share your perspective. Even if he were to allow me entrance into the Su Corporation, I might not wield any real power. An executive parachuted in straight from university?" Setting aside whether Su Qianshan favors his son, the board members of Su Corporation would never permit me to assume such a position. Fu Yunfeng tapped a pen against his desk, the silence of the office amplifying each sound. "What are you afraid of?" he inquired with a smile. "Am I not here to support you?" He continued, "The 100 million deficit of Su Corporation cannot be remedied without securing collaborative orders from other companies. I can provide them with projects." He concluded with a decisive note, "All of it shall be under your purview." Standing before the desk, Su Ran observed the man seated behind it, exuding an air of confidence and assuredness. One could not deny the allure of a capable man. After days of recuperation, Fu Yunfeng had not only regained his health, but also added some weight. Su Ran was aware that he dedicated half an hour each day to exercise, and she believed it would not be long before he returned to his former self. As Su Ran watched Fu Yunfeng in silence, contemplating other matters, he grew increasingly uncomfortable under her unwavering gaze. His expression shifted from calm to irritation, and he pressed his lips together, asking, "What are you staring at?" Upon hearing a voice, Su Ran snapped back to reality, realizing that he had been staring at someone and had been caught in the act. However, he quickly replied, "I was looking at you." Fu Yunfeng exclaimed, "What is wrong with this person?" To Su Ran's astonishment, after he uttered that remark, he noticed Fu Yunfeng's ears turning crimson. Could it be? Was he truly so innocent? Fu Yunfeng cleared his throat and glared at Su Ran, saying, "Know your place and refrain from frivolous thoughts." Su Ran was bewildered, wondering what kind of frivolous thoughts could he possibly be having. What good was his handsome appearance if he had a mouth that spoke such unpalatable words? He seemed destined for a life of solitude. Chapter 11. Mr. Fu is once again teased. In the following 2 days, Su Ran busied himself with menial tasks beside Fu Yunfeng, while there was no news from Su Qianshan. His role was essentially that of a personal assistant. Secretary Tsin was increasingly convinced that Su Ran had been deliberately brought in by her boss to provoke his family. On the 3rd day, Su Qianshan could no longer sit idly by. Instead of first contacting Fu Yunfeng regarding financial matters, he called Su Ran, requesting a meeting. Su Ran was not surprised upon receiving the call. He understood that Su Qianshan was quite self-assured, believing that since Su Ran was part of the Su family, he would still have some regard for his father. He aimed to negotiate shares with Su Ran. Without hesitation, Su Ran agreed to the meeting request from Su Qianshan. Once the call ended, he entered Fu Yunfeng's office. Fu Yunfeng was discussing the day's workflow with assistant Su when he noticed Su Ran knocking on the door. After nodding a greeting to Su, who was looking at him, Su Ran stated, "Su Qianshan has scheduled a meeting with me to discuss shares." He then mentioned the location of the meeting. "Are you going?" Fu Yunfeng inquired, looking up at him. "Yes, I will go," Su Ran replied. "Very well. Do as you please." After a moment, Fu Yunfeng seemed to recall something and added, regardless of what he proposes, adhere to the conditions I previously mentioned, and casually bring up those projects I spoke of earlier. Upon hearing this, Su Ran nodded. Understood. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and exited. Throughout Su Ran's presence, Assistant Su remained silent, and continued to be so even after Su Ran departed. After a while of hearing no sound, Fu Yinfeng glanced at him and said, "Continue." Assistant Su's heart raced as he resumed the discussion he had left off, holding the iPad. After leaving the company, Su Ran headed to the restaurant that Su Qianshan had specified. Upon arrival, he found that a private room had been reserved, and it was evident that Su Qianshan was indeed anxious, as he was already seated inside. What surprised Su Ran was the presence of his stepmother and even his younger half-brother. TSK. Su Ran scoffed internally, wondering what Su Qianshan was up to. A family gathering? Lulu's cold, delicate face bore a trace of fracture, perhaps an attempt to awaken the host's familial affection and soften their heart. Upon entering the private room, Su Ran was greeted by Tang Yuanshu, who immediately rose with a smile, exclaiming, "Xiao Ran has arrived." She presented herself as exceedingly kind towards Su Ran. Meanwhile, Su Qianshan sat at the head of the table, casting a cold glance at Su Ran as he let out a disdainful snort. Tang Yuanshu, noticing his disdain, shot him a pointed look. Reluctantly, he responded with a detached and frosty tone. "If you have arrived, then take a seat." Realizing that Su Qianshan would not offer Su Ran any comforting words, Tang Yuanshu cheerfully urged, "Xiao Ran, please sit down. I've ordered many of your favorite dishes." Turning to the boy seated nearby, she added, "Xiao Kong, why don't you greet your brother? Did you not say you missed him?" The 9-year-old boy, still unskilled in concealing his emotions, rolled his eyes at her words, thinking to himself, "Why should I care about him? I'm not familiar with him at all." This remark directly embarrassed Tang Yuanshu, prompting her to tug at Su Kang's arm in reprimand. Su Ran chuckled softly, finding the family amusing. He casually took a seat, while Tang Yuanshu called for the waiter to bring the dishes. Once she returned to her original position, Su Qianshan fixed his gaze on Su Ran and inquired, "What is the nature of your relationship with Fu Yunfeng?" Feigning ignorance, Su Ran replied, "What do you mean?" Su Qianshan snorted again, pressing on, "Was your appointment as vice president of the company a mutual agreement?" The more he contemplated that day's events, the more he felt something was amiss. If Fu Yunfeng truly held no affection for Su Ran, he would not have offered him a high-ranking position at Su Corporation in exchange for that significant investment. Was he not essentially aiding Su Ran in seizing power? Anticipating Su Qianshan's suspicions, Su Ran had already prepared his response. "What were we supposed to discuss?" he said with a playful glint in his eyes. "Fu Yinfeng only allowed me into Su Corporation to keep me in check. He provided 1 billion to Su Corporation. It's impossible for him to gain nothing in return. Would you be willing to let someone else into Su Corporation if you were in his position? No matter what, I still bear the surname Su." Sowing seeds of doubt in his mind, Su Qianshan was unlikely to be swayed by a few words from Su Ran. "If that is the case, why do you desire so many shares of Su Corporation?" he challenged. "Are you not aware?" Su Ran smiled enigmatically, his eyes icy. "Those are my mother's assets. Is it not rightful for them to be passed on to me?" "What do you mean by your mother's assets?" "You just then." The waiter arrived to serve the dishes, interrupting Su Qianshan's rising ire, and he had no choice but to suppress his anger and remain seated. The waiter exited the room, discreetly closing the door behind them, restoring a semblance of tranquility. However, it was not long before Su Qianshan spoke again, asserting, "The company was founded by your mother and me. Though those shares once belonged to your mother, she has departed, and thus they are mine." "Yours?" Su Ran scoffed coldly. "You took the shares my mother left for me and gave them to your illegitimate child. How can you dare to claim they are yours?" "Xiao Ran. Xiao Kong is not an illegitimate child," Tang Yuanshu hastily interjected. Her words, once uttered, elicited an involuntary chuckle from Su Ran. "Not a bastard? Then he must be the product of Su Qianshan's bigamy. According to the law, bigamy warrants imprisonment." Tang Shiyuan's expression immediately soured. Observing his mother's distress, Su Kong boldly interjected, "Were you bullying my mother? Dad has said that you and your mother are beggars. He has long wished to expel you from the house." Tang Shiyuan barely had time to cover his mouth. Su Ran remained composed, fully aware that Su Kong spoke the truth. It was likely that Su Qianshan had indeed expressed such sentiments in their presence. Glancing at Su Kong, Su Qianshan shot him a glare before turning his ire toward Tang Shuyuan, instructing her to manage Su Kong and prevent any further indiscretions. I can offer you shares, but only 3%, Su Qianshan declared, his tone dripping with condescension. Su Ran couldn't help but laugh. Are you treating me like a beggar? 3% of the Fu family's shares represented a fortune, enough to sustain a lifetime. What could 3% of the Su family possibly yield? If that is the case, there is nothing left to discuss. As he spoke, Su Ran rose to leave. Initially, Fu Yinfeng had promised that should he agree to the conditions, he would subsequently provide several projects for the Su family. But it now seemed that his father's assistance was unnecessary. As Su Ran prepared to depart, Su Qianshan slammed his palm on the table, standing in protest. You're turning your back on us. Ignoring him, Su Ran opened the door to the private room. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to see a man standing outside. What brings you here? He inquired. I came to see how your discussion with President Su was progressing. Chapter 12, Mr. Fu is once again teased. Fu Yinfeng glanced into the room and smiled. Why didn't you invite me to join your family meal? I am, after all, somewhat of a member of the Su family. With that, he strode into the room, taking the seat Su Ran had just vacated. Su Ran followed suit, returning to the room and sitting beside him. Noticing Fu Yunfeng esse arrival, Su Qianshan esse brow furrowed slightly. Since President Fu is here, I shall outline my intentions. Fu Yinfeng raised an eyebrow. What are your plans, President Su? Su Qianshan replied, my plan is for Su Ran to become the vice president of the Su family. But I can only offer him 3% of the shares. Ha! Fu Yinfeng chuckled at the statement, turning to Su Ran. Are you truly your father's son? I'm not certain, Su Ran responded with a hint of irony. Fu Yinfeng laughed again. It appears President Su is unwilling to continue negotiations. In that case, let us dine, for I find myself quite hungry. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and began to serve himself from the untouched dishes before them. Despite the food being served, none had yet taken a bite, not even Su Kong. Su Ran glanced at the spread, bemused. Just moments ago, Tang Shuyuan had claimed to order dishes he adored, yet upon inspection, only one of them was to his liking. The occasions they had shared meals together could be counted on one hand. It was absurd to claim she had chosen his favorite dishes. It was utterly nonsensical. How could Su Qianshan possibly find any appetite? Yinfeng, how can we not consider ourselves a family now? It was previously agreed that Yang would provide financial assistance to the Su family, and I have essentially acquiesced to the terms you mentioned. Let's not make this situation too unpleasant, shall we? Unpleasant? Fu Yinfeng took a bite of beef and raised his gaze to him. I merely believe that since Su Ran has married me, the Su family has not offered him much, and I'm simply assisting him in obtaining what rightfully belongs to him. Is that excessive? This statement, however, inevitably breeds misunderstandings. Su Ran genuinely feels that Fu Yinfeng is helping him secure what he desires, rather than engaging in mere collaboration. Sensing Su Ran's gaze upon him, Fu Yinfeng turned and asked, Aren't you hungry? Su Ran replied, Isn't this the moment to discuss hunger, brother? He blinked and suddenly smiled brightly at him. Indeed, feeling hungry. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Little did he know that his smile had stirred something deep within Fu Yunfeng's heart. Fu Yinfeng averted his eyes, feeling somewhat awkward as he continued to eat. The two of them dined as if in a world of their own, while the Su Qianshan family of three remained motionless, their chopsticks untouched. Tang Yuanshu glanced at Su Qianshan, pondering their next course of action. This performance was initially intended for Su Ran, yet he seemed utterly indifferent. To make matters worse, there was now an additional Fu Yunfeng in the mix. As negotiations progressed, they found themselves at a disadvantage, and any further discussions would inevitably require them to concede to the demands of the other party. Unwilling to relent, Su Qianshan once again inquired of Fu Yunfeng, Mr. Fu, are there truly no other terms to negotiate aside from the two you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Fu Yinfeng set down his chopsticks, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, The terms have been laid out. I heard Su Ran mention the price I can offer you. If you deem those terms unworthy, then await the bankruptcy of the Su family. After all, once that occurs, no one will be vying for those shares. Su Qianshan's frustration caused his chest to rise and fall with anger as he glanced at Su Ran, who, unfortunately, was entirely disinterested in him. Su Ran was engaged in a discussion with the system about the flavor of the dishes, saying, Lulu, this cold beef is quite good. I'll order a portion next time, and you can have a taste too. Lulu replied, I appreciate it. Chapter 13. Mr. Fu is once again tempted. That day, only Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng dined, while the other three merely observed. Naturally, their collaboration did not come to fruition. While they were not in a hurry, others certainly were. 2 days after their initial meeting, Su Qianshan directly visited Fu Yunfeng's company, stating that he was ready to accept their terms and was here to sign the contract. Fu Yunfeng invited Su Ran into his office and recounted the matter concerning Su Qianshan. Upon hearing this, Su Ran chuckled. He has contacted me as well. Not only that, but Su Qianshan also attempted to play the emotional card, suggesting that I should accept a 3% reduction in my shares. There was no way Su Ran would agree to that. He would not concede even a single percentage point. Fu Yunfeng regarded Su Ran, saying, After the contract is signed today, you shall head to the Su family tomorrow. As Su Ran contemplated his impending transition to the Su family enterprise, he pondered whether it was necessary to resign from his current position at Eyang. Fu Yunfeng clearly had his own plans, urging him to join Su's while simultaneously securing his role at Eyang. Having only recently begun his tenure, Fu Yunfeng appeared unperturbed by the ensuing complications. No need, he stated. Fu Yunfeng replied, You may resign from your position at any time. Once Su merges with Eyang, you shall remain an employee of Eyang. Su Ran mused. Has he already begun to regard Su as his subsidiary? This man is truly cunning. Soon, Su Qianshan arrived at Eyang's conference room with remarkable swiftness. Having reached the venue in less than half an hour, Fu Yunfeng had already coordinated with the company's legal team to scrutinize the contract, ensuring that Su Qianshan could not manipulate any details. Upon encountering Su Qianshan, Su Ran was taken aback by the visible signs of his exhaustion. In just 2 days, his hair had turned gray and fatigue was etched upon his face. Su Ran inquired of the system, Has anything transpired over these last 2 days? Lulu responded. Su Qianshan, finding himself in a predicament, sought to reclaim the shares under Su Kang's name for you. However, those shares had long been transferred to Tang Yuanshu. She had concealed this matter from Su Qianshan until the day after your dinner together. Upon hearing his intentions, Tang Yuanshu revealed the truth, leading to a fierce argument between them. Listening to Lulu's account left Su Ran speechless. The two were equally adept at scheming. Su Qianshan had believed that bestowing those shares upon his youngest son would secure his peace, unaware that his confidant had her own designs. Did he truly think Tang Yuanshu loved him? 18 years his junior. How could she possibly harbor genuine affection, if not for his wealth? Would she have borne him a child so soon after her graduation? Upon noticing Su Ran's entrance, Su Qianshan cast a glance filled with complexity in his direction, which Su Ran chose to ignore. He likely had come to discern Tang Yuanshu's true nature and perhaps regretted not directly transferring those shares to Su Ran. However, what was done. There was no point in lamenting now. Once Fu Yunfeng took his seat, Su Qianshan handed him a document, the share transfer agreement. Fu Yunfeng refrained from reading it and instead instructed the legal team to verify the contract for any loopholes. As for Su Ran's employment at Su, I will convene a board meeting tomorrow to inform the company, Su Qianshan stated, then turned to Su Ran upon the contract's activation. Your shares in the company will be the largest, and I shall relinquish the position of chairman accordingly. Su Ran responded with a look of astonishment. By this time, the legal team had completed their review and presented the contract to Su Ran. Mr. Su, this document transfers 30% of shares from Mr. Su Qianshan to you. There are no issues with this contract, and it will take effect upon signing. Upon hearing the legal team's words, Su Ran glanced at the contract and confirmed that the allocation was indeed 30%. He simply did not anticipate that Su Qianshan would offer him more than the previously promised 23%. Upon further reflection, Su Ran quickly realized that if Su Qianshan were to grant him only 23%, his shares would be equal to those that Tang Yuanshu acquired from Su Kang. thereby instigating competition for positions between them. Furthermore, it seemed that Su Qianshan deemed him a more reliable son. Clearly, he had been deceived by Tang Yuanshu, and his frustration was evident. Since the offer was made, Su Ran had no intention of declining. Fu Yinfeng was equally surprised by Su Qianshan's unexpected move. As he observed Su Ran take up the pen to sign, a barely noticeable frown formed on his brow, his emotions inscrutable. Prior to this meeting, Su Qianshan had already affixed his signature and seal to the contract, rendering Su Ran's signature immediately effective. Upon witnessing Su Ran complete the signing, Su Qianshan appeared to exhale in relief and turned to Fu Yunfeng, inquiring about the fulfillment of the promises made to him. Upon arriving, Fu Yunfeng had not only brought the company's legal advisor, but also the finance supervisor. As soon as Su Qianshan finished speaking, Fu Yunfeng instructed the finance supervisor to present the pre-prepared contract, placing it before Su Qianshan. Fu Yunfeng stated, "This is a contract for 100 million. Please review it, and if all is in order, sign it. Once signed, provide your company's account details to our finance team, and we can proceed with the transfer." Without hesitation, Su Qianshan picked up the contract, skimmed through it, and promptly signed his name. Although Fu Yunfeng had been discussing conditions with him, Su Qianshan understood that the Fu family possessed considerable wealth. 100 million was trivial for them, rendering deception unnecessary. Given that the contract was drafted, he had no doubts about its legitimacy. As matters were resolved, Su Qianshan instructed Su Ran before departing, "Please share my contact number. I will notify you tomorrow regarding your visit to the company." Su Ran nodded in agreement. Su Qianshan cast a lingering glance at him before exiting the conference room. The others followed suit, leaving Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng alone in the meeting room. Fu Yunfeng remained seated, indicating that he had something to discuss. Before long, Fu Yunfeng spoke. "The substantial shares granted by Su Qianshan surely indicate internal issues within the company. Earlier, the system had informed Su Ran about Tang Yuanshu's situation, and he was aware of the troubles plaguing the Su family. However, knowing the circumstances was one thing. He could not divulge this information and could only speculate like Fu Yunfeng. It must be so. Otherwise, why would he be so willing to grant me such a significant share and relinquish the position of chairman? After all, I am merely a university student. The company as personnel would surely oppose my ascension to such a role." It appeared that tomorrow would unveil yet another spectacle. Chapter 14, Mr. Fu found himself enchanted again the following morning at 10:30. Su Qianshan notified him to come to the Su Corporation. Before leaving Fu Yunfeng's company, he bid farewell to him and departed. At that moment, Fu Yunfeng's office was occupied by Assistant Su and Secretary Sen. Once he departed, Secretary Sen and Assistant Su exchanged glances at the downcast Fu Yunfeng. As they exited Fu Yunfeng's office, Secretary Sen immediately remarked, "Assistant Su. Su Ran was specifically brought in by the boss to provoke that person at home. How could he be allowed to work at Su's?" Upon hearing this, Assistant Su was momentarily taken aback, turning to inquire, "Who is this person at home you are referring to?" Secretary Sen replied, "The boss's wife, of course." Assistant Su responded, "Su Ran is our boss's wife." Hearing this, Secretary Sen's face registered shock. "What?" Witnessing her astonishment, Assistant Su was rendered speechless. "Who did you think Su Ran was?" Secretary Sen candidly confessed, "I thought the boss seemed rather displeased with the CEO of Su's. And I also noticed that our boss's wife was not on good terms with that CEO, Su. So I assumed he had found someone with the same name to irritate the boss's wife." Assistant Su quipped, "You have quite the imagination. You could write a book." With that, he busied himself, leaving Secretary Sen bewildered in place. As Su Ran arrived at the entrance of Su's company, she noticed a man in his 30s standing at the door, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing her alight from the car, he promptly approached and said, "You must be Mr. Su." Su Ran scrutinized him briefly, and Lu informed her of the man's background. He was Zhou Cheng, the assistant to Su Qianshan, sent to escort Su Ran upstairs. Su Ran nodded, "Just call me Su Ran." Zhou Cheng acknowledged, "CEO, Su has instructed me to take you up." "What is your CEO occupied with?" "Su Ran Guayev." CEO Su is currently in a meeting. As for the nature of the meeting, Su Ran was already aware, without Zhou Cheng needing to elaborate. Lu interjected, "Host, Tang Yuanshu has also arrived, seemingly intent on usurping power." At this, Su Ran paused for a brief second before continuing to follow Zhou Cheng. She knew that Su Qianshan had transferred shares to her, which led her to ponder whether Tang Yuanshu believed she could contend for the position of chairman. According to the original terms discussed by Fu Yunfeng, if Su Qianshan had granted Su Ran 23% of the shares, he would retain 22%, which was a point less than what Tang Yuanshu possessed. Thus, Tang Yuanshu was brazenly attempting to seize control of Su's. Yet, she was unaware that Su Qianshan had directly allotted 30% of the shares to Su Ran, making her the largest shareholder of Su's. Su Qianshan had seen through Tang Yuanshu's intentions, preferring to let Su Ran manage Su's rather than allow Tang Yuanshu any authority. Su Ran contemplated, given the situation, are they preparing for a divorce? Lu replied, indeed. Su Qianshan returned home yesterday, intending to divorce Tang Yuanshu, but she is reluctant to part ways. Su Ran scoffed lightly. Her reluctance is merely temporary, especially since she has yet to acquire Su's. Yet, Su Ran found it perplexing that, despite Su's substantial losses, Tang Yuanshu still aspired to retain control of the company. Suddenly, Lu dropped a bombshell. Host. Su Kong is not Su Qianshan's son. This revelation left Su Ran utterly stunned. As Zhou Cheng stepped into the elevator, he noticed Su Ran standing outside, seemingly hesitant. Puzzled, he inquired, "Mr. Su, is something amiss?" Upon hearing his voice, Su Ran snapped back to reality and replied, "It's nothing." With that, he stepped into the elevator. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him as he reflected on the original owner and his mother, lamenting their defeat at the hands of such a woman. It was no wonder that the original owner had been willing to offer his body under such dire circumstances, solely to seek vengeance and reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Before long, they reached their floor, and Su Ran followed Zhou Cheng out. As they traversed the expansive office, the employees of the Su Corporation cast curious glances in their direction. Su Ran maintained his composure, steadfastly following Zhou Cheng to the conference room. As they approached, he discerned a woman's voice emanating from within. He recognized it as that of Tang Yuanshu. Zhou Cheng did not knock, but instead pushed open the door and entered with Su Ran. Upon their entrance, all eyes in the room turned towards them. Tang Yuanshu's expression shifted momentarily upon seeing Su Ran, but quickly returned to a mask of normalcy. She regarded Zhou Cheng with an air of superiority, stating, "Assistant Zhou, you have been by President Su's side for several years now. Are you not aware that meetings are not to be interrupted?" Her tone and demeanor suggested she had assumed the role of the company's leader. Zhou Cheng, undeterred by her bravado, addressed Su Qianshan, saying, "President Su, I have brought Mr. Su here." Su Qianshan responded with a slight nod before surveying the other attendees. "I believe everyone is aware that I have an elder son." Su Ran, turning to Su Ran, he instructed, "Su Ran, please greet the esteemed gentleman present." Su Ran, with an unruffled expression, scanned the room before his cool voice resonated through the now quiet conference room. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen, I am Su Ran." Finally, he directed a sardonic smile towards Tang Yuanshu, adding, "Hello, Aunt Tang." Given that Tang Yuanshu was only 9 years his senior, the address was laden with irony. This utterance of Aunt Tang visibly infuriated Tang Yuanshu, her face turning a shade of green as she clenched her teeth in a feigned smile. "What brings you here, little Ran? We are in the midst of a meeting. You should be more considerate," she admonished. The audacity with which she assumed the role of an elder only served to amuse Su Ran internally. "Since this is a board meeting of the Su Corporation, it is only natural that I participate," Su Ran stated, proceeding to take a seat at the end of the conference table. "Shall we continue?" Prior to this moment, the board members were unaware of the impending changes in shareholding, but Tang Yuanshu's earlier words had enlightened them. Thus, Su Ran's declaration of his presence in the board meeting was not misplaced. At this juncture, Su Qianshan interjected, "Now that everyone is present, Assistant Zhou, please update us on the current distribution of shares within the Su Corporation." At this, Tang Yuanshu's demeanor improved slightly as she settled back, exuding an air of confidence, awaiting Zhou Cheng's announcement regarding the company's shares. Zhou Cheng held a document in his hand and, glancing at the crowd, stated, "Currently, the individual with the largest shareholding in the company is Mr. Su Ran, who possesses 30% of the shares." No sooner had he uttered these words than, before he could proceed to announce the second shareholder, Tang Yuanshu abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Impossible! This is absolutely inconceivable." After which, she collapsed back in her seat. Zhou Cheng turned to Su Qianshan, who nodded in acknowledgement. He continued, "The second shareholder is Ms. Tang Yuanshu, holding 23% of the shares, while the third is Mr. Su Qianshan, with 15%. By the time Zhou Cheng had read through the names of all the shareholders, Tang Yuanshu had yet to regain her composure. Observing her bewildered state, Su Qianshan felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In recent days, he had come to see the true nature of this woman and deeply regretted having placed those shares under Su Kang's name. He had never anticipated that his partner was so fixated on his possessions. The purpose of convening this meeting was primarily to address the issue of the Su family shareholdings and positions. Su Qianshan looked towards Su Ran and declared, effective immediately, "I shall no longer serve as the chairman of Su Group. The new chairman will be Su Ran." "I object," Tang Yuanshu interjected vehemently as soon as Su Qianshan's words fell. However, Su Qianshan chose to disregard her and posed the question to the other board members. "What are your thoughts?" One man in his 40s furrowed his brow and responded, "As far as I know, Master Su is still in university. Is he truly capable of fulfilling this role?" Su Qianshan replied, "Yang has invested 100 million into Su Group, and General Manager Fu has also stated his intention to assist Su Group moving forward." The implication was clear. Whether Su Ran could handle the position was irrelevant. Fu Yunfeng's support was what mattered. Given Su Qianshan's assertion, the other three shareholders had little to argue. At that moment, Tang Yuanshu exclaimed fiercely, "What gives him the right?" Su Ran, having tolerated Tang Yuanshu for long enough, decided to speak candidly. "I have the right because I am my father's son, because I hold the most shares, and because Fu Yunfeng is my husband. Why not lean on a strong ally?" He was certainly no fool. The others exchanged glances, ignoring Tang Yuanshu entirely. Having achieved his desired outcome, Su Ran stood and said, "Since the matter has been resolved, Assistant Zhou, please escort me to my new office." Zhou Cheng's immediate reaction was to look at Su Qianshan, who nodded in affirmation. Thus, he courteously addressed Su Ran, "Mr. Su, I shall take you to your office." Su Ran observed their interaction without concern, recognizing that Zhou Cheng was inherently aligned with Su Qianshan and that it was natural for him to disregard her. Upon exiting the conference room, Su Ran no longer concerned himself with the affairs of Su Qianshan and Tang Yuanshu. Su Qianshan had likely always considered Tang Yuanshu to be a naive and innocent person, but after being thoroughly outmaneuvered by her, he undoubtedly held a different opinion now. Su Ran was increasingly convinced that the circumstances surrounding the death of the original owner's mother were far from simple, and this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Just before leaving the company that afternoon, a call from Fu Yunfeng came through. Su Ran hesitated for a couple of seconds before answering the phone. Soon, the voice of Fu Yunfeng came through, inquiring whether the matter had been resolved. With the afternoon nearing the end of the workday, was it not a tad too late to ask? Nevertheless, Su Ran calmly replied, "Everything has been settled. I am preparing to leave." On the other end, Fu Yunfeng stated, "Come down. I am waiting at the entrance of your company." Su Ran was taken aback. "Why would you be here?" Fu Yunfeng responded, "It's on my way. Let us return together." Su Ran wanted to protest the notion of him being on the way, but instead, she replied, "All right, please wait for a few minutes." Chapter 16. Mr. Fu is once again enticed. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Ran spotted a striking black Porsche parked conspicuously in the lot. The car was understated, yet its brand was anything but. As she approached, she was surprised to find Fu Yunfeng himself seated in the driver's seat. She had assumed it would be his assistant behind the wheel. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ran opened the door to the passenger seat and settled in. Just as she fastened her seatbelt, Fu Yunfeng inquired, "Was everything all right at the company today? What issues could there possibly be?" Su Ran replied with a light-hearted tone. Fu Yunfeng acknowledged her with a sound and started the car, maneuvering it out of the parking space and heading in a particular direction. The interior of the vehicle was quiet, and Su Ran felt she had little to say to Fu Yunfeng, thus refraining from conversation. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to her unwarranted trust in him, she dozed off in the car. When she awoke, she found the car had come to a halt, and it was Fu Yunfeng who roused her. As she opened her eyes, her gaze met the close-up of his handsome face, causing her heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, she raised her hand to push his face away. Once she regained her composure and realized her actions, she defended herself, saying, "Why are you so close?" Fu Yunfeng returned to the driver's seat, his expression somewhat frosty as he replied, "I merely intended to inform you that we have arrived at the dining venue." Oh. Reflecting on his mention of a dining place, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, looking out the window to confirm they were not at the Fu family's parking lot. Why had they not gone home? Fu Yunfeng exited the car, closing the door as he remarked, "The outside world is spreading rumors about our troubled relationship. We ought to provide them with something to write about." As Su Ran followed Fu Yunfeng into the restaurant, she recalled their earlier agreement to feign discord in front of others. Why then were they now allowing people to witness them dining together? What was Fu Yunfeng's true intention? The restaurant was located on the 26th floor, an elegant high-end establishment. Upon entering, Fu Yunfeng announced his identity, and the waiter promptly guided them to a booth by the window. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of a significant part of the city's bustling landscape. After placing their orders, Su Ran could not help but question the man across from her. "Didn't you say you wanted others to believe we were at odds? That we were on the verge of divorce? What is going on now?" Fu Yunfeng reclined against the booth, looking at her intently. "Times have changed. You now oversee Su Corporation, which primarily relies on funding from Fu Corporation. Our relationship is no longer merely that of a legally bound couple. It has evolved into a transactional bond. Thus, for at least a year, divorce is not an option." Su Ran mused. "A year? Today marks his official management of the Su Corporation. Resurrecting a company is no simple task, nor can it be accomplished overnight. Nonetheless, a year is ample time. As long as he gains full control of the Su Corporation and avenges the original owner's mother, a year suffices." Su Ran lifted his gaze to meet Fu Yunfeng's eyes, and with an understanding nod, he stated, "Let us collaborate well during this year." Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but at that moment, he sensed a subtle sigh of relief emanating from the man across from him. After sharing a meal together, Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng began to interact with an unspoken rapport. Occasionally, they would engage in phone conversations in front of subordinates, or Fu Yunfeng would pick Su Ran up from work. Despite being the chairperson of the Su Corporation, Su Ran lacked a personal vehicle and relied on Fu Yunfeng's car for his daily commute. As 3 or 4 days passed, Su Ran grew uncomfortable during their shared moments and resolved to purchase his own car. Upon learning of this decision, Fu Yunfeng presented Su Ran with a box that evening, revealing several sports cars in the garage for him to use. When Su Ran opened the box to find 7 or 8 car keys, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Could one truly drive so many vehicles? Wealth certainly breeds indulgence. Fu Yunfeng, appearing nonchalant, reclined on the sofa, sipping tea. "I bought 2 myself. The rest were gifts from others." Su Ran replied, "Forget it. Gifts from the wealthy differ from ours." He casually selected a Bentley key from the box, declaring, "I shall drive this one." Fu Yunfeng regarded him silently for a couple of seconds before nodding in agreement. Recently, the relationship between Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng had eased considerably, much to the delight of the elder Mr. Fu. Observing his son's recovery and the absence of divorce discussions with Su Ran, the Fu couple embarked on a global journey. Over the past 6 months, the retired Fu Yuanheng returned to oversee operations at Yang, overwhelmed by the demanding workload. With Fu Yunfeng fully recovered and capable of managing the company, he expressed a desire to distance himself from corporate affairs and enjoy leisure time with his wife. Fu Cheng secured a position as an ordinary employee in the Fu family company. However, upon joining, he deliberately made his relationship with Fu Yunfeng known, prompting his colleagues to curry favor with him. Consequently, Fu Cheng often found himself seated at his desk, with others handling his work. He believed there was nothing wrong with coasting through this job. Little did he know that Fu Yunfeng was fully aware of his antics, though he had no intention of exposing him just yet. Meanwhile, Su Ran, now seated in the chairperson's position of the Su Corporation, faced a board of directors who, despite his majority shareholding, harbored resentment at being managed by a man barely in his 20s. Tang Yuanshu was particularly attentive to this matter, secretly conspiring with certain board members in an attempt to oust Su Ran from his position. Although Tang Yuanshu held shares in the company, she did not possess any official role within it. Aware of her clandestine activities, Su Ran chose to entrust the matter to the system for monitoring, while also investigating the car accident involving the original owner's mother from a year prior. Fu Yinfeng had presented him with two significant projects, if successfully negotiated, along with the previous 1 billion he had received from Fu Yinfeng. The Su Corporation would achieve complete stability. This rendered Su Ran exceptionally busy in recent times, personally managing projects while remaining vigilant against Tang Yuanshu's maneuvers. He had not endured such an intense workload in quite some time. Returning to the modest residence he shared with Fu Yinfeng merely to bathe and sleep. Today, due to Tang Yuanshu's deliberate interference with a project the company was negotiating, Su Ran found himself engrossed in damage control until late into the night. Upon returning, he discovered the living room lights were off. Guided by instinct, he made his way to the sofa, intending to rest momentarily. Exhaustion overtook him as he relaxed onto the couch, only to be startled by a muffled groan. "Who is there?" Su Ran exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. In the darkness, Fu Yinfeng's low, husky voice emerged. "In this house, who else could it be?" Su Ran realized he was utterly fatigued. Fu Yinfeng's voice cut through the dimness. "Once more, your hand. Remove it." Upon hearing this, Su Ran became aware that the palm of his hand, resting on the sofa, felt oddly misplaced. He moved his fingers slightly, and a sharp intake of breath followed, accompanied by Fu Yinfeng's exasperated tone. "Su Ran, are you doing this on purpose?" Startled, Su Ran withdrew his hand as if shocked. It seemed he had inadvertently brushed against Fu Yinfeng's abdominal muscles, which felt rather pleasant. No, what was he thinking? Su Ran stood and moved to the light switch, illuminating the living room. As his gaze fell upon the sofa, he beheld Fu Yinfeng reclining against it, the top two buttons of his black shirt undone, revealing a finely sculpted collarbone. His hair was slightly tousled, and his eyes squinted as they adjusted to the brightness, his handsome face tinged with a faint blush. "Have you been drinking?" Su Ran inquired, furrowing his brow. Fu Yinfeng opened his eyes, appearing somewhat dazed, and replied in a raspy voice, "There was a gathering tonight. I had a couple of drinks." Su Ran observed him for a few moments before stepping into the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of water from the refrigerator. Handing it to him, "Drink some water." Fu Yinfeng looked at him for a moment longer before accepting the bottle. "Thank you." He twisted off the cap, consuming half the bottle before wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth and redirecting his gaze to Su Ran. "Why are you so late?" In response to his inquiry, Su Ran sat beside him and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Just some matters that took longer than expected." As he gazed at Su Ran's delicate profile, Fu Yinfeng recognized the steadiness with which he usually approached tasks, but he reminded himself that Su Ran was only 22, with several months left until graduation. Now he is tasked with managing a company that is not only facing financial difficulties, but is also under the watchful eyes of others. This is undoubtedly a challenging situation. "Do you need assistance?" Fu Yinfeng inquired productively. Su Ran turned to look at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Please find me an assistant." Since that day, when Su Qianshan passed the burden of the Su Corporation onto him, he has not held any position within the company. Currently, his assistant is Zhou Cheng, who was previously Su Qianshan's aide. While Zhou Cheng's capabilities are unquestionable, he is loyal to Su Qianshan, which makes Su Ran uneasy. There's always a sense of being surveilled. Fu Yinfeng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Secretary Tsin has commendable work capabilities. You may use her temporarily while I search for another candidate for you." Upon hearing this, Su Ran recalled his previous interactions with Secretary Tsin during his days in Yang and acknowledged her competence. "All right, please ask her about her willingness tomorrow. I also need to make some arrangements." He knew he had to assign Zhou Cheng to a different position, which was a source of mild frustration for him. Noticing Su Ran's furrowed brow, Fu Yinfeng tightened his grip on the water bottle, hesitating to speak before ultimately choosing silence. Recently, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts about whether Su Ran could manage his responsibilities at the Su Corporation and whether he might seek his help when confronted with insurmountable issues. Yet, Su Ran had never once approached him with a problem he could not resolve. Were it not for the slight inebriation from that evening and Su Ran's absence from his room, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Su Ran encountered challenges he could not surmount. Su Ran, Fu Yunfeng suddenly called out, given our current relationship. You can share anything with me at any time. At his words, Su Ran turned in surprise to face him. Chapter 18, Mr. Fu is once again enchanted. Su Ran lay in bed, reflecting on Fu Yunfeng's word from earlier in the living room, his heart inexplicably racing. They were merely colleagues. And perhaps for Fu Yunfeng, that was indeed the case. Yet, for reasons unknown, his heartbeat quickened upon hearing those words. That man is infuriating, employing his charm. Su Ran muttered beneath the covers. As he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of Fu Yunfeng, relaxed against the sofa, his shirt open at the collar. He recalled a small red mole on the left side of his collarbone, which added an alluring touch to his otherwise fair and attractive physique. Wait! Su Ran threw off the covers and stared up at the ceiling in the darkness. Why was he so preoccupied with whether Fu Yunfeng was attractive? Frustrated, he tugged at his own hair before covering himself again and closing his eyes to sleep. The next morning, he awoke with dark circles under his eyes. After freshening up, he stepped out of his room only to find Fu Yunfeng, draped in a suit jacket and tying his tie as he emerged from his room. Upon seeing Su Ran's weary appearance, he paused for a moment. Did you not sleep well last night? I'm all right, Su Ran replied. He had not anticipated that his thoughts of Fu Yunfeng before sleep would linger into his dreams that night. He woke up before 6 o'clock, only to realize he had been dreaming. The moment this revelation struck him, it felt like a bolt from the blue. Sleep eluded him thereafter. Fu Yunfeng observed Su Ran in silence for a few seconds before suggesting, "Shall we go over together to have breakfast with Grandpa?" Su Ran was reluctant to go, for he knew that accompanying Fu Laozi would also mean facing Fu Rou and Fu Cheng. "No, I need to head to the office early. I have other matters to attend to today." Fu Yunfeng merely glanced at him, muttering an acknowledgement as he stepped down the stairs. Su Ran exhaled deeply and followed suit. One was headed to the villa for a meal, while the other drove away to work. Upon arriving at the office, Su Ran spotted Tang Yuanshu's car parked in the lot. The interior was obscured from his view, prompting him to inquire with the system. Could you check what Tang Yuanshu is doing at the office this early? After a few moments, Lu responded, Tang Yuanshu is in the car, and there are others with her. The tone of Lu seemed tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Su Ran detected the implications and speculated. Is someone in the car her lover? Lu clarified, to be more precise, it is Su Kang's biological father. Su Ran remarked, is Tang Yuanshu out of her mind, engaging in an affair at the office and not fearing discovery? After parking his car, he approached Tang Yuanshu's vehicle and tapped on the window. Moments later, the window lowered, revealing Tang Yuanshu's exquisitely made-up face, her eyes wide with panic and surprise. Su Ran glanced past her at the man in the passenger seat. The man was quite handsome, at least far more so than Su Qinshan, and he appeared youthful. Upon closer inspection, Su Kong bore a striking resemblance to the man in the car. Noticing Su Ran's gaze, Tang Yuanshu hurriedly asked, "What are you doing here?" Su Ran raised an eyebrow, replying, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Regaining her composure, Tang Yuanshu adopted a tone befitting a superior. "I am a shareholder of the company. I came to see what was happening." "Ah, indeed, nothing much," Su Ran nodded. "But the company does not entertain unrelated personnel." By unrelated personnel, he referred to the man in the car. The man, seemingly irritated by Su Ran's scrutiny, retorted, "What are you staring at? Who wants to go to your pathetic company?" In response, Su Ran chuckled softly, yet there are still those clamoring to get in. "Aren't he there?" This remark was clearly directed at Tang Yuanshu. With that, Su Ran turned and entered the company premises. The man's visit to Tang Yuanshu surely wasn't merely for nostalgia purposes, otherwise he wouldn't be here. Lu commented, "That man must have learned about Tang Yuanshu acquiring shares in Su's. He's come to demand money from her." Su Ran could easily envision that their interaction was likely far from pleasant. The man surely demanded an exorbitant price. Tang Yuanshu, now possessing leverage over Su Kong, will undoubtedly seek every possible means to acquire funds. Lulu, observe Tang Yuanshu closely and see which board member she will approach. Under Su Ran's management, Su Corporation has seen a resurgence in its stock prices. With Tang Yuanshu lacking financial resources, she will likely attempt to sell her shares to a member of the board. He must devise a strategy to gain possession of the shares held by Tang Yuanshu. After attending to some matters, Su Ran had a thought and took out his phone to call Fu Yunfeng. As the call connected, he realized that Fu Yunfeng was likely busy at this hour. Just as he was about to hang up and send a message instead, the call was answered. Su Ran? Fu Yunfeng's voice emanated from the phone. Su Ran paused for a moment, pressing the phone to his ear. Yes. Fu Yunfeng inquired. Is there something you do not understand that prompted you to call at this hour? Su Ran replied, not exactly. I would like to ask for your assistance in finding a private investigator. Having resolved the concern weighing on his mind, Su Ran's work pace quickened considerably. In the afternoon, Secretary Tsin arrived at Su Corporation. Su Ran summoned Zhou Cheng to his office. Zhou Cheng, given your capabilities, it is indeed a waste for you to serve as an assistant. I believe the position of marketing director is far more suitable for you. Zhou Cheng was taken aback by Su Ran's intention for this meeting. Does President Su believe I am lacking in some aspect? Not all, Su Ran reassured him. Zhou Cheng was exceptionally talented, and it was indeed a disservice for him to occupy a mere assistant position in a company like Su Corporation. However, since he was aligned with Su Qinshan, Su Ran could not retain him by his side any longer. At that moment, Secretary Tsin entered the room. Su Ran introduced. Zhou Cheng, from now on, Tsin Qian will take over your responsibilities. The marketing department will be entrusted to you. Upon realizing that Su Ran had already appointed someone to fill his role, Zhou Cheng understood that his departure was imminent. He was also aware of the complicated relationship between Su Ran and Su Qinshan, which left him feeling mistrusted by Su Ran. With a sigh inwardly, Zhou Cheng acknowledged. I understand. Initially, when Su Qinshan instructed him to follow Su Ran, Zhou Cheng had little faith in him. After all, Su Ran was merely a student fresh from school. Despite any potential he possessed, managing a company was no small feat, however. He had witnessed firsthand how Su Ran revived Su Corporation during this period. Zhou Cheng recognized that Su Ran was no ordinary individual. With Zhou Cheng's position adjusted, the office now housed only Secretary Tsin and Su Ran. Su Ran smiled at Secretary Tsin and said, I will rely on you from now on. Assistant Tsin Qian chuckled in response. President Su, you are too kind. Before coming here, President Fu instructed me to perform diligently by your side, or I would face unemployment. Oh, and why would you be unemployed? Su Ran inquired curiously. Tsin Qian shook her head with a sigh. President Fu mentioned that if you find me inadequate, then I would not be welcomed back. Hence I would be out of a job. Su Ran reassured her, rest assured, I am not the capricious sort like that indifferent man, Fu Yunfeng, who would dismiss people without cause. Upon hearing this, Tsin Qian was relieved. While she felt at ease, elsewhere, someone in a meeting let out a loud sneeze, interrupting a high-ranking executive mid-speech. Fu Yunfeng, unperturbed, casually touched his nose and raised his eyes, urging, please continue. In Chapter 19, Mr. Fu was once again stirred. Within just 2 days, Lulu informed Su Ran that Tang Yuanshu was in contact with a director holding 5% of the company's shares, intending to sell her 10% stake to him. Currently, both parties were negotiating the price. Su Ran contemplated that it was indeed time for him to act. It was impossible for him to purchase the shares directly from Tang Yuanshu under his own identity, as she would not sell to him. Consequently, he had no choice but to reach out to Fu Yunfeng once more, requesting him to seek someone to acquire Tang Yuanshu's shares. On the phone, Fu Yunfeng inquired, what if I buy her shares and end up incurring a loss? To this, Su Ran gritted his teeth and assured, rest assured, Mr. Fu, I would not let you engage in a losing transaction. You said it yourself, came Fu Yunfeng's voice, laced with amusement. Unable to restrain himself, Su Ran cursed silently at him. After hanging up, he picked up the package sent to him by the private investigator that morning. Inside were photographs of Tang Yuanshu with a man who had been in her car that day. Some captured them dining together, others entering a hotel, and a few moments of them sharing a kiss. Viewing the images, Su Ran clicked his tongue, setting the photographs aside to examine a dossier containing all the traces of Tang Yuanshu and that man over the years. He could not help but feel pity for Su Qinshan, who wore such a large green hat, all the while cherishing that woman and their child as if they were treasures. He stuffed the materials back into the document holder and called Xin Qian in, instructing her to send this information to Su Qinshan. Before the workday concluded, Su Ran received a message from Fu Yinfeng, requesting him to wait at the company as he would come to pick him up. Su Ran responded with a question mark. Fu Yinfeng quickly replied, "Grandfather's old friend is celebrating his 80th birthday today. Accompany me." Later, Fu Yinfeng, accompanied by a driver, picked up Su Ran. Instead of heading directly to the banquet, he took Su Ran to an upscale formal wear store. "Since we are putting on a show, we must do it thoroughly," Fu Yinfeng declared, prompting the attendant to bring forth 2 identical suits. Upon seeing the garments, Su Ran's lips twitched. Did they truly have to go to such lengths? Fu Yinfeng raised an eyebrow at him. "What do you think?" An inexplicable sensation stirred within Su Ran. He couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Yinfeng was laying the groundwork for their future divorce. Was such an overt display of affection truly sustainable? The suits seemed tailored to perfection, fitting Su Ran impeccably, accentuating his waist and elongating the legs encased beneath the tailored trousers. Su Ran gazed at his reflection in the mirror, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his attire. At that moment, Fu Yinfeng emerged from the fitting room. Instinctively, he turned his head, and upon seeing Fu Yinfeng, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Fu Yinfeng, noticing the admiration in Su Ran's gaze, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. The formal wear Fu Yinfeng donned was strikingly similar to Su Ran's outfit, albeit more understated. During this period, Fu Yinfeng had made remarkable strides in his recovery, though he had yet to return to his pre-accident state. His exceptional height and physique allowed him to elevate even the simplest garments into something resembling high fashion. This particular ensemble, seemingly tailored exclusively for him, was no exception. "Bellicate?" Fu Yinfeng inquired, adopting a playful demeanor akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Su Ran snapped back to reality, diverting his gaze as he replied, "It's decent, though perhaps a shade inferior to mine." Immediately after, Fu Yinfeng chuckled softly. He then remarked, "Well, you are indeed more attractive." Su Ran pondered whether this was a jest at his expense. Upon arriving at the villa for the banquet, Fu Yinfeng stepped out of the car and stood by the vehicle, awaiting Su Ran's descent. He then extended his arm. Su Ran hesitated, regarding him with uncertainty. "It's merely for show," Fu Yinfeng murmured. "You wouldn't want them to see his parting ways, would you?" Imagine if this reached Grandpa's ears. Despite his serious tone, Su Ran sensed something amiss. Given that this gathering celebrated the esteemed elder Fu's milestone birthday, Su Ran reluctantly linked his arm with Fu Yinfeng's. Before they could even enter the villa, other guests who had just alighted from their vehicles spotted them, unable to restrain their chatter. "Isn't that the heir of the Fu family? Indeed, and is that his husband beside him?" The two were a striking sight, a perfect match. Su Ran, with his delicate and handsome features, stood at 182 centimeters, but with a smaller frame. In contrast, Fu Yunfeng, towering at 192 centimeters with broad shoulders and a slim waist, made Su Ran appear notably diminutive. Yet together, they exuded a harmonious presence. As they crossed the threshold of the villa, all eyes converged upon them, and a hush fell over the banquet hall. "Let us go greet the host," Fu Yinfeng whispered to Su Ran. He merely nodded, following him towards the elderly gentleman seated on the sofa. "Happy birthday, Grandpa Lu," Fu Yinfeng said with a smile, presenting a gift box. "This is my birthday present for you. May your blessings be as boundless as the East Sea and your longevity rival that of the Southern Mountains." Upon hearing the well wishes, Su Ran nearly stifled a laugh, surprised by the simplicity of Fu Yunfeng's words, which lacked the grandiosity one might expect from a powerful figure. Grandpa Lu's eyes lit up upon seeing Fu Yunfeng. "It has been quite some time since we last met. I heard you were unconscious for a while. Are you feeling better now?" "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Lu. I am fully recovered," he replied, just as a melodious voice resonated through the air. Yinfeng, it's been a long time. Upon hearing a voice, Su Ran turned towards the sound and beheld a strikingly beautiful girl, her eyes sparkling with unspoken words, gazing at Fu Yinfeng with a smile that radiated joy and delight. In an instant, Su Ran discerned that the girl's feelings for Fu Yunfeng were far from simple. However, the person beside her merely responded with a casual, "It's been a long time." Old Master Lu glanced at his granddaughter before shifting his gaze to Fu Yunfeng, suddenly chuckling. "Yunfeng, Xiao Ci has been eager to see you, but unfortunately, her studies have kept her too busy to find the time." "Not a problem at all," Fu Yunfeng replied in an exceedingly formal manner. "Even if she had come, I would have been asleep, unaware of who visited me." He then smiled and introduced Grandpa Lu. "This is Su Ran, my partner." It was at this moment that Old Master Lu truly noticed Su Ran. The girl, referred to as Xiao Ci, turned pale upon hearing Fu Yunfeng's introduction, her earlier joy dissipating, replaced by a profound sorrow. A young girl's heart misplaced. The Lu family is among the most prestigious in City A, and the guests at the banquet were of considerable standing. Rather than a mere birthday celebration, it was more akin to a gathering for social networking in the business realm. Surrounded by admirers, Fu Yinfeng lost sight of Su Ran, who decided to step away and procure something to eat, as she had not dined after a long day at work. It must be said, the fare at high society banquets is quite exquisite. While savoring a steak, a voice pierced her thoughts. "You and Yinfeng are not suited for each other." Upon hearing this, Su Ran lifted her gaze from her plate to see a young girl approaching her, a glass of champagne in hand. She raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "What do you mean by that?" "The literal meaning," Lu Mengzi replied, scrutinizing Su Ran's attractive visage, her confidence wavering. It was unfathomable for Fu Yinfeng, the heir of the Fu family, to wed a man. He was destined to father the next successor. So you should divorce Yinfeng, and then marry you, perhaps?" Su Ran lost interest in her meal, placing her plate on an adjacent empty table. "Miss Lu, rather than imploring me to divorce, you would do better to confess your feelings to Fu Yunfeng." A sense of displeasure stirred within Su Ran, though she could not fully comprehend the reason behind it. Lu Mingxi's expression soured at Su Ran's words, her embarrassment morphing into indignation. "What do you know? If it weren't for you, I would surely be marrying him." Su Ran was aware that during Fu Yunfeng's coma, upon hearing that a marriage might awaken him, Old Master Fu's first thought had been of Lu Mingxi. Perhaps the Lu family deemed Fu Yunfeng a mere shell of his former self. If the marriage were simply a superstition, and Fu Yunfeng remained unresponsive even after tying the knot, then Lu Mingxi would be left in a loveless union. Thus, the Lu family had announced that Lu Mengzi would be getting engaged to another heir of a prominent family. Thus began the endeavor of the Fu family to find a suitable spouse for Fu Yunfeng, an opportunity that Su Qianshan inadvertently seized. Now, with Fu Yunfeng having awakened, the Lu family sought to ascend this lofty branch once more. "Miss Lu, I am curious as to when my marriage has become your concern." Fu Yunfeng's voice suddenly resonated. Upon hearing his words, Lu Mengzi stiffened, turning to find Fu Yunfeng casting a frigid gaze in her direction. She awkwardly tugged at the corners of her lips. Yunfeng." Fu Yunfeng strode towards Su Ran, stating, "Miss Lu, it would be prudent for you to address me as President Fu or Mr. Fu. Using my given name may lead my lawful partner to misunderstand." His tone grew weighty as he emphasized the word lawful. Lu Mingxi's complexion paled, her crimson lips quivered, and she struggled to articulate a response, yet no sound escaped her. Fu Yunfeng did not regard her, his focus shifting to Su Ran. His voice softened. "I shall inform Grandpa Lu. We should return now. Would you accompany me?" Su Ran glanced at the fragile girl, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. "Let us go together." Exiting the Lu family's villa, Fu Yunfeng took the driver's seat, at which point Su Ran noticed the driver was absent. Sliding into the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt, she inquired, "Where's the driver?" Fu Yunfeng replied, "I didn't know how long we would be, so I sent him home." "Understood." Once they departed the villa area, Fu Yunfeng glanced at Su Ran's expression in the rearview mirror before deftly turning the steering wheel towards another destination. After several minutes of driving, Su Ran realized they were not heading home. Retracting her gaze from the window, she asked, "Are we going home?" Fu Yunfeng cast a brief glance at her before returning his attention to the road. "Didn't you eat anything at the banquet? Let's grab a bite first." Indeed, Su Ran had only taken a few bites of steak at the banquet before being interrupted by Lu Mengxi, and she hadn't eaten since. She was surprised that Fu Yunfeng had noticed. It was already past 9 in the evening when Fu Yunfeng led Su Ran into a narrow alley. Although it was an alley, it was far from quiet. The lively atmosphere thrived at this late hour, navigating through twists and turns. They entered a door where Su Ran discovered a modest exterior but an unexpectedly vibrant interior. The place was bustling with patrons, all seemingly affluent. Sensing Su Ran's underlying confusion, Fu Yunfeng murmured, "This establishment only accepts members. Is this place a members-only venue?" Su Ran replied, astonished. It appeared that Fu Yunfeng was a familiar face here. The staff recognized him and guided them to an available table. "Mr. Fu, it happens that your usual spot is unoccupied." "Thank you," Fu Yunfeng responded. "We'll have one of everything on the menu, and a pot of clear sake as well." As the server went to arrange their meal, Fu Yunfeng removed his formal jacket and settled into his seat. "The sake here is quite good. You should try it later." Su Ran hesitated, considering that she would still need to drive. Fu Yunfeng, however, seemed unfazed and called for a designated driver. Su Ran, "The flavor of the dishes is quite delightful, rivaling that of chefs in 5-star hotels. The sake is indeed exquisite, refreshingly crisp, perfectly alleviating the greasiness of the food while imparting a subtle sweetness." Su Ran found it enjoyable, unknowingly consuming nearly half a pot. As the last drops of sake were poured, he began to feel a gentle haze enveloping him. Fu Yunfeng took out his phone to summon a designated driver before turning his gaze towards Su Ran across the table. At that moment, Su Ran's cheeks were flushed. His eyes glazed with the effects of alcohol. "You're drunk," Fu Yunfeng stated. Su Ran, with a dreamy smile, looked at the handsome man opposite him and replied, "I'm not drunk. This sake is sweet. How could it possibly intoxicate me?" The sight of his smile made Fu Yunfeng's heart skip a beat. Undeniably, Su Ran possessed remarkable beauty. His face was strikingly exquisite, yet devoid of any femininity. The effects of the drink lent a rosy hue to his complexion, adding to his allure. As Fu Yunfeng gazed at him, he felt a warmth rising in his chest and instinctively tugged at his collar, loosening 2 buttons. Just then, a call from the designated driver came through. After answering the call, Fu Yunfeng signaled for the waiter to settle the bill. He then picked up his coat and announced, "Let us head back." "All right, let us go," Su Ran replied, rising to his feet. A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to sway slightly. Observing his unsteady stance, Fu Yunfeng quickly wrapped an arm around Su Ran's waist, cautioning, "Be careful." Su Ran steadied himself and looked up at him with a smile. "Iem fine." Their bodies were close together, and as Su Ran spoke, his breath brushed against Fu Yunfeng's face. Fu Yunfeng esse gaze deepened, and he held Su Ran tighter as they made their way outside. The lingering effects of the sake left Su Ran reliant on Fu Yunfeng for support as they walked out. The designated driver was already waiting by Fu Yunfeng's car. Moments later, a tall, handsome man was seen half supporting another man as they approached. Fu Yunfeng merely glanced at him before handing over the car keys. The driver, momentarily distracted by Fu Yunfeng and Su Ran, accepted the keys and instinctively opened the back door for them. Once inside the car, Fu Yunfeng provided the driver with an address, the north gate of Jianhua Bay. This was not the address of the Fu family's villa, but rather a personal residence he owned in City A. Meanwhile, Su Ran, in a state of blissful ignorance, had drifted off to sleep in the car. Chapter 21, Mr. Fu is once again enchanted. Jianhua Bay is an upscale villa community in City A, where most of the affluent individuals and celebrities choose to purchase or rent properties. Fu Yunfeng's residence here was acquired 2 years prior when he had just taken over the Fu Corporation, achieving a historic high in stock prices for the company. As a reward to himself, he purchased this villa. Whenever he found solitude, he preferred to retreat to this haven. No one has ever come here before. Just now, I spotted the inebriated Su Ran at a private dining establishment, where he succumbed to selfish desires and brought him back. As they exited the vehicle, Su Ran regained consciousness, though his head still spun. Upon seeing the villa before him, he paused for a moment before inquiring, "Where is this?" Fu Yinfeng observed him swaying slightly and instinctively wrapped his arm around Su Ran's waist, replying, "This is my villa." At his words, Su Ran turned to him, blinking in surprise. "Why did you bring me here?" Fu Yinfeng mused. "That's a good question," though he had no answer. Su Ran, however, showed no intention of waiting for a response and proceeded toward the villa's entrance. Fu Yinfeng, still holding him, followed suit and used a fingerprint scanner to unlock the door. By now, Su Ran had regained much of his composure and curiously surveyed Fu Yunfeng's abode. The villa's decor exuded a minimalist aesthetic, dominated by soft grays and whites, complemented by smoky blue curtains. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, clearly indicative of a bachelorette residence. Nevertheless, Su Ran found the layout of the villa quite appealing and couldn't resist complimenting. "Your villa is quite nice." Noticing that Su Ran could stand on his own, Fu Yinfeng released his hold and fetched a pair of slippers. "I don't have any guests here, just these slippers. You can wear mine." Observing the slippers that were 2 sizes larger than his own, Su Ran looked up and asked, "What about you?" "I don't need any," Fu Yinfeng replied, promptly removing his shoes to reveal black socks. He then approached the bar, opened a refrigerator, and asked, "Soda or mineral water?" Su Ran, still somewhat sluggish in his responses, only answered after changing into the slippers, "Soda, please." Just as he settled onto the sofa, Fu Yunfeng handed him the soda. After taking a sip, Su Ran inquired, "Do you have a guest room?" He was genuinely exhausted today and had consumed alcohol, yearning only for a shower and a restful sleep. "There's a guest room," Fu Yinfeng replied, "but it hasn't been tidied up, so it might not be suitable for sleeping." Su Ran retorted, "Then why did you bring me back? To make me sleep on the sofa?" He pressed his palm against the sofa's surface, contemplating, "Well, sleeping on the sofa is acceptable." With that thought, Su Ran reclined on the sofa, stating, "Then I will sleep here." Fu Yinfeng, who had intended for them to share the master bedroom, heard this and kicked the person who had already closed his eyes. Furrowing his brow, he said, "First, take a shower." "I don't want to," Su Ran replied softly, his tone more tender than usual, almost like a pout. The flush of intoxication still lingered on his face as he spoke with his eyes closed, causing Fu Yunfeng's throat to constrict involuntarily. After several deep breaths, he resignedly pulled Su Ran up from the sofa, insisting, "Get up, go take a shower." Su Ran, feeling utterly limp, resisted movement. Even as Fu Yunfeng tugged him up, he remained with his eyes shut, murmuring, "I don't want to, I want to sleep." Fu Yinfeng fell silent for a moment before bending down and lifting him off the sofa entirely. The sudden sensation of weightlessness jolted Su Ran awake. Instinctively wrapping his arms around Fu Yunfeng's neck, he asked, "What are you doing?" Fu Yunfeng, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I'm taking you to bathe." "Put me down." Su Ran kicked his legs. "I'm not sleeping with you. Why do you care if I bathe?" Fu Yunfeng retorted, "Even if you sleep on my sofa, you must wash up." "Then let me go. I can walk on my own." The two of them remained in a stalemate for a moment, before Fu Yunfeng finally set him down. As soon as he released him, Su Ran swayed unsteadily, nearly losing his balance. Fu Yunfeng quickly steadied him, teasing, "So you can walk by yourself?" At his words, Su Ran struggled to free Fu Yunfeng's hand, insisting, "I can't let go." He began to make his way upstairs unsteadily, prompting Fu Yunfeng to sigh and follow closely behind to prevent him from falling. Upstairs, there was a master bedroom, a guest room, and a study. Once on the landing, Su Ran seemed uncertain of where to go, standing still at the top of the stairs. Fu Yunfeng ascended behind him, brushing past ahead toward the master bedroom. "Let us wash up in there. I'll also fetch you a set of pajamas." Su Ran had no choice but to follow him. After showering, Su Ran finally felt fully awake. As he toweled his hair, he gazed at the large bed in the room, contemplating whether he would truly have to sleep on the sofa downstairs tonight. Just as he was lost in thought, Fu Yunfeng entered the room. When Su Ran looked up, he noticed Fu Yunfeng had changed into a dark-hued set of pajamas, identical in style to his own, though differing in color. Seeing Su Ran in his pajamas, Fu Yunfeng's gaze deepened. Su Ran, standing at a height of 182 meters with a slender frame, appeared somewhat lost in the oversized attire, with the sleeves and pant legs rolled up, revealing his fair wrists and ankles. The dark fabric accentuated his porcelain skin. Feeling Fu Yunfeng's eyes upon him, Su Ran tightened his lips. "It's late. I'm going to bed." As he turned to leave, passing by Fu Yunfeng, he felt his arm being caught, and a melodious voice whispered in his ear, "You're sleeping here." Su Ran Foltif. "Surprised, what about you?" "I'll sleep on the sofa." As Fu Yunfeng turned to leave, Su Ran instinctively pulled him back. "This is your home, your room. It wouldn't be right for you to sleep on the sofa." Fu Yunfeng glanced down at Su Ran's hand gripping his, admiring the elegant fingers. He gently pried Su Ran's hand away and strode confidently out. "If I say you're sleeping here, then you shall." Watching his retreating figure, Su Ran felt a wave of confusion wash over him. That night, as he lay in bed, Su Ran found himself unable to sleep. The bedding was freshly laundered, carrying only the subtle scent of detergent. Yet, the thought that he was occupying Fu Yunfeng's bed while the owner slept on the narrow sofa downstairs troubled him. Imagining Fu Yunfeng's tall frame fitting into that cramped space made sleep even more elusive. 6-6, Su Ran suddenly called out. Lulu immediately appeared in the room. "What's the matter, host?" Su Ran queried. "Do you think Fu Yunfeng's attitude towards me has shifted somewhat?" Lulu replied. "Are you wondering why Fu Yunfeng treats you so well? There is no need for such directness. Should I invite him to come up and sleep together?" Lulu added. "Host, the bed is quite spacious. If you wish to invite him, feel free. There is no need to consult me." Chapter 22, Mr. Fu is once again Tease. Fu Yunfeng sat awkwardly on his own sofa, wide awake yet unable to sleep. His mind was consumed by the image of Su Ran clad in his pajamas. Her long, fair neck and the loose collar revealed her exquisite collarbones, while her slender wrists and ankles seemed so delicate that he felt he could easily break them with a mere grip. Fu Yunfeng found himself justifiably suspicious of Su Ran's intentions, believing her to be deliberately enticing him while maintaining an innocent facade. Growing increasingly agitated, he abruptly sat up. Why should he endure the indignity of sleeping on the sofa? This was his room, his bed. As he contemplated this, Fu Yunfeng decided to ascend to his bedroom when he suddenly heard footsteps descending from upstairs. The lights downstairs were off, and only the faint glow from the uncurtained floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated the room. Through this dim light, he discerned a figure cautiously making its way down the stairs, heading towards the sofa where he sat. Before approaching, the figure abruptly halted 2 meters away, a surprised voice calling out, "Fu Yunfeng?" Su Ran, having come downstairs, spotted the silhouette seated on the sofa and called out. He soon heard the response, a simple mm. Yet, from that single syllable, Su Ran could sense the displeasure emanating from him. Silence enveloped the dimly lit living room, creating an eerie tranquility. As Su Ran pondered how to suggest that Fu Yunfeng join him in bed, the latter suddenly spoke. "What are you doing downstairs instead of sleeping?" The thought he had just set aside resurfaced in his mind. Could this person truly be attempting to seduce him? Unbeknownst to Su Ran, who was now perceived as the seducer, he innocently replied, "This sofa is rather small. You must be uncomfortable sleeping on it. I believe the bed in this room is quite large. Would you like to sleep together?" What had initially been a fleeting thought now solidified into certainty for Fu Yunfeng, realizing that Su Ran indeed intended to entice him. "What exactly are you trying to achieve?" Fu Yunfeng inquired, his gaze fixed on the figure standing at a distance in the darkness. Su Ran responded, "I'm inviting you to sleep together." Fu Yunfeng gritted his teeth, retorting, "I'm not the kind of person who is so easily swayed." What does that even mean? Su Ran thought, his mind filled with questions. "Lulu, I understand every word he said, yet when combined, I find myself perplexed." Lulu replied, "Fu Yunfeng, Suran, we have long established that our relationship is one of collaboration. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me." Upon hearing those words, Su Ran understood, and a mix of anger and amusement washed over her. "I see, Mr. Fu. Please do get some rest. I shall retire to my room now. If you fancy the sofa, then sleep there. It won't kill you." Such a kind-hearted yet ungrateful man, she muttered, her irritation palpable as she ascended the stairs, leaving Fu Yunfeng in a stupor on the sofa. The tone of Su Ran's voice earlier, was she truly angry? What grounds did she have for anger when he was the one wronged? In that moment, Fu Yunfeng completely forgot that it was his own compassion that had led him to bring her to his villa, and that he had willingly relinquished his bed. All of this stemmed from that fleeting moment of infatuation he had felt for Su Ran. The following day, as Su Ran descended the stairs, she was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting from a kitchen. She paused momentarily before continuing down. To her surprise, she found Fu Yunfeng clad in an apron, standing before the stove, frying eggs. Upon hearing her footsteps, he turned to her. "Last night, I had Su Min bring over some clothes. They're by the entrance. You can change after breakfast." At his words, Su Ran glanced towards the entrance and indeed spotted a bag from a men's clothing brand. Turning her gaze back to Fu Yunfeng, she noticed he was wearing a new pair of slippers. "When did Assistant Su come by?" she inquired. "While you were showering," he replied, not lifting his gaze as he plated the eggs. Holding 2 dishes, he asked Su Ran, who stood at the staircase, "Have you freshened up?" Su Ran shook her head, "No." Fu Yunfeng placed the eggs on the dining table. "I'll fetch your toiletries." After breakfast, Su Ran changed into the new clothes bought by Assistant Su and accompanied Fu Yunfeng as they stepped outside. It was only then that she appreciated the vibrancy of the area and realized the true beauty of Jiangyu Bay. "I'll take you to your company," Fu Yunfeng offered. Su Ran accepted without hesitation. Hailing a taxi near Jiangyu Bay was quite a challenge, and her own car remained at the office. Once they reached the company, Su Ran turned to him before exiting the vehicle, expressing her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Fu Yunfeng watched her retreating figure, sitting in the car lost in thought. Just as he was about to start the engine, a knock on the window interrupted him. Lowering the window, he found a man standing outside. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and upon seeing Fu Yunfeng, a smile spread across his face. "Hello, are you the CEO of Yiyang?" Fu Yunfeng regarded the man with a slight furrow in his brow, his voice icy. "And you are?" "My name is Zhou Yuqiang, and I have some connections with the Su family," the man replied cheerfully. "The Su family?" Fu Yunfeng said, intrigued. "What connections do you have with them?" Zhou Yuqiang continued. "I know that the former chairman of the Su family did not favor his eldest son, Su Ran. I noticed your concern for him, and I could assist you in ensuring that Su Ran secures a place within the Su group." At this, Fu Yunfeng finally bestowed him with a meaningful glance. "How do you intend to assist me? I am privy to Tang Yuanshu's secret." As Su Ran settled into his office, the system informed him that Tang Yuanshu had not compensated Zhou Yuqiang, leading to a breakdown in their negotiations. Now, Zhou Yuqiang sought to ruin her, and it was likely that Su Qianshan would soon discover that Su Kong was not his son. Indeed, it was time for him to learn the truth. The grievances between him and Su Qianshan ought to come to an end. Had there been any progress regarding the investigation into the original mother's car accident? Lulu reported that the private investigator had uncovered some information, confirming that the original mother's demise was not an accident. In the afternoon, the investigator sent Su Ran all the materials pertaining to that ill-fated accident. After reviewing the documents, his initial belief that Su Qianshan was uninvolved was utterly shattered. Although Su Qianshan was not the mastermind, his decision to shield Tang Yuanshu after learning of the events made him complicit. As dusk fell, the vibrant crimson clouds reflected upon the Su family villa, creating a strikingly beautiful scene. Yet within the villa, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the exterior. Su Qianshan hurled a stack of photographs and a paternity test report at Tang Yuanshu, his fury palpable. "How dare you betray me with another man? Allowing me to raise your son for all these years? You are truly something." The photographs struck Tang Yuanshu, leaving a cut on her face from their sharp edges. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed the pictures scattered on the floor, depicting her and Zhou Yuqiang sharing a kiss in the car. Chapter 23, Mr. Fu is once again provoked. Tang Yuanshu gazed incredulously at the photographs, then at Su Qianshan's furious countenance, and asked, "You investigated me?" Su Qiansan, barely able to restrain his laughter and his rage, retorted, "It wasn't me who investigated you. Someone delivered this evidence to me. Even if I had conducted an investigation, Would it not be warranted given your actions? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuanshu smiled faintly, stating, "Since you are already aware, there is nothing more for me to say." The moment those words left her lips, Su Qianshan's anger surged to its zenith. Despite the evidence laid bare before him, he yearned to hear Tang Yuanshu deny the truth. However, he was taken aback when she openly admitted it. Su Qianshan glared at her, declaring, "Tang Yuanshu, from the time you were 20 and joined me until now, I believed I treated you well. How dare you betray me?" In response, she laughed, "You have indeed treated me well. But is it not natural for a young and beautiful woman to seek a handsome man to love?" Su Qianshan was astonished that the woman who had always revolved around him would utter such words. Tang Yuansu continued, "Su Qiansan, I cannot fathom what good deeds you have performed in your past life. With your average looks, you married a woman as lovely as a flower. Yet you remain unsatisfied and indulge in infidelity." Reflecting on how the Su group faced a crisis due to his indiscretions with his secretary, he realized the ramifications of transferring his shares. Were it not for Su Qianshan, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. Everything was a consequence of his own making. Su Qianshan certainly did not believe he was in the wrong. In his world, being wealthy made it perfectly acceptable to pursue two women. Thus, upon discovering that the woman he had been supporting was not only unfaithful, but also coveting his wealth, he felt utterly unforgiving. He glared at Tang Yuanshu and declared, "You must leave the Su family immediately with that bastard child. I will have my lawyer draft a divorce agreement. Are you really going to force us out?" Tang Yuanshu retorted coldly, locking her gaze on his Su Qianshan. He sneered, "After all the years I provided for your son, that should suffice. Now leave." "You are not a man," Tang Yuanshu shouted defiantly. No sooner had her words left her lips than a child's voice piped up, "Daddy, Mommy, what's wrong?" At the sound, both Su Qianshan and Tang Yuanshu turned to see Su Kong standing on the second floor. Upon seeing Su Kong, Su Qianshan's fury intensified, and he bellowed, "Do not call me daddy. I am not your father." Su Kong had never been shouted at like this before, and he recoiled in fear. Tang Yuansu, perturbed by her son being yelled at, interjected, "Why are you yelling at him? He's just a child." Su Qianshan snapped, "Then you both should leave." No sooner had he spoken than Su Kong burst into tears, crying, "Daddy, I'm scared." Hearing the child call him daddy only fueled Su Qianshan's rage, as he felt as if his head was about to explode. "Stop calling me dad, and get out." Meanwhile, Su Ran was driving while listening to Lu report on the situation involving Su Qianshan, when he heard that Tang Yuanshu, in a bid to avoid being thrown out, had attempted to carry Su Kong upstairs, and they both tumbled down the staircase. He nearly slammed on the brakes. Tang Yuanshu was indeed quite bold, risking such danger to cling to Su Qianshan. At this point, no matter how much Su Qianshan despised the two, he could not simply disregard them. As their vehicle approached the entrance of the Fu family estate, another red Maserati coincidentally arrived at the gate. The estate's entrance was spacious enough for two cars to pass through side by side. However, since Su Ran's vehicle had arrived first, there was no space left for the second car. As Su Ran's front wheels crossed the threshold, the Maserati barreled forward without any intention of slowing down, crashing directly into Su Ran's car. With a thunderous crash, Su Ran slammed on the brakes, staring incredulously at the Maserati that had collided with him. The owner of the vehicle then exited, and upon seeing who it was, Su Ran realized trouble had arrived. The driver knocked on the window of Su Ran's car, and he lowered it to see who was outside. "Did you not see I was trying to enter?" Fu Qing demanded. In response, Su Ran chuckled in disbelief. "And did you not see that I was trying to enter?" For reasons unknown, this remark ignited Fu Qing's fury, and he shouted, "Who do you think you are? Trying to cut me off?" This statement darkened Su Ran's expression, and he fixed a cold, silent stare on Fu Qing. Fu Qing harbored a profound fear of Fu Yunfeng. Each time he encountered the latter's expressionless gaze, an involuntary chill would course through him. Presently, Su Ran's indifferent stare mirrored that of Fu Qing, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Upon realizing that he had been startled by merely a glance from Su Ran, he returned and forcefully slapped the side of the car, proclaiming that her glare was futile. She would still fail to win over his brother, and it would be best for her to divorce him and return the shares of the Fu family granted by their grandfather. Oh, Su Ran responded with a smile instead of anger. Did your brother instruct you to say that? Does it require his prompting? It is evident to any discerning person that he does not favor you. Then let me inquire with your brother to ascertain the truth, Su Ran said, raising her phone to Fu Cheng's line of sight. Yinfeng, is what your brother said accurate? The screen displayed an active call initiated by Fu Cheng during their earlier confrontation. Upon realizing the situation, Fu Cheng's immediate reaction was to snatch the phone away. However, Su Ran deftly placed it on the passenger seat, preventing him from doing so. Moments later, a deep, cold voice emerged from the phone. How would I be unaware that my marriage requires external influence? The term external drained color from Fu Cheng's face, revealing the truth that his identity was irrelevant compared to the Fu family's lineage. Fu Yinfeng strode purposefully towards the entrance of the estate, and Su Ran, sensing his approach, looked up. Fu Cheng, he called from distance. Hearing his name, Fu Cheng's complexion paled further, and he instinctively recoiled, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. As Fu Yinfeng reached the side of Su Ran's vehicle, he did not acknowledge Fu Cheng, but instead peered through the window at Su Ran, an inscrutable emotion in his eyes. Are you all right? Su Ran shook her head. I'm fine, just the car may need repairs. At her words, Fu Yinfeng finally directed a glance towards Fu Cheng. You'll take it for repairs, without insurance, and you will bear the costs. Understood, cousine, Fu Cheng replied, too intimidated to protest. Ignoring him, Fu Yinfeng opened the car door for Su Ran, gesturing for her to exit. Let us go inside. Grandfather is awaiting our dinner. He then turned to Fu Cheng, commanding, move the car. Leading Su Ran, who had now exited the vehicle, they walked away, leaving Fu Cheng seething with hatred. He felt the urgency to expedite the plan he had devised with his mother. Wishing everyone a joyful mid-autumn festival. Chapter 24, Mr. Fu is once again enchanted in the dining room of the Fu family villa. Elder Fu, along with Fu Rou and the second uncle's family, were already seated at the table. Upon their entrance, Fu Rou noticed only the two of them and cheerfully inquired. Earlier, Xiao Cheng mentioned he was at the door. Why didn't he come in with you? In truth, it was Fu Cheng who sent her a message, briefly recounting the events that had transpired at the entrance and mentioned their plans to act ahead of schedule. Fu Yinfeng disregarded her inner turmoil and stated plainly. He intentionally collided with Su Ran's vehicle. I have instructed him to manage the subsequent matters. After speaking, he pulled out a chair for Su Ran before taking a seat beside her. Upon hearing that Fu Cheng had crashed Su Ran's car, the first reaction of the elder Fu was to inquire about Su Ran's well-being. Su Ran reassured him, saying, I am fine. The car merely requires a trip to the repair shop. Fu Rou understood that Fu Cheng must have felt wronged, prompting him to relay such information. Yet, the elder Fu seemed solely concerned for Su Ran, showing no inclination to inquire about Fu Cheng's condition. Thus, she deliberately raised her voice, saying, a car crash? Is Xiao Cheng unharmed? Only then did the elder Fu recall his neglect in checking on Fu Cheng, his expression turning anxious as he prepared to speak. Fu Yinfeng lazily lifted his eyelids and remarked, Aunt, it was Fu Cheng who struck Su Ran's car. Since I can have him address the aftermath, all is well. The elder Fu, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and fell silent. Fu Rou, observing the elder Fu's complete lack of concern for Fu Cheng, gritted her teeth in frustration. Believing Fu Cheng was right, their plans to expedite matters were indeed beneficial. While Fu Rou was in a tumult, Fu Yuanzhong's family merely watched the drama unfold. Su Ran noticed all their subtle maneuvers. The members of the Fu family were quite cunning. This incident was brushed aside lightly, and the elder Fu called everyone to dine together. Just as they were halfway through their meal, a phone rang out from the dining room. The sound emanated from the phone nestled in Su Ran's pocket. He retrieved it to find it was a call from Su Qianshan. After Su Qianshan had given 30% of the shares to Su Ran, he had removed Su Qianshan's number from the blacklist. I need to take this call. Su Ran excused himself as he stood. Fu Yinfeng observed Su Ran's retreating figure, his expression contemplative. Su Ran was aware of the matters concerning Su Qianshan, yet the latter remained oblivious to his knowledge. After sending Tang Yuanshu and Su Kong to the hospital, Su Qianshan had called Su Ran. wishing to summon him to the hospital. Su Ran found himself stifling a laugh at the suggestion. Dad, I am quite busy and cannot assist you with family matters. Su Ran, regardless, I am still your father, came Su Qianshan's weary voice through the phone. Yes, I have never denied that, Su Ran replied. Please help your father. I know you possess the capability. Since Su Ran had revived the Su group, Su Qianshan recognized his exceptional talents. Hearing this, Su Ran understood he was nearing the completion of his final step. I can assist you, but I have conditions. What conditions? I require all the shares in your possession, and you must refrain from intervening in the Su group henceforth. Upon hearing this, it was clear Su Qianshan would never agree. Then that's settled. You can resolve the matter concerning Tang Yuan Shu on your own. With that, Su Ran ended the call abruptly. As Su Ran answered the call, he wandered into the back garden of the villa. After hanging up, he gazed at the vibrant flowers in full bloom, feeling an indescribable sense of joy. He was aware that his mission was nearing completion. Why don't you come in for dinner? A voice suddenly interrupted him from behind. It was Fu Yunfeng. Su Ran turned to face him, just having finished his call. However, he had little desire to return for dinner, having lost his appetite upon witnessing the expressions of those gathered. Seemingly attuned to Su Ran's sentiments, Fu Yunfeng approached and grasped his wrist, saying, "Come on, I'll take you to eat." With that, he pulled Su Ran along, turning back to smile at him. Let's make a quick escape. Grandpa will surely be displeased if he finds out. Su Ran stood there, momentarily stunned by the grip on his wrist, and, as he looked up, he caught sight of Fu Yunfeng's steadfast smile. In that instant, he was once again captivated. Fu Yunfeng was undeniably handsome, the kind that left a lasting impression, the sort that made one's heart flutter upon a second glance. Had he not been on a mission, he might have found himself willing to love this man. Today, Fu Yunfeng drove a modest silver gray Mercedes. As they exited the estate, the previously parked Ferraris and Maseratis had already been towed away. Su Ran assumed Fu Yunfeng would take him to a posh restaurant, but to his surprise, they headed to a bustling street of food stalls near a university. The food street was lively, and after a lengthy search, Fu Yunfeng finally found a parking spot. Once parked, Su Ran turned to Fu Yunfeng and inquired, "What made you think of coming here?" "I wanted to experience university life," Fu Yunfeng replied. Su Ran was momentarily speechless. "Haven't you attended university?" "I have, but not in this country, so I didn't get to experience it," Fu Yunfeng explained. All right then. Since arriving in this world, Su Ran had never visited a food street, making this his first experience. Both had returned from work and had only half-eaten their meals before rushing out. Still dressed in their work attire, Su Ran in a white shirt and black trousers, while Fu Yunfeng wore a black shirt and black pants. Their striking appearances and tall statures quickly drew the attention of many passers-by, particularly towards Fu Yunfeng. Clearing his throat, Su Ran smiled at the man beside him, saying, "If you had attended university in this country, you would undoubtedly have been the heartthrob of the school." "Indeed," Fu Yunfeng replied, "what about you?" Su Ran was a loss for words, realizing he was being considered as the school heartthrob. "What do you mean? Are you the heartthrob of your school?" Fu Yunfeng gasped. "Not really. In truth, the original owner was quite popular among the girls at school, but he maintained a low profile, abstaining from participating in any heartthrob contests. Otherwise, given his looks, he would surely have made the list." "Hello." A melodious female voice timidly broke through. Su Ran turned to see a beautiful girl, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Fu Yunfeng, holding her phone in a flustered manner. "May I add we chat?" Fu Yunfeng glanced at the girl's exquisite features and replied indifferently, "I do not possess such a thing." Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Then, another girl beside her, slightly bolder, asked Su Ran, "May I add you to my green bubble?" "No," came Fu Yunfeng's response, his tone much colder than before. "He is my partner. It is inappropriate." At this, both girls felt awkward, repeatedly apologizing before hastily departing. Su Ran observed Fu Yunfeng's indifferent expression and remarked, "You need not be so stern." "What do you mean by that?" Fu Yunfeng inquired, meeting her gaze. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by his stare, but quickly regained her composure, saying, "In our relationship, you need not shut yourself off completely. You may attempt to engage with other girls. After all, we can consider divorce in the future. I do not wish to divorce." Chapter 25, Mr. Fu is once again Tease. Su Ran was perplexed by Fu Yunfeng's declaration of not wanting a divorce. After uttering those words, he strode ahead with an unhappy expression. With no other choice, Su Ran followed closely behind him. He noticed various food stalls along the snack street offering many of his favorite treats. Yet he refrained from stopping to buy anything as Fu Yunfeng continued to walk briskly. Fu Yunfeng, Su Ran called out to the man who was lost in his thoughts. Didn't you say you would take me to eat? Why are you walking so fast? The man paused briefly, then turned to face Su Ran, his expression decidedly sour. With a head full of questions, Su Ran stepped closer and asked, "Are you angry?" Fu Yunfeng remained silent, pursing his lips as he looked at her. Su Ran pressed on, "What is making you angry?" Fu Yunfeng replied, "Do you truly wish to divorce me?" Su Ran was somewhat bewildered, recalling their prior agreement. "But I do not wish to divorce now." Why not? Could it be that he was about to confess his feelings for her? Just as this thought crossed Su Ran's mind, Fu Yunfeng provided an answer. "I believe that suddenly divorcing would not be wise for our relationship." Surprised, Su Ran gazed at him, questioning, "How is it sudden? Did we not agree on a year?" By his calculations, there were still over 9 months remaining. Fu Yunfeng stated, "I have changed my mind." "Why?" "Just because." His response, devoid of rationale, was delivered with an air of nonchalance that was almost infuriating, leaving Su Ran both exasperated and amused. Just as she prepared to challenge him, she heard someone call her name. Su Ran. Turning her head, she spotted a tall, handsome young man standing a short distance away. Upon noticing her gaze, he smiled broadly. "It really is you." As he approached with long strides, Su Ran rifled through her memory and finally recognized him. The young man was Fong Shuyang, a year her senior, currently pursuing his Master degree at University A, coincidentally in the same field of study as Su Ran. Fong Shuyang approached, his eyes brimming with uncontainable mirth. "I haven't seen you back at school lately. What have you been up to?" Su Ran smiled politely in response. "Hello, senior. I applied for an off-campus internship, and I no longer return to school." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yunfeng arrived at his side, casually wrapping an arm around Su Ran's waist. Ran, who is this?" Suddenly embraced and addressed with such an embarrassing moniker, Su Ran stiffened momentarily, then shot a terrified glance at Fu Yunfeng, his eyes filled with questions. Noticing his reaction, Fu Yunfeng chuckled. "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to introduce him?" Upon witnessing Fu Yunfeng's possessive gesture, the smile in Fong Shuyang's eyes quickly faded. He had heard rumors at school about Su Ran's marriage. It was said that Su Ran had wed the current leader of Yang for reasons devoid of affection. Thus, he had hoped to clarify matters with Su Ran, but had not seen him at school lately. Moreover, Su Ran had changed his phone number. Fu Yunfeng, keenly perceptive, noticed the shifting emotions in Fong Shuyang's gaze. He had sensed the differing sentiments Fong Shuyang harbored for Su Ran the moment he approached. Hence, Fu Yunfeng asserted his claim by encircling Su Ran's waist. At that moment, Su Ran felt a slight headache. He was uncertain whether Fu Yunfeng's behavior stemmed from possessiveness or genuine affection. Speaking in a manner that could easily lead to misunderstandings before outsiders was quite an ordeal. Turning to Fong Shuyang, Su Ran smiled and introduced, "Senior, this is Fu Yunfeng, my partner." Fu Yunfeng could discern Fong Shuyang's fondness for Su Ran, and Su Ran was equally aware of Fong Shuyang's feelings. Desiring to avoid unnecessary entanglements, Su Ran felt compelled to echo Fu Yunfeng's words. Upon hearing Su Ran refer to Fu Yunfeng as his partner, the light in Fong Shuyang's eyes dimmed instantly. Although he was aware of the situation, hearing Su Ran acknowledge it outright was still a painful blow, leaving him to grapple with the sorrow of his unrequited affection that had never seen the light of day. Fong Shuyang forced a smile, addressing Fu Yunfeng. "Hello, I'm Su Ran Senior, Fong Shuyang." As Su Ran introduced Fu Yunfeng as his partner, Fu Yunfeng se lips involuntarily curled upwards. "Fellow, em Sunthink, Su Ran's partner." His tone carried a weightier emphasis on the word partner. Su Ran, feeling the sting of Fong Shuyang's unrequited love, exchanged only a few words before Fong Shuyang departed. Once he was gone, Su Ran could no longer contain himself and glared at Fu Yunfeng. "Why did you let him misunderstand just now?" Misunderstand what? Fu Yinfeng replied, meeting his gaze. Am I not your legitimate partner? Su Ran found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Pulling away from Fu Yunfeng's grasp, he turned and declared, I'm going to grab a bite to eat. I'll head back after breakfast. I'm tired. Disregarding Fu Yunfeng, Su Ran began to scour the street food stalls for delicacies. Over an hour later, having indulged himself, Su Ran realized that Fu Yunfeng had scarcely eaten anything. He understood that Fu Yunfeng had specifically brought him out for a meal, and now, feeling full, he appreciated the kindness Fu Yunfeng had shown him. Concerned, he inquired, Have you eaten anything? Would you like to go somewhere else for a meal? Observing the contentment etched across Su Ran's face, Fu Yunfeng understood that he had dined satisfactorily and shook his head, replying, No need. I have eaten quite enough. Shall we head back? Fu Yunfeng asked once more. Let us return. There is not much to explore here, Su Ran replied. The two ambled towards the parking area, entering the vehicle one after the other. Just as Su Ran fastened his seatbelt, his phone rang, the screen illuminating with an incoming call. Glancing at the caller ID, Su Ran smirked, hesitating for a couple of seconds before answering. The call was from Su Qinshan, who wasted no time in stating, I agree to your request, but only on the condition that you retrieve the shares from Tang Yuanshu. Those are assets I built together with your mother and cannot be given to unrelated parties. At this, Su Ran found the situation utterly amusing and let out a laugh. Fu Yunfeng, who was about to start the car, couldn't help but glance at him, though he remained silent. So now you recognize that those are my mother's assets? Su Ran's tone turned icy. Why didn't you mention that when you handed them over to someone else? What you say now is merely a reflection of your bitterness due to betrayal. Have you ever considered my mother? The words rendered the person on the other end of the line speechless. Both Su Qinshan and Su Ran fell into silence. After a considerable pause, Su Ran exhaled deeply. Even if you don't speak, I will reclaim those shares. Prepare the share transfer contract. I'm ending this call now. Without further ado, he hung up. Turning his gaze to the window, Su Ran observed the night descending, the city lights twinkling like stars. He pondered the inherent selfishness of humanity. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a playful ruffle on his head, causing him to turn in surprise. The man driving had already withdrawn his hand. Chapter 26. Mr. Fu is once again teased. Don't be upset. Fu Yunfeng's voice carried a hint of tenderness. If you need my assistance, I am willing to help. Remembering the man from that day, Fu Yunfeng felt compelled to offer his support to Su Ran. Despite their prior discussions of collaboration, Su Ran had seldom sought Fu Yunfeng's aid. He turned and asked the driver, What assistance can you provide? Fu Yunfeng replied, I can help you reclaim the shares from Tang Yuanshu. At this, Su Ran smiled at him. And how do you propose to assist me? As long as you are willing to accept my goodwill, I have my ways. All right. Su Ran readily agreed. Though he believed recovering the shares from Tang Yuanshu would not pose a challenge, something compelled him to accept Fu Yunfeng's offer in that fleeting moment. Receiving his response, Fu Yunfeng silently smiled. With that topic concluded, both men fell into a comfortable silence. Eventually, Su Ran noticed that their route did not lead back to the Fu family estate, yet it felt oddly familiar. He turned to ask, Where are we headed? The latter gazed steadily ahead, his tone calm as he spoke, returned to Jianyue Bay. Su Ran was momentarily speechless, having never expressed a desire to return to his residence. Fu Yunfeng replied, You did not state otherwise. Su Ran retorted, Is this how it is? With a sigh of resignation, he added, I have no change of clothes. Fu Yunfeng countered, A few days ago, I instructed Assistant Su to procure some work attire for you, as well as loungewear. Su Ran concedif. I have no reason to refuse now. Upon entering the house, Su Ran noticed a pair of light blue slippers placed at the entrance. After changing his shoes, he observed the surroundings, which were reminiscent of his previous visit, yet somehow different. It soon dawned on him where the difference lay. Fu Yunfeng's villa, once devoid of life, now bore the traces of a shared existence. I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I had Su Min purchase items akin to mine, Fu Yunfeng remarked. Standing behind Su Ran, turning around, Su Ran inquired, Why did you buy so many things for me at your villa? I do not frequent this place. The thought of their imminent divorce lingered in his mind. It's of no concern, as long as you have what you need when you visit, Fu Yunfeng assured him. Leaving Su Ran momentarily at a loss for words. Why did Fu Yunfeng's words and actions seem so easily misinterpreted? Fortunately, Fu Yunfeng had arranged for the guest room to be prepared, alleviating any worries about sleeping arrangements. He guided Su Ran to the guest room, pointing to the wardrobe, saying, "The clothes Su Min bought are all here. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I'll have him procure more tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Su Ran approached and opened the wardrobe door, only to be taken aback at the sight of it filled with clothing. The wardrobe was brimming with garments, all bearing tags. A mix of casual and formal wear, all in Su Ran's size and style. Fu Yunfeng remarked, "I had Su Min buy whatever he thought suitable. If you dislike any of it, just let me know, and I'll have him return for more." Su Ran quipped, "Brother, are you planning to relocate the entire Dell clothing store here? This is more than sufficient." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Su Ran's mouth. "That is good to hear." Fu Yunfeng nodded, as if suddenly recalling something important. "I forgot to have Su Min buy you sleepwear. Would you prefer to wear mine?" Su Ran hesitated, unsure of his faith in the suggestion. "Then I would appreciate it if you could fetch me a set of your sleepwear." "Thank you. No trouble at all. I shall retrieve it immediately," Fu Yunfeng replied, turning towards the master bedroom to fetch the sleepwear. After a short while, Su Ran saw him returning with a deep blue set of sleepwear. "I recalled you wore this last time, so I thought to bring you the same," he explained. Indeed, the sleepwear in Fu Yunfeng's hands was the same color as the one he had previously worn. Accepting the clothing, Su Ran expressed his gratitude once more. This time, Fu Yunfeng merely nodded, saying nothing further. After a brief moment, Su Ran fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes seemingly questioning why he still lingered. Fu Yunfeng comprehended the unspoken sentiment, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice as he inquired. "Good night, then?" "Good night," she replied, devoid of any emotion. After her shower, Su Ran reclined on the soft, expansive bed. The bedding appeared freshly changed, imbued with a subtle scent of sunlight, evoking a sense of tranquility that coaxed her into drowsiness. 6-6, she suddenly called out to the system. Instantly, 6-6 materialized in the room, asking, "What is it, host?" Su Ran sat up, wary of succumbing to slumber. She recalled that Zhou Yuqiang had previously asked Tang Yuanshu for funds. Had Tang Yuanshu failed to provide them? 6-6 responded. Tang Yuanshu initially intended to sell a portion of her shares to furnish Zhou Yuqiang with the money, but something went awry, and she did not proceed with the sale. "Why not?" Su Ran furrowed her brow slightly. 6-6 replied, "It seems Zhou Yuqiang did something that infuriated Tang Yuanshu." Just then, a knock echoed at the door, momentarily startling both of them. In this house, apart from Su Ran, the only resident was Fu Yunfeng, the owner. "Are you asleep?" Fu Yunfeng's voice resonated through the door. Su Ran sighed, puzzled by his visit at such an hour. She reached for the lamp on the bedside table, illuminating the room, and got up to open the door. Standing outside was Fu Yunfeng, clad in a black sleep ensemble, his freshly washed hair still damp and cascading softly, rendering him considerably gentler in appearance than usual. Su Ran's gaze fell upon the glass of milk in his right hand. He offered it to her, saying, "I worried you might find it difficult to sleep in an unfamiliar bed, so I warmed a glass of milk for you. It should help you rest better." Su Ran longed to express that she would have fallen asleep regardless of his presence, but the words morphed into a simple, "Thank you." She drank the milk in one go and handed the empty glass back to Fu Yunfeng, asking good night. Fu Yunfeng's eyes darkened as they lingered on the delicate curve of her collarbone. He pressed his lips together and replied, "Good night." A night devoid of dreams passed, and the following morning, breakfast was once again prepared by Fu Yunfeng, who then took on the role of her chauffeur to the company. Before departing, Fu Yunfeng remarked, "The car is in for repairs. I will pick you up after work today. You can choose a different vehicle when we return." Su Ran nodded and proceeded on her way. Observing her retreating figure, Fu Yunfeng retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After a brief wait, once the call connected, he spoke coldly, "Have Zhou Yuqiang hand over the items." He ended the call promptly. Meanwhile, as Su Ran entered her office, Xin Xian knocked and entered to report on the day's work arrangements. After detailing all tasks for the day, Xin Xian informed her, "President Su, Secretary Zhang from S-City called, stating that our previous collaboration project requires your personal attention. I need to go to S-City myself?" Surang Guidith. Yes, President Su. When? Sin Xian replied. Secretary Zhang mentioned he is available tomorrow afternoon, so I booked a flight for you at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Su Ran trusted Sin Xian's capabilities and understood that it was unlikely she would truly need to attend in person. The other party would not have booked a flight in advance otherwise. Understood, General Su. Chen Qian spoke again. I have recruited a small assistant for you. You may assign him to handle routine matters. Recently, the workload has been substantial, necessitating that both Su Ran and Chen Qian personally attend to numerous tasks. Some responsibilities have led Chen Qian to overlook Su Ran's side, prompting her to seek assistance. Su Ran comprehended this, having previously discussed the issue, but suitable candidates had not been found until now. Naturally, he desired to meet the new hire. Very well, as long as you believe he is capable, Su Ran nodded. Please bring him in. I have a few matters to discuss with him. Chen Qian nodded and promptly summoned the assistant, introducing him to Su Ran. General Su. This is Lu Xiang, who has experience as an assistant in another company and possesses commendable abilities. Su Ran lifted his gaze to Lu Xiang and noted his fair complexion, finding him quite pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but wonder if Chen Qian had prioritized looks in her hiring decision. The following day, while on a business trip, Su Ran discovered that Lu Xiang was accompanying him. He had initially thought that Chen Qian would be the one traveling to City S with him. Upon seeing Su Ran, Lu Xiang smiled and offered, General Su, may I assist you with your luggage? No need, Su Ran declined, as he did not have much to carry, which left Lu Xiang somewhat disheartened. His disappointment stemmed not from the refusal of his help, but from the impression that Su Ran, as a boss, might not favor him. Chen Qian had booked them both in business class, with their seats conveniently located next to each other. The previous evening, after Fu Yunfeng picked him up from the company, they had dined with Old Master Fu, where discussions inevitably veered towards the incident that had occurred 2 days prior at the estate's entrance. With some backing, Fu Cheng insisted that the collision had not been intentional. He claimed it was simply an impulsive mistake, mistaking the accelerator for the brake out of excitement upon seeing Su Ran's vehicle. As he spoke, Fu Yunfeng, maintaining a calm demeanor, interjected, So, were the disparaging remarks you directed at Su Ran also due to excessive excitement? He then produced his phone and played a recording. The moment the audio filled the room, silence enveloped the restaurant. After nearly a minute, Old Master Fu slammed the table in indignation, pointing at Fu Cheng. You truly are my esteemed grandson. Furu quickly intervened. Father, Fu Cheng is still young. He lacks understanding. Please do not be angry. Old Master Fu chuckled in disbelief. Is Su Ran not younger than him? Indeed, Su Ran was 22, while Fu Cheng was 24. In terms of age, it was Su Ran who was 2 years his junior. Moreover, Fu Yunfeng recounted Fu Cheng's misdeeds at the company, leading to Old Master Fu expelling him from the family's business ventures, instructing him to fend for himself. After their meal, Fu Yunfeng took Su Ran for a stroll on the estate's lawn to aid digestion, and upon returning, he prepared a warm cup of milk for him. Such attentiveness from Fu Yunfeng inevitably led Su Ran to ponder deeper implications, resulting in sleeplessness that persisted until 2 or 3 in the morning. Now, seated on the plane, he felt the weight of drowsiness descend upon him. Lu Xiang likely noticed his dark circles. Shortly after sitting down, he requested a blanket from the flight attendant. After covering Su Ran with the blanket, he said, President Su, you should rest for a while. I will wake you when we are close. Su Ran, feeling drowsy, closed his eyes and replied softly. Over 2 hours later, the plane safely landed in S City. Su Ran was uncertain whether Mr. Zhang would arrange a dinner that evening. So after Chen Qian mentioned her business trip, she had made hotel reservations for them. After they dropped off their luggage around 1 o'clock, Lu Xiang contacted Mr. Zhang upon disembarking and arranged to meet at 2:30 in the afternoon. They had eaten the in-flight meal, and although it was not substantial, Su Ran felt satisfied and not hungry. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't informed Fu Yunfeng about his business trip, fearing he might ask why he hadn't returned that evening. Thus, he took out his phone and called. After 3 rings, Fu Yunfeng answered, his hoarse voice resonating in Su Ran's ear. Su Ran, what is the matter? He sounded as if he had just woken up. Su Ran recalled that there was a lounge in Fu Yunfeng's office, and at this hour, it was likely his lunch break. Clearing his throat, he said, "I'm on a business trip, staying overnight in S City, so I want to be going back." After a brief silence, he heard a rustling sound. Presumably Fu Yunfeng sitting up. Soon, a voice inquired, "Is Xin Qian accompanying you on this trip?" Su Ran replied, "No, she is my newly hired assistant." "Is it a male or female?" Su Ran, slightly exasperated, responded, "A male." The other end fell silent for several seconds before Fu Yunfeng finally said, "I understand," and then ended the call. Su Ran stared at the disconnected line, feeling perplexed. Why did it seem like Fu Yunfeng was upset? The afternoon meeting proceeded smoothly. Mr. Zhang appeared unusually pleased upon seeing Su Ran. Remarkably, he did not negotiate the previously stated terms and directly signed the contract. This left Su Ran feeling somewhat suspicious. After finalizing the contract, Mr. Zhang mentioned that he had reserved a private room for dinner that evening. Su Ran did not immediately agree, but instead consulted the system, expressing his unease about Mr. Zhang. The contract had been reviewed and deemed sound, yet Mr. Zhang's demeanor seemed questionable. Lu responded after a few seconds. "The host is correct. Mr. Zhang indeed has ulterior motives. He harbors feelings for Fu Rou and is aware that Fu Yunfeng seems to value you highly. Therefore, he plans to drug you tonight and has arranged for several men to wait at the hotel." "Several men? Fu Rou is quite ruthless," Su Ran remarked. Lu, upon hearing this, involuntarily twitched his beautiful, indifferent face, finding his host's focus rather peculiar. "Just remember not to drink any wine poured by Mr. Zhang tonight." However, Su Ran dismissed the concern, saying, "How could I not drink? That would be too disrespectful to Mr. Zhang." Leo. Su Ran's voice was soft and tender, almost like a playful pout. "Could you lend me some credit? I need to exchange for an antidote pill." Suddenly, Leo, taken aback by the affectionate tone, stiffened. "Host, the store does not offer credit." Su Ran replied, "Leo, I know you are the best." Lu, stop right there. Leo, unable to bear it any longer, conceded, "All right, this time. Okay. Naturally, that's no problem." Mr. Zhang, having waited for a response from Su Ran for quite some time, felt his expression shift before quickly reverting to a smile. "Is Su always unwilling to grant me this favor?" "Of course not," Su Ran replied with a charming smile, gazing at the cunning old fox before him. "I certainly intend to share a meal with you." Upon hearing Su Ran's agreement, Mr. Zhang's smile widened. "How could I allow Su to treat me? Since you've come to S City, it's only right that I play the gracious host." Su Ran smiled beautifully. "Then I must thank you in advance, Mr. Zhang." As Zhang observed Su Ran's youthful and handsome face, he felt a stir in his heart. Su Ran was indeed striking, and Zhang, who previously had no reservations about gender, had recently developed a flirtation with Fu Rou, having met her at a banquet last month. They were currently in the stage of Zhang pursuing Fu Rou. Naturally, he had to fulfill the task she assigned him. Yet he could not bear to pursue such a beautiful boy. At 5:30 in the afternoon, before heading out to dinner with Mr. Zhang, Su Ran informed Lu Xiang that he need not accompany him, encouraging him to dine elsewhere and explore the vicinity, assuring him that he would cover all expenses. "So, what if Mr. Zhang tries to pour you drinks when you're alone?" Lu Xiang said, lowering his head and whispering. "Sister Tsin has been reminding me since yesterday that I must stay by your side wherever you go and not let you venture alone." Su Ran mused that Xin Qian's insistence likely stemmed from her past connection with Fu Yunfeng, as Xin Qian had previously been his secretary. Just then, the doorbell rang. Both Su Ran and Lu Xiang exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of who might be visiting Su Ran. As Lu Xiang approached the door and found a tall, handsome man standing there, he froze. "Who are you?" The man, greeted by Lu Xiang's query, looked somewhat displeased and coldly asked, "Where is Su Ran?" "Fu Yunfeng, what are you doing here?" Su Ran walked from his room to the door, his face a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "How did you know my room number?" As soon as he asked, he immediately thought of Xin Qian, and his expression soured. Fu Yunfeng had been watching Su Ran approach, noticing the shift in his demeanor. He understood why Su Ran's mood had changed. "Aside from asking her to tell me which hotel you were staying at in S City, I never inquired about anything else." Fu Yunfeng defended Chengqian. Hearing this, Su Ran's expression softened as he asked, What brings you to S City? To find you, came the unwavering reply. This answer left Su Ran momentarily stunned, his ears subtly reddening. Lu Xiang stood quietly to the side, finally grasping the identity of the individual before him. He had heard that Su Ran was married, her partner being the heir of a Yang. Previously, Lu Xiang had only watched an interview featuring Fu Yunfeng. Upon their face-to-face encounter, he was struck by the man's formidable aura, momentarily oblivious to his identity. Although he was aware that Su Ran had returned to manage her family business despite being married, he had assumed that her relationship with Fu Yunfeng was less than amicable. However, it now appeared otherwise. At the very least, Fu Yunfeng did not seem devoid of feelings for Su Ran. Lu Xiang felt that his presence at dinner was no longer necessary. He cautiously remarked, "General Manager Su, since President Fu is here, I shall excuse myself to my room and forego accompanying you this evening." With those words, he discreetly slipped away. As he exited, he did not forget to nod respectfully to Fu Yunfeng, saying, "President Fu, tonight, General Manager Su has a dinner meeting with General Zhang regarding the collaboration here. Please keep a close watch on him. General Zhang seems a bit off." The peculiarity of General Zhang was not only apparent to Su Ran. Lu Xiang had also noticed it. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunfeng furrowed his brow but replied to Lu Xiang, "I understand." After Lu Xiang departed, Fu Yunfeng entered Su Ran's room, gently closing the door behind him. His tone was even softer than before as he explained, "I truly did not inquire about your whereabouts from Xinxian. It was only after you called to inform me of your business trip to S City that I requested your room number from her." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Su Ran, his expression earnest. In truth, when Fu Yunfeng had mentioned coming to find her, the flicker of irritation in Su Ran's heart had already dissipated. Upon seeing Fu Yunfeng's presence, his heart involuntarily fluttered, and upon realizing that the man had come specifically to seek him out, he felt utterly captivated. Su Ran's current state was one of uncertainty. He was unsure if Fu Yunfeng genuinely harbored affection for him, yet he was acutely aware of his own burgeoning feelings for Fu Yunfeng. What he did not know was that upon receiving Su Ran's call, informing him of his trip to S City, and realizing he was accompanied by a male assistant for an overnight stay, Fu Yunfeng had felt a profound sense of discomfort. After wrestling with his emotions for merely 20 minutes, he had instructed Assistant Su to procure a ticket for the next flight to S City. Fortunately, there were numerous flights from a city to S City, and once Assistant Su secured the ticket, he promptly took Fu Yunfeng to the airport. He arrived just in time before Su Ran left to dine with General Zhang. Following Fu Yunfeng's earlier statement, a silence enveloped the room. After approximately a minute, Su Ran finally spoke, "I understand." Fu Yunfeng, however, misinterpreted Su Ran's words as mere lip service, believing he was not truly believed. He continued, "I know I shouldn't feel this way, but I can't help it. Upon learning that you were on a business trip with someone else, it distressed me deeply." Su Ran interrupted his attempt to elaborate. Gazing directly into his eyes, he asked, "Do you like me?" Upon utterance of this question, silence fell once more in the room. Su Ran awaited his answer, while Fu Yunfeng contemplated the implications of Su Ran's words. Do I like her? In truth, he was uncertain. It was merely when he witnessed others bullying Su Ran that he felt compelled to reprimand the offenders. He experienced discomfort whenever he noticed other boys or girls approaching him, and upon learning that he was on a business trip with someone else, only to be informed of it later, he couldn't help but desire to confine him, forbidding him from going anywhere. If these manifestations signify affection, then he indeed harbored feelings for Su Ran. As he pondered this conundrum, Fu Yunfeng's lips parted slightly, ready to articulate his thoughts when Su Ran's phone rang, interrupting the moment. While waiting for Fu Yunfeng's response, Su Ran had been somewhat uncertain whether he would reply. He had assumed he wouldn't, yet it was evident that Fu Yunfeng was about to speak, only to be interrupted by the ringing phone. Upon retrieving his phone and glancing at the caller ID, Su Ran's brow furrowed slightly. Fu Yunfeng noticed it was President Zhang and urged, "You should answer the call." Su Ran nodded, swiping the screen to accept the call. He heard only fragments of the conversation, responding with, "Yes, I'll be there shortly. No need to wait. I can manage on my own. See you soon." After hanging up, Fu Yunfeng gazed at him, his mouth agape as he sought to convey his thoughts. But Su Ran interjected, Fu Yunfeng, let us discuss our matters later. We must first meet with President Zhang. Su Ran feared that if Fu Yunfeng provided him with an answer now, he might forego the dinner arranged by Zhang. Since it was a gathering, how could he possibly be absent? Thus, attending the meal was imperative. Fu Yunfeng contemplated for a few seconds before nodding. All right, I'll accompany you. When Fu Yunfeng arrived, he had rented a car at the airport. Now, he was the driver, while Su Ran occupied the passenger seat. He briefly mentioned that President Zhang was likely associated with Fu Rou. Upon hearing Fu Rou's name, Fu Yunfeng tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his expression growing more solemn. Su Ran, aware of his discomfort, softly remarked, "In the face of interests, all emotions appear exceedingly fragile." He spoke not only of Fu Rou's relationship with Fu Yunfeng, but also of his own future connections. Fu Yunfeng, being exceptionally astute, grasped the underlying meaning of his words. He replied, "Su Ran, I will not be like that." To which Su Ran smiled, "What if I were?" Fu Yunfeng fell silent for a few moments, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, and stated, "Then I shall provide you with everything you desire." At these words, Su Ran's heart skipped a beat, then raced with fervor. The weight of this statement was known only to Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng. Yet Fu Yunfeng uttered it so casually. He was either genuinely envisioning Su Ran in his future or merely speaking thoughtlessly. As Su Ran contemplated which of these possibilities held truth, Fu Yunfeng continued, "As long as I, Fu Yunfeng, have chosen someone, I will not easily betray or abandon them." He concluded with a solemn promise, "I swear." Chapter 29, Mr. Fu is once again captivated. Upon hearing Fu Yunfeng's words, Su Ran felt a profound shock within his heart. Was this a subtle response to the question he had just posed? "Su Ran," he called softly, "I am aware that I have uttered many unkind words in the past, and I now recognize that I was somewhat of a jerk at that time. You are aware of your own shortcomings?" Su Ran thought to herself. At that moment, she heard Fu Yunfeng say, "Su Ran, grant me an opportunity to make amends, to pursue you, may I?" After uttering this, he fell silent, and Su Ran remained quiet, not turning to look at him. When the vehicle halted at a traffic light, Su Ran finally turned her gaze towards the driver's seat. Under Fu Yunfeng's expectant eyes, she smirked and replied, "Then let me witness your sincerity first." Upon hearing these words, a smile unconsciously graced Fu Yunfeng's lips. He perceived a sense of delight in Su Ran's response, indicating that she did not harbor disdain for him and perhaps held some affection. For the remainder of their journey, they exchanged no words, yet the atmosphere within the car was laced with a subtle tension. Upon arriving at the hotel reserved by Mr. Zhang, they parked and exited the vehicle. Su Ran inquired of her companion, "How shall I introduce you?" Fu Yunfeng glanced at her and replied, "Any way you wish." "Very well. Then I shall refer to you as Mr. Fu." Mr. Zhang's assistant awaited them at the hotel entrance, and upon seeing Su Ran, a broad smile spread across his face. However, when he laid eyes on Fu Yunfeng beside her, his expression froze. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he managed to utter, "Mr. Fu, what brings you here?" Fu Yunfeng cast a cold glance at him and responded, "I heard from Ran that Mr. Zhang invited him to dinner, so I came to check on him. He cannot drink, and I need to keep an eye on him." Su Ran interjected, "Your title changed rather swiftly. It is somewhat embarrassing." Mr. Zhang's assistant, recalling Mr. Zhang's plans for the evening, felt a sense of dread about the night as proceedings. He led Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng to the private room reserved by Mr. Zhang, where they found him already seated. To Su Ran's surprise, Fu Rou was also present. "Is Fu Rou brazenly plotting against me?" "It seems so," the system responded. Fu Rou had been speaking softly with Mr. Zhang, and upon hearing the door open, she looked up with a smile, which vanished instantly upon seeing Fu Yunfeng, her face draining of color. Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng merely cast a fleeting glance at her before Su Ran addressed the now stiff-faced Mr. Zhang. "I sincerely apologize for my tardiness." After several seconds, Mr. Zhang finally spoke. "No, it's quite all right. I just arrived as well." Throughout this exchange, Mr. Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Fu Yunfeng, who maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unaffected. Realizing Fu Yunfeng had no intention of speaking, Su Ran took the initiative. "Aunt, what brings you here?" She spoke with a hint of exaggeration, her eyes brimming with surprise as they met Fu Ro's. At that moment, Fu Yinfeng also called out, and the tone was remarkably calm, as if there were no surprise at Fu Ro's presence. Upon hearing Fu Yunfeng's voice, Fu Ro regained her composure. Yet her meticulously crafted makeup could not conceal the stiffness etched across her face. With a rigid nod, Fu Ro tentatively inquired, "What brings Yinfeng to S City?" After all, she had observed him heading to the company that very morning. Fu Yinfeng settled into a position facing Fu Ro, offering a brief smile before stating, "I came here on a business trip and may not return today. I thought it best to come over to avoid any awkward explanations to grandfather." Earlier, when he had referred to Su Ran in front of Assistant Zhang, Su Ran felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, now, in the presence of Zhang and Fu Ro, he maintained a composed demeanor. Were it not for the slight flush on his ears, Fu Yinfeng might have remained oblivious to Su Ran's shyness. Listening to Fu Yinfeng, Fu Ro pressed her lips together, casting a glance at Zhang, who returned her a reassuring smile. Zhang then retrieved an already opened bottle of wine from the table and poured a glass for Fu Yinfeng, saying, "Mr. Fu, I truly did not expect your visit. I apologize for my lack of hospitality." As he attempted to pour for Su Ran as well, Fu Yunfeng's hand intercepted the glass's rim, stating, "Rand cannot drink." Zhang's hand froze mid-pour before he silently withdrew. Fu Ro observed Fu Yunfeng and then turned her gaze to Su Ran, her brow slightly furrowing. Just when Fu Yunfeng had awakened, he was clamoring for a divorce from Su Ran. How had their relationship improved so rapidly? She had intended to discuss a business deal with Su Ran while seated here, and if he did not acquiesce, she would have resorted to making him drink the wine she had prepared. Little did she anticipate the unexpected arrival of Fu Yunfeng. When Su Ran and company entered, they were served only a few appetizers initially. It was only after everyone was seated that the hot dishes began to arrive in the private room. Once the meal was fully served, a momentary silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Fu Yinfeng lifted his gaze toward Fu Ro, smiling as he queried, "Annie, what brings you to S City, and how do you know Mr. Zhang?" Since encountering Fu Yinfeng, Fu Ro had been mulling over an explanation, one that would justify her presence here. However, the reasoning she concocted seemed far from flawless. Just as she pondered how to navigate the situation, Zhang spoke up, "Fu Ro and I are former schoolmates. We recently reconnected at a social gathering, and upon learning of my impending contract with Mr. Su, knowing he is Mr. Fu's partner, she graciously decided to join us for dinner. Is that so?" Fu Yinfeng's tone remained even. With Zhang having provided her a credible excuse, Fu Ro naturally followed suit. "Indeed, I was out shopping with some friends when I heard about this arrangement from Zhang, so I came over." "Quite a coincidencia," Fu Yunfeng remarked, before picking up his chopsticks and serving a piece of beef short rib to Su Ran, adding, "This looks delightful. Do get a try." As the beef short rib landed in his bowl, Su Ran instinctively glanced at the person who had served him. The latter's eyes sparkled with amusement as they regarded him, causing Su Ran's ears to flush once more as he hastily lowered his head to eat. Once again, the voice of Fu Yunfeng echoed in her ears. Since her aunt was acquainted with General Manager Zhang, why hadn't she spoken a few kind words to persuade him to sign the contract directly, thus sparing Ran a trip to S City? This remark caused Su Ran to cough unexpectedly. How careless of her! Fu Yinfeng promptly moved closer to her, concerned. "Did you choke on it?" Su Ran shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and replied, "I'm fine, just a small cough." Yet, she couldn't help but internally grumble. If it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament? Chapter 30. Mr. Fu is once again Tease. Su Ran enjoyed her meal, while Fu Yunfeng casually nibbled on some dishes. In contrast, General Manager Zhang and Fu Ro hardly touched their food at all. The special drink intended for Su Ran remained untouched. As the meal concluded and that peculiar drink went unconsumed, Su Ran addressed the system. "Since I didn't drink, I won't be needing the detox pill. I refuse to incur debt." Lulu responded with exasperation. "Host, once items are exchanged, they cannot be returned. So run lamentif. Now I have this detox pill I didn't even use and owe the system 100,000 points. This is truly unfortunate." Just as Fu Yinfeng informed Fu Ro and General Manager Zhang of his intention to take Su Ran back, he turned to find her wearing a distressed expression, causing a pang of concern within him. "What's wrong?" He leaned in to ask softly. Hearing his voice reminded Su Ran that it was indeed because of him that she hadn't utilized the detox pill. She turned to glare at him, muttering nothing. Her tone was muffled, as if she were sulking. Fu Yinfeng, unjustly receiving her glare, felt innocent yet found her expression quite captivating. Fu Ro, unwilling to linger any longer, was the first to rise. "Since we've finished eating, let us disperse. Is Annie heading back to his city?" Fu Yinfeng also stood up. Fu Ro paused her departure, smiled lightly. "No, I'll stay at a friend's house tonight and discuss things tomorrow." Fu Yinfeng nodded. "Shall I give you a ride?" "No need. I'll drive myself," she replied curtly, wishing to avoid any further interaction with him. Moreover, her claim about visiting a friend was entirely fabricated. She had no acquaintances in S City. Fu Yinfeng didn't genuinely intend to offer her a ride. It was merely a polite gesture expected of a younger relative. Once they exited the hotel and settled back into the car, Su Ran turned to Fu Yinfeng and asked, "I noticed you hardly ate anything earlier. Would you like to grab something else to eat?" "I'm not hungry," Fu Yinfeng replied, his voice laden with fatigue. Su Ran recognized the exhaustion in his tone. Remembering how he had worked all morning, had his brief nap interrupted by her phone call, and then rushed to catch a flight to see her, she felt a pang of sympathy. "Let us just return to the hotel. We can call for room service or order takeout," she suggested. Fu Yinfeng noted her use of we and couldn't help but glance at her. "I haven't had the chance to book a hotel yet." Su Ran pressed her lips together in contemplation before finally speaking. "If you don't mind, you can stay with me, and we shall return to City A tomorrow." Upon hearing Su Ran's invitation to share accommodations, Fu Yinfeng could hardly suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his voice laced with mirth as he asked, "Are you truly willing to take me in?" Su Ran felt an urge to roll her eyes, but restrained herself, replying, "If you're reluctant, I can always book you a separate room." "I am willing," he responded. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Ran ordered room service for him and began to fret over what Fu Yinfeng would wear. "Did you bring any luggage?" she inquired, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Fu Yinfeng delivered the disappointing news that he had gone directly to the airport from work that afternoon and hadn't had time to go home and pack. Faced with this disheartening revelation, Su Ran could only suggest, "You should take a shower and wear a bathrobe for now. I'll wash your clothes in the laundry so they can be dried and ready for you to wear tomorrow." "What about underwear?" Fu Yinfeng asked. "You can manage without," Su Ran retorted, though she still arranged for the hotel to procure disposable underwear for him. It wasn't that she was unwilling to buy him clothes. It was simply that finding suitable attire for his height was quite challenging, as most of Fu Yunfeng's garments were custom-made. Not long after the disposable underwear arrived, Su Ran heard the bathroom door creak open. She turned to inform Fu Yunfeng about the disposable option, but was taken aback to find him wrapped only in a towel at his waist, his upper body completely bare. Su Ran was momentarily stunned, exclaiming. As Fu Yunfeng approached her, she finally regained her composure and quickly averted her gaze, her face flushed. "What on earth are you doing? I provided you with a bathrobe. Why aren't you wearing it?" Fu Yunfeng's voice floated from behind. "It was too small," Su Ran replied. "Surely you can't remain like this all night?" Fu Yunfeng observed the crimson hue of her ears as she turned away, delighting in her embarrassment. "We are both men. It's nothing to be concerned about. What I possess, you possess as well." "What do you mean by that?" "shunned.Doctor, aidat. Is that the topic we are discussing?" Exasperated, she rambled on. "While it's true that we both have such attributes, our thoughts on the matter are certainly different." Fu Yunfeng, feigning enlightenment, responded, "That's a valid point. Shall we compare?" "No one wants to compare with you." Su Ran spun around, colliding with his mischievous gaze. Realizing she had fallen into his playful trap, she furiously tossed the disposable underwear into his arms, exclaiming, "You are insufferable." Observing her anger, Fu Yinfeng quickly apologized. "I am sorry. Please don't be mad." Su Ran glanced at him, her envy growing as she took in his bare torso. She recalled how emaciated he had looked just after waking, with hardly a muscle to speak of. Yet now, he sported a delicate set of abdominal muscles, while she only had a mere 4. As he noticed the unwavering gaze upon his upper body, Fu Yunfeng softly inquired, "Do you wish to touch?" Su Ran, still lost in thought, instinctively responded, "Yes." In the next moment, his hand was grasped by Fu Yunfeng, who guided it to rest upon his slightly damp and warm skin. Realizing the nature of the situation, Su Ran's immediate instinct was to retract his hand, yet he found it firmly held in place by Fu Yunfeng. He then heard Fu Yunfeng's gentle voice, "If you wish to touch, then do so. It's perfectly fine." Su Ran struggled to swallow, feeling the heat rush to his face. He met Fu Yunfeng's gaze defiantly, stating, "You invited me to touch. It wasn't my own desire." Fu Yunfeng's lips curled into a smile, a soft chuckle escaping him. "Indeed, I invited you to touch." Su Ran felt his cheeks grow warmer, thinking it might be possible to fry an egg on them. Chapter 31, Mr. Fu is once again teased as Su Ran retreated into the bathroom. He felt as if he were engulfed in flames. How could he have been so utterly bewitched as to allow Fu Yunfeng to lead his hand across his abdominal muscles? When he finally regained his senses, he realized the distance between them was alarmingly close, with Fu Yunfeng smiling at him with a tenderness that startled him. In a panic, Su Ran forcefully pushed him away and dashed into the bathroom, locking the door behind him. How embarrassing! Su Ran tugged at his hair in frustration. How could he let himself be entranced by such beauty? He slapped his flushed face and quickly shed his clothes, opting for a cold shower. It took several minutes for the chill of the water to register, prompting him to adjust it to a more temperate warmth. After washing up, he discovered that in his haste, he had forgotten to bring change of clothes. Fortunately, the bathrobe he had previously fetched for Fu Yunfeng was still available. The only awkwardness lay in the fact that he needed to venture out in a state of undress to retrieve his underwear. Upon exiting, he found that the meal he had ordered had arrived. Su Ran noticed Fu Yunfeng sitting at the table, still untouched food before him, looking up as Su Ran emerged. Their eyes met, and once again, Su Ran felt his face heat up. He quickly averted his gaze, rummaging through his suitcase for a fresh pair of underwear and a set of sleepwear before retreating back into the bathroom. Fu Yunfeng observed him flee like a startled rabbit, unable to suppress a laugh. Just before Su Ran closed the door, he caught the sound of that laughter, which only fueled his annoyance. After changing into his clothes, he reflected that perhaps he had no reason to feel shy or angry. He had feelings for Fu Yunfeng, who had essentially confessed his own sentiments. Furthermore, they were legally wed. If Fu Yunfeng wished to tease, he could very well reciprocate. With newfound clarity, Su Ran stepped out of the bathroom to find Fu Yunfeng still seated, the food untouched. He tossed the bathrobe towards him, saying, "Even if it's not fitting, you should wear it." Fu Yunfeng picked up the robe, his gaze darkening as he looked at Su Ran. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, whether by accident or design, the top button of his V-neck sleepwear remained undone, revealing his exquisitely sculpted collarbone. Fu Yunfeng's Adam's apple moved twice as he fixed his gaze intently on Su Ran. "Would you care for something more to eat?" Su Ran, seated across from him, shook her head. "I'm quite full from earlier. I shall pass." "You should eat." Noticing his penetrating stare, Su Ran suppressed the urge to smile. "What are you looking at? Eat up and then get some rest. I need to check tomorrow's flight tickets." Without waiting for his response, she took out her phone to message Lu Xiang about booking the tickets. She casually forwarded Fu Yunfeng's personal information to include him in the reservation. A swift reply came from Lu Xiang. "Su, I've returned to a city and will assist in booking the tickets for you and Fu." Having resolved the ticketing matter, Su Ran looked up again, only to find Fu Yunfeng still observing her. "Why aren't you eating?" she asked, perplexed. Fu Yunfeng remained silent for a moment, then parted his lips to say, "Su Ran, perhaps my earlier words lacked formality. Now, I wish to convey this with utmost sincerity. I like you. Unbeknownst to me, I have grown fond of you during our time together. Maybe I should heed my grandfather's words. Perhaps you are my destined partner. How else could I have awakened after marrying you?" Su Ran held back momentarily, but then could not resist interjecting, "That is not quite what grandfather said." The elder had clearly stated to heed the master's advice, suggesting a marriage to someone like Fu Yunfeng would bring good fortune and hasten his recovery. There was no mention of destiny. Yet, Fu Yunfeng insisted earnestly, "I believe you are my destined partner. Why else would I awaken right after our marriage. Why indeed? Su Ran thought. Could it be that I spent 100,000 points to acquire a potion for your recovery? Otherwise, who knows if you would have regained consciousness at all, or if your position as the heir of the Fu family would still be secure. Though Fu Yunfeng appeared somewhat aloof, he spoke sweet words with remarkable eloquence. Had Su Ran not previously contemplated a relationship with him, she might have merely found his words charming. However, hearing them now caused her heart to race. Noticing her prolonged silence, Fu Yunfeng gazed deeply into her eyes. Ran, I like you. Do you feel even a modicum of affection for me? Cleared her throat, Su Ran replied, I do. The moment she spoke, a radiant smile spread across Fu Yunfeng's handsome face, only for Su Ran to add, but, Fu Yunfeng paused, intrigued. But I still want you to pursue me, she stated, resting her right elbow on the table, propping her chin in her palm as she looked at him. I'm still a student, experiencing my first love. I wish to savor the feeling of being pursued. Don't you agree? Fu Yunfeng responded, That's a fair point. But how long must I pursue you? Well, that depends on your skill, she teased. Upon their return to a city, both shifted their focus back to work. Fu Yunfeng was indeed pursuing Su Ran. Despite his busy schedule, he took the time each day to personally select a small gift for her, delivering it to her office. Every time Cin Qian brought the gift into the office, her face beamed with an ant smile. Su Ran initially felt shy, but gradually became more at ease accepting the gifts. Their greatest joy lay in returning home together each evening, enjoying a world of their own in their quaint little house. Naturally, Su Ran still resided in the guest room, and the two would engage in light-hearted conversations about their work before settling down to watch a movie together. Their intimacy peaked one day in S City when Fu Yunfeng took her hand and guided it to his abdominal muscles. As their relationship blossomed, the Fu family took notice. The elder Mr. Fu was pleased to see their affection, especially knowing that Su Ran was managing the Su group with increasing success, often unable to refrain from praising her. However, not everyone shared in the joy. Fu Rou and her son observed Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng's growing closeness with concern, feeling that if they did not secure something from the Fu family soon, they would soon be completely distanced from it. Grandfather, Fu Cheng called out, his tone laced with grievance. The commute to my workplace is too far. I have to rise before dawn just to make it on time. Upon hearing this, the elder Mr. Fu's smile faded slightly. If the commute is too exhausting, doesn't your mother have an apartment in East City? You can move there. Fu Rou and her son were taken aback. Their intention had been to persuade the elder Mr. Fu to buy them a new place, whether it be a spacious flat or an apartment. While property prices in East City were not as high as those in the city center, they were still considerable. They hadn't anticipated the elder Mr. Fu's straightforward suggestion for Fu Cheng to move into Fu Rou's apartment. If that were to happen, they would gain nothing and lose the opportunity to frequently present themselves before the elder Mr. Fu. He simply could not move out. As Fu Cheng prepared to say something to salvage his situation, the previously unnoticed Fu family's second uncle, Fu Yuanzhong, the illegitimate son, chimed in with a smile. Grandfather, I ranked first in my major on the recent exam. The elder Mr. Fu valued diligence and capability above all, and he was genuinely pleased to hear this from Fu Chengyu. Really? That is indeed a joyous occasion. He then instructed Butler Tang to transfer 50,000 yuan to Fu Chengyu as a reward for his achievement. The expressions around the table varied upon hearing this news, but Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng remained composed, as if the discussions of others were of no concern to them. Fu Cheng, however, was particularly infuriated, his face turning pale with anger. He had endeavored to curry favor, yet he received nothing but a dismissive suggestion to move out, while Fu Chengyu was rewarded with a substantial sum for merely a few words. Ultimately, it appeared that there was a distinct disparity in the treatment of relatives. As Su Ran indulged in his meal, he observed the performance, while Fu Yunfeng occasionally offered him a morsel from his plate. Each time their chopsticks met, their gazes intertwined, and an air of ambiguity enveloped them, starkly contrasting the palpable tension that surrounded others. After their repast, they departed the dining hall, strolling together on the verdant lawn outside the manor to aid digestion. Noticing their solitude, Fu Yunfeng lagged a step behind Su Ran. fixating on the hand that rested at his side. He reached out, wishing to grasp it, but withdrew each time he nearly made contact. This cycle continued until, just as he was about to concede, Su Ran suddenly clasped his retreating hand. With his wrist caught, Fu Yinfeng heard Su Ran's playful voice beside him. "If you wish to hold my hand, then do so. Isn't it tiring to keep your hand raised?" Fu Yinfeng replied. "How did you know?" "Fool," Su Ran said, halting and turning to face him, the light casting shadows that illuminated their expressions. Fu Yinfeng inquired, "So, in the future, if I wish to hold your hand, may I?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Then, if I wish to kiss you, can I?" "Of course." Thinking he had merely reiterated his question, Su Ran answered without hesitation, only to realize something was amiss after responding. Before he could react, Fu Yinfeng's deep, melodious voice resonated in his ear. "You agreed, Ran. In that moment, a large hand enveloped the back of his head, and he watched as a handsome face loomed closer, followed by a gentle pressure against his lips. It took a moment for the realization to dawn upon him. Fu Yinfeng had kissed him. They had shared a kiss. To be precise, it was less a kiss and more Fu Yinfeng's lips pressing softly against his for mere seconds before they parted. Following this brief encounter, they stared at each other, wide-eyed. After a moment, Fu Yinfeng asked, "How does it feel?" "Feel what?" Sorandi played, perplexed. Fu Yinfeng pressed further. "When I kissed you, what did you feel?" "Nothing much," he confessed. "What do you mean, nothing?" Fu Yinfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing the flush on his ears, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you think we just did?" Fu Yinfeng, with an air of certainty, responded, "We kissed, right? Are you sure? Otherwise, what?" At his words, Su Ran smiled, wrapped his arms around Fu Yinfeng's neck, tilted his head, and kissed him tenderly, his tongue brushing against Fu Yinfeng's lips. Instinctively, Fu Yinfeng opened his mouth to receive him. The kiss began with Su Ran leading, but soon Fu Yinfeng took the reins. It continued until they both gasped for breath. Su Ran's cheeks flushed, realizing this was what kissing truly felt like. Fu Yinfeng nodded appreciatively. "So this is how it is. I believe I need to practice more." He leaned in for another kiss, only to be halted by Su Ran's hand over his mouth. "You've become addicted, given our current relationship. We cannot proceed in such a manner." Upon hearing this, Fu Yinfeng looked at him with a sense of grievance. Ran, I have pursued you with such earnestness, and you kissed me just now. Surely, you must take responsibility, right? When will I be official?" Su Ran, in fact, had resolved to be with Fu Yinfeng properly on the third day after their return from S City. That evening, they watched a film where the leading couple shared a passionate kiss. The atmosphere around them was thick with romance as they exchanged glances, on the verge of leaning in for a kiss themselves, only to have the moment interrupted by a phone call from Fu Yinfeng. Reflecting on it now, Su Ran mused that had they kissed then, Fu Yinfeng would not have let her off so easily. Yet, with the mood set now, she felt their relationship was ready to be defined. "I promise you," Su Ran said, her eyes curving with delight. Fu Yinfeng had initially lost hope, merely asking that question to seek some personal gain. Suddenly receiving a response from Su Ran left him momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate, "Are you serious?" Seeing his bewildered expression, which contrasted sharply with his usual aloof demeanor, Su Ran could not help but smile. "If you don't want this, we can wait." "I can't wait," Fu Yinfeng quickly replied. "I want this, I truly want this." Ran, he exclaimed, pulling Su Ran into a tight embrace. "I'm so happy. I'm happy too," Su Ran replied, wrapping her arms around his slender waist. Having just emerged from the shower, Su Ran found an unexpected guest on her bed. "What are you doing in my room?" she asked, puzzled as she saw Fu Yinfeng, also freshly bathed and clad in pajamas, sitting on her bed. Fu Yinfeng, captivated by Su Ran's soft appearance, felt an irresistible urge to embrace and kiss her. "Now that we have confirmed our relationship, I have come here to sleep, of course." Su Ran stood at the edge of the bed, bewildered. "Isn't it a bit premature to sleep together on the very first day of confirming our relationship, especially after less than 2 hours?" Fu Yinfeng, unabashedly, retorted, "Though we have only confirmed our relationship for less than 2 hours, aren't we essentially married? Isn't it natural to share a bed?" Su Ran thought to herself, "This man certainly knows how to leverage relationships for his own benefit." Realizing he could no longer tease Su Ran without risking her displeasure, Fu Yinfeng quickly added, "I brought this for you." He retrieved a document from the pillow and handed it to Su Ran. Confused, she accepted it and, upon opening it, was taken aback. She looked up at Fu Yinfeng and asked, "When did you get this?" "Yesterday." Chapter 33. Mr. Fu is once again charmed. The document Fu Yunfeng presented to Su Ran was the share transfer contract for the 23% stake held by Tang Yuan Shu. When Fu Yunfeng had mentioned helping her retrieve it, he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Su Ran inquired, "How did you manage to persuade her to willingly sign this? How much did it cost?" He was apprehensive that Fu Yunfeng, in an effort to please him, might have expended funds disproportionate to the value of the shares he had acquired. That would be utterly unworthy. To his astonishment, Fu Yinfeng revealed an unbelievable figure, 5 million. "How much?" Su Ran gazed at him in shock. Observing Su Ran's astonished expression, Fu Yinfeng found him quite endearing. He smirked, reiterating, 5 million. How could she possibly sell her shares for such a sum? Su Ran remained incredulous about this amount. Fu Yunfeng then seized Su Ran's wrist, pulling him unexpectedly onto the bed, where he enveloped him in his embrace. Su Ran struggled momentarily, but upon realizing his efforts were futile, he lifted his head defiantly to glare at him, admonishing him to speak without resorting to physicality. "I haven't even begun to speak yet." With that, he lowered his head, capturing Su Ran's lips in a kiss. As Su Ran's lips were claimed, he wondered if Fu Yinfeng had unlocked a certain switch. Ever since that kiss on the lawn tonight, the urge to kiss him had become insatiable. This kiss evolved from a mere brush to a profound engagement, until Fu Yunfeng's hand ventured beneath the hem of Su Ran's shirt, prompting a sudden push from Su Ran. "No, this is too fast," he said, his cheeks flushed. Fu Yinfeng, feeling quite wronged, argued that it wasn't too fast at all. After all, they had been married for over 3 months. Su Ran couldn't help but laugh at his reasoning. However, they had only recently begun their relationship. Yet, Fu Yinfeng, undeterred, shifted his waist, unabashedly stating, "But I miss you." Su Ran retorted, "After enduring countless years of tasks across myriad realms, I've encountered the shameless, but never one so brazen as you." Fu Yinfeng was truly one of a kind. Nevertheless, Su Ran had forgotten that, despite his extensive experiences, he had remained single throughout. It was no wonder he had never encountered anyone so audacious. Su Ran glared at Fu Yunfeng, declaring her fatigue and urging him to return to sleep. Fu Yunfeng replied, "Are you truly not considering sleeping with me?" Su Ran relented, fine. Fu Yunfeng, looking quite pitiful, released Su Ran and began to don his shoes, lamenting how long he would have to endure solitary nights. Su Ran thought to herself, "This man is quite the performer." Yet, for some inexplicable reason, seeing his forlorn demeanor and desolate figure softened her heart. Just a moment, she blurted instinctively, "Why don't you sleep here instead?" Fu Yunfeng, who had been slowly inching towards the door, abruptly turned back and asked, Ran, are you serious? Will you sleep with me or not?" Su Ran wrapped herself in the blankets, forming a cocoon. Fu Yunfeng approached the bed, tugging at the covers with a smile, declaring, "I will sleep here, as it is I who insisted on it." Moments later, Su Ran peeked out with her eyes. A mere unintentional gesture, yet in Fu Yunfeng's eyes, it was a tantalizing temptation. Su Ran's gaze seemed like a hook, ensnaring his very soul. Fu Yunfeng observed the wide-eyed gaze directed at him, a mischievous urge stirring within him to pin the other down and tease him relentlessly. His expression darkened momentarily before he turned to enter the bathroom, saying, "You rest. I shall make a brief visit to the restroom." Wrapped snugly in the covers, Su Ran blinked and comprehended the meaning behind Fu Yunfeng's departing gaze. When he heard the sound of water running in the bathroom, he could not help but roll around on the bed, laughing heartily. By the time Fu Yunfeng emerged from the bathroom, over half an hour had passed, and Su Ran had drifted off to sleep. Upon seeing the space Su Ran had left for him on the bed, a smile involuntarily crept across Fu Yunfeng's lips. Climbing into bed, he embraced the sleeping figure, planting a gentle kiss on Su Ran's forehead, murmuring softly, "If only the timing were right, I would have taken full advantage of you right here." Since that day, Fu Yinfeng had not returned to his own room for sleep. Instead, each night he found solace in the arms of the one he cherished, relishing the warmth and affection shared between them, fully immersed in this blissful entanglement. Meanwhile, Tang Yuanshu had received her shares, and combined with those previously given by Su Qinshan, she now held 68% of the company's shares, positioning Su Ran as the principal shareholder of the Su Group. Under his stewardship, the company began to flourish. His current objective was to bring to justice those responsible for the demise of the original owner's mother. With the incriminating evidence unearthed by the detective, along with additional proof provided by the system, Su Ran promptly delivered it to the police station. In no time, the authorities acted, apprehending Tang Yuanshu, who had divorced Su Qinshan and vacated the Su family villa, along with Su Kang's father, Zhou Yuqiang. They were taken into custody in the morning, and by afternoon, the police called Su Ran to request his presence at the station. Naturally, he had no objections and informed Sun Qian before making his way there. However, upon exiting the police station, he was surprised to find Fu Yunfeng waiting outside for him. Approaching him, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Fu Yunfeng gazed at him intently for a while before suddenly enveloping him in a warm embrace, letting out a deep sigh. "Ran, you can always share anything with me. I am here to support you." Su Ran dismissed it as a trivial matter. "It's nothing significant." Fu Yunfeng released him, holding his shoulders gently, his eyes softening as he replied, "But I wish to be part of your life, in every aspect, whether great or small." Su Ran swallowed hard, taking a moment before responding. "Then I shall speak to you about everything from now on." "Excellent." Su Ran sensed that with each heartfelt exchange, their connection deepened. "Fu Yunfeng, shall we visit the supermarket for some daily necessities?" As soon as he uttered those words, heat flooded his cheeks, and his ears turned crimson. Initially, Fu Yinfeng did not think much of it, believing Su Ran genuinely meant to purchase supplies. He was about to suggest that they could simply inform Uncle Tang when he noticed the telltale blush on Su Ran's ears. With a change of tone, he chuckled softly. "Very well, let's go right now." Su Ran was aware that this day would eventually arrive. Since both of them harbored mutual affection, certain matters could indeed be brought to the forefront. Chapter 34. Mr. Fu is once again teased. Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng left work early. Fu Yinfeng drove Su Ran to a large supermarket near Jianghua Bay. Su Ran understood his intentions for bringing her here. They would certainly not return to the Fu family estate tonight. To be honest, Su Ran was not particularly fond of going back. Every time she returned, she had to confront a whole family, each with their own motives, which she found somewhat tiresome to navigate. Turning to the man beside her, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Su Ran inquired, "Have you ever considered moving out?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yinfeng turned his gaze towards her, questioning, "Move out? Are you suggesting relocating to Jianghua Bay?" He continued, "My grandfather has gifted me a spacious flat and a villa. If you prefer not to reside at Jianghua Bay, you are welcome to stay in my house." With a playful pride, Su Ran replied, "I could support you, you know." Seeing her like this, Fu Yinfeng couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. His eyes sparkled with tenderness, and his voice softened to a near melodic tone. "Really, you would take care of me?" "Of course. I am now capable of earning millions in mere moments." Indeed, Fu Yinfeng concurred wholeheartedly with Su Ran's financial prowess. He considered himself rather gifted in business. Yet Su Ran, someone who had never engaged in such matters, had managed to revive the Su Group. He found himself in awe of her capabilities. "If you truly wish to move out, I can simply speak to my grandfather about it," he offered. The elder Fu was not insistent that they reside in the estate. As long as he observed their relationship flourishing, he would be content. After contemplating for a few seconds, Su Ran nodded in agreement. Since they were to reside in the villa near Jianghua Bay, they would certainly need to procure some groceries to stock the house. "I propose we stay here tonight and buy some ingredients to cook," Su Ran suggested. "Who will cook?" Fu Yunfeng inquired. "You will, as I lack the skills," she replied. Having witnessed Fu Yinfeng cook an egg, she believed he must be capable in the kitchen. Noticing the uncertainty in her eyes, Fu Yinfeng chuckled. "You doubt my culinary capabilities, yet still trust me to prepare your meal? Aren't you afraid it might be unpalatable? Can you cook?" "Yes." "Then, that is sufficient. I assure you, I can. Su Ran teased, you can't possibly surpass me. As they approached the fresh produce section to select some beef, Su Ran was suddenly alerted by the system's voice. Host, Su Qinshan has been taken away. Raising an eyebrow, Su Ran asked, did Tang Yuanshu say something? Yes. Tang Yuanshu mentioned that Su Qinshan has always been aware of this matter and did not intervene, came the response. Su Ran scoffed, the dog biting another dog. She felt no sympathy for Su Qinshan. Ever since he had an affair with Tang Yuanshu, causing the original host's mother to perish, he had forfeited any right to forgiveness. Moreover, the soul inhabiting this body was not that of the original host. How could Su Ran possibly forgive him? Su Ran's task was completed smoothly, filling him with immense joy. He suggested to Fu Yunfeng that the two of them could open a bottle of red wine in celebration later that evening. Fu Yunfeng, under the impression that the celebration was in honor of the two of them cooking together, readily agreed, equally pleased. At the checkout counter, Fu Yunfeng grabbed 3 large boxes of AQT and 2 bottles of RHY. Su Ran watched in astonishment as he placed these items into the shopping cart. Feeling his face flush, he wished to question the necessity of such a purchase, but the crowd at the checkout made him feel awkward. So he hastily remarked that he would wait outside and left in a hurry. Seeing Su Ran's flustered departure, Fu Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Glancing at the contents of the shopping cart, his amusement and possessiveness grew stronger. For dinner, Fu Yunfeng prepared yellow braised beefsteak, stir-fried pork with snap peas, sautéed zucchini, and a seaweed egg drop soup. When Su Ran saw the beautifully arranged dishes on the table, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You really can cook." He had previously speculated that Fu Yunfeng had cooking skills, but he was uncertain about their quality. Now, seeing the mouth-watering array of dishes, he was convinced they would be delicious. After tasting a piece of the beefsteak, he was utterly impressed. "This is amazing," Su Ran exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight. Fu Yunfeng, meanwhile, was opening a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Su Ran, encouraging him to indulge, saying he had prepared plenty. Indeed, the portions were generous enough to satisfy 2 hungry men. Su Ran accepted the wine and took a sip, squinting with pleasure as he savored the taste. The combination of beefsteak and red wine was simply exquisite. Observing Su Ran's satisfaction, Fu Yunfeng looked on with affectionate indulgence. Throughout the meal, Su Ran was in high spirits, and in his merriment, he drank a bit too much, leaving him feeling slightly tipsy. Noticing that Su Ran had consumed quite a bit of wine, Fu Yunfeng refrained from pouring him more, concerned that too much indulgence would hinder their plans for the evening. After dinner, Fu Yunfeng tidied up the dishes and placed them in the dishwasher, then told Su Ran, "You go ahead and take a shower. I'll clean the kitchen." Feeling somewhat inebriated, Su Ran agreed, realizing he indeed needed a shower to refresh himself. He wobbled upstairs, entered the room he had previously occupied, and without retrieving any change of clothes, headed straight to the bathroom to shower. Once Fu Yunfeng finished cleaning the kitchen and ascended the stairs, he intended to shower first. However, remembering that Su Ran was a bit tipsy, he worried about the possibility of Su Ran slipping while bathing, so he decided to check on him. As he opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him, freezing in the doorway. Su Ran had indeed rejuvenated after his shower, but only then did he recall that he had forgotten to grab a change of clothes when entering the bathroom. With no one else in the room, he boldly stepped out, completely unclothed. Just as he opened the wardrobe to retrieve some clothing, the door to the room swung open, revealing Fu Yunfeng standing in the entrance. How did you get in here?" Su Ran stammered, hastily grabbing a piece of clothing to cover himself. At this moment, Fu Yunfeng finally moved his steps towards him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his body. Observing him preparing to dress, he swiftly approached, snatched the clothes from his hands, and cast them aside. "No need to wear those," he declared. Then, Su Ran found himself enveloped in an embrace. In that fleeting instant, he pushed against the other, exclaiming, "You haven't showered yet. I will later. First, indulge me with a kiss," came the reply, and the two succumbed to each other's lips. Su Ran felt his body weaken, his mind swirling in a haze. Unable to stand without Fu Yunfeng's support, lest he tumble to the ground. "We should shower," Su Ran's voice had softened to a delicate whisper. The depths of Fu Yunfeng's eyes surged with emotion as he swept Su Ran into his arms and turned to leave, declaring, "Let us go to my room. You can help me wash." The items they had bought earlier were in his room, and he felt constrained here. Despite Su Ran's tall stature of over 1.8 meters, Fu Yunfeng effortlessly cradled him in a princess carry. "Put me down. I need to put on some clothes," Su Ran protested, feeling embarrassed being held so bare. At that moment, Fu Yunfeng began to reveal his primal instincts, insisting, "No need to dress. You'll only have to take them off again." Upon entering the master bedroom, Fu Yunfeng directly carried Su Ran into the bathroom, placing him in the bathtub. "Now, help me undress," he commanded. Su Ran felt as if he were a boiled shrimp, blushing intensely. Yet he understood that he could not escape the evening's fate. He was destined to be cooked. Thus, he resolved to abandon his modesty and shyness, bolstered by the drink he had consumed. Chapter 35. Mr. Fu was once again enticed. In this slumber, Su Ran slept particularly soundly. When he finally awoke, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. As he opened his eyes, the bright light of the room forced him to squint, and it took him a moment to adjust. Everything in sight felt unfamiliar. Su Ran recalled that he had spent the night in Fu Yunfeng's room, where they had also cooked together. Initially, Fu Yunfeng had cooked over low to medium heat, but later he had turned up the flame, persistently stirring despite Su Ran's protests that he could eat no more. Ultimately, he had ended up in tears, finishing the dish Fu Yunfeng had prepared. Afterward, utterly exhausted, he had drifted off to sleep. Now, the room was empty except for him, and the culprit was nowhere to be seen. That scoundrel must have taken everything and left him alone to go to work. As Su Ran recalled this, he attempted to move, only to feel as though his body was falling apart, a certain indescribable place burning with discomfort. Frowning deeply, he lay back down, motionless. The intense cooking had indeed taken its toll. Fortunately, Fu Yunfeng had shown some humanity by retrieving his phone from the guest room and placing it on the bedside table. Su Ran reached out with a long arm, grasped the phone, and opened the contacts to dial Fu Yunfeng's number. It rang once before being answered. "Fu Yunfeng." As Su Ran spoke, his voice was so hoarse that it was nearly inaudible. He lamented once again that cooking with fierce flames could be excessive. Moderation was essential. He merely uttered Fu Yunfeng's name, and immediately a commotion ensued from the other end, followed by Fu Yunfeng's voice accompanied by footsteps emanating from the phone. "Are you awake?" "Just a moment." Then the call abruptly ended. Su Ran stared incredulously at his phone, unable to fathom how Fu Yunfeng had hung up so swiftly. Before he could curse inwardly, the sound of a door opening reached his ears. He turned towards the entrance to see Fu Yunfeng stepping in, clad in a perfectly tailored suit. Upon entering, he nervously inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? Are you hungry? I prepared something to eat." Su Ran glared at him, rasping in a dry voice, "What makes you think I'm unwell? You're utterly insufferable." In response, Fu Yunfeng merely chuckled and turned to leave the room, saying, "Just wait a moment." When he returned, he was holding a glass filled with water. Fu Yunfeng sat at the bedside and offered the water to Su Ran, saying, "First, drink some water, then I'll help you wash up." Indeed, Su Ran's throat felt parched and uncomfortable. Leveraging Fu Yunfeng's support, he sat up and took the glass of warm water offered to him. After he finished, Fu Yunfeng placed the glass on the bedside table and asked, "Shall I carry you to wash up?" "Absolutely not," came Su Ran's cold refusal. In truth, upon waking, he had felt as though his very structure had been disassembled and reassembled. Now, he was recovering. Aside from some lingering pain in certain areas, he felt merely sore. No sooner had he declined than a cool, soft touch brushed against his lips, quickly retreating. He raised his gaze to meet Fu Yunfeng's gentle eyes. "I'll just step into the study for a moment, then head downstairs to heat up your meal," he said, and instead of leaving, he retrieved a set of pajamas from the wardrobe, placing them by the bed. "Do you need help putting these on?" "Not at all." Su Ran reiterated his refusal. Fu Yunfeng said nothing further, instead smiling as he ruffled Su Ran's hair before exiting the room. Was he busy in the study just now? Su Ran inquired of the system. The system promptly replied that Fu Yunfeng had been in the midst of an international conference and had paused it to attend to Su Ran's call. The memory of Fu Yunfeng's anxiety upon entering caused Su Ran's cheeks to flush slightly. As he was dressing, the system suddenly interjected, "Host, we have completed the task in this world. Would you like to proceed to the next dimension or choose to remain?" Su Ran posed, recalling that he had indeed completed the task the previous day. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly opted to move on to the next mission. However, things were different now. He had formed bonds in this world, and his feelings for Fu Yunfeng had deepened. They had even shared an intimate connection the night before, and the thought of leaving was unbearable. Having reached a conclusion, Su Ran smiled gently. "Lulu, I choose to stay." Lulu expressed no surprise at his decision, merely reminding him, "If you feel there is no need to remain in this world, you may inform me, and I will transport you to the next world." "I understand, thank you." Lulu. Su Ran expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Lulu remained silent, momentarily disconnecting. After freshening up, Su Ran descended the stairs to find that Fu Yunfeng had reheated the meal he had prepared earlier, placing it on the dining table. Upon seeing Su Ran, he hurriedly retrieved a cushion from the sofa and placed it on the chair, saying, "Sit here, it will be more comfortable." Gazing at the cushioned chair, Su Ran's discomfort from earlier eased as he took a seat. He glanced at the dishes on the table, most of which were his favorites. "Did you make all of this?" he inquired, looking at the man who had just sat across from him. Fu Yunfeng nodded. "Yes, I specifically asked Xin Qian, who usually orders lunch for you. She should know your preferences." At this remark, Su Ran felt a flutter in his heart. Fu Yunfeng truly put in great effort for him. The meal was exceedingly pleasant. After dining, Su Ran picked up his phone to check work messages on WeChat. He had not informed anyone about his absence from work today and was unaware if any significant events had transpired at the company. After responding to all the work messages, he found they were merely trivial matters that he could handle even without being at the office. Throughout the afternoon, Fu Yunfeng busied himself in the study. To keep Su Ran company, the owner of such a large company had taken a day off, and if his employees were to discover the reason for his absence, would he still maintain his authority in their eyes? Since finishing their meal, Fu Yunfeng had remained in the study, and it was now nearly 6 o'clock. Su Ran glanced at the study upstairs, then made his way to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and retrieved the grapes and cherry tomatoes he had purchased yesterday, washing them clean and placing them in a fruit bowl. He also took out a jar of coffee beans from the cupboard, grinding a fresh cup of coffee with the coffee machine. However, he did not serve Fu Yunfeng the black coffee directly. Instead, he added sweetened condensed milk and thick coconut milk. After tasting it, he found it to be to his liking. Having prepared everything, Su Ran placed the fruit and coffee on a tray and carried it upstairs. Fu Yunfeng was still engaged in a meeting, which had continued due to his earlier meal with Su Ran. He stared at the speaker on the video, his expression dark and impatient, as if a storm were brewing. Just as he was about to express his frustration over a misquoted data point in the meeting, he heard a knock on the study door. Su Ran knocked and gently turned the handle, entering quietly, concerned not to disturb Fu Yunfeng's work. He walked over to the desk, placing his items down, preparing to leave. However, his wrist was suddenly grasped, and he was pulled with force, landing directly on Fu Yunfeng's lap. Fu Yunfeng kissed his ear and said, "Why do you run away as soon as you come in?" As Su Ran looked up to respond, he froze upon seeing the screen of the computer, realizing that Fu Yunfeng had left the video conference open while pulling him onto his lap. Chapter 36. Mr. Fu is once again teased. As he suddenly entered the frame, it appeared that the dozen or so individuals in the video all leaned closer to the camera, gazing intently at something. Observing this scene, Su Ran immediately attempted to rise from Fu Yunfeng's lap, only to find his waist firmly ensnared by an arm. "What do you think you're running off to?" The tone of that single word was laced with an ominous undertone. It seemed that should Su Ran struggle any further, he would face dire consequences. Gritting his teeth, Su Ran whispered softly in Fu Yunfeng's ear, "Aren't you in a meeting?" Yet, Fu Yunfeng's gaze darkened at his proximity. However, he was acutely aware that he must not overstep at this moment, lest his beloved Su Ran become upset. "Do not worry, I've muted the microphone," Fu Yunfeng assured, glancing at his computer screen. "Besides, this meeting is nearing its conclusion. The proposals presented were unsatisfactory, and there is no need to squander any more time." Prior to Su Ran's entrance, he had been on the verge of declaring the meeting over, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon hearing his words, Su Ran remained unappeased, continuing to grit his teeth. "So, should I thank you then?" Fu Yunfeng chuckled softly, reaching out to disconnect the video conference, then embraced Su Ran, asking, "May I request a token of gratitude?" Su Ran picked a grape from the fruit platter and placed it in his mouth. "Here, eat your grape." Fu Yunfeng bit into the grape with a smile, saying, Ran, there's an annual gala at the company. You should join me." Just as Su Ran was about to struggle free, he froze at this statement, looking up at him. "Are you certain you want me by your side?" As the CEO of the company, attending such a gala without a partner often led to other company representatives attempting to play matchmaker. However, having a companion would deter such advances. Fu Yunfeng's invitation seemed to signal an intention to publicly declare their relationship. His narrowed phoenix eyes gazed steadfastly into Su Ran's, declaring, Ran, I wish for everyone to know that you are the one with whom I intend to spend my life and to understand the resoluteness of my choice." Su Ran never anticipated being so profoundly moved by someone repeatedly. Witnessing the tenderness in Fu Yunfeng's eyes, Su Ran wrapped his arms around his neck and tilted his head to kiss his lips. "All right, I will accompany you." At the annual gala of Eyong, Su Ran donned a tailored white gown, adorned at the chest with a sky-blue diamond brooch. That touch of blue became the focal point of the ensemble. After Fu Yunfeng delivered his speech, he was called away by Fu Yuanheng, leaving Su Ran to hold a glass of champagne alone in a corner, awaiting his return. Suddenly, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice reached his ears. "Su Ran?" Turning towards the sound, Su Ran was taken aback upon recognizing the speaker, exclaiming in surprise, "Shi Zhao?" The voice belonged to Shi Zhao, a fellow tasker who had, however, later entered into a contractual partnership with a certain prominent figure and was no longer a tasker. Just then, a strikingly handsome man taller than Shi Zhao approached. Upon seeing him, Su Ran smiled knowingly. "Ah, the esteemed one is here as well." Chen Yu cast a glance at Su Ran, uttering a soft acknowledgement before shifting his gaze to Shi Zhao, where the coldness in his eyes dissipated, transforming into a gentle demeanor. With a hint of reluctance, he remarked, "I can no longer indulge in alcohol." Upon hearing this, Shi Zhao shot him a glare, retorting, "Step aside. I wish to converse with Ran. A look of resistance immediately surfaced on Chen Yu Bai's handsome face, yet it was wholly disregarded by Shi Zhao. Shi Zhao took a couple of steps towards Su Ran and whispered, "Are you tasked with a mission in this realm?" Su Ran nodded. A tinge of helplessness in his expression. "I did not anticipate encountering you here. Are you here for leisure or duty?" Shi Zhao smiled, his eyes curving playfully. "Chen Yu Bai brought me here for amusement." Su Ran expressed his envy. "Your relationship with the esteemed one is truly admirable." The two engaged in hushed conversation, drawing curious glances from those around them. Earlier, during Fu Yunfeng's speech, he had invited Su Ran onto the stage, leaving the attendees well aware of their connection. Now, with Fu Yunfeng absent from Su Ran's side, he appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation with another man equally as handsome as himself. This scene naturally caught the attention of an observant individual who seized the moment to take a photograph, skillfully capturing an angle that rendered Su Ran and Shi Zhao's interaction intriguingly ambiguous. Unfortunately, just as the shot was taken, the phone was snatched away. Fu Qing, upon noticing that a stranger had taken his phone, felt a surge of anger replace the initial shock of having it stolen. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded. Chen Yu merely cast a fleeting glance at him before returning his focus to the phone in his hand. When Fu Cheng attempted to reclaim his phone, he protested, "Do you not realize that invading someone else's privacy by stealing their phone is a crime?" "A crime?" Chen Yu sneered coldly. "Is capturing intimate photos of my wife with another not a crime?" Fu Cheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he glanced at Shi Zhao, who was still engaged in conversation with Su Ran. "Is that your beloved?" he inquired. Chen Yu remained silent, casting a chilling glare in response. At that moment, he noticed a man dressed in an identical suit to Su Ran approaching their vicinity. Without hesitation, Chen Yu strode over, clutching Fu Cheng's phone. From a distance, Fu Yunfeng observed Su Ran conversing with an attractive man, a pang of discomfort stirring within him as he strode over with purpose. Before he could close the distance, The man opposite Su Ran noticed him and turned his gaze in his direction. Ignoring this, Fu Yunfeng reached Su Ran's side, extending his arm to wrap around his elegantly defined waist, leaning slightly to whisper in Su Ran's ear, Ran, who is this? As he finished his inquiry, Chen Yubai emerged from behind Shi Zhao, presenting a black phone to Fu Yunfeng. Someone captured some unsavory photos. You may want to take a look. Fu Yunfeng met Chen Yubai's gaze, their eyes locking momentarily before averting. He took the phone, and upon viewing the images contained within, his expression hardened. At this juncture, Chen Yubai rested his arm on Shi Zhao's shoulder, softly inquiring, shall we return? Shi Zhao glanced at Fu Yunfeng, then turned to Su Ran, saying, Ran, we must return. Su Ran felt a twinge of reluctance, but nodded in agreement. All right, we shall meet again when opportunity permits. After they departed, Fu Yunfeng surveyed the surroundings. Noting the absence of Fu Cheng, he took Su Ran's hand and led her to a secluded spot, where he retrieved his phone to make a call. Grandfather, I can no longer jeopardize Su Ran's safety for the sake of so-called familial ties. I intend to send Fu Cheng abroad. The voice on the other end replied. And Fu Yunfeng asserted, Grandfather, you taught me that to achieve great things, one must act decisively. I have learned this from you. With that, he abruptly ended the call. He was unwilling to formally become an adversary to the family he once cherished, yet this was the only course left to him. He understood that by facilitating Fu Rou and Fu Cheng's departure, he had irreparably severed ties. However, he was indifferent, for he had someone far more precious to protect. Su Ran stood beside him, sensing a faint sorrow emanating from Fu Yunfeng after he hung up. She knew the reason behind it. To offer solace, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up at him, saying, Fu Yunfeng, it's all right. I will always be by your side. Fu Yunfeng gazed down at the young man who held him, feeling a profound shift within him, as if a long-guarded fortress had crumbled. He leaned down and kissed Su Ran, then solemnly declared, Ran, I love you. This declaration bore immense weight, and Su Ran understood that her choice to remain was a testament to her commitment to him. She gently kissed the corner of Fu Yunfeng's mouth and whispered softly in his ear, Fu Yunfeng, I love you too. Very, very much. Chapter 37, Captain, may I? Having only played Honor of Kings and not League of Legends, nor followed esports, I have merely researched the content. Thus, I am unaware of the hero names. The one I created is purely fictional and should not be associated with the actual game. The setting is semi-fantastical. Su Ran accompanied Fu Yunfeng throughout their lives, during which they achieved remarkable feats in the business realm. When Fu Yunfeng turned 30, they adopted a child from an orphanage. This decision incited a ruckus among the Fu family, who insisted they would rather relinquish everything to a complete outsider than allow it to go to someone without blood ties. In response, Su Ran and Fu Yunfeng remained silent, employing decisive measures to relocate those dissenters to other cities. As long as they refrained from causing trouble, they would be well provided for throughout their lives. Should they choose to act foolishly, however, they would find themselves promptly sent to Africa. They nurtured their adoptive son into an exceptionally accomplished individual, who ultimately took over all their enterprises, allowing them to live a blissful life together. Upon returning to the realm of tasks, Su Ran felt as though he had traversed through time. After a lengthy pause, his gaze gradually regained clarity. Lu stood before him, inquiring, would the host like to continue resting, or shall we proceed to the next world task? Let's continue with the task. Although he felt a sense of loss for the beloved from the previous world, he recognized that as a tasker, he must not let emotions dictate his actions. Moreover, it is only through immersing oneself in activity that one can divert attention from troubling thoughts. Upon his arrival in this new world, Su Ran was struck in the face by an object. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of chaos engulfed his ears. He could faintly discern voices lamenting. Indeed, having Beta as the captain is utterly futile. How could we possibly lose like this? YH is doomed. We won't even make it to the top 4. If we don't change captains soon, it will be our downfall. Change the captain, change the captain. Since retired. With that cry, a chorus of similar calls erupted, all demanding since retirement. Su Ran's ears buzzed. and he felt a wave of darkness envelop him before he succumbed to unconsciousness. When consciousness returned, Su-Ran felt utterly weak, his body ablaze with discomfort. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a man in a white coat standing at his bedside, watching over him. The surroundings were awash in white. "You are awake?" the man inquired. Su-Ran focused on him and nodded. "What happened to me?" Having fainted shortly after his arrival, he still felt disoriented and dazed. The man gazed at him and said, "You have undergone a secondary differentiation. You have successfully transitioned from beta to omega?" "What?" Su-Ran was utterly bewildered. Coupled with his current state of feverishness and clouded mind, the man's words made little sense. The man, exhibiting remarkable patience, observed Su-Ran's flushed cheeks and explained, "You're currently in the process of secondary differentiation, transitioning from beta to omega. I need to administer an injection of a suppressant." This statement was finally comprehensible to Su-Ran, although he had yet to grasp the intricacies of this new world. He understood that he was now in an ABO world with 6 distinct genders. His fainting spell was indeed related to the differentiation mentioned by the man in the white coat. Given his current state, he naturally consented to the injection of the suppressant. "Thank you, Doctor." Su-Ran's voice was faint. The beta doctor, having received consent, administered the suppressant. Shortly thereafter, the heat that had overwhelmed him began to subside, leaving only a profound fatigue. The beta doctor remarked, "Your teammates are quite worried about you. If you apply a masking agent, I shall open the window to disperse your pheromones, allowing them to enter." Su-Ran replied, "All right, doctor, thank you." The doctor responded, "You're welcome." Su-Ran applied the masking agent given by the doctor, and once he confirmed that the scent of white tea no longer lingered on him, he felt a sense of relief. After a considerable time of airing out the room, the doctor opened the door to allow several youths waiting outside to enter. "Captain, are you all right?" inquired Yuan Xingchen, YH's mid laner, who was a female alpha. Soon after, Lin Xiangyu, the top laner of YH, caught a whiff of a faint chrysanthemum fragrance in the room. This scent was not reminiscent of perfume, but rather that of the masking agent typically used by Omegas. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Captain, why does it smell like a masking agent in the hospital room?" Upon hearing this, the others also caught a whiff of it. Except for the original host, who is a beta, all members of the YH team are alphas. They can detect the scent of pheromones, and naturally, they can discern the fragrance of the masking agent as well. Su-Ran leaned against the hospital bed, relying on the original host's memories to identify the names of those present. When Lin Xiangyu posed the question, a wry smile graced Su-Ran's lips. "Just a moment ago, I discovered that I have transitioned into an Omega." "What? Is that true?" "No way, Captain." The group expressed their astonishment with incredulous inquiries. Standing behind them, the team manager, Song Mingchuan, was equally taken aback. Yet, recalling how Su-Ran had suddenly fainted earlier, he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere else?" Su-Ran turned to him and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mingge." The doctor administered a suppressant, and "I am fine now." With this reassurance, everyone finally felt at ease. The marksman, Jian-1, cast a lingering glance at Su-Ran, lowering his gaze to conceal the emotions swirling beneath. Since it was merely a differentiation, hospitalization was unnecessary. After Su-Ran underwent another health check, he was discharged. His fainting episode was primarily due to the sudden onset of Omega traits during the secondary differentiation. Upon returning to the YH Club, the second team members gathered around to express their concern for Su-Ran. After learning of his transformation into an Omega, the second team members, aside from their surprise, couldn't help but steal glances at him. Observing the crowd gathered, Song Mingchuan, realizing that Su-Ran needed rest, instructed, "All right, everyone, let us return to training. Su-Ran needs to recuperate." The second team members nodded promptly and returned to their side. Once the crowd dispersed, Song Mingchuan advised Su-Ran, "You should go rest now and refrain from overthinking. We can review today's match tomorrow." Su-Ran understood that his priority was to swiftly grasp the narrative of this world, so he bid them farewell and ascended the stairs. YH is a prestigious esports team, with each team housed in the owner's villa, one for the first team and another for the second. The villas are 3 stories high, and their rooms are located on the 3rd floor, with each member having their own chamber. Guided by memory, Su Ran returned to his room and initiated a dialogue with the system, requesting, "Please transmit the narrative tasks of this world." Lu promptly replied, "The narrative has been transmitted. Please accept and read it in a timely manner." The original host is the captain of the YH Eternal team, one of the elite squads in the current esports scene, participating in a 5v5 MOBA game titled Rise of the Gods. He primarily plays as a support, endowed with extraordinary awareness, leading the YH team to clinch multiple national championship titles, yet repeatedly falling short of the World Championship. Their best achievement was securing 3rd place. Over the past 2 years, due to a roster overhaul, YH has been unable to qualify for the World Championship. During this period, the original host faced immense pressure, often criticized for being a support player and a beta, deemed unfit for the captaincy. However, he remained unfazed by the derogatory remarks. It was unexpected that this time, due to his misstep, they failed to reach the top 4. The original owner's hope was to lead his beloved team to victory in the World Championship. After absorbing the storyline, Su Ran fell into silence for a considerable time. He could feel the fervent passion for esports that belonged to the original owner. Was it not merely a World Championship title? Su Ran gently curled his lips, vowing to bring the trophy back. The following morning, as Su Ran descended the stairs, he was surprised to find everyone already gathered downstairs. It was somewhat unexpected. Typically, esports players would sleep until noon, and it was barely past 9. How could they all be awake? Even Song Mingchuan, the team manager, was present. Upon seeing Su Ran, Song Mingchuan beckoned him to sit. Once seated, Su Ran noticed the somber expressions on everyone's faces. Had something happened? He inquired. The others remained silent. Song Mingchuan sighed, stating, "Wen Shun has decided to retire." "What?" Su Ran exclaimed, shock evident in his gaze directed at Jian Wendong, who simply lowered his head in silence. Jian Wendong had known the original owner since their days in the training camp, and they had subsequently signed with YH, one as a main shooter and the other as a support. Their synergy was remarkable, making them pivotal players in the team. Jian Wendong was also the only veteran member of YH apart from the original owner. His sudden announcement of retirement was utterly unforeseen by Su Ran. Feeling Su Ran's gaze upon him, Jian Wendong finally met his eyes after a long pause, apologetically saying, "Captain, I'm so sorry. I've let you down." Su Ran shook his head, responding, "No, you haven't disappointed me. As long as you do not feel disappointment, that is what matters." They had known each other for 5 years, evolving together from inexperienced trainees to prominent esports players in a prestigious team. Jian Wendong continued, "I don't want this either. My parents want me to return to my studies, and my performance has indeed been off this past year." Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Song Mingchuan interjected. "Wishin informed me about this 2 months ago. I suggested he finish the competitions before making a decision, and he agreed." At this, everyone, including Su Ran, turned their attention to Song Mingchuan. Meeting their gazes, he added, "We already have a candidate in mind to fill Wen Shun's position, and with the transfer window approaching, we can explore suitable options then. I will discuss this with the club." After his remarks, silence enveloped the group. After about a minute, Su Ran spoke up. "We need a newcomer." Su Ran's declaration of needing a newcomer caused Song Mingchuan some concern. He replied, "I have found 2 promising young trainees, but I worry about their compatibility with you." Su Ran reassured him, "It's all right. I can train with them." Seeing his determination, Song Mingchuan conceded. This matter still needs to be discussed with the club and reported to the league. Having spoken, Song Mingchuan turned to Jian Wenshin and inquired, "Wenshin, are you going to handle the formalities for your withdrawal from the team in the next couple of days?" Jian Wenshin, having felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing Su Ran mention new recruits, understood that Su Ran was not acting impulsively. They had previously deliberated on this matter, during which Jian Wenshin had remarked that if the day came when he retired, it was possible that Su Ran would become teammates with some formidable player who had switched teams. He vividly recalled Su Ran's response back then, stating, "If you retire, I will ask Mingge to select a newcomer for me to partner with." And now, Su Ran was indeed following through with that. Jian Wenshin felt a pang of guilt towards Su Ran, having promised to strive for a world championship together. Yet he had chosen to abandon that dream first. I will go to the league this afternoon, Jian Wenxin declared. Song Mingchuan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, very well, I will prepare the documents. He then addressed Su Ran and the others, saying, you all can train after your meal. There will likely be no time for a review today. We will discuss it tonight. With such events unfolding, a somber mood enveloped the team, and everyone merely nodded in agreement. After Song Mingchuan departed, Su Ran rose to check the kitchen for something to eat. Usually, their meals were prepared by an Annie, but since they typically had lunch later in the day, the Annie was likely out purchasing ingredients, leaving breakfast unattended. Nonetheless, there were always ready-to-eat items available in the kitchen. Just as he stood up, Jian Wenxin called out to him, Xiao Ran, I'm sorry. Su Ran paused, but did not turn to face him, softly responding, Wenxin, I have told you that you owe me nothing, as long as you remain true to yourself. He gently uttered Jian Wenxin's name, hoping for his well-being in the future. While Jian Wenxin's departure cast a shadow over the entire team, they nonetheless organized a farewell gathering for him. On the day of the gathering, everyone ended up intoxicated except for Su Ran and Song Mingchuan, who remained sober. Ultimately, they had to assist the inebriated individuals into vehicles and return them to the club. Following Jian Wenxin's exit, the next step was to bring in the newcomers selected by Song Mingchuan for tryouts. Among the recruits was a male beta, a male alpha, and a female alpha. Upon entering the training room, Su Ran's gaze immediately fell upon the tall youth at the back of the group. He was strikingly tall, with handsome and deep-set features, long limbs, and was dressed in casual attire. Perhaps sensing Su Ran's scrutiny, the male alpha turned to look at him, their eyes meeting in the air. Song Mingchuan stated, I have reported to the league and informed the head coach about this. For now, let them introduce themselves to you. After speaking, he encouraged the three newcomers. Please go ahead with your self-introductions. The first to step forward was the female, who introduced herself. I am Tang Lingjia, an alpha, and my specialty hero is Salgari. Next was the second male, who said, I am Liao, a beta, with a primary focus on the hero Nyx. Finally, it was the boy whom Su Ran had noticed first. My name is Yu Xiaobai, an alpha who primarily plays marksman heroes. Upon uttering these words, a collective gasp echoed through the room as everyone turned to gaze at him in astonishment. The other two newcomers, upon hearing this, were struck with a sense of defeat. How could they possibly hope to triumph against such a formidable opponent and secure a place in YH? Song Mingchuan, who had also been introduced, was equally surprised. He had not anticipated the presence of another marksman in the training camp. Song Mingchuan inquired, I have perused your profile and noted that you possess 5 heroes ranked first in the national server. Are these your favorites or your most proficient ones? Yu Xiaobai replied, I simply lack the time to push for others. Song Mingchuan, along with the others, fell silent. He then stated, all right, now each of you will train in a game alongside the captain of YH since. The coach will arrive shortly and will observe from the spectator room. Su Ran expressed no objections and took his seat, awaiting his teammates. The spot previously occupied by Jin Wendang had been cleared, allowing the newcomers to train there. The first to sit was Yu Xiaobai. As he settled into his chair, Su Ran faintly detected a subtle scent of wine. He twitched his nose, realizing the fragrance emanated from Yu Xiaobai, likely his pheromones. The delicate aroma of roses was intertwined with a crisp hint of brandy, quite pleasant indeed. Yu Xiaobai was using a secondary account commonly employed by the team for training matches. Su Ran created a room and invited Yu Xiaobai in, and the game commenced swiftly. During the ban and pick phase, Su Ran asked, what kind of support do you require? I can accommodate anything. Yu Xiaobai's voice was softer than when he introduced himself. Hearing this, Su Ran hesitated momentarily, but ultimately opted for a support champion with stronger protective capabilities. The game began promptly. In the season, the support champions ventured out alongside the AD carry. Su Ran selected a champion named Lowly Li, who had the appearance of a sweet young girl. Despite her charming visage, her protective abilities were formidable among support champions. Yu Xiaobai chose a marksman with high burst damage, though the only downside was his fragility. Since Su Ran had made the first selection, Yu Xiaobai was left to choose his champion last, Yet his selection perfectly complemented lowly Li in the game. Whether intentional or not, both players donned couple skins. Thus, as they navigated to the bottom lane, they encountered the opposing marksman. All, I love playing couples. Is the opposing ADC a couple with their support? All, I particularly enjoy hunting couples. Wait for me to claim some heads. Su Ran felt a twinge of exasperation at the opposing ADC's juvenile remarks, only to be taken aback when Yu Xiaobai responded. All, ADC yes. Come and offer me your heads. This retort effectively provoked the opposing ADC, leading to the first wave of minions where the enemy bot lane began to exert pressure on them. Fortunately, Su Ran had chosen a skill that offered both control and a shield to allies. In the face of pressing challenges, the opposing team had already lost a significant portion of their health. During the initial wave of minions, Su Ran discovered that Yu Xiaobai could remarkably match his awareness. With a mere flick of control, Yu Xiaobai's damage aligned perfectly, all without any prior communication between them. As the game progressed into its mid-stage, Yu Xiaobai's economy soared to the highest in the match, and he secured the most kills. Had it not been for the inadequacy of their teammates, who continuously gifted opportunities to the opponents, this game might have concluded within 10 minutes. Regrettably, relying solely on Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai, they could only advance at a gradual pace. As the match unfolded, Su Ran increasingly felt a profound synergy with Yu Xiaobai. Each time he initiated a team fight, Yu Xiaobai would invariably follow suit, never abandoning him. Ultimately, through their concerted efforts, the match reached its conclusion at 19 minutes and 20 seconds. Upon witnessing the victory screen appear, Su Ran firmly believed that Yu Xiaobai was the teammate he had long desired. Impressive, he remarked, removing his headset and smiling at Yu Xiaobai. Yu Xiaobai also took off his headset, and upon catching Su Ran's smile from his position in the esports chair, his heart skipped a beat, his ears flushing with warmth as he replied, "It's all thanks to Captain Su's excellent support." Finding Yu Xiaobai's bashfulness amusing, Su Ran thought it ironic that this seemingly aloof alpha could blush so easily at his words. While Su Ran considered Yu Xiaobai his ideal partner, he felt it necessary for the other two newcomers to also attempt to collaborate with him in a match. The following duo joined Su Ran for a duo queue, and although they displayed considerable skill, their synergy with Su Ran fell short. Either they struggled to keep pace with Su Ran, or they would engage before he initiated. Reborn Godrise is a team-based game, and victory cannot be achieved by a single player. Coordination is paramount. Tang Jialing and Li Yao grappled to synchronize with Su Ran, and had it not been for Su Ran's professional prowess, their matches would have stretched over half an hour before triumphing. The initial match with Yu Xiaobai had been particularly effortless, but after the subsequent two matches, Su Ran felt utterly exhausted. Once the final match concluded, he removed his headset with a heavy sigh of relief. The others emerged from the observation room into the training area, and as Song Ming Chuan entered, he glanced at Su Ran. Their eyes met, and Su Ran simply shook his head with a smile. The head coach and assistant coach of Team White also arrived, addressing Yu Xiaobai and the other two, saying, "Come with me to the conference room." The three followed the coach out, and Song Ming Chuan inquired of Su Ran, "Who do you hold in the highest regard?" "Yu Xiaobai," came Su Ran's resolute response. "Are you that certain?" Song Ming Chuan asked in a neutral tone. "It can only be him," Su Ran asserted, feeling that Team White would undergo remarkable transformations in the coming year. As Song Ming Chuan proceeded to the conference room, only Su Ran and the other three teammates remained in the training area. He turned to his teammates and said, "Let us continue training. The results should be available shortly." Wan Xingchen inquired of Su Ran, "Captain, do you have a particular fondness for that alpha?" Su Ran smiled with a gentle arch of his eyes. "Did you perceive that?" Wan Xingchen nodded. "Indeed, I believe he can keep pace with the captain." YH's jungler, Xiaozian, interjected, "Captain, who do you think collaborates better with you, him or Jiange?" The mention of Jian Wenshun left everyone momentarily stunned. Just as they anticipated Su Ran's silence, he confidently declared, "Yu Xiaobai." The synergy between the original host and Jian Wenshun had been cultivated over many years of collaboration. However, with Yu Xiaobai, there was an unspoken understanding of his every move. Such rapport is indeed rare in competitive play. During dinner that evening, Song Ming-chuan announced the outcome. Yu Xiaobai would begin a trial period with the YH team starting tomorrow, lasting for half a month. The decision to retain Yu Xiaobai was nearly tantamount to confirming his place in YH. Should he harmonize well with his teammates and possess the requisite skills of a professional player, YH would formally offer him a contract. Su Ran was not at all surprised by this result. He understood that the coaching staff could clearly discern the disparities among the three players. They also intended to keep Li Yao and Tang Jialing, sending them to the second team to serve as substitutes. However, Li Yao declined, expressing his disinterest in merely observing from the sidelines. The coaching staff respected his wishes, allowing him to decide his fate. Tang Jialing remained to train alongside the younger players in the second team, as there would still be opportunities for her to compete in matches. Since Jian Wenxin had already moved out, Yu Xiaobai will be trying out at the team base for a month. Song Ming-chuan arranged for him to occupy the room previously inhabited by Jian Wenxin. This room was adjacent to Su Ran's, separated by only a wall with a shared balcony. The original host had been a beta, and sharing a balcony with an alpha had posed no issue. However, now that Su Ran had transitioned to an omega, Song Ming-chuan was concerned he might mind. Before Yu Xiaobai's arrival, he sought Su Ran's opinion. Naturally, Su Ran had no objections. He considered that both he and Yu Xiaobai were men, thus such distinctions were unnecessary. Moreover, as long as the door to the balcony was securely locked, there would be no complications. Yu Xiaobai was swift in his relocation, moving in early the next morning. As the captain and neighbor, Su Ran offered to assist him with his belongings, only to be declined. Yu Xiaobai remarked, "Captain, there's no need. I am an alpha, and it would not be proper for an omega to help me move." Hearing this, Su Ran felt a twinge of displeasure. "Do you think I lack strength? Before becoming an omega, I was a beta. While my physicality may not rival that of you alphas, it is by no means weak." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaobai worried he had misspoken and quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. I simply thought there wasn't much to carry, and the captain's assistance wasn't necessary." Fearing a misunderstanding, Yu Xiaobai further clarified, "No, I merely meant to say, all right, I won't move." Su Ran quickly interrupted, halting his explanation. Witnessing the boy's anxiousness, his ears flushed a deep crimson. It was quite surprising. Yesterday, when they had met, he had appeared so aloof and indifferent, yet now he was so easily flustered. Though it was termed a trial, Yu Xiaobai's entry into YH was a foregone conclusion. The trial was merely a formality. On his first day at the base, Song Ming-chuan had arranged a special dinner to welcome him. Little did they expect that this welcoming ceremony would be captured by a malicious observer and subsequently disseminated online. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Ran found the group chat ablaze with fervor. A cursory glance at the messages in the chat led him to log in with a secondary account to Weibo, where the esports community was in an uproar. He clicked on a prominently titled post, "YH's failure to reach the top 4, yet still dares to celebrate," and entered to find the blogger had shared several photos taken as they were leaving their dinner the previous night. Although they were all masked, their identities were still discernible. The blogger's words read, "Today, while dining out, I unexpectedly spotted members of the YH team here as well. I must ask, how can you celebrate when your team is performing so poorly, failing to even make it to the top 4? What is there to celebrate? Is it your defeat to CYG, a team with lesser conditions than yours? And yet, you all appear so cheerful. Is this right? Do you hold any regard for the fans supporting YH? While fans weep over YH's failure to reach the top 4, you seem so elated. How can you face your supporters? Also, where is Jian? Are you isolating him, leaving him out of the gathering?" After digesting the post, Su Ran scrolled down to find the comments rife with vitriol directed at them, and even more so at him. TSK. Wasn't he the one who fainted outside the venue that day? Is he all right now? I recall he was struck by something. Did that cause his fainting? Regardless of the reason, it's only been a few days since the competition, and they are so brazenly dining together, so blissfully unaware of their fans' despair. By the way, who is that alpha with them? Quite dashing. Can we not fawn over handsome men right now? This is hardly the moment for that. Wait, Jian is absent, and there's a new face. What is YH trying to convey? This comment stirred a flurry of speculations, quickly becoming the most popular remark. Su Ran maintained his composure as he perused dozens of comments, ultimately closing the window and opening WeChat to check the messages in the group chat. Song Mingchuan had evidently seen the post as well and addressed them, saying, when Shun's retirement announcement has yet to be released, the league was initially delayed by some formalities, but it is now being expedited for an official announcement. I have also reached out to Wen Shun. He will issue a statement as well, so do not worry excessively. Finally, he emphasized to Su Ran, saying, Xiao Ran, do not overthink. As the captain, it is inevitable to bear the brunt of criticism when the team loses. Moreover, given that you fainted that day, there is much chatter surrounding you. Just disregard it. There is no need to be concerned. Upon receiving the message, Su Ran understood that Song Mingchuan's words were intended to ease his mind. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. In this circle, criticism is unavoidable. Chapter 40. Captain, may I rest assured, Minggu, I will not take it to heart, Su Ran replied. Instantly, Lin Xiangyu sent a message. Fish, Captain, we have already taken our all accounts to scold those people, so do not let it bother you. Star, yes, Captain, we have silenced many of them with our words. Sunny, Captain, we will always stand behind you. Seeing their messages, Su Ran felt a wave of relief, realizing how fortunate he was to have such teammates and friends. As he pondered how to respond to his adorable companions, a knock echoed at the door. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still before noon. Even if the others were awake, they would not descend immediately. Furthermore, due to the situation on Weibo, they would likely remain in their rooms, venting their frustration online rather than knocking on doors. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Yu Xiaobai. Su Ran slipped on his shoes and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of an alpha standing outside. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Ran smiled and said, Xiaobai, what brings you here? The familiarity of Xiaobai caused Yu Xiaobai to momentarily freeze, his ears turning a shade of crimson. He replied, I saw some unpleasant remarks online this morning and thought I would ask if the captain would like to play a duo to shift focus. Hearing this rationale, Su Ran suppressed a laugh, finding it amusing yet endearing, as the alpha before him was quite shy. Clearing his throat, he said, I will freshen up first. You may head to the training room. Yu Xiaobai, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly, yes, I will go now. Watching him leave, Su Ran found Yu Xiaobai to be quite charming. Initially, he had appeared distant, but through their interactions, it became evident that he was easily embarrassed. A handsome yet bashful alpha. What a rare gem. Ahem. Su Ran shook his head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. What was he thinking? After all, he was still just a child. Meanwhile, the youthful Yu Xiaobai entered the training room, booted up his computer, and figured he had some time before Su Ran would join him. So he decided to start a game. Just as he logged in, someone sought to invite him to a ranked match. Upon seeing the ID of the person inviting him, his earlier good mood dissipated, and his expression grew cold. He declined the invitation and opened a ranked match on his own. Perhaps due to his foul mood, he played exceptionally fiercely in this game. Struggling to keep pace with his companion, the support player found themselves perpetually a step behind. Each time they arrived, their ally had already dispatched the opposing team, leaving no opportunity for assists. In a moment of exasperation, the support sent a message, Dear brother, could you perhaps wait for me? I Haven team managed a single assist. Upon reading the message, Yu Xiaobai pressed his lips together, recalling the game he had played with Su Ran 2 days prior. If only his current support were Su Ran. He mused, they would surely synchronize with his rhythm. With this thought in mind, Yu Xiaobai intensified his efforts. In a mere 16 minutes, he single-handedly dismantled the enemy's bottom tower, achieving a triple kill before obliterating their crystal. As the game concluded, he felt a tinge of disinterest in playing alone and decided to wait for Su Ran's arrival before starting anew. Just as he was about to remove his headset, he sensed someone approaching. He turned abruptly, his lips inadvertently brushing against the cheek of the newcomer. Upon realizing who it was, his face flushed instantly. It wasn't only Yu Xiaobai who felt the heat. Su Ran's cheeks also reddened. He had merely intended to glance at Yu Xiaobai's in-game statistics, never anticipating such a sudden turn. Initially, he only felt a fleeting touch against his cheek, but upon recognizing it as Yu Xiaobai's lips, his face ignited with warmth. Straightening up abruptly, he dared not meet Yushiobi's gaze and stammered, "Let me check your stats. They seem impressive." Due to the glare from the screen, he had not actually had the chance to see the statistics clearly, so he spoke without thought. Indeed, Yushiobi's performance was commendable. He had eliminated 11 opponents and only succumbed once. Thus, he took no offense at Su Ran's vague compliment. Yushiobi inquired, "Captain, shall we do OQ now, or wait until after dinner?" The ant was already preparing a meal. It was likely they would be dining within the hour. The earlier awkwardness hung in the air, and he felt compelled to bridge the silence. Su Ran replied, "We could play a couple of matches after dinner. Minga might have other plans for us." Agreeing, Yushiobi nodded. He endeavored to suppress the tumult within, clearing his throat to say, "I haven't added the captain as a friend yet." He turned to observe Su Ran, who was now booting up his computer. The flush on Su Ran's face had faded somewhat, yet a faint hue remained, reminding Yushiobi of that fleeting moment of contact. Su Ran possessed an attractive appearance, with fair skin and delicate, perfect features that set him apart among Omegas. As he gazed, Yushiobi lost track of time, fixated on Su Ran until the latter looked up and caught him staring. Clearing his throat, Su Ran said, "Once I'm online, I'll add you." He then recalled that they hadn't even exchanged WeChat contacts yet, since Yushiobi was destined to be his teammate and partner. It was only a matter of time before they would need to connect. Thus, Su Ran took the initiative. "Let us add each other on WeChat first." Upon hearing that he could add Su Ran on WeChat, Yushiobi momentarily forgot about being caught staring at Su Ran. He promptly took out his phone, suggesting, "Then I shall scan your code." The two successfully became friends on WeChat, followed by adding each other as friends in the game. As they commenced their duo queue, it became evident that Su Ran's rank and performance were commendable. Yushiobi had previously observed Su Ran's impressive statistics, leading him to anticipate a remarkable synergy in their gameplay. Indeed, as soon as they entered the game, Su Ran noticed some familiar IDs on the 3rd and 5th floors. They belonged to the top laner and jungler of the YL, Wild Wolf team. Clearly, those two had recognized Su Ran's ID as well. The player on the 3rd floor activated voice chat, inquiring, "Is that you, Since?" Su Ran responded affirmatively. The 4th floor teammate, a girl with a melodious voice, expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, I've encountered Since. Is it really you?" Her voice brimmed with excitement and joy. With a hint of helplessness, Su Ran replied, "Yes, I am Since." Upon receiving confirmation, the girl jubilantly declared, "Since, I am your fan. I truly admire you." She quickly followed up with, "I hope you're okay after fainting at the venue last time." Su Ran was reluctant to delve into the topic of his fainting incident. At that moment, the jungler from the YL team spoke up, asking, "Since, may I take the lead in this match?" As the team captain, Su Ran was aware that the two professional players from YL were not primary shot callers, which is why they sought his guidance. Without hesitation, he agreed. Yushiobi was positioned on the 3rd floor, while the duo was playing together on the 3rd and 5th floors. The 4th floor player, having not encountered Yushiobi's ID before, assumed he was teamed with the girl on the 4th floor. The girl, wanting to share the lane with Su Ran, asked Yushiobi, "Can I swap with you on the 2nd floor? I wish for my idol to support me. That is something I could cherish for a lifetime." Hearing this, Su Ran couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting. Yushiobi, catching sight of Su Ran's smile, felt an inexplicable sense of discontent. Thus, he curtly typed in the game, "White of the night. Sorry, I'm with Since. I wish for him to support me as well." Su Ran and the others were taken aback by Yushiobi's remark, with Su Ran sensing a hint of intentionality behind his words. Following Yushiobi's declaration, an awkward silence enveloped the team's voice chat for several seconds. Eventually, the girl spoke with a tone of disappointment. "All right then." However, she quickly regained her buoyancy, adding, "I will provide you both with ample support." In response, the top laner on the 5th floor chuckled, stating, "I also require support in the top lane." Expecting the girl to reciprocate with, "I will support you too," they were taken aback when she instead replied, "No, top laners have no emotions. Support is unnecessary." At that moment, Su Ran truly couldn't contain his laughter. He did not activate the voice chat, hence the players in the game were oblivious to his presence. Outside the game, both he and Yushiobi donned their headphones. Thus, they were unconcerned about being overheard. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaobai frequently cast furtive glances in his direction. When he had smiled moments ago, it was precisely at that instant that Yu Xiaobai had caught sight of him. Witnessing that fleeting smile, the corners of Yu Xiaobai's mouth instinctively lifted in response. The top laner of YL, feigning sadness, remarked with a smile, "Very well then, I shall continue to be the emotionless top laner during the champion selection phase." As Su Ran occupied the first pick position, he opted for utility support champion, one imbued with formidable protective capabilities, to assist his teammates in later selections. Yu Xiaobai contemplated suggesting that Su Ran choose a champion he favored, but upon noticing that he had already locked in his pick, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Subsequently, he selected a marksman with robust self-preservation in the early game and explosive potential in the mid to late game, aiming to avoid placing the onus solely on Su Ran to safeguard him. The champions chosen on the third and fifth picks were relatively common within their professional realm, while the girl on the fourth pick opted for a control-heavy mid-lane mage. The game commenced in earnest. At the outset, Su Ran positioned himself in the brush by the river in the bottom lane to establish vision, subsequently joining Yu Xiaobai to contest the minion wave against their opponents. Once the second wave of minions was cleared, the mid laner indeed ventured down to assist. Su Ran found amusement in observing the little girl who was also concealed in the same brush as he was. "Don't target me. The jungler will give you the lane." "What are you doing? What are you doing? If I take it, don't cry." "Don't target me. I 1T, you go ahead. I need to protect our ADC with sense." Since Yu Xiaobai, listening to their exchange and seeing the little girl standing beside Su Ran in the brush, felt a sudden surge of irritation. It was as if he had accidentally missed a minion, which had been promptly marked by the opposing support. Before he could utter a word, Su Ran had already appeared by his side, granting him shield. Observing the character beside him, Yu Xiaobai offered a slight smirk and said into the team voice chat, "I apologize, Captain, I missed a minion." Su Ran glanced at the economic panel and replied softly, "It's all right. It was also my oversight." He realized he should not have stood in that brush to establish vision. Yu Xiaobai responded, "It was my awareness that faltered." Both were shouldering the blame for a single minion, while the little girl in the brush was uncertain whether to venture out or remain hidden. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to return to her mid lane to farm. "Don't target me. The jungler. Please leave me 2 minions." "What are you doing? Didn't you say I could have them?" "Don't target me. I suddenly feel that if I develop well, I can better protect my sense." "What are you doing?" Su Ran paid little heed to the banter. However, Yu Xiaobai felt a pang of discomfort at the mid laner's reference to my sense. He unconsciously pressed his tongue against his back molars, just as he noticed the opposing marksman stepping forward to secure the minion wave. With a swift E ability, he stunned the enemy for 0.12 seconds, then flashed behind the opposing ADC to unleash a barrage of attacks, swiftly reducing the enemy's health to a critical state. Su Ran anticipated that the opponent would likely attempt to escape at this moment. He swiftly immobilized the enemy AD with a skill, while Yu Xiaobai dealt 2 quick strikes, successfully claiming first blood. The announcement of first blood echoed, prompting Su Ran to exclaim in admiration, "Splendid." Encouraged by Su Ran's praise, Yu Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. Without the mid laner in the bot lane, Yu Xiaobai reverted to his usual form, diligently farming. Whenever the enemy sought to ambush, Su Ran would promptly provide signals and vision. Consequently, as the enemy's second tower in the bot lane fell, Yu Xiaobai remained unscathed, even securing 3 kills. At that moment, a skirmish erupted between their teammates and the opponents in the red zone, prompting Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai to rush to the mid lane for support. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the enemy mid laner being slain by their jungler. Seeing their own mid laner severely injured, Su Ran immediately cast a protective shield, successfully saving him. Yu Xiaobai positioned himself behind, ready to deal damage. As he observed Su Ran shielding the mid laner, the enemy top laner flashed in, attempting to corner them. Yu Xiaobai also flashed forward, applying control to the opposing top laner, and resumed his assault. His economy was at the pinnacle, boasting the highest gold in the match, having acquired from major items, resulting in formidable damage output. The enemy top laner, a sturdy bruiser, was reduced to critical health and fled using a skill. Despite Yushio Bai's timely flash, the already weakened mid-laner succumbed. Seeing himself survive with minimal health, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle, expressing gratitude. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have perished too. Yushio Bai replied, Indeed, it's a pity we couldn't keep the enemy top laner. Following the team fight, the opponents lost 3 members while Su Ran's side suffered 2 casualties, with Yushio Bai securing a kill. Seizing the opportunity with 3 enemies down, Yushio Bai and the jungler took down the Baron. Yushio Bai suggested, Captain, let us head to the bot lane and avoid confrontation for now. Su Ran assessed the situation. The enemy mid laner, support, and marksman were exposed in the mid lane, while their jungler was likely in the jungle. As long as their teammates could hold the 3 enemies in the mid lane, they felt confident in their strategy. Since you can hold the 3 in mid, we will sneak into bot. Emote de Ganqing. Can you manage that? Bai. Absolutely. Trust us. The team consisted of 3 professional players, and it seemed that Weil's top laner and jungler had begun to perceive something unusual. Throughout this match, Yushio Bai's maneuvers exhibited a level of skill beyond that of an ordinary player, complemented by exceptional awareness. However, his ID remained unfamiliar to them, and they were unaware of when YH had acquired such a player. They had seen the trending topic earlier that morning and speculated whether the person playing alongside Su Ran was the alpha depicted in the photos. Yet, they were puzzled, as YH's marksman did not seem to indicate any intention of retreating. Why was there only one unfamiliar alpha in their gathering photo, with no sign of Jian when shunned? Weil's jungler remarked in the team voice chat, Let us take a gamble. Should the gamble prove successful, it would suggest that the individual pairing with Su Ran in the duo queue is likely a newcomer from YH. Whether this player is a substitute or a starter remains uncertain, particularly since the transfer period has yet to commence and YH has made no official announcements. Thus, all speculations are merely conjectures. However, they share a singular thought. If this marksman is indeed a rookie from YH and is positioned as a starter, YH may pose an even greater challenge in the upcoming season. Chapter 42, Captain May I? After YL and his companion decided to take the gamble, they accompanied the mid laner to the center lane with the intent to deliberately disrupt the opposing team. The enemy's jungler and top laner, perceiving the potential for a skirmish in the mid lane, revealed themselves and advanced. At that moment, Su Ran and Yushio Bai, accompanied by 2 dragon minions, proceeded to dismantle the enemy's bottom lane's high ground. Upon witnessing this, the enemy team, realizing their crystal was under siege, contemplated retreating to base. The 3 teammates on Su Ran's side, whose objective was to hinder their return, would never allow them to escape. They continued to obstruct the enemy's retreat, engaging in a 3v5 confrontation. Naturally, the trio was no match for 5 opponents, and before long, they were eliminated with only 1 adversary falling in return. Regrettably, by the time the 4 remaining foes returned, it was too late. Su Ran and Yushio Bai had already obliterated the enemy's crystal base. As the blue victory flashed across the computer screen, Su Ran exhaled lightly. He turned to Yushio Bai and noticed the latter was gazing at him, his complexion slightly flushed. Removing his headphones, Su Ran inquired, What troubles you? Yushio Bai, unable to meet his gaze, murmured, Captain, should you not apply some cover-up? At this remark, Su Ran became aware of a faint scent of white tea pheromones in the air. He suddenly recalled that, after washing up, he had hastily spritzed on a bit of cover-up, fearing Yushio Bai might be kept waiting. While it typically suffices for a couple of hours, his emotional excitement during the game may have compromised his control over the pheromones, causing them to escape. He quickly opened the nearby drawer, retrieving the spare cover-up he had set aside the previous day. After applying several sprays, he apologized. I must have let my emotions get the better of me. Sorry. It's quite all right, Yushio Bai replied, his face now crimson, with his ears and neck following suit. He could still detect the lingering scent of the Omega's white tea pheromones at the tip of his nose, refusing to dissipate. Just then, their other teammates descended the stairs. Noticing the illuminated computer screens, Ruan Xingchen looked at Su Ran in astonishment. Captain, when did you come downstairs? You're secretly duo queuing. Su Ran cleared his throat lightly, responding. Not long ago, we just played a match. Ruan Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. May I join? At that moment, Yu Xiaobai interjected, Sister Xing. Minggu asked me to cultivate synergy with the captain. The YH team, aside from Su Ran, who is 21 years old, consists of Ruan Xingchun and Lin Xiangyu, both merely 18 or 19. Yu Xiaobai, in fact, has yet to celebrate his 18th birthday. Thus, addressing Ruan Xingchun as Sister Xing is entirely appropriate. As Ruan Xingchun heard the tall alpha, Yu Xiaobai, address her as sister, she felt a moment of discomfort. Although female alphas are also quite tall, there remains a noticeable height difference when compared to their male counterparts. Suddenly, Ruan Xingchun twitched her nose and remarked, What is that scent? It is rather pleasant. She was referring to the alluring pheromone emitted by Su Ran moments ago. It was winter, and the training room windows were closed. Thus, Su Ran's pheromones lingered, and Ruan Xingchun caught a whiff of it upon entering. Su Ran, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, It's nothing. He then swiftly changed the subject, asking, What about them? Haven't they come down yet? Ruan Xingchun was merely curious, but quickly shifted her focus, surmising that they were likely still engaged in a fierce battle on Weibo against their detractors. Speaking of this, Ruan Xingchun felt a surge of anger, wondering who the malicious individual was that not only took their photos, but also used them to tarnish YH's reputation. In response to this issue, Su Ran remained relatively unfazed. Before he descended the stairs, Song Mingchuan had privately messaged him, assuring him that the YH Club would address the matter and would seek out the individual responsible for the post to have it removed. Naturally, Su Ran had no objections. He had no intention of delving into such matters. After all, his daily routine involved rigorous training, and now he was also accompanying Yu Xiaobai in practice, leaving him little time to concern himself with trivialities. His primary task was to help the original owner fulfill their wish of winning the global championship. He had no time to waste on those petty individuals. Su Ran advised, You need not engage with those people. Arguing with them will only amplify their attention and draw more focus to this issue. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xingchun had an epiphany, realizing, Oh, how did I not think of that? In the heat of the moment, I was so caught up in their insults that I overlooked this aspect. Determined, she declared, I will message them to cease their insults. Not long after sending the message, Lin Xiangyu responded in the group chat, stating, There are no more insults. The post has been deleted. Deleted? After sending the message, she quickly logged onto Weibo and, indeed, found that the post was no longer visible. Captain, that post has been deleted. Indeed, he had anticipated this outcome. Yu Xiaobai, standing nearby, listened to their conversation, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Ran. Initially, he had contemplated joining in to confront the trolls, but upon hearing Ruan Xingchun mention the deletion of the post, he felt a twinge of regret. Ding! The sound of a notification chimed from Su Ran's phone resting on the table. He picked it up and unlocked it, discovering a message from Jian Wenshin. Jian Xiaoran, I posted on Weibo. Are you all right? Su Ran stared at the message in silence for a considerable time, eventually responding with a brief reply. No worries. It was succinct and to the point, as if they were mere acquaintances. Yu Xiaobai, observing Su Ran's demeanor, noted a distinct shift in his emotions. Who could have sent him such a message? He pondered. Su Ran extinguished his phone and had not yet placed it back on the table when Xiao Zian entered the training room. You are all here. Annie has prepared dinner, and Mingo asked me to call you to eat. The group responded affirmatively, and Su Ran glanced at Yu Xiaobai, suggesting, Let's have dinner first. We can continue this afternoon. After engaging in 2 rounds of games with Yu Xiaobai, Su Ran felt quite at ease, as they needed to practice their coordination and synergy. There was ample time to climb the ranks together. During the meal, Song Mingchuan mentioned, The league has announced that there will be an official statement regarding Wen Shun's retirement at 8 o'clock tonight. Wen Shun has already made a post, so you all should refrain from going on Weibo for today and avoid live streaming for the time being. Then, shifting his gaze towards Ruan Xingchun and the others, he added, And you 3, don't think I'm unaware of your alternate accounts cursing people on Weibo. The trio, being called out, showed no intention of denying it. Xiao Zian, typically reserved, took the initiative to speak. Those people have been slandering our YH and insulting the captain. We cannot stand idly by. Song Mingchuan understood that if it weren't for various considerations, he would have already taken to the stage to retaliate verbally. Nonetheless, He kindly warned, "You must keep your identities concealed. If those people discover who you are, it could lead to disciplinary action from the league. A monetary fine is trivial, but a suspension would pose a serious problem." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Su Ran felt that Song Mingchuan's advice was sound. If their identities were exposed, the consequences could be dire. "I know everyone cares for me, and I appreciate your goodwill. Can we refrain from using Weibo for the next couple of days?" Su Ran's voice was gentle, akin to a spring breeze caressing the ears of those present. In the previous chapter, although the original owner was merely a beta, he fulfilled his duties as captain with great dedication and kindness towards his teammates, earning their affection. Now that Su Ran had undergone a second transformation into an Omega within a team predominantly comprised of alphas, his teammates perceived him as even more gentle than before. Lin Xiangyu, known for his carefree demeanor, remarked, "Captain, I believe you are more suited to being an Omega." Su Ran responded, "Why has the conversation suddenly shifted to gender? Wasn't his character akin to that of a beta or alpha?" After the meal, Song Mingchuan addressed Su Ran and the others, stating, "Though Xiao Bai is only on trial basis, his abilities are impressive, and his synergy with Xiao Ran is nearly synchronous. Thus, the likelihood of him staying is quite high. Moving forward, you should practice your coordination with him frequently." He emphasized that it wasn't solely about the partnership between Xiao Ran and Xiao Bai. All teammates needed to collaborate, as victory in competitions could not depend on just their pair's synergy. This sentiment was met with agreement. No one contradicted him, and they all nodded in response. Song Mingchuan, pleased with their compliance, continued, "The day after tomorrow, CFD, Chongfeng team, has scheduled a training match with us, and Xiao Bai will participate." With that, everyone exchanged glances. After a brief moment of silence, Yu Xiaobai declared, "I can do it." Song Mingchuan appreciated such confidence in his players. He chuckled lightly and remarked, "It's nothing. It's merely a practice match, so the outcome is inconsequential." The purpose of arranging practice matches with other teams is to experiment with new formations, and winning or losing is not of paramount importance. CFD has reached the semi-finals this time, and scheduling a practice match with them is certainly to prepare adequately for the upcoming competition. They seem quite confident about claiming the championship this time. Now, let's not dwell on it too much. Hurry and get to training. Finally, Song Mingchuan added, just as Su Ran was about to turn away. Song Mingchuan called out to him, "Xiao Ran, come with me to the conference room." "All right, Brother Ming," Su Ran replied, following him to the conference room. As soon as they entered and closed the door, Song Mingchuan spoke directly. "Xiao Ran, I have reported your transformation into an Omega to the League. The League has indicated that regular checkups will be necessary and need to be mindful of your sensitive periods before competitions." Upon hearing this, Su Ran nodded and said, "I understand." Song Mingchuan continued, "Please provide me with a copy of your last health examination report. I need to submit it." "Sure, Brother Ming. I will go get it copied shortly." "Well, that is all for now. You may return to your tasks. I have some matters to attend to with the League." They both exited the conference room, and Su Ran went to his room to retrieve the health report for copying, while Song Mingchuan left the base to handle other affairs. On the evening of the practice match, at 9 o'clock, everyone gathered in YH's competition room. Coach Fong stood behind them and stated, "Although practice matches are not about winning or losing, everyone should still approach the entire match with the right attitude. Understood?" "Understood, Coach," they all responded in unison. Coach Fong approached Yu Xiaobai and reassured him, "It's all right. Just bring your best attitude and cooperate with your teammates." Yu Xiaobai replied, "Understand, Coach." Though he had never participated in a formal match, he had spent half a year in the youth training camp, where the coaches had taught them how to collaborate effectively. However, none of the trainees had developed a seamless synergy with him. The practice match commenced officially. They entered the designated room, and prior to the match starting, everyone had the freedom to communicate verbally within the room, including the CFD players. Upon their entrance, they heard someone shout, "Since has arrived." Then, a clear and pleasant voice inquired, "Since, are you all right after fainting that day?" Su Ran pressed his lips together and replied with a smile, "I'm fine." "Since, I saw the League's official announcement. It mentioned that your fainting was due to your secondary transformation, and you are now an Omega?" As soon as this was said, others began to inquire about it. Su Ran found himself momentarily at a loss for words, only to hear a serious voice through his headset say, "Why are you all so nosy? Focus on the upcoming match instead of asking about gender." With that, the room fell silent. Coach Fong announced, "Time's up. Let us begin." The CFD coach concurred, "All right, let us start." Initially, the cacophony of sounds in the headphones faded away, leaving only the voice of YH's representative. As the BP phase commenced, Su Ran opted to ban the key jungler and mid laner from the opposing team, while CFD chose to eliminate the heroes Su Ran excels at. It was a clear attempt to target him. However, Su Ran remained unfazed, and his teammates regarded this as a normal strategy. The coach remarked, "Xiao Ran. Select a control-oriented support hero and rely on Xiao Bai for damage output." Just then, Yu Xiaobai interjected, "Coach, let the captain choose his preferred hero. I am flexible." This statement was a clear concession to Su Ran's gaming experience. Yet, a match is not solely a game. It involves the synergy of the entire team. And the coach was not inclined to acquiesce so easily. Coach Fong replied, "But this is a competition." Yu Xiaobai turned to Coach Fong, asserting, "Trust me, even without a control support, I can deliver substantial damage." This was a testament to his confidence. For some inexplicable reason, Coach Fong was swayed by this declaration. Although Su Ran's favored heroes had been banned, his pool of champions was extensive, albeit his aversion to control-type supports was well known. Was it possible that the heroes they had played together in the past 2 days had tipped Yu Xiaobai off? Contemplating this possibility, Su Ran merely allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He selected a commonly utilized functional support hero, capable of both crowd control and damage. Yu Xiaobai, on the other hand, chose a long-range hero, a marksman with exceptional self-sustain. Observing this, Su Ran began to comprehend Yu Xiaobai's intentions. He aimed to prepare for a carry role while playing support. CFD's hero selections were also quite unconventional, deviating from their usual strategies, suggesting the introduction of a new framework. They appeared to be using YH as a testing ground, rather than following Yu Xiaobai to the bot lane. Su Ran accompanied the jungler to the opposing blue buff area. CFD's jungler had a tendency to prioritize the red buff first. So Ran instructed, "Xiaobai, push the wave in." Yu Xiaobai responded, "Understood." Together with Xiao Zian, they successfully executed a counter on the opposing blue buff. Xiao Zian returned to their blue zone to farm, while Su Ran ventured into the red area, aware that the enemy jungler might approach. Before long, he indeed spotted CFD's jungler accompanied by their mid laner. Simultaneously, Wan Xingchen began to approach as well. Su Ran noticed that Yu Xiaobai had finished clearing the minion wave and was on his way. Just over 2 minutes had passed, and they were poised to initiate the first team fight. If a skirmish were to break out, YH would not be at a disadvantage, thanks to the protective mechanisms of the jungle. As Chapter 44 unfolded, Xiao Zian arrived just in time to witness Su Ran slow the enemy mid laner with a skill. Wan Xingchen swiftly followed suit, delivering a decisive blow that sent his opponent flying. The support from CFD promptly responded, utilizing a blink to attempt to assist. At this moment, Xiao Zian had reached level 4, but lacked his ultimate ability. He dashed towards CFD's mid laner, unleashing 2 consecutive skills that swiftly depleted a significant portion of their health. Just as they were on the brink of demise, CFD support cast a healing spell, restoring a sliver of health. The mid laner from CFD immediately blinked away in a hasty retreat. By this time, Yu Xiaobai had also arrived, and CFD's jungler, realizing the impossibility of reclaiming the red buff, had no choice but to withdraw. After their departure, Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai returned to their lane, perfectly positioned to claim the 4th wave of minions. Earlier in the jungle, CFD's marksman had opted not to engage, instead securing the river crab and consuming a small monster from their own jungle, thereby gaining over 100 gold more than Yu Xiaobai. Su Ran was well aware that they needed to recover that deficit. Before long, an opportunity presented itself. After the CFD jungler cleared the blue area, he prepared to ambush Yu Xiaobai. Due to the absence of a blue buff, his level and gold were inferior to Xiao Zian's. Zian positioned himself to lie in wait, poised for an attack. Su Ran instructed, "Xingchen, hold their mid laner back," preventing him from advancing. Wan Xingchen promptly replied, "Understood, Captain." concealed in the bushes. Su Ran observed as CFD's support lingered in the opposing foliage and cast a skill to scout his position. At that moment, CFD's jungler lunged forward, aiming to eliminate Su Ran. Anticipating this, Su Ran was prepared. As the enemy approached, he unleashed a control skill that ensnared him, then blinked to a safe distance and followed up with a damaging skill aimed at CFD's advancing marksman. Yu Xiaobai provided support from behind, targeting the same marksman. Qiu Zian rushed over, restraining the CFD jungler intent on continuing his assault on Su Ran. The opposing support promptly granted their marksman a shield and a small amount of health. Yu Xiaobai's hero, renowned for both its reach and damage, posed a significant threat. Seeing his health restored, CFD's marksman intended to advance and confront Qiu Zian, hoping to detain him. Unfortunately for him, Yu Xiaobai would not allow it, executing a swift blink followed by 2 damaging skills and an auto attack, leaving the marksman severely weakened. At this juncture, he attempted to escape with a blink, but Su Ran denied him the opportunity, swiftly executing a Q skill to claim the first blood. First blood. The moment marked the demise of CFD's marksman, with Su Ran securing the first kill. Well done, Yu Xiaobai praised. Ruan Xingqian, engaging with CFD's mid laner in the center lane, echoed the sentiment, commending, "Captain, splendid work." Upon witnessing the fall of their marksman, CFD's jungler recognized the unfavorable turn of events and promptly executed a wall dash to flee, while the support retreated to their tower. The skirmish concluded with the opponent's marksman vanquished, and all players resumed their farming, clearing minion waves and jungling. After experiencing setbacks in the bottom lane, CFD's jungler initiated a gank in the top lane around the 6-minute mark. On 2 previous occasions, Lin Xiangyu had returned to the tower with minimal health, but on the 3rd attempt he was slain. Gazing at the screen he had just interacted with, Lin Xiangyu felt utterly speechless, realizing that Songzi had fixed his sights solely on him. The jungler from CFD, Yin Song, known by his ID as Song Song, was affectionately referred to as Songzi by his peers. Due to Lin Xiangyu's demise, the top tower was swiftly demolished. Su Ran glanced at the economic panel and observed that the disparity between both sides was negligible. He remarked, "Xiaobai, after we clear this wave of minions, let us head to mid lane and create some momentum. We must carve out a breakthrough." Given the opposing support's formidable recovery abilities, they had yet to dismantle the enemy's bottom tower, while they had already lost one top tower. It was imperative for them to reclaim this advantage. After clearing the minion wave, the enemy marksmen and support lost sight of them. Su Ran led Yu Xiaobai through their jungle towards mid lane. "Xingqian, once we enter the brush, make your way towards the blue area. This would draw their support towards us." At this moment, Yu Xiaobai had already acquired 2 significant items, and coupled with his control and damage capabilities, he could eliminate the opposing mid laner. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xingqian immediately complied. Indeed, when the CFD mid laner noticed her moving towards the blue zone, he instinctively gravitated toward their brush. "Xiaobai, go." Simultaneously, Su Ran unleashed a control skill that stunned the opponent for a second, followed by Ruan Xingqian using her W to propel him into the air. Yu Xiaobai's damage followed suit, and soon the kill announcement echoed in the air. Wai Bai has slain CFD, Yuan Xiao. Su Ran and Ruan Xingqian also secured an assist. The CFD support and marksmen, who were preparing to clear minions and push the tower in the bottom lane, were momentarily taken aback by the announcement. They wondered why they hadn't T-spotted Su Ran and his team, unaware that the duo had stealthily ventured to mid lane to secure a kill. Just when they were caught off guard, a figure emerged from the brush, unleashing a powerful ultimate on the CFD marksman, swiftly followed by a combo that sent him crashing to the ground. The CFD team reacted quickly, managing only to provide a shield that proved futile as they helplessly watched their marksman fall. Qiu Zian, having secured the kill, departed without casting a glance at them. With 2 of their damage dealers eliminated, CFD was left to stabilize their growth. After Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai dispatched the opposing mid laner, they returned to the bottom lane, seizing the opportunity to aggressively push down the CFD bottom tower while the enemy marksman had yet to respawn. After demolishing the tower and clearing the wave, Su Ran, accompanied by Yu Xiaobai, opted not to head to mid lane, but instead stealthily positioned themselves in the brush near the enemy jungle's blue buff, waiting for their moment. Sure enough, within moments, the CFD jungler approached to contest the blue buff. As he drew near, Su Ran struck with immobilizing skill, and Yu Xiaobai unleashed a flurry of spells, instantly depleting his health bar. Thus, CFD found themselves plunged into a nightmare. They could not discern the whereabouts of YH's support, and every time they revealed their position, it resulted in either a lost tower or a fallen comrade. It is not that they lack awareness, but rather that Su Ran and his companion possess an extraordinary synergy. The moment Su Ran initiates control, Yu Xiaobai's damage follows seamlessly. Those who might have survived were swiftly dispatched by Su Ran, ensuring a clean acquisition of kills. The first training match concluded in 23 minutes, with YH securing a victory point. Upon returning to their room, the players from CFD began lamenting, exclaiming, "You were too ruthless." Throughout the entire match, I barely caught a glimpse of my jungle. The support from CFD cried out dramatically. I watched helplessly as my marksman fell right before my eyes. Lin Xiangyu added, "I too was unable to leave the tower due to your relentless pursuit. In the end, our captain avenged me upon witnessing my plight." It was indeed a painful lesson. The CFD players' wails grew louder until the coach treated them to candied chestnuts, bringing a moment of respite. Thus, the training match proceeded to the second round. In the second match, YH took the red side, perhaps due to the previous round's overwhelming performance by Yu Xiaobai. They chose to ban the marksman he had utilized. However, they were unaware that Yu Xiaobai could wield any marksman, depending on the team composition. While they banned his previous hero, they continued to target Su Ran's renowned champions. Coach Fong addressed the team, suggesting, "The new system we have been researching has yet to be tested. Shall we give it a try?" Such is the nature of training matches. While other teams practice their compositions against them, they too can practice against their opponents. Upon Coach Fong's statement, the others instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Ran, as if he were their pillar of strength. If he consented, they would proceed. Amused by their instinctive reaction, Su Ran chuckled, fearing Coach Fong might lose his temper and scold them. He smiled at the coach, saying, "You decide, Coach. We will fully cooperate." Coach Fong felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. How is it that these youngsters heed their captain's words so readily, placing him, their coach, in a subordinate position? Yet he recognized Su Ran's aptitude in these matters and his willingness to seek his opinion. Since Su Ran had given the green light, they would proceed with the trial. Meanwhile, within the CFD club's match room, Coach Wong observed the lineup that Su Ran and his team had chosen with some confusion. YH's top lane featured a fragile damage dealer, while the mid lane boasted a high-burst mage. The jungler picked an unconventional hero seldom seen in competitive play. In a surprising twist, Su Ran also selected a mage for the duo in the bottom lane, a hero capable of serving as both a damage dealer and a support, possessing ample crowd control and significant durability. In fact, the only member of YH who selected a marksman was the designated shooter. Indeed, they were meant to play marksman. YH's composition was characterized by its fragility, yet formidable damage output. The captain of CFD was momentarily taken aback upon seeing YH's lineup, his brow furrowing in contemplation. However, he remained silent as the game commenced. At the outset, Su Ran deviated from his usual practice of accompanying the marksman to the top lane, instead opting to follow Lin Xiangyu to the bottom lane. Concealed within the foliage, Su Ran watched as Lin Xiangyu methodically cleared the minion wave. When CFD's top laner advanced to clear the wave and confront Lin Xiangyu, Su Ran swiftly employed a freezing ability, immobilizing him. Lin Xiangyu then stepped forward to unleash auto attacks combined with his abilities, with Su Ran joining in to deal damage. As CFD's top laner broke free from the control, his instinctive reaction was to flash away. Su Ran and Lin Xiangyu had no intention of pursuing, choosing instead to allow the minion wave to dispatch their own minions. Having just lost some health, CFD's top laner stood beneath the turret, helplessly watching the minion wave slip away. Su Ran assisted Lin Xiangyu in finishing off the river crab before vanishing from CFD's line of sight. Meanwhile, in the top lane, the opposing team, having spotted Yu Xiaobai alone, attempted to emulate Su Ran and Lin Xiangyu by trying to deny him minions. However, they underestimated Yu Xiaobai's landing prowess. He had learned the W ability, a control skill capable of pushing enemies away. As he noticed his minion wave nearing demise, he advanced to secure the last hits. But CFD's duo was reluctant to let him do so easily. Their attempt to eliminate him was thwarted when he pushed them away with his W ability, retreating to safety beneath his turret. After several exchanges, Yu Xiaobai's health was reduced by half, while CFD's marksmen and support were likewise diminished, both hovering around half health. In this 1v2 scenario, Yu Xiaobai had not been at a disadvantage, nor had the opponents gained any advantage. As Su Ran's vision faded, CFD's captain immediately instructed, "Do not venture out of the turret, since vision has disappeared and we are unaware of his current location. If he catches us off guard." Before he could finish his sentence, a circle appeared beneath him, and before he could react, he found himself encased in ice. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed Qiu Zian approaching, unleashing a barrage of abilities upon him, complemented by Su Ran's relentless auto-attacks. By the time he regained control, his health bar had been completely depleted. First blood. Qiu Zian claimed the initial kill and additionally secured a red buff. Yinsong could hardly fathom that Su Ran would appear in the jungle alongside Qiu Zian. Gazing at his fallen champion, Yinsong felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he uttered the final word he had not spoken earlier, dead. CFD was left to ponder how Qiu Zian had managed to secure only half of their jungle before ambushing him. After Su Ran and Qiu Zian eliminated Song Song, Su Ran's vision vanished once more. The moment he disappeared, CFD's members grew anxious, as if anticipating that Su Ran would materialize in their lane, ready to ensnare them. Yu Xiaobai remained vigilant, occasionally pulling up Su Ran's perspective. He observed as Su Ran stealthily approached the brush in the mid lane, evading detection while CFD's mid laner cast abilities into the thicket to scout for him. The opponent failed to detect anyone in the grass, assuming that only Wan Xingchen was in the mid lane, and prepared to step out to clear the wave. Just 2 steps out, he noticed a circle beneath his feet. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and flashed back to the tower. Su Ran, this time, failed to freeze his target and felt a twinge of regret, pondering. Indeed, the captain of CFD possesses remarkable reflexes. Not lingering in the mid lane, Su Ran began his ascent to the top lane. The shooter and support from CFD, upon spotting Su Ran's head peeking from the mid lane, finally ventured out to clear the wave. They aggressively pressed down on Yu Xiaobai's minion wave, denying him any chance to engage, showcasing a dominant attitude. As Yu Xiaobai watched Su Ran draw nearer, his heart raced in response. Su Ran stealthily approached the CFD shooter and support from the grass, tossing an ice skill beneath the feet of the CFD shooter. The CFD shooter, initially focused on Yu Xiaobai, failed to notice the sudden appearance of the hero skill mark below him. His support, upon realization, could only alert him too late. The CFD shooter was instantly encased in ice, and Yu Xiaobai seized the opportunity to flash in and unleash a flurry of damage. The only recourse for their support was to provide a single healing boost before retreating to the tower, for if Su Ran's freezing skill recharged, he too would meet his end there. White successfully secured 2 kills and 3 buffs at the start, establishing a significant advantage, while CFD's nightmare was only just beginning. In the following moments, Su Ran did not consistently accompany Yu Xiaobai. At times he appeared in the bottom lane with Lin Xiangyu, at other times in the mid lane, and occasionally followed Qiu Zian into CFD's jungle. Throughout the entire game, CFD's experience was far from pleasant. Wherever Su Ran roamed, a casualty ensued. The outcome was predictable. CFD faced yet another defeat. After exiting the room, Lin Xiangyu removed his headset and chuckled. "Captain, how did you come up with such a strategy?" Coach Fong had merely instructed them to adopt this lineup, yet it was Su Ran who orchestrated the gameplay. Coach Fong was taken aback by how Su Ran's approach perfectly showcased the potential of this composition. It seemed a departure from Su Ran's previous style. Chapter 46. Captain, may I? Captain, what inspired this strategy? Su Ran also removed his headset, smiling as he responded, "CFD knows us well. just as we understand them. If we were to stick to our old strategies, they would likely anticipate our moves, rendering this practice match less engaging. The truth was different. In the depths of the original host's memories, he recalled every match from his days as a trainee up until Su Ran's arrival. The original host was indeed formidable. Yet he often hesitated, concerned that his teammates would struggle to match his pace, fearful they might feel out of sync due to his commands. Thus, he played somewhat tentatively. In contrast, Su Ran's style was bolder. He hardly dwelled on such concerns, placing his trust in his teammates, believing they could achieve greatness. Moreover, the original protagonist was solely focused on nurturing Jian Wenshen's development, leaving Su Ran unconcerned about this aspect. He was well aware that Yu Xiaobai could progress rapidly and keep pace with him. Therein lies the distinction. However, it must be acknowledged that the original protagonist was exceptionally skilled, as evidenced by the numerous awards he garnered with YH. Had he been a tad bolder? Following the conclusion of the training match, Coach Fong and Song Mingchuan emerged from the observation room, with a smile gracing his face. Song Mingchuan turned to Su Ran and remarked, "The manager of CFD just messaged me, stating that you reduced their support player to tears." At this, Su Ran feigned innocence, replying, "But I didn't eliminate him. The support player from CFD was also an Omega." Throughout the 2 training matches, he endeavored to protect his marksman, only to witness the latter fall before his very eyes time and again. Consequently, he began to doubt his professional capabilities. Upon hearing the circumstances from Song Mingchuan, he found the situation simultaneously amusing and exasperating. In the Summer Nation's esports community, there exists a substantial group of professional players. Now that the training match had concluded and it was past 9, Song Mingchuan suggested they take a brief respite before reviewing the day's match footage. Su Ran retrieved his phone, opened the group chat, and searched for an ID named CFD Mianhua before sending a friend request, expecting a delay in response. He was pleasantly surprised when his request was accepted almost instantaneously, accompanied by a message. CFD Mianhua. Hello, Team Su, cute JPG. Upon seeing the emoticon, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. Vexinsa, Mianhua. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Ran's fingers danced across the screen, typing a few words before deleting them. He repeated this process several times, ultimately surrendering to indecision. When he heard from Song Mingchuan that the player was genuinely in tears, he initially contemplated adding him as a friend to extend some words of comfort, but then reconsidered. Such an action might be misconstrued as boasting. Thus, he abandoned the thought. To his surprise, Mianhua sent him another message. CFD, Mianhua. Team Su, your support play is incredible. I wish I could be as good as you. Upon reading this, Su Ran pondered for a moment before replying, YH since, you will become an outstanding support player in the future. Mianhua had just been promoted from CFD's second team to play as a starter this year, and at only 18, he seemed like a mere child to Su Ran. Having reduced this young player to tears, he felt a sense of responsibility. Thus, he sent another message. YH since, next time, I'll take you along for ranked matches. As soon as he hit send, he heard a voice beside him. Captain, shall we play some ranked matches after we finish reviewing? Su Ran looked up to find Yu Xiaobai gazing at him with his enchanting peach blossom eyes. After calculating the time, he responded, if it's still early, we can play a few games. Yu Xiaobai's face lit up with a smile. Then it settled. Suran, what does it mean to have made an agreement? When did they come to such an accord? Wasn't it decided to coordinate schedules? After reviewing the videos from the 2 practice matches, Song Mingchuan mentioned that he had ordered takeout for them, suggesting they eat and then retire for the night, thus postponing training for the day. His words inevitably cast a shadow over Yu Xiaobai, leaving him with an air of desolation. Consequently, everyone observed Yu Xiaobai's impassive visage as he sat quietly while others engaged in conversation. Lin Xiangyu and the others merely assumed that his recent arrival to the team left him unacquainted with them, hence they paid him little mind. What they failed to notice was that Yu Xiaobai's gaze remained fixed upon Su Ran. Host, Yu Xiaobai has been watching you intently. Are you aware of this? Lulu interjected at that moment. Su Ran could naturally sense the weight of Yu Xiaobai's stare upon him, yet he endeavored to ignore it. He could not comprehend why Yu Xiaobai was scrutinizing him so intently. Was it truly acceptable for an alpha to gaze so unabashedly at an omega like him? Did he not fear being labeled a pervert? The takeout ordered by Song Ming-Chuan arrived, plentiful enough that he had invited the members of the second team to join them. The dining table for the first team was typically a folding one, allowing for a long rectangular setup when few in number. With the second team joining, they had to arrange it into a circular formation, filling the table with members from both teams, thereby enlivening the base. One of the second team's support players, with bright eyes, turned to Su Ran and inquired, "Captain, I heard you were facing CFD in a practice match tonight. Did you manage to throw them off their game?" Su Ran was taken aback. He anticipated word would spread so swiftly to the second team. It must have been Coach Fong who relayed the news to their coach. "It's not quite so exaggerated," Su Ran replied. "Since it was merely a practice match, I decided to adopt a bolder strategy today, which caught CFD a bit off guard. If we were to face them again, they would likely be better prepared." He speculated that by tomorrow or the day after, CFD would devise a counter-strategy tailored to their lineup from the second match. The reason for their success today lay in CFD's familiarity with Su Ran as an old rival. They had not anticipated his deviation from routine, leaving them somewhat unprepared. Su Ran's assessment was accurate, as several members of the first team nodded in agreement. However, the younger players from the second team seemed to hold Su Ran in high regard, expressing admiration for his prowess. Su Ran could only smile and remain silent, perhaps accustomed to such compliments in his past. After enjoying their late-night snack, Song Ming-Chuan sent them off to rest. Having consumed a bit of beer, Su Ran felt a slight dizziness as he ascended the stairs. The others had already retreated upstairs, and Yu Xiaobai deliberately slowed his pace to accompany him. As Su Ran climbed the stairs, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of rose and brandy wafting through the air. He suddenly looked up and saw Yu Xiaobai 2 steps ahead of him. The fragrance wafting through the air was the pheromone of Yu Xiaobai. The scent was faint, laced with a subtle allure. And as Su Ran inhaled it, he felt his head begin to spin. "Yu Xiaobai, please contain your pheromones." This plea reached Yu Xiaobai's ears as he stood on the steps before him. He froze momentarily, then turned stiffly to face Su Ran, his expression innocent. "I apologize, Captain. It was unintentional." "Is that so?" Su Ran found it hard to believe. In the ABO world, an alpha must never carelessly release their pheromones, as it could lead to complications, especially in the presence of an omega, potentially triggering their sensitive period. However, pheromones come in various types. Both alpha and omega pheromones can serve supportive roles, with a higher compatibility yielding more potent effects. Naturally, when alpha and omega pheromones with high compatibility interact during sensitive or susceptible phases, the potential for loss of control increases. Yu Xiaobai's pheromones, which had been released moments ago, bore no malice. They were more soothing in nature. Yet, upon inhaling his pheromones, Su Ran's heart raced, shaking off any remnants of inebriation. Instead, he found himself intoxicated by the brandy notes intertwined within the delicate rose fragrance, an exquisite aroma that was undeniably captivating. Yu Xiaobai and Su Ran locked eyes for a brief moment, before he lowered his gaze to conceal the emotions swirling within. "I apologize, Captain, it won't happen again." Su Ran replied, understanding that Yu Xiaobai had not acted with intent, perhaps merely reacting to his discomfort after drinking. "So, Captain, may I still duo-queue with you tomorrow?" Su Ran had not anticipated this mention of the following day. "Of course," he replied. Yu Xiaobai then inquired, "This time, Captain, you won't flake, will you?" Su Ran countered, "When have I ever flaked?" It wasn't that Yu Xiaobai had declined to play together. He had simply had an unforeseen matter arise. However, the next day, Su Ran indeed missed the opportunity. All players were exempt from training on Sundays. Having just awakened, he received a call from his mother, who was out shopping with his sister nearby, inviting him to join them for a meal. It dawned on him that the original owner of this body was also from Beicheng. The original owner had not seen his family in quite some time, so he agreed to the invitation. Having spent only a few days in this world, Su Ran had yet to step outside the base. Typically, his attire within the base was casual and relaxed. As he opened his wardrobe, he noticed that most of the original owner's clothing was understated yet stylish. He selected a smoky gray knitted top paired with dark casual trousers. With the early winter chill in Beicheng, Su Ran, being sensitive to the cold, decisively opted for a short black down jacket to keep warm. Before leaving, he informed Song Mingchuan, who merely reminded him to wear a mask. It was only then that Su Ran remembered and put on a disposable mask before stepping outside. As he opened the door, he unexpectedly encountered Yu Xiaobai, who was also emerging from his room. Upon seeing Su Ran's attire, Yu Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise, "Captain, are you heading out?" Su Ran nodded yes. "My mother asked me to join her for a meal." With that, he turned to leave, only to catch the faint echo of a remark. As expected, another missed appointment. Su Ran's mother had arranged to meet at a large shopping mall, a place bustling with shopping, dining, and entertainment. Today, both Su Ran's mother and sister were there, intending to enjoy a meal nearby. Fortunately, the base was not far, and it took less than half an hour by taxi. Upon seeing Su Ran, his mother paused for a moment before inquiring, "Darling, have you truly become an Omega?" Su Ran replied, "Is there any doubt about it?" Though Su Ran's mother typically did not follow esports closely, his younger sister, a high school student, was quite fond of watching her brother's matches. Thus, she was aware of the announcement made by the league yesterday and had shared the news with their mother. Today, Su Ran's mother not only wished to share a meal with her son, whom she had not seen in a long time, but was also eager to ascertain whether her son, who was expected to be a beta, had genuinely transitioned into an Omega. Su Shui, observing her brother, cheerfully remarked, "Bro, you've become an Omega. Your entire team comprises alphas. Will you be seeking a boyfriend among your teammates?" Su Ran, feeling exasperated, shot her a glare and countered, "Why not a girlfriend? There are female alphas in our team too. Besides, marriage is a matter of freedom, even if our team lacks alphas. Betas and Omegas can still engage in relationships. Same-sex relationships are not unheard of. So sue giggled. Girlfriend? Are you referring to that female alpha from your mid lane?" Just then, Yin Shu playfully tapped her daughter's head. "I'm not in a hurry for your brother to date. Why are you so eager?" After that, Yin Shu turned her gaze to Su Ran with a hint of concern. "Darling, now that you've transitioned into an Omega, is it inconvenient in the team? After all, you're the only Omega in the first team." Su Ran smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. They take great care of me, and I will keep up with my health checkups." He then shifted the topic. "So, what do you all want to eat?" They ultimately decided on a Sichuan restaurant for their meal. After dining, Su Ran's mother insisted on buying him 2 sets of winter clothes before allowing him to return to the club. By the time Su Ran returned to the club, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, carrying 3 large bags. Upon entering the base, he spotted Qiu Xin lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Hearing noise at the entrance, he looked up and saw Su Ran, exclaiming in surprise, "Captain, have you been shopping?" Sundays were free days, allowing them to go out as long as they informed Song Mingchuan. Returning to the base on the same day was all that mattered. Su Ran placed the bags on the cabinet by the entrance and bent down to change her shoes. My mother and sister were nearby shopping, calling me to join them for a meal. After saying this, she entered the living room with several bags. Where were they? My mother had bought some food for everyone. Qiu Xin sat up, noticing that in addition to the 3 bags of clothes Su Ran was carrying, she also had 2 large bags of food. "Captain, why are you carrying so much by yourself? Why didn't you let us help?" Xingchun and Xiao Yu were in the training room, as their live streaming duration had not yet been fulfilled. "What about Xiao Bai?" Qiu Xin did not mention Yu Xiaobai, but Su Ran inquired. Qiu Xin thought for a moment and shook his head. "Haven't seen him. He wasn't around at noon. It was just the 3 of us for lunch. Usually, they ate at the club, but on Sundays, they needed to inform the aunt in advance. Otherwise, if someone was absent, it would lead to waste." Su Ran nodded in understanding, placing the food on the coffee table in the living room, and took the bags of clothes upstairs. "You call him down for lunch. I'll check if Xiao Bai is in his room." Su Ran first put the clothes back in the wardrobe, then stepped out of the room to knock on Yu Xiaobai's door. After knocking 3 times with no response, she waited for a moment before taking out her phone to message him. Just as she was about to do so, she thought she heard a sound from inside the room. Su Ran paused, looking up at the door, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. At that moment, Lulu suddenly spoke, "Host, leave quickly. Yu Xiaobai is in his sensitive period." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's first reaction was not to flee. but rather to call Song Mingchuan to come over. Just then, the door in front of her was abruptly swung open from the inside. Before Su Ran could comprehend the situation, her wrist was seized and she was pulled into the room. Without uttering a word, she caught a familiar scent of pheromones. But this time, it was overwhelmingly potent and fraught with danger. Captain. Chapter 48 Captain, may I? Su Ran was hauled into the room, her back pressed against the wall, facing a barrier of bodies. Yu Xiaobai, with a hoarse and restrained voice, called out, Captain. Su Ran was still trying to make sense of the situation, but with every breath, she was enveloped by the rich blend of rose and brandy pheromones. If this continued, she would surely be intoxicated by the cloying scent. Xiaobai, calm down, Su Ran urged, lifting her gaze to meet Yu Xiaobai's. At that moment, Yu Xiaobai's cheeks were flushed unnaturally, his eyes slightly dazed. Was he losing control? As Yu Xiaobai recognized the person before him, he suddenly embraced her tightly, murmuring in a low, raspy voice, Captain, I feel so unwell. Please help me. Su Ran froze, momentarily forgetting to push him away, and after a while she asked, Help? Help with what? How can I assist? Yu Xiaobai replied, I like the captain's pheromones. Give them to me. Su Ran pondered. Is it reasonable for an alpha in a sensitive period to request pheromones from an omega? Xiaobai, you need to take suppressants. He recalled that the alpha's susceptibility period was akin to the omega's sensitivity phase. Both could be alleviated with suppressants. If that failed, isolation was the only recourse. However, the discomfort during alpha's susceptibility phase was far greater than that of omega's sensitivity period. Yu Xiaobai held on to him tightly. Despite the administration of the suppressants, the discomfort persisted. Su Ran felt helpless, yearning to break free from his restraints, yet fearing to hurt him. Shall I call Mingge and have a doctor come to check on you? He inquired. If others were to discover that he was embraced so intimately by an alpha in a state of susceptibility, misunderstandings would surely ensue. Upon hearing Su Ran mention another's name, Yu Xiaobai tightened his grip, insisting, No, I only desire the captain's pheromones. The pheromones in the room were already intoxicatingly dense, and being held by an alpha exuding such essence made Su Ran feel as though he were truly on the verge of inebriation. Unbeknownst to him, under the influence of Yu Xiaobai's pheromones, his own began to silently seep out. The fresh fragrance of his white tea pheromones mingled with the aromatic notes of Yu Xiaobai's rose brandy, creating an atmosphere that was both ambiguous and rippling. Su Ran understood that this could not continue. He feared that Yu Xiaobai might lose control, jeopardizing his own virtue in the process. Yu Xiaobai was acutely aware of this as well. He had been exercising immense restraint, deliberately avoiding the temptation to gaze at the nape of Su Ran's neck, fearing he might succumb to the urge to bite. System, devise a solution. I must seek assistance from the system, he thought. Lulu replied. The host could merely release a soothing pheromone. Currently, Su Ran's pheromones were being unintentionally emitted, likely exacerbating the situation, potentially leading Yu Xiaobai to lose control more easily. Heeding the system's advice, Su Ran swiftly regulated his pheromones. Upon inhaling the calming essence, Yu Xiaobai relaxed, yet did not release his hold on Su Ran. They maintained this position for an indeterminate time until a ringing phone jolted them back to reality. The phone in Su Ran's hand was ringing. Yet, Yu Xiaobai continued to clutch him, rendering it impossible to answer. Resigned, Su Ran said, You must let me go. I need to answer the call. Yu Xiaobai replied, I will feel uncomfortable if I release you. Su Ran added, It's Mingge. He raised his hand to indicate the caller on the vibrating phone. After a brief pause, Yu Xiaobai finally relinquished his grip, though he still held on his Su Ran's other hand. Considering the circumstances of the other's susceptibility phase, Su Ran chose not to contest this, simply stating, Please remain silent while I take the call. With that, he answered the call from Song Mingchuan. As soon as the line connected, Song Mingchuan inquired, Xiao Ran, have you returned? Su Ran replied, I have returned, Mingge. Is there something you need? Song Mingchuan continued, It's nothing urgent. I merely wanted to ask if you've seen Xiaobai. At this, Su Ran glanced at the alpha who still held on to him, before responding, Yes. I have. Is there an issue? Song Mingchuan. The coaching staff observed your training match yesterday. Coach Fong seems quite fond of you, Xiaobai. He intends to propose an early contract signing rather than waiting for your trial period to conclude. He wants to inquire if you are available to sign today. If not, then tomorrow. It is rather surprising that the club wishes to finalize a contract on a rest day. Given your current state, it appears inconvenient for you to proceed with the signing. At this moment, Song Mingchuan's voice echoed in my ears. Oddly, Xiao Bai's phone has gone unanswered, and he has not responded to messages. Su Ran noticed a mobile phone carelessly discarded on the bed behind Yu Xiaobai. Brother Ming, let me check with him first, and I will call you back shortly. An alpha in their sensitive period requires a rest of 2 to 3 days. With the club pressing for a contract, Su Ran felt hesitant to state the inconvenience outright. He decided to consult Yu Xiaobai first to ascertain his current condition. After hanging up the phone, Su Ran lifted his gaze and was met with those soulful, dog-like eyes. Su Ran, the club is requesting you to sign the team contract now. Are you able to do so? Yu Xiaobai's complexion had returned to normal, no longer flushed. Yet, his pheromones remained potent. After spending time in this environment, Su Ran surprisingly found himself enjoying it, unaffected by the intoxicating scent. After a moment of deliberation, Yu Xiaobai finally spoke. Yes. Yes? Su Ran asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Indeed, yes. Yu Xiaobai's gaze was steady. The captain will accompany me. Su Ran, does the sensitive period cause a regression in intelligence? Observing Yu Xiaobai's demeanor, he resembled a child needing an adult's presence. It was no issue for Su Ran to accompany him, yet he pondered the potential complications of venturing out during this sensitive period. Was it not said that an alpha in this state might exhibit strong aversion towards other alphas, possibly leading to conflict? Perhaps Yu Xiaobai possessed a strong will? Regardless, he decided to trust Yu Xiaobai's assurance. By the way, Su Ran recalled the most pressing concern. Can you control your pheromones? Yes. Song Mingchuan returned to the base to pick up Yu Xiaobai. Upon seeing him, he narrowed his eyes slightly and directly inquired, You are in your sensitive period? Su Ran, how did he perceive that? Is it an innate alpha sensitivity? Chapter 49, Captain, may I? Yu Xiaobai pressed his lips together, remaining silent. His aura decidedly frosty. Song Mingchuan furrowed his brow and abruptly turned to Su Ran. Are you all right? He hasn't done anything to you, has he? An alpha in a sensitive period shouldn't lose control upon encountering an omega. Su Ran merely shook his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. For Yu Xiaobai had embraced him, a fact he could not disclose. Song Mingchuan's brow remained furrowed as he redirected his attention back to Yu Xiaobai. You should rest during your sensitive period. I will speak to the club and suggest postponing the signing for a few days. However, Yu Xiaobai was quite insistent, Brother Ming. I can manage. I took suppressants. It's fine. No. Song Mingchuan was not one to take matters lightly, especially considering the numerous omegas at the club. For the sake of safety, it was prudent to wait a while longer. Su Ran shared this sentiment, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Thus, before Yu Xiaobai could speak, he suggested, Xiao Bai, let us postpone for another couple of days. Expecting Yu Xiaobai to persist, he was surprised when the latter agreed, saying, All right, I will heed the captain's advice. Song Mingchuan remarked, What a differential treatment. Where is his authority? It appears he is not disobedient, but merely disregarding my words. Upon receiving Yu Xiaobai's acquiescence, Song Mingchuan turned to Su Ran, instructing him, Do your best to avoid appearing before him for the next few days. The once docile alpha's countenance darkened upon hearing Song Mingchuan's words, causing even him to feel an unexpected chill of trepidation. Why was this young man so fierce? Su Ran sensed the icy gaze from Yu Xiaobai, but remained unfazed, responding affirmatively to Song Mingchuan. Understood. However, he too felt a twinge of fear regarding Yu Xiaobai's potential loss of control. If that were to happen, his own innocence would be compromised. As soon as Su Ran agreed, he felt a piercing gaze filled with grievance upon him. Without needing to think, he knew who it belonged to. He couldn't fathom why Yu Xiaobai harbored such a strong possessiveness over him. Was it solely due to his status as an omega? The more he pondered, the more plausible that notion seemed. Dinner was served at the base, with Song Mingchuan having the aunt deliver Yu Xiaobai's meals separately, fearing that dining together might disturb others. Following his sensitive period, Yu Xiaobai successfully signed with the club, officially becoming a starting member of the YH team, while also celebrating his 18th birthday. Regarding his birthday, Yu Shobai had not given it much thought. However, now as a member of the YH team, his teammates would undoubtedly ensure he celebrated. Song Mingchuan intended to announce his joining the YH team on his birthday, accompanied by a live broadcast to commemorate the occasion. The day before his birthday, Song Mingchuan prepared a contract for him on the Starlight Live platform. On the eve of his birthday, Su Ran planned to host a live ranking match with Yu Shobai to generate some anticipation. Yu Shobai's account had been hastily created on the day of his signing. And aside from the YH team's first-string members adding him as a friend, he had garnered no popularity whatsoever. Su Ran, being a popular figure in the esports realm with nearly 10 million fans, advertised in his live stream around noon that he would be bringing a newcomer live at 2000 hours. The retirement of YH team's former marksman, Jian Wenshun, was common knowledge in the esports community, but they were unaware that YH team had swiftly secured a new AD starting player. It was curious that they had not contemplated signing a formidable player during the transfer period, or perhaps this newcomer was exceptionally skilled. This was something only the CFD team would comprehend. While Yu Shobai may not have dazzled during that day's training match, he indeed possessed considerable talent. At 7:45 p.m., Su Ran opened the live stream, which was instantly inundated with a multitude of viewers. In a mere minute, the view count soared to 50,000 and continues to rise. The individuals flocking here are not merely fans of Su Ran. They are predominantly curious to discover the identity of the newcomer on the YH team. As soon as these netizens enter, the chat floods with messages. Where's the newcomer? Is the newcomer from the second team of YH? I recall that there were no substitutes for the marksman position in YH before, so it can't be a substitute. Is the newcomer an alpha, a beta, or an omega? Typically, in esports, there are few omega players in the AD role, right? That seems accurate. Thus far, there are only 2 omega esports players. That's incorrect. Since there is also an omega now, it should be 3. Amidst the dense barrage of comments, Su Ran selectively responds to some of the inquiries. The newly signed player for the YH team is not from the second team, but has come from the training camp for an interview. As for their gender, it is a male alpha. I feel that transitioning into an omega is manageable. There isn't much difference. Su Ran's voice is soft and gentle. Sitting beside him, Yu Shobai cannot help but turn to look at him, captivated by his perfect profile and the smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Su Ran turns to him and inquires, "Are you ready on your end?" Yu Shobai gazes at his moving lips, swallows hard, and quickly regains his focus, responding, "Yes." "Invite me." Su Ran creates a room in the game and invites Yu Shobai to join. He then addresses the audience of 120,000 in the live stream. "This is our new AD for YH by Yi." Yu Shobai also logs into his live stream account to join Su Ran's broadcast. Su Ran minimizes the live stream and states, "Let us begin our game." He opens the game and queues up. It is relatively easy to enter a match with a duo of shooter and support. Once inside, both Su Ran and Yu Shobai successfully secure their desired positions. After selecting their heroes, the opposing marksmen send a message. What a coincidence, since Su Ran pauses upon seeing the ID. It is an old acquaintance, Wind, the marksman from CFD. Su Ran types back, "What a coincidence, Wind." He then notices a message from Yanhua, the CFD support who had previously suffered a crushing defeat. "Please, Su team, don't target me." Upon reading this message, Su Ran can vividly imagine Mianhua's expression. Nevertheless, he understands that the other party is merely jesting. As the official match begins, perhaps inspired by their previous training match, Mianhua does not immediately appear in the bot lane. Su Ran, too, refrains from revealing himself right away, leaving only the enemy marksman and Yu Shobai to clear the minion wave and engage in a solo duel. Aware that Mianhua's absence cannot be a sustainable strategy, Su Ran knows he must not remain hidden in the bushes for long. At this moment, he observed the enemy mid laner pressuring his own mid laner. "Su Ran Dimar, Xiao Bai. I will head to the mid lane. After you clear this wave of minions, let the next wave come in for us to engage." With that, he vanished from sight and stealthily made his way towards the mid lane. At that juncture, the enemy mid laner, noticing his approach, intentionally exposed a flaw and was briefly harassed by the opposing mid laner. As Su Ran entered the brush, the enemy mid laner failed to spot him, allowing Su Ran's control ability to strike unimpeded. Their mid laner followed up with a control skill and damage ability, forcing the enemy mid laner to use flash in a desperate bid to escape with a sliver of health. As he emerged in the mid lane, Yu Xiaobai in the bot lane began to feel the strain and hurried back. However, halfway there, the announcement of a kill rang in his ears. First blood. Hearing the broadcast, Su Ran momentarily froze, only to see the hero's icon appear on the screen. It was Yu Xiaobai who had slain the enemy support. In a 1 versus 2 scenario, Yu Xiaobai had managed to eliminate the opponent's support. Su Ran adjusted his view, witnessing Yu Xiaobai's narrow escape as he flashed away, his health bar nearly depleted. Yu Xiaobai's remarkable maneuver sent Su Ran's streaming chat into a frenzy. What an incredible play. This is beyond impressive. What a divine marksman. How have I never encountered someone like this before? You really think you could meet a professional player? With such a stunning performance, he must be quite dashing as well. I must tune into his stream tomorrow to see what he looks like. Enough with the looks. Let us appreciate the skill. You only care about appearances. Why can't one be both handsome and skilled? Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. Why not? Isn't that precisely the case? Su Ran too found Yu Xiaobai both dashing and talented. He could already envision the countless admirers Yu Xiaobai would attract once he revealed his face on stream the following day. The esports realm is such that some individuals are drawn to hone their gaming skills and item builds, while others follow solely for particular esports athletes or streamers. Su Ran took a position in the brush by the river in the bot lane, waiting for Yu Xiaobai to restore his health while simultaneously securing vision to prevent an ambush from the enemy jungler. Once wind cleared the minion wave, Su Ran moved out to assist in controlling the minion wave until Yu Xiaobai returned. Observing Su Ran alone, Wind attempted to harass him, aiming to push him back to his tower and disrupt the minion wave. Noticing that Yu Xiaobai had returned to the inner tower lane, Su Ran unleashed a control skill on Wind before retreating towards the tower. Wind retaliated with a skill shot, but Yu Xiaobai swiftly countered with his own damage output, forcing Wind to withdraw. At this point, the enemy support had also returned to lane, and both sides proceeded with greater caution. The other two passerby players were acutely aware of their opponent's professional status, thus approaching the game with heightened caution, fully cognizant that a single misstep could lead to their appearance on television. It seemed that due to the formidable nature of the bottom lane, neither team's allies ventured into that territory. Consequently, the bottom lane remained a 2v2 engagement, each side exchanging blows. At this juncture, Su Ran's livestream had surpassed 250,000 viewers. Glancing at the economic panel, Su Ran realized that the current situation could not persist. They needed to carve out an opportunity. He examined the economic status of his jungler, the first position, and inquired, "Jungler, may I allocate the red buff to the marksman?" Securing this red buff would enable them to confront Wind and his team. The jungler, initially lurking in the river's brush to ambush the opposing mid laner, hesitated upon reading Su Ran's message. After a brief pause, he replied, "Sure." Su Ran exhaled with relief, noting the countdown to their red buffs refresh, and communicated through voice chat, "Xiaobai, please take down our red buff." Yu Xiaobai responded softly, This simple utterance sent waves of excitement through the livestream chat. Oh my heavens, does his voice sound so melodious? One can tell he is quite the handsome fellow, just from his voice. Come on, you could discern how pleasant it is from just an mm. Isn't it true that since believes himself to be a professional player, hence granting the red buff? Exactly. Perhaps it's precisely because he is a pro that he feels compelled to comply. The passerby players are inconsequential. Since is inconsequential, yet you all are making a fuss? Indeed. If he is willing to concede, what is there to be aggrieved about? Thus, fans and detractors began to engage in a heated exchange on the screen, the comments flooding in thick and fast. After Yu Xiaobai retrieved the red buff, Wind and his teammates had cleared their minion wave and were poised to push their outer turret. Su Ran declared, "Let us charge ahead." He had already equipped a defensive item, ready to absorb damage and apply crowd control. Yu Xiaobai, attuned to Su Ran's commands, executed them flawlessly, their synergy palpable. As Su Ran flashed in to initiate control, Yu Xiaobai followed suit to inflict damage. Su Ran flashed toward Cotton, directing his control skill at Wind. Catching him off guard, Su Ran's W skill had a two-part activation, allowing for consecutive casting. Wind was immobilized, and, as Yu Xiaobai dealt continuous damage, Wind, with a sliver of health remaining, flashed away, only to be struck by Yu Xiaobai's Q skill and, subsequently, succumb to the red buff's lingering effects. Cotton's immediate instinct upon Su Ran's arrival was to immobilize him, but he was outpaced, just as he attempted to ensnare Su Ran. The latter's control skill was already in motion. Thus, Wind fell. Cotton, striving to rescue him, was ensnared by Su Ran's dual control skills, ultimately witnessing Wind's demise. History, it seems, has a propensity for repetition. In a world where familiar faces and circumstances intertwine, after Wind's downfall, Yu Xiaobai's injuries inflicted upon Mianhua soon rendered her incapacitated, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of Su Ran. With the enemy support player eliminated, they commenced their assault on the towers. After demolishing the towers, they eschewed guerrilla tactics in favor of a swift resolution. Having cleared half of the opposing jungle, Yu Xiaobai's economic standing soared to the top position. Subsequently, Su Ran guided him to provide assistance across various lanes, culminating in a team battle at the 16th minute, concluding the match. As the game drew to a close, Su Ran glanced at the barrage of comments flooding the livestream. The newcomer from YH team seems remarkably skilled. It's undoubtedly the support from Since that shines. While Since support is commendable, without sufficient damage output, it would falter. Oh my, what should I do with these feelings? What is happening up front? Didn't you notice the synergy between Since and Yibai? One alpha, one omega. It's truly captivating. Observing the screen filled with ellipses, Su Ran discerned the audience's bemusement. They had battled together for over 3 hours. Around 11 o'clock, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by the refreshing aroma of white tea wafting from Yu Xiaobai, seated beside him. Host, your sensitivity period has commenced. Chapter 51, Captain May I. Momentarily taken aback, Su Ran swiftly rose from his chair, the abruptness of his action drawing the attention of his teammates in the training room. Simultaneously, others began to sense the faint fragrance of white tea. Su Ran removed his headphones and placed them on the table, turning toward the door, the first to regain composure. Yu Xiaobai also took off his headphones to follow, but was halted by Song Mingchuan entering the training room. Where are you going? Song Mingchuan inquired, gripping Yu Xiaobai. Yu Xiaobai turned to him. Captain, it's none of your concern. Song Mingchuan interrupted. He is in his sensitivity period and needs to return for suppressants. Why would you follow him? For a moment, Yu Xiaobai was at a loss for words. Indeed, an Omega's sensitivity period. What business did an Alpha have in following? Lin Xiangyu's voice reached his ears, revealing, Captain's pheromone is reminiscent of tea. During the last differentiation, Su Ran had taken suppressants, masking the pheromonal scent in the hospital, and had continued to use cover agents, leaving them unaware of any fragrance, except for Yu Xiaobai. Meanwhile, the 30,000 viewers in Su Ran's livestream were left bewildered, their screens overflowing with question marks. Song Mingchuan could only approach the camera to explain, since he's experiencing discomfort. Today's livestream will conclude here. Please follow the official announcements from YH Club tomorrow, when Yibai will meet with you all. Having said this, he ended the stream amidst a flurry of questions, exited Su Ran's game, and shut down his computer. You all carry on. I'll contact the team doctor. Though Su Ran had assured him that it was merely a sensitive period, he remained uneasy. In the room upstairs, Su Ran hurriedly returned to his own quarters to retrieve the suppressant and administer it to himself. He had been so anxious earlier that he failed to adequately explain the situation to his teammates and had abruptly left the live broadcast. Fortunately, he encountered Song Mingchuan on his way out and managed to hastily convey a few words before retreating. After injecting the suppressant, Su Ran felt the warmth within him gradually dissipate, leaving him weakly reclined on his bed. Lulu, to my knowledge, the sensitive period for Omegas typically occurs once every 1 to 2 months, right? It's only been half a month. How could it be a sensitive period already? Lulu conducted a physical assessment and remarked, Host, this may be related to your secondary differentiation. In the ABO world, The probability of secondary differentiation is exceedingly low. A failed first differentiation indicates an inherent issue with the body. If secondary differentiation occurs, it undoubtedly signifies other bodily factors, such as irregular sensitive periods. Su Ran inquired, "So, does this mean I must carry suppressants during competitions?" As he understood, esports athletes were prohibited from bringing suppressants into the arena, fearing that a player in a sensitive or susceptible period might suddenly experience complications that could affect others. If a professional player found themselves in a sensitive or susceptible period during a match, they would have no choice but to rest and be substituted. However, Su Ran was currently in a state of disarray during his sensitive period, utterly unaware of when or how it might strike, making it all the more unpredictable. At that moment, his phone, carelessly tossed onto the bed, began to ring with a voice call. Su Ran picked it up and saw that Song Mingchuan had sent him a voice message, which he answered without hesitation. "Xiao Ran." Song Mingchuan's worried voice emanated from the phone. "Are you all right?" Su Ran chuckled softly. "I'm fine. There is no need to worry." Nevertheless, Song Mingchuan insisted. "I'll call the team doctor to come and examine you." He too sensed that Su Ran's sensitive period was somewhat unusual. Su Ran felt helpless, but understood that Song Mingchuan had his best interests at heart. A checkup wouldn't hurt. It would offer them some peace of mind. Before long, Su Ran confirmed that he had no pheromonal scent before descending the stairs. In the first-floor living room, several teammates and Song Mingchuan were present, along with an assistant and a doctor. This grand assembly might lead one to believe that Su Ran was gravely ill. Su Ran took a seat opposite the doctor under the watchful eyes of everyone. The doctor reviewed his previous examination report and queried, "You differentiated only half a month ago, and you're already in a sensitive period. This might be a result of secondary differentiation. Did you experience any discomfort after taking the suppressant?" Su Ran shook his head, indicating he felt no discomfort. After nodding and understanding, the doctor produced a syringe for a blood draw, stating, "I'll take a sample for testing. Results will be available tomorrow." After the blood draw, the doctor departed, and his teammates each expressed concern, asking if he was all right. Su Ran responded to each inquiry in turn. Yu Shoubai gazed at him for a while before speaking. "Captain, if you feel unwell in the future, you can tell me. There is no need for you to accompany me all the time." He suspected that Su Ran's sudden sensitivity might stem from the exhaustion of live streaming and gaming alongside him. It was evident that he was genuinely concerned about enhancing the excitement for the next AS stream. Su Ran chuckled and shook his head. "Even if it weren't for boosting your popularity, I still need training. It doesn't pertain to you." Yet, Yu Shoubai remained convinced that Su Ran's efforts were for his sake, his puppy-like eyes fixed on him. Su Ran found this behavior peculiar and decided to change the subject, saying, "It's quite late. Those of you not training should head to bed early. I'll return to my room to rest as well." Everyone was aware that Su Ran often felt uncomfortable during his sensitivity period, so they quickly urged him to rest. It wasn't yet dawn, which was not considered too late for esports players. Lin Xiangyu, Ruan Xingchen, and Xiao Zian planned to return to play a few trio matches and asked Yu Shoubai if he would join them, as they could pair off in twos. Yu Shoubai, however, kept his gaze fixed on Su Ran's retreating figure and replied, "I'm a bit tired too. I plan to rest and prepare for tomorrow." Lin Xiangyu, ever carefree, nodded. "True, then let us head back to the training room." Yu Shoubai also stood up to ascend the stairs, with Ruan Xingchen and Xiao Zian trailing behind. They exchanged a glance, and Ruan Xingchen quietly remarked, "Don't you think Xiao Bai's attitude towards the captain is rather?" Xiao Zian nodded in agreement. "I felt that his demeanor was different on the day he first came for the interview." The more Ruan Xingchen pondered, the more convinced she became that her initial impressions were correct, leading her to wonder if there was a possibility that he'd join the YH team for the captain. Xiao Zian, unable to contain his curiosity, stared at her, making her feel uneasy. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself, and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" "I think you're right," he said. Ruan Xingchen responded, "Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 52, Captain May I. Yu Shoubai ascended the stairs shortly after Su Ran. Just as Su Ran was about to close the door to his room, Yu Shoubai happened to be walking down the corridor. He called out, "Captain." Hearing his voice, Su Ran halted his action of closing the door. Opening it halfway and looking at him, "What is it, Xiao Bai?" Yu Xiaobai pursed his lips and approached him, asking, "Captain, are you truly feeling all right?" Su Ran shook his head. "I'm really fine. Don't worry." "Oh," Yu Xiaobai responded quietly, lowering his head. "Then please rest early, Captain. Good night." Su Ran closed the door, and Yu Xiaobai lingered at the entrance for a moment before returning to his room. Perhaps due to his sensitivity period, Su Ran felt somewhat fatigued and decided to take a shower and retire early. After bathing, he glanced at the time, which had just passed 2 minutes past midnight. Suddenly, he remembered the gift he had ordered for Yu Xiaobai, which had just arrived, and realized it would be perfect to give it to him now. With a large box in his arms, Su Ran exited his room and knocked on the adjacent door. With 2 gentle knocks, Su Ran initially heard no response and assumed that Yu Xiaobai had succumbed to slumber. Just as he contemplated retreating and delivering the gift the following day, a voice emerged from within, prompting him to pause. He then heard footsteps approaching the door, which soon swung open. Su Ran found himself momentarily speechless. Inside, Yu Xiaobai appeared clad only in dark long pajamas, his torso bare, revealing the robust physique characteristic of an alpha. The subtle definition of his 8-pack abs and the hint of a V-line peeking from beneath the fabric was strikingly evident, something he had not perceived when Yu Xiaobai was fully dressed. Gazing at Yu Xiaobai's sculpted abdomen, Su Ran felt a wave of envy wash over him. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaobai, caught off guard by Su Ran's gaze, cleared his throat and inquired about the purpose of his visit. "Captain, is there something you need?" Only then did Su Ran remember the reason for his visit. Hastily presenting the box he was holding. "Happy birthday, Xiaobai. This is a gift for you. I hope you like it." Yu Xiaobai's expression shifted from surprise to a warm smile. "Thank you, Captain," he replied, accepting the box, which felt relatively light. "I noticed your keyboard and mouse were from the training camp. I got you a new set. I use the same brand, and it's quite good," Su Ran explained. "Anything gifted by the captain is appreciated," Yu Xiaobai added, though he felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly clarified, "I truly like it." Su Ran nodded, intending to bid him good night. As he lifted his gaze, his eyes landed on Yu Xiaobai's collarbone. He lingered there for a few seconds before averting his gaze, nonchalantly stating, "It's late. You should rest early. Tomorrow might be a busy day. Good night, Captain." "Good night." They exchanged farewells, and as Su Ran returned to his room, his heart raced, emotions swirling within him. He had noticed a small red mole on Yu Xiaobai's collarbone. Its familiar location and sensation unveiled a shadow he had long concealed in his heart. 666. Su Ran suddenly called out, summoning the system. Upon hearing his name, 666 appeared in the room, immediately sensing Su Ran's unease. "What's wrong, host? Is there a connection between Yu Xiaobai and the previous realm's Fuyin foam?" 666 responded, complying with Su Ran's cold tone. "There is a connection. They may be fragments of the same soul, or perhaps share a spiritual essence. Do you know who it is?" Su Ran pressed on. This time, 666 honestly admitted ignorance. "I don't know, but it likely does not pertain to the divine realm." Seated on the small sofa by the window, Su Ran fell into deep contemplation. If Yu Xiaobai and Fuyin Feng were indeed one soul. The next day, Song Ming Chuan reserved a large private room at a restaurant, inviting the second team to join. Upon witnessing such a grand celebration, Yu Xiaobai felt an unusual sense of discomfort. From the moment Su Ran laid eyes on him, his gaze would often and inadvertently drift in Yu Xiaobai's direction. "Happy birthday!" Everyone shouted in unison. Yu Xiaobai's ears flushed with warmth. Song Mingchuan presented a gift box with a smile, saying, "Xiaobai, happy 18th birthday." "Thank you, Minggu." Yu Xiaobai replied gratefully as he accepted the gift. Several teammates also offered their presents, and the younger members of the second team had prepared gifts for him as well. However, they awkwardly remarked, "Our gifts aren't particularly extravagant, so please don't dislike them, Yu Xiaobai chuckled, the perfect contours of his face softening considerably. "The fact that you all came to celebrate my birthday brings me immense joy." "Hey, Captain, what did you give a Xiaobai?" Lin Xiangyu suddenly inquired, causing all eyes to turn towards Su Ran. Su Ran produced a small box for Yu Xiaobai, his voice gentle, "Happy 18th birthday." "It's not very valuable." The box was quite diminutive, leaving everyone guessing its contents. Yu Xiaobai paused in surprise as Su Ran handed him the box, looking at him with a hint of astonishment. Yet, Su Ran appeared remarkably composed and at ease, as if he had not given Yu Shiobai anything the previous night. Yu Shiobai reached out to take the box, promptly stowing it in the pocket of his jacket, while the other gifts remained on the table nearby. The lunch was lively, with Song Mingchuan permitting them to enjoy a little alcohol, albeit in moderation, as they had training in the afternoon. After indulging in cake, everyone boarded the vehicle to return to the club. When it was time to get on the bus, Yu Shiobai was the last to enter, as he needed to place the gifts inside. To his surprise, he noticed that no one was seated next to Su Ran. The spacious van had ample room, and as Yu Shiobai contemplated whether to occupy the empty seat beside Su Ran, the latter called out to him, "Xiao Bai, come sit over here." Without any hesitation, Yu Shiobai walked over and took the vacant seat next to him, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. This gratitude pertained to the gift he had just received, having already expressed his thanks earlier that morning. Su Ran discerned the meaning behind his words and turned with a smile, responding, "No need to thank me. I'm just glad you like it." "I do," Yu Shiobai affirmed resolutely. "I adore the keyboard and the bracelet." Earlier in the restaurant, Su Ran had gifted him a bracelet, which he had meticulously chosen that morning. He had also purchased one for himself, though it remained in his room, unworn. Yu Shiobai pulled down the sleeve of his shirt to reveal the black cord bracelet on his wrist, playfully moving his wrist as a smile graced his lips. "This is my favorite gift." Su Ran glanced up, sharing a fleeting gaze with him before bashfully looking out the window. Meanwhile, sitting beside them, Ruan Xingqian and Xiao Zian began to whisper conspiratorially. Ruan Xingqian remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that the captain seems a bit off too." Xiao Zian, "Indeed. It is somewhat surprising." Did they both speak simultaneously, only to reveal their astonishment? Have they truly been robbed of their home? Is it possible that their dear companion was whisked away by an alpha? Chapter 53, Captain, may I? It was already past 3 when they returned to the club. Song Mingchuan instructed the others to commence their training while he called Su Ran aside for a conversation. Observing the others ascend the stairs, Song Mingchuan remarked, "Today marks the first public appearance of Xiao Bai since the official announcement. You will team up with him again, just as you did yesterday, to bolster his popularity." Upon hearing this, Su Ran nodded in understanding. He had previously guided Ruan Xingqian and the others when they first entered the club. Recalling the impressive results of yesterday's live stream, a smile involuntarily graced Su Ran's lips. He sensed a shift in Yu Xiobai's demeanor towards him. He wondered whether it was due to his role as the captain of Team YH, or if Yu Xiaobai was genuinely a fan of his. Contemplating this, Su Ran furrowed his brow. If that were the case, would he have to pursue Yu Xiaobai? Setting aside the fact that Yu Xiaobai was a newcomer to the team, was it not somewhat inappropriate for an Omega to chase after an Alpha in the eyes of others? Noticing Su Ran's alternating expressions of amusement and concern, Song Mingchuan inquired with worry, "What is troubling you? Why the mix of smiles and frowns?" "Huh?" Su Ran was taken aback to realize that he had inadvertently revealed his emotions. "It's nothing, just pondering a few matters." He continued, "Tonight, I will play ranked matches with Xiao Bai." The Starlight live streaming app was aware that it was the birthday of YH's newcomer and his first encounter with the audience. Additionally, since Su Ran had promised to interact with him, they had specially featured him on the homepage. At 8 o'clock, the YH team's official announcement was made, accompanied by a link to enter the live stream. At that moment, a wave of viewers flooded into Yu Xiaobai's streaming room. Among them were avid esports enthusiasts who had tuned in after witnessing Yu Xiaobai's gameplay last night, as well as many fans of Team YH who had come to offer their support. Even professional players from other teams joined in alongside their fans. In just 2 minutes, the number of viewers in Yu Xiaobai's live stream exceeded 30,000, surpassing the audience of Su Ran's stream for the previous night, and the count continued to rise. Seated nearby with a notebook in hand, Song Mingchuan remarked, "Fortunately, the Starlight team upgraded the streaming room. Otherwise, it would have lagged terribly." The barrage of comments in the live stream was scrolling by at such a rapid pace that it was impossible to discern what was being said. Yu Xiaobai pressed his lips together, cleared the comments, minimized the stream, and opened the game. He slightly turned his head towards Su Ran and asked, "Captain, shall we begin the match now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the comments shifted from praising his handsomeness to, "My goodness, Yibai is so gentle when speaking with sense." Just a moment ago, Yibai appeared so aloof while staring at the screen. But he transformed the moment he turned his head. Since you have a handsome newcomer in your family, and your mother supports you, it seems that now even the fans of your mother are in place. Yu Xiaobai noticed the barrage of comments praising his gentle demeanor towards Su Ran, and surprisingly began to engage with the viewers. Our captain is indeed amiable. It is only natural to speak gently with him, especially since our captain is an Omega, and an Alpha should exhibit grace towards an Omega. This statement was rather conventional and seemingly innocuous, yet had been perplexing Su Ran earlier that afternoon, only to be articulated clearly by Yu Xiaobai. It was precisely as he had contemplated. Thus, Yu Xiaobai's distinct treatment of him was indeed due to his Omega status. Su Ran felt as though the ground had collapsed beneath him. Silently, he opened the game, accepted the gaming invitation from Yu Xiaobai, and quietly selected the hero he wished to play. While choosing his hero, Su Ran did not pay close attention to the members of their team. When he entered the game, he noticed the chat on the public screen. "I still caught you, Since." Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by this message and typed, "Why does Since want to catch us?" "Because I was lurking in a live stream for you." The teammate who had been conversing with Su Ran was playing as the top laner. It is often said that top laners are cunning, and this was indeed true. However, one must admit that this viewer possessed commendable gaming skills. Currently, their rank was quite high, encountering either skilled streamers or professional players. Thus, achieving a score of 518 after this match indicated that this viewer was indeed a formidable opponent. After the first game concluded, Su Ran earned the MVP title, and Yu Xiaobai's performance was also impressive, with a score just 0.2 points lower than Su Ran's. When they queued for another game, it took some time. During this period, the viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. "Which viewer just caught Since and Yibai? I want it too. Me too. My ID number. Hey, it seems I've queued up." Su Ran and his team entered the game's BP phase. Voices soon filled his headphones. "Since, can you add me as a friend? I'm that fan from Yibai's live stream." Before Su Ran could respond, he heard the familiar yet cold voice of Yu Xiaobai beside him. "You're in my live stream, yet you seek the captain for a friend request? Shouldn't you be asking me?" Su Ran, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Yu Xiaobai then added, "Play well, and I'll grant you the friend request afterward." The viewer replied, "No. What would I do with a friend request from an alpha?" The game quickly commenced, and Su Ran selected a support hero capable of merging with teammates. After Su Ran made his choice, Yu Xiaobai remarked in the team voice chat, "Captain, you must always protect me. Surrounded played, absolutely." In the earlier stages of the game, without any significant abilities, Su Ran, who played as a support, was quite vulnerable. His team could only huddle under the tower, awaiting the arrival of minions. However, the opposing marksmen and support were not inclined to allow them to clear the lane in peace. Su Ran, having learned a skill that provided crowd control, was capable of repelling enemies twice. In an effort to allow Yu Xiaobai to secure some minion kills, Su Ran engaged the enemy support, sustaining considerable damage in the process. "You should retreat and regain your health," Yu Xiaobai urged, shielding him from harm. "I'll wait for your return." "All right." At that moment, a teammate who had finished clearing the jungle arrived at the bottom lane, poised to initiate an ambush. As Su Ran returned to the lane, preparing to bait the opponents, Yu Xiaobai suddenly spoke, "Captain, could you step back a little? I will move in." This remark came from Yu Xiaobai, the marksman. Su Ran paused for a brief moment, not retreating as instructed, but instead positioning himself strategically to allow their jungler to catch the enemy off guard while ensuring his own escape through a safe distance. Utilizing his second skill to assist Yu Xiaobai in clearing the lane, he then declared, "You are the primary damage dealer. How could you act as bait?" Yu Xiaobai immediately fell silent, pressing his lips together. Soon, Su Ran's voice reached him through the headset. "I will always protect you. How can I let you take risks? In this game, if you die once, I will grant you one request." Su Ran made this statement in front of nearly 500,000 viewers in Yu Xiaobai's livestream. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaobai momentarily froze, about to turn and look at Su Ran when he heard Su Ran's voice again. "Xiaobai, go in quickly. The jungler is moving up." As he spoke, Su Ran used his first skill to repel the enemy twice, with the jungler following up to inflict damage. Upon hearing Su Ran's command, Yushio reacted swiftly and joined the fray. Unfortunately, neither had leveled up their ultimate abilities, and they could only secure the enemy support, while the marksman narrowly escaped with low health. After this skirmish, Yushio pondered Su Ran's words regarding the promise made if he were to die once. Could he possibly know? Absolutely not. Yushio chastised himself internally, while he yearned for Su Ran to agree to more requests. He was a starting player for the YH team. Intentionally dying would incur fines, and severe cases could lead to suspension. He gently shook his head, dismissing such thoughts from his mind. Nonetheless, these subtle gestures did not escape the keen eyes of the viewers in the live stream. Did you all notice something? I noticed too. Me as well. Many viewers had picked up on it, yet no one revealed what it was. Those who missed the details were left with a multitude of questions. What riddle are you all trying to solve? I too wish to know what you are referring to. Then a kind-hearted netizen remarked, just now, if Yibai were to die in this game, he would agree to one thing from since. Yibai's expression shifted, as if he were secretly plotting something in his mind. The barrage of comments flooded in, but this particular user had to break it into several messages to convey their thoughts. It was quite an effort for those who were merely spectators to piece together the fragmented remarks. I dare say, Yibai wishes to die a few more times, so he can extract more promises from since. What do you think it could be? It's so hard to guess. I have my suspicions, but I dare not say. Neither do I. Su Ran and Yushio were preoccupied with team battles, leaving no time to observe the livestream comments. Their lack of attention did not imply that others were oblivious. Both Ruan Xingchun and Qiu Ziyan, who had been following them closely, noticed these discussions in the chat room and began a private conversation. Ruan Xingchun said, Yanzi, I am now completely convinced that these two have a mutual attraction. Qiu Ziyan replied, I don't think the captain would go that far. But Yushio was a different case altogether. Ruan Xingchun sighed, Our sweet and gentle captain has only just transitioned to Omega and already has admirers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Ran and his team have been engaged in the game for 12 minutes, with Yushio having secured 3 kills and 2 assists, yet he had not perished. However, Yushio thoughts were quite tumultuous. He was contemplating whether to allow himself to die during the next team fight. Suddenly, an enemy player emerged from the bushes, incapacitating him with a skill combo that rapidly depleted his health. Su Ran, who had been positioned ahead of Yushio, had no time to intervene as he had already placed vision nearby, ensuring he wouldn't be detected. The enemy jungler's unexpected appearance was perplexing. As the voice announcing his defeat echoed, the live stream erupted with excitement. Did I see that correctly? Was that a sigh of relief from Yibai? Haha, this is the first time I've seen someone happy after dying in a game. To clarify, Yibai wasn't exactly joyful, but a sense of relief was evident. Regardless, Yibai has obtained something from since. I envy that. I envy it too. I want something from since as well. Yibai, the captain is mine. Don't even think about it. After his demise, Yushio merely paused momentarily before assisting his teammates. As he monitored Su Ran's perspective while he was engaged with the jungle, his mood soured. Yushio felt as though the 20 seconds waiting for revival stretched on infinitely. Upon respawning, his first action was to request a regroup. Su Ran had no choice but to follow him. As the thought crossed Yushio's mind, he continually reminded himself that he must not die again until the game concluded. Chapter 55, Captain I. Until the end, Yushio indeed did not meet his demise again, as Su Ran continuously inhabited his form, safeguarding him. With the game concluded, they emerged victorious once more. Just before the enemy's crystal detonated, the jungler remarked, throughout the entire match, you only protected me once. Upon hearing this, Yushio pressed his lips together in silence. As he witnessed the enemy's crystal shatter, he found himself sighing with relief internally. Initially, when Su Ran suggested that if he were to die once, he would grant a request, he did contemplate dying a couple more times. However, after experiencing death once, he realized that if he perished, Su Ran would then inhabit another. Thus, it was far better to play diligently and strive to avoid demise. The two conflicting thoughts wrestled within his mind, but ultimately, the conclusion of the game allowed Yushio to breathe a sigh of relief. After 2 consecutive games, the number of viewers in the live stream stabilized at nearly 600,000. The waiting time after a match was rather lengthy, and Yu Xiaobai glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, noticing that some of the viewers' remarks were somewhat perplexing. I think it's only natural for an alpha to be smitten by such a beautiful and gentle Omega. 555, I also wish to encounter a skilled and gentle Omega. To the brother ahead, you must be dreaming. I'm a female alpha, and I adore male Omegas. Following this was an avalanche of ellipses. Previously, he had refrained from live streaming due to his uncertainty in interacting with the viewers, finding it rather dull. However, that sentiment had shifted. He now found joy in playing games with Su Ran and relished the viewers' comments. He even felt a desire to engage in conversation with them. Those circumstances and time did not permit. Throughout the night, Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai played until past 11 o'clock, spanning over 3 hours. Occasionally, when Su Ran was unable to secure the support role and ended up in the mid-lane position, Yu Xiaobai would expedite the completion of the match. Naturally, they could not win every game and sometimes face professional players. As the live stream approached its end, Su Ran suggested to Yu Xiaobai, "Let us call a night for now. It will soon be midnight, and you can chat with the viewers." Without thinking, Yu Xiaobai inquired, "Are you tired?" Considering that Su Ran had just finished his sensitive period the night before and had accompanied him for over 3 hours of gameplay today, he assumed Su Ran might be weary. However, Su Ran shook his head. "I'm fine. During normal training, I play for 7 to 8 hours. He simply felt that since today was Yu Xiaobai's birthday, it was essential to interact with the viewers, especially since this was his first live stream. Observing Su Ran's complexion, which indeed showed no signs of fatigue, Yu Xiaobai felt reassured. Su Ran glanced at his computer screen and said, "You chat with them. I'll check with Mingge." At this hour, he intended to ask Song Mingchuan to arrange some food. Meanwhile, the other teammates were still engaged in their games. On the first floor, Su Ran found Song Mingchuan, who was engaged in a phone conversation. He chose not to interrupt and instead seated himself on the sofa in the living room, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the call. Upon noticing Su Ran, Song Mingchuan exchanged a few words with the person on the other end before hanging up. Su Ran had caught the mention of the word finals during the conversation, and he recalled that the finals were just 2 days away. "How did you come down?" Song Mingchuan inquired. At this hour, Su Ran expressed his desire to order some food, asking, "What do you think would be a good choice, Mingge?" Song Mingchuan replied, "I ordered it half an hour ago. It should be arriving soon." He then shifted the conversation, stating, "The finals are in 2 days, and I've already made arrangements for us to attend." In truth, whether they attended or not was inconsequential. The venue for the competition was not in Beicheng, but in Yuqing. Sensing that Su Ran might feel uneasy, Song Mingchuan quickly added, "I merely thought it would be beneficial for Xiaobai to observe his forthcoming strongest opponent in action. Experiencing the match live is an entirely different encounter than watching it online." Understanding Song Mingchuan's well-intentioned concern, Su Ran merely smiled and replied, "I understand. Let's go. It's a good opportunity for me to see who our opponents will be next year." The YH team had not reached the World Championships in 2 years. Su Ran felt a pang of regret for the original occupant of this body. Yet he vowed internally to lead YH to the world stage next year and return with a golden trophy. It was imperative. Lu sensed the turbulence in Su Ran's heart and could not help but comment, "Do you need me to draft a plan for you?" Su Ran declined, saying no. It's best to rely on oneself. Their tasks could indeed be accomplished through the system, but relying on it for competitions would be profoundly disrespectful and unfair to other professional players. It would be no different than cheating. He could not engage in such morally questionable actions. Although the plans provided by the system would still require their execution, he felt uncomfortable with the notion. Song Mingchuan proposed, "Then I will book tickets for all of you. We can head over tomorrow afternoon and explore the area a bit." Competing professionally was exhausting. They typically trained at the club and seldom had time for leisure, even when visiting other cities for matches. They usually trained in their hotel rooms. Taking advantage of this opportunity to watch a match before the new season commenced would allow them a day of enjoyment in Yuqing. Su Ran found this idea appealing and nodded in agreement, saying, "I think that a good plan." Consequently, during their late-night meal, Song Mingchuan announced this decision. Upon hearing that they would attend the match, Lin Xiangyu felt a twinge of discomfort, and others shared a similar sentiment. After all, they had not even reached the top 4. However, when Song Mingchuan mentioned the opportunity to have some fun, their spirits lifted. He continued, I understand that you may feel disheartened, but competing means overcoming such psychological barriers. It is unrealistic to expect to win first place every time. If we fail, we shall return stronger. I believe that in the upcoming season, we will achieve what we desire. Though such optimism may have been somewhat premature. However, Song Mingchuan felt that the current Su Ran was entirely different from the past. With the addition of Yu Xiaobai, their coordination and tactics were unlike anything previously exhibited by YH's former shooting support. Their team possessed remarkable strength, yet they lacked certain intangible elements. However, after this period of practice matches and training, he distinctly sensed the emergence of those missing elements. The Grand Slam for YH was on the horizon. Chapter 56, Captain. May I? The prestigious club ensured excellent treatment. Each time the YH team traveled for competitions, they flew first class. This time, their attendance at the match was discreet, unbeknownst to their fans. Thus, they passed through security and boarded the plane without incident. On this occasion, Yu Xiaobai naturally occupied the seat next to Su Ran. Perhaps it was merely Su Ran's illusion, but he felt as though the other teammates had no intention of joining him, deliberately leaving the seat beside him vacant. The flight from Beijing to Yuqing lasted just over 2 hours, yet Su Ran fell asleep. Upon awakening, he discovered Yu Xiaobai gazing at him. The moment Yu Xiaobai caught sight of him opening his eyes, he quickly averted his gaze, a hint of crimson coloring his ears. Captain, we have arrived. Su Ran responded with a soft, straightening in his seat to look out the window as the plane began its descent. Upon exiting the airport, they encountered a bit of trouble. It seemed that the fans in Yuqing were aware that another team would be present for the match, and they had gathered at the airport exit. As soon as the YH team emerged, keen-eyed fans spotted them. The fans of the YH team erupted in joyful screams upon seeing their beloved team, while supporters of other teams, envious yet intrigued, joined the throng. Wearing masks, Su Ran and his teammates noticed the fans calling their names. As captain, Su Ran had no choice but to remove his mask and address the crowd. Please do not push. It could lead to accidents. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Wife, I love you. Wife, see you next season. As this cry echoed, many others joined in, chanting wife. Su Ran felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that the fans referred to him as wife due to his transformation into an Omega. In the memories of his predecessor, fans had once called him husband, but that had evidently changed. Originally walking beside Su Ran, Yu Xiaobai's gaze snapped towards the source of the shout when he heard the word wife. Little did he realize this was merely the beginning, as more voices followed suit, calling Su Ran wife. He could only maintain a stoic expression, standing guard beside him. At that moment, a CP fan seemed to take notice of Yu Xiaobai and shouted, Yabai, are you our Sense Guardian? The speaker was a male Omega, his eyes sparkling with admiration, but not in a romantic sense. Rather, he bore the expression of someone utterly enamored. Upon hearing the call, Yu Xiaobai's attention shifted to the fan, and his previously cold gaze softened with a hint of a smile. Indeed, it was only natural to protect our captain. Although he did not overtly acknowledge anything, it was evident to discerning eyes that his mood had markedly improved. This brief episode lasted for over 10 minutes, and ultimately, with the assistance of airport security, the members of the YH team successfully exited the airport. Song Mingchuan had already arranged for a minivan online, conveniently located adjacent to the airport, assuming the role of the driver. The hotel, situated near the esports center, was specifically designated for the players. Typically, teams participating in competitions would stay at this establishment, as accommodations and expenses were managed by the event organizers. However, since they were attending the matches on their own accord, it fell to the club to cover the costs. The hotel had been booked in advance, with each member assigned a separate room. Su Ran's room card was procured by Yu Xiaobai, who made a point to request 2 adjacent cards from Song Mingchuan. Initially, Song Mingchuan was somewhat reluctant, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions, as if he were on the verge of voicing his concerns. Yet, Yu Xiaobai appeared utterly unperturbed, conveying an air of transparency that suggested any hesitation on Song Mingchuan's part would imply wrongdoing. Eventually, with great reluctance, Song Mingchuan handed over the 2 cards to Yu Xiaobai, who promptly sought out Su Ran, witnessing him smile as he accepted one of the room cards. Song Mingchuan was taken aback, sensing that the camaraderie within their team seemed to have taken on a rather questionable nuance. Su Ran, aware of Yu Xiaobai retrieving the room cards, intentionally waited until he had secured them before planning to approach, intending to claim the room adjacent to Yu Xiaobai's. Little did he expect that the latter would directly assist him in obtaining it. Reflecting on the earlier incident at the airport and the matter of the room cards, Su Ran considered the possibility that he could afford to wait a while longer. Perhaps Yu Xiaobai simply had not yet awakened to his feelings. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Song Mingchuan sent a message in the group chat, announcing a gathering in the hotel lobby at 6 to dine before deciding on further activities. However, the prerequisite was to wear masks to avoid being recognized. After dinner, in the restaurant, Su Ran stated, "Minge, I plan to take a stroll nearby and will catch a taxi back." With that, he donned his mask, a smile glimmering in his eyes as he reassured, "Don't worry, I've got my mask on." Song Mingchuan inquired, "What about your concealer?" Su Ran retrieved the concealer from his down jacket pocket, replying, "I have it. Rest assured." "Captain, may I accompany you?" Yu Xiaobai interjected suddenly. His voice drew the attention of everyone present. Lin Xiangyu also wished to join, but was silenced by Qiu Ziyan, who covered his mouth, leaving him to gaze questioningly at Qiu Ziyan, who remained stoically silent. Song Mingchuan frowned, but ultimately relented. He had harbored concerns when Su Ran mentioned wanting to wander. After all, he worried about his safety. As an Omega venturing outside, he couldn't help but fret over the potential encounter with an Alpha during a sensitive period. Upon hearing Yu Xiaobai express his desire to join, he felt a sense of relief. At least he was one of their own and could protect Su Ran. After exiting the restaurant, Yu Xiaobai inquired, "Where does the captain wish to explore?" Su Ran turned to him and replied, "There's no need to call me captain. Just my name will suffice." Being addressed as captain in public would inevitably draw curious glances, especially if they encountered fans. 1 or 2 fans would be manageable, but a crowd would pose a significant risk. Hearing Su Ran suggest using his name made Yu Xiaobai's heart race. He pressed his lips together and fell silent for a couple of seconds before responding with a soft "Yesterday, I noticed there seems to be a Gods Rise Again cosplay exhibition nearby. Shall we take a look? Perhaps we could find some beloved hero figurines to purchase." It seemed that due to the ongoing competition, the U-City area had organized the exhibition, which was open 24 hours. At this hour, he wondered how many attendees would still be present. Yu Xiaobai replied, "Sure, wherever you wish to go, Captain." His ears flushed slightly, and for a moment, he was at a loss for how to address Su Ran, opting to use you in place of name. Su Ran found this endearing and couldn't help but smile at Yu Xiaobai's adorableness. The two summoned a rideshare to the exhibition. The venue was vast, and by the time they arrived, it was nearly 8 in the evening. To their surprise, there was still a considerable crowd. Fortunately, they were well equipped, and wearing masks did not feel out of place. Just before entering, Yu Xiaobai, a bit anxious, asked Su Ran, "Do you want to apply some cover spray?" He wished to mask the scent of Su Ran's pheromones. After contemplating, Su Ran agreed that a spray would indeed be prudent. As he retrieved the cover spray from his pocket, Yu Xiaobai offered, "Let me help you." Su Ran paused for just a second before handing the spray to him. As Yu Xiaobai applied the cover spray personally, his face involuntarily flushed. The sight of an alpha applying cover spray to an omega carried an air of intimacy. Unbeknownst to them, this moment was captured by someone and shared online, garnering significant attention. Chapter 57, Captain I. Su Ran remained oblivious to the implications of an alpha spraying cover on an omega. So his unguarded demeanor led others to believe that he and Yu Xiaobai were indeed a couple. After the spray, they entered the expansive venue, which was bustling with people even at 8 in the evening. Yu Xiaobai consistently stayed by Su Ran's side, helping to navigate through the throngs of attendees. The exhibition was filled with individuals dressed as characters from Gods Rise Again, their costumes and makeup transforming their original appearances. When Su Ran spotted his favorite hero character and prepared to approach for a photo, Yu Xiaobai held him back, saying, "Su Ran, there are too many people over there. Let us wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Su Ran observed the crowd and noted that indeed, there were more people than elsewhere. The air was filled with piercing screams, as it seemed that a well-known cosplayer who portrayed the hero beloved by Su Ran was surrounded by throngs seeking autographs and photographs. Observing the ever-growing crowd, Su Ran ultimately relinquished the notion of obtaining a picture and turned to his companion, saying, "Let us explore the figurines and merchandise." "Very well," Yu Xiaobai replied. As they approached a stall, they were astonished to discover a variety of small items, including a cartoon figurine of Su Ran himself. The resemblance was quite remarkable. After glancing at it a few times, Su Ran placed it back down, but Yu Xiaobai picked it up, inquiring of the vendor, "This one looks delightful. How much does it cost?" The vendor, a petite girl dressed as a sprite, appeared somewhat bashful in the presence of the tall and handsome alpha. She softly replied, "The character from Sense is 388. Shall I provide you with a QR code?" Yu Xiaobai took out his phone to proceed with the payment. Su Ran, gripping his hand, exclaimed, "Are you truly going to buy it?" The sight of his own figurine being held by Yu Xiaobai felt rather peculiar. Yu Xiaobai glanced at the figurine in his hand, a smile dancing in his eyes. "It's quite adorable." This caused Su Ran to blush, as the compliment directed towards the figurine felt like an indirect reference to him. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him. "If you like it, just purchase it," he stammered, feeling that 388 for such a small item was rather exorbitant. Yu Xiaobai completed the transaction and placed the figurine in his pocket, treating it as if it were a cherished treasure. They meandered through a few more stalls, acquiring 2 additional figurines, one of which was the hero Su Ran had previously wanted to photograph. With their newfound treasures, Su Ran felt a surge of joy. By this time, it was past 9 o'clock, and they sensed it was time to return, lest Song Ming Chuan begin to call. The crowd in the venue had thinned significantly. Just as they were making their way towards the exhibition hall's entrance, Su Ran accidentally collided with the cosplayer he had wished to photograph. They both halted abruptly. Su Ran caught a whiff of a citrus scent, a fragrance emanating from the cosplayer, indicative of his pheromones, characteristic of an alpha. The cosplayer, upon the collision, raised his eyes to Su Ran, visibly distressed, and uttered, "I apologize." Noticing the cosplayer's demeanor mirrored that of Yu Xiaobai during his sensitive phase, Su Ran understood the situation. Just as he intended to create some distance, his arm was seized, and he was drawn into a warm embrace, imbued with a pleasant aroma. A cool voice resonated beside him. "You should leave here during your sensitive period." The cosplayer, feeling the imposing aura of the powerful alpha, became somewhat agitated, yet was subdued by Yu Xiaobai's pheromones. His complexion turned pale, and he nearly staggered to the ground. Perhaps it is due to the increasingly potent pheromones emanating from him that those around began to be affected, gradually becoming aware of the circumstances at hand. Numerous omegas and alphas felt the influence of the pheromones. The Omega's cheeks flushed, their expressions becoming hazy, while the alphas suppressed some unnameable emotions. Su Ran found himself cradled in Yu Xiaobai's embrace, inhaling only the soothing scent of his rose brandy pheromones. He soon realized that Yu Xiaobai could manipulate his pheromones to affect others without allowing them to detect his own. Such a feat is only achievable by top-tier alpha. No wonder Yu Xiaobai could maintain such restraint during his sensitive period that day. Had it not been for Yu Xiaobai's pheromonal suppression of the sensitive alpha, chaos might have already ensued in the exhibition hall. At that moment, the security personnel arrived to escort the fallen alpha away, yet the lingering scent of his pheromones remained. The affected omegas and alphas found themselves unable to remain any longer. "Xiaobai, we should leave here for now," Su Ran murmured, too timid to pull his face away from Yu Xiaobai's shoulder. He felt completely ensnared in Yu Xiaobai's pheromones, unable to sense any other sense nearby. Yu Xiaobai, sensing the urgency, held Su Ran tighter and led him away. Once they exited the exhibition hall, Su Ran exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly produced a masking spray for Yu Xiaobai. "You should spray some. I fear the lingering scent of others." Observing the spray he offered, Yu Xiaobai pressed his lips together, declining to accept it. "There won't be any other scent, only mine. Thus, I do not wish to spray it." Su Ran recalled that besides initially detecting the alpha's lime scent, All he had sensed afterward was Bai's rose brandy aroma. Realizing that Bai did not want him to mask his scent, Su Ran lowered his eyelashes to hide his emotions, softly responding, "Then let us return." He anticipated that Bai possessed such a hidden allure. He might as well indulge this side of him fully. The following afternoon, after everyone had finished lunch, they prepared to head to the esports venue in U City. The first match was set to commence at 3 o'clock. The atmosphere outside the venue for the finals was particularly vibrant, with a multitude of fans from various teams gathering to watch the competition. Each arriving team elicited screams from the fans at the entrance. When the YH team arrived, the crowd erupted, calling out the names of several players. "Star, so beautiful and dashing. I want to have her child. I want to have your child too. Sunny is so handsome. Your jungler is incredibly cool. Since so soft and sweet. I wish for an Omega like you." This last remark ignited an enthusiastic response from the YH fans, rejuvenating Su Ran's own supporters as well. Some cheered for him, while others made playful remarks, creating an atmosphere brimming with vitality. The members of YH were indeed touched. Their journey ended in the top 8, which undeniably disappointed their fans. Before entering, a few waved to their supporters. Upon entering the venue, they noticed that several teams had already arrived. Song Mingchuan approached the managers of other clubs to greet them, while Su Ran and his companions settled into the second row of the VIP section. Bai sat closely beside Su Ran, exuding a slightly subdued aura. Su Ran understood the reason. Just moments earlier, when fans had called him wife, Bai had reacted that way. Ignoring it, Su Ran leaned closer to Bai's ear and casually suggested, "Shall we wager on which team will win once the match begins?" As Su Ran drew near, Bai's body tensed, the warmth of Su Ran's breath brushing against his ear, igniting a warmth in his heart. Chapter 58, Captain May I? Before the match commenced, Su Ran observed that 5 or 6 teams had come to watch. The venue was packed with fans, every seat filled. The host passionately spoke to invigorate the atmosphere before announcing the names of the final teams. The teams entering the finals were TX, chosen by Heaven, and YZY, always winning. Both teams had performed admirably over the past 2 years, with TX reaching the finals last year. This year, the outcome remained uncertain. As the starting players of both teams took the stage, Su Ran leaned slightly closer to Bai and asked, "You must have seen their match videos before, right? Who do you think will win?" Ever since Su Ran had leaned in to speak with him, Bai's mind had been racing with thoughts. At that moment, Su Ran's voice reached his ears again, causing him to turn abruptly. Their noses nearly touched. Just then, the venue lights captured them, and a large screen displayed their close proximity. Su Ran realized the gravity of the situation and quickly averted his gaze to the stage. The moment the image appeared, the venue fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting in screams. The individuals on stage also glanced towards their direction, laughing. Su Ran's ears flushed with heat. Beside him, Song Mingchuan felt a headache coming on. He had previously remarked on the questionable purity of his players' camaraderie. Leaning closer to Su Ran, Song Mingchuan quietly inquired, "What is going on between you and Bai?" Without meeting his gaze, Su Ran, looking at the stage, replied, "What else could it be? Just teammates." Song Mingchuan regarded him with an expression that suggested disbelief. Su Ran turned to meet his gaze, exasperation evident. It was truly just a matter of teammates, at least for now. Whatever might develop was a concern for the future. Their relationship was merely a subplot as the S6 season finals were about to commence. When the match began, the venue fell into a profound silence. At this moment, Bai slightly turned his face towards Su Ran and remarked, "I believe TX has a greater chance of victory." YZY's mid laner primarily plays as a utility character, with most of the economic resources allocated to the jungler. In contrast, TX boasts the strongest combination of mid, bot, and jungle, which results in a diminished probability of winning for YZY. As the first match commenced, both teams selected heroes that countered one another, leaving the outcome reliant on the player's awareness and strategic insight. By the 12th minute of the first game, YZY's weaknesses became apparent. The utility-focused mid laner could only provide crowd control for the team, but was swiftly eliminated by TX's jungler. The first match concluded at the 22nd minute, with YZY undoubtedly suffering a loss. Everyone felt that YZY's performance was below their usual standard. Su-Ran frowned and instinctively leaned towards Yushobai, saying, "It seems that their mid laner made several mistakes this game, appearing somewhat out of sorts." Based on his understanding, YZY's mid laner was not typically prone to such errors. In the second match, possibly due to TX securing a match point, YZY displayed a somewhat frantic performance. They selected heroes capable of countering TX, yet found themselves unable to retaliate effectively. Without a doubt, they lost the second match as well. Should YZY lose another game, they would face a complete shutout. Su-Ran felt as if he were witnessing a regular season match rather than the finals. Song Mingchuan remarked to Su-Ran, "It appears TX is destined to claim the championship this time." Fortunately, YZY managed to win the third game, ensuring that even if they ultimately lost, it wouldn't be an embarrassing defeat. In the fourth match, YZY's mid laner was replaced by a substitute, seemingly regaining their form and leveling the match point. In the final game, the substitute mid laner remained on the field. Song Mingchuan commented, "It seems YZY will need to consider a new mid laner for the next season." The earlier two matches may not have been solely attributed to the mid laner's errors, but rather to an injury that had affected YZY's main mid laner. As a veteran who had played professionally for 4 years, it was evident that they were suffering from a significant hand injury, necessitating the substitution. In a surprising turn of events, YZY emerged victorious, claiming the championship title. Everyone realized that YZY's substitute mid laner showcased exceptional skill, matching TX's mid laner in one-on-one encounters. This demonstrated a remarkable level of proficiency. Su-Ran observed the jubilant expressions of YZY's players on stage, moved by their elation. At that moment, Yushobai suddenly turned to him and said, "Captain, next year we too shall stand atop the podium, perhaps even at the World Championships." Upon hearing this, Su-Ran met his gentle gaze and smiled, responding, "Yes, let us strive for success next year." Soon, the transfer window in December arrived. All teams were keenly watching the transfer listings, and to their surprise, TX's jungler was put up for trade. Su-Ran regarded this development with a sense of astonishment, though it also seemed quite logical. During the finals, TX's jungler was awarded MVP in every match, heroically striving against the odds. However, the team consistently prioritized their marksman, who was regarded as the star of the squad. Despite the jungler's relentless efforts, his contributions often went unnoticed. Was this the reason he had only signed a 1-year contract with TX? YH observed the situation, for they had no need to replace their jungler, nor were they inclined to invest a significant sum to bring someone back merely to serve as a water cooler attendant. Their immediate focus was on joint training. In mid-December, the coaching staff organized a training match for both the first and second teams. The primary objective was to test a new system devised by the coaches, initially employing the second team for experimentation. The joint training commenced around 3 in the afternoon, with both teams entering the match room. The venue was arranged with 2 rows of seats facing each other, where players took their positions according to their roles. Opposite Su-Ran sat the second team support, a young alpha with a cherubic face who blushed upon meeting Su-Ran's gaze. Amused by the boy's bashful demeanor, Su-Ran encouraged him with a smile. "Do your best in a bit." The flustered alpha nodded. "I will give it my all, Captain." As Yushobai adjusted his equipment, he felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing Su-Ran smile at someone else. The training match commenced swiftly. Both teams selected their champions, and once in the game, Yushobai fixated on the second team support. He consistently reduced the support's health before turning his attention to the marksman. Within 4 minutes, the second team support had returned to base 3 times to recover. Su-Ran looked up at his opponent. Noticing that the boy's eyes were red with frustration, he was clearly distressed. Recognizing the nature of competition, Su-Ran understood the necessity of remaining unsympathetic towards his adversaries. To feel pity for them would be cruel to oneself. After Yushobai decisively eliminated the second team's support beneath their own turret, the boy was left utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why the first team's AD focused solely on him, neglecting the output position. Although losing the support was preferable to losing the marksman, the demise of the support invariably led to the marksman's downfall as well. He found himself perpetually the first to fall. During team fights, the second team support was relentlessly targeted by Yu Xiaobai, consistently being the first to perish. This was an unavoidable consequence of his choice to play a utility support, fragile and easily dispatched. Each skirmish resulted in the support's early death, leaving the ADC vulnerable and soon to follow. Ultimately, the second team succumbed in a mere 21 minutes. Upon reviewing the game statistics, it was evident that the second team support had died 8 times, the most in the entire match. Witnessing this, Su Ran could not help but twitch his lips in amusement, while the second team support, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Su Ran, filled with a sense of injustice. This scene was noted by Yu Xiaobai, prompting Su Ran to facepalm. Things were bound to become even more challenging in the next round. And indeed, they did. In the second match, the support player of Team 2 perished 10 times, ultimately reduced to tears. Yu Xiaobai maintained an expression of icy indifference, showing no signs of compassion. The captain of Team 2 could only offer words of consolation to his team, assuring them that losing to Team 1 was entirely normal. With tears brimming in his eyes, the support lamented, "But why did they target me? What have I done wrong?" The captain replied, "Perhaps they find you rather adorable." Following the training session, the support was left in tears. Su Ran, observing his tear-streaked face, felt a pang of sympathy. "It's all right," he reassured. However, the support merely nodded through his tears, casting a fearful glance at Yu Xiaobai. After the training, they enjoyed a meal. Song Mingxuan had already informed the aunties that Team 2 would dine here, resulting in a lavish spread prepared by the two ladies. As they gathered around the table, the support's eyes were still red. Song Mingxuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity and turned to Yu Xiaobai, asking, "Why do you keep targeting the support?" This prompted even more distress from Fang Yuanshang, the support, who appeared on the verge of tears again. Yu Xiaobai replied with a candid gaze, stating that it was simply more effective to eliminate the support before the marksman. Fang Yuanshang interjected, "But the issue is, there were instances where you killed the support without even attempting to target the marksman." The others echoed his sentiments, incredulous at Yu Xiaobai's rationale. Su Ran se presta esmai, aware that this was not the appropriate moment for levity. He reassured, "It's fine, just learn from it. If you encounter them again, you'll know how to evade." Yet, his words sounded far from comforting. Fang Yuanshang could only nod through his tears, acknowledging, "I understand." After dinner, upon returning, Song Mingxuan called Su Ran and the others to the living room to review recordings of their training on the television. They analyzed their newly developed strategies and identified areas for improvement. By the time they finished, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, which for esports players was still considered early. Yu Xiaobai turned to Su Ran and inquired, "Captain, shall we play some ranked matches?" Su Ran glanced at the time and deemed it appropriate for a few games, thus he agreed. As soon as they entered the game, someone invited him to a room. Su Ran glanced at the ID and the accompanying note. It was Su Shui. Upon entering the room, Su Shui exclaimed, "Brother, take me to the stars," and feigned a few sobs, stating, "I've been utterly crushed." Hearing this, Su Ran opened Su Shui's match history and noted the dismal results. It was indeed quite tragic. At this moment, Yu Xiaobai turned to Su Ran and asked, "Captain, why are you in a team match?" It suddenly occurred to Su Ran that he had agreed to play ranked with Yu Xiaobai. He turned back to respond, "My sister asked me to carry her." Upon learning that it was Su Ran's sister, Yu Xiaobai paused for a moment, then with a hint of disappointment, inquired, "So, Captain, will you still play with me?" Initially, Yu Xiaobai had promised to help, so he could not truly disregard Su Shui. Su Ran could only inquire, "Shall we bring her along?" Although he was keen on a duo queue with Su Ran, accommodating his sister was not out of the question. "Very well," Yu Xiaobai replied. Only then did Su Ran activate the team voice chat and said to the still chattering Su Shui, "We're taking you along, so stop the fuss." After that, he pulled Yu Xiaobai into the room. "This is our team's ADC, Yi Bai, as you know." "Hello, Brother Xiaobai," Su Shui greeted sweetly. "Brother Xiaobai?" Su Ran questioned. "Why so familiar?" Yu Xiaobai responded, "Hello." Feeling somewhat superfluous, Su Ran could only say, "I'll start now." As the game commenced, Su Ran was assigned to the mid lane, while Su Shui took the support position. Su Shui asked, "Brother, do you want to switch with me?" Considering Su Shui's mid lane skills, Su Ran disdainfully replied, "No need, I'll handle mid regardless of the lane he chose. He could manage, but support was where his true expertise lay. Su Shui understood that if she were to play mid, it would likely result in disaster, so she merely acquiesced with an O. They then noticed Yu Xiaobai swapping positions with the jungler on the 5th floor. Surprised, Su Ran asked, "Are you going to play jungler?" Yu Xiaobai acknowledged with a casual stating he wished to experiment with different roles. "Can you manage?" Su Ran asked, a hint of concern in his voice. As a professional player, poor performance could lead to penalties. "Don't worry, Captain. Versatile, Igrekuk Shubai assured." All right then. After selecting their heroes and entering the game, Su Ran headed straight to mid lane. The opposing mid laner chose a hero that could outdamage him early on, pressuring Su Ran and preventing him from farming. Nevertheless, as a professional player, his positioning and awareness were beyond the average. Even while being pushed under the tower, he still managed to secure his minions. Soon, he reached level 5 and gained his ultimate ability, indicating that the enemy mid laner had also acquired theirs. At that moment, Yu Xiaobai signaled that he was on his way. Noticing the opponent advancing towards him, Su Ran stepped forward slightly to clear the minion wave. The enemy mid laner, seeing Su Ran leave the tower, assumed he was no longer afraid due to his ultimate and attempted to cast a skill to control him, but Su Ran deftly dodged it. As the enemy attempted to unleash another skill, a figure suddenly emerged from the river's brush, swiftly executing a combo that left the enemy severely weakened. Su Ran followed up with damage, securing a kill. First blood. As the announcement echoed, Su Shui exclaimed, "Brother, you're amazing." Su Ran's lips twitched, nearly forgetting the presence of their teammate. From that point on, as long as Yu Xiaobai came to gank, the kills were destined for Su Ran. Within a brief span of 10 minutes, Su Ran had amassed 3 kills and 2 assists. At that juncture, their ADC remarked, "I envy the little couple duo queuing. They can even feed kills like this." Excluded Su Shui. We are in the 3rd team. The 3rd team. Chapter 60. Captain, may I? Throughout the entire game, Su Ran had a splendid experience, securing 9 kills, 7 of which were graciously gifted to him by Yu Xiaobai. As the victory icon illuminated the screen, the sound of Su Shui's voice filled his ears, exclaiming their hard-earned triumph. It had been a challenging day, and winning this match brought Su Shui immense joy. However, the euphoria was quickly doused by a splash of cold reality. It was late, and she needed to sleep. If she didn't, she warned, she would call their mother. Su Shui's voice faded momentarily, only to return with a plea. "If we don't win at least one match today, I truly won't be able to sleep. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Brother Xiaobai, for helping me reach for the stars." After this, she promptly inquired, "Brother, could you take me play tomorrow?" Su Ran responded, "Tomorrow is Sunday, a day of rest. Do you wish for me to work overtime?" "But brother," Su Shui protested, "I'm your adorable sister, your only sister." Su Ran knew that Su Shui was also an Omega. Initially, when she underwent her first differentiation and did not succeed, her family felt a pang of disappointment. Yet they never voiced it before her. When she later differentiated successfully into an Omega, their parents were genuinely delighted. Although Su Ran had only met Su's mother and Su Shui once, he understood their kindness toward him. Thus, when Su Shui acted coyly, his heart softened. "All right, if I have no other commitments tomorrow, I shall take you," he said, his tone laced with both reluctance and indulgence. At that moment, Yu Xiaobai chimed in, "I can take you as well." Upon hearing this, Su Shui soared with joy. "Really? That's wonderful." Fearing their potential change of heart, she hastily added, "Then I shall go to sleep now. Good night, brother." "Good night, Brother Xiaobai." With that, she swiftly exited the game. Within the gaming team, only Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai remained. Yu Xiaobai asked, "Captain, shall we continue?" "Certainly. Let us play a couple more matches." The two entered duo mode. Unlike before, when Su Ran had played as a support marksman alongside Yu Xiaobai, he explored every position this time. His performance was commendable, playing 5 matches where he was either the MVP or had a notable rank. As the clock struck past midnight, Su Ran began to feel fatigued. "Let us call a night," he declared, exiting the game. He noticed that Ruan Xingqian and others were still engaged in their play and streaming. Remembering that he had yet to fulfill his streaming hours for the month, with the end of the month approaching, he realized he needed to start streaming if he intended to play tomorrow. Seeing Su Ran's weary expression, Yushobai also exited the game and shut down his computer. Captain, rest well. Su Ran nodded in agreement. You as well. The two departed the training room together, ascending the stairs, and before entering their respective rooms, they exchanged a final goodnight. After Su Ran's recent medical examination report was presented to him by the team's doctor, he was subsequently advised to undergo a more thorough checkup at the hospital. The final results were consistent with the system's predictions. Upon learning of this, Song Mingchuan remained apprehensive. He inquired of Su Ran if he should seek a substitute, as it would be prudent to have one in case of an unforeseen circumstance. However, Su Ran merely frowned and shook his head, asserting that it was unnecessary, as he would take suppressants prior to the competition. Song Mingchuan disapproved of this approach, recognizing the significant risks it posed to Su Ran's health, and questioned its effectiveness. Yet, Su Ran remained resolute, stating that a substitute was only warranted if a starting player were to suffer an injury, which he did not. But your pheromones, Song Mingchuan began, only for Su Ran to interject with a smile, choosing not to elaborate on that matter, instead shifting the conversation to another topic. Next year, I will personally lift the trophy. This declaration directly addressed the earlier concern, affirming his intention to qualify for the World Championship and hold the trophy in his hands. Thus, there would be no need for a substitute. Song Mingchuan understood that although Su Ran's demeanor was gentle, he possessed a tenacious spirit. Given Su Ran's confidence, he felt inclined to trust him. As time slipped away amidst everyone's training, news from the World Championship emerged. Although YZY did not secure the championship title, they reached the top 4, marking the best performance since the team's inception. Soon, New Year's Day arrived. On this day, the club did not require training. Those living nearby could return home, while players from other cities remained at the club. Despite being from North City, Su Ran chose not to go home. Instead, he slept until midday and then joined the others for a meal. For Su Ran, YH was his second home, and his teammates were akin to family. Therefore, he would not abandon them to return home alone. With no training scheduled, they ventured out for dinner that evening. Song Mingchuan even permitted them to drink, which sparked much excitement among them. On their return, Lin Xiangyu was still intoxicated, while Ruan Xingchen and Xiao Zian were only slightly tipsy. Su Ran, however, refrained from drinking, fearing it might trigger a sensitive period for him. Upon returning to the club, Xiao Zian and Yu Xiaobai assisted Lin Xiangyu to his room. Just as Su Ran entered his own room and prepared to take a shower, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, he found Yu Xiaobai standing outside. The striking alpha appeared to have grown even taller since his arrival, now nearly 6'3". Su Ran asked, "What's the matter?" Yu Xiaobai produced a box, presenting it to him with a smile. "Captain, Happy New Year. A gift for you." Taken aback, Su Ran was surprised to find that Yu Xiaobai had prepared a New Year's gift for him, although he had not reciprocated. "I did not prepare a gift," Su Ran said awkwardly. Yu Xiaobai chuckled nonchalantly, stating, "It's nothing. I'm giving it to you unilaterally." Noticing Su Ran's reluctance to accept, Yu Xiaobai grasped his hand and placed the box in Su Ran's palm, adding, "It's not anything extravagant. I believe it will look lovely on you." At his words, Su Ran glanced at the box in his hand and then at Yu Xiaobai before opening it to reveal a pair of black and gold earrings nestled inside. Surprised, Su Ran looked up at Yu Xiaobai and asked, "How did you know I have pierced ears?" He typically did not wear accessories, and unless one looked closely, no one would notice the piercing on his left ear. Upon hearing the question, Yu Xiaobai's ears flushed slightly. He had seen it before during a moment of intimacy when he had held Su Ran close during a vulnerable time. "Thank you," Su Ran said, pursing his lips. Although they currently maintained a purely platonic teammate relationship, Yu Xiaobai's gift of the earrings introduced a hint of complexity. Yu Xiaobai gazed at him and inquired, "Do you like them?" Su Ran replied, "Ido." He couldn't deny that Yu Xiaobai had exquisite taste. The earrings were simple yet elegant, and he found himself quite fond of them. "I'm glad you like them," Yu Xiaobai smiled, saying, "Then good night and Happy New Year." "Happy New Year," Su Ran echoed. Chapter 61, Captain May I? After New Year's Day, the holiday season swiftly approached. With several days off for the festive season, everyone undoubtedly planned to return home. Song Mingchuan had purchased tickets for them all on the same day. Su Ran, however, was to be picked up by his father, Su Papa, who would arrive on the same day as the others. The other teammates had afternoon flights, while Su Papa and Su Mama were set to collect Su Ran in the morning. Su Papa drove over, and Song Mingchuan invited them into the club's lounge. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, Xiao Ran will be down shortly. Please make yourselves comfortable." As Su Papa and Su Mama said Toldin, Su Papa politely remarked, "We truly feel we have troubled you all with Xiao Ran." Song Mingchuan quickly shook his head, insisting, "Not at all. Xiao Ran is very well behaved. He is our YH captain and takes excellent care of his teammates." Hearing praises for their son naturally brought joy to Su Mama and Su Papa. She placed a pile of gifts on the coffee table, saying, "These are for you and the other children, all New Year gifts." Upon hearing about the gifts, Song Mingchuan visibly paused. In previous years, Su Papa and Su Mama had indeed come to collect Su Ran, sometimes with him returning on his own. However, they had never brought gifts like this before. In truth, it was this time that Su Ran had requested them to bring gifts. During New Year's Day, Yu Xiaobai had given him a present, and feeling he had not reciprocated adequately, Su Ran felt something was missing. Without a better opportunity to return the favor, he had asked his parents to bring gifts. Additionally, he had purchased a special gift exclusively for Yu Xiaobai. Su Ran thought it inappropriate to gift Yu Xiaobai alone, which led to the decision to buy gifts for the others as well. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Ran descended from the upper floor with a suitcase in hand, followed closely by Tall Alpha. Upon seeing Su Dad and Su Mom, Su Ran smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, you arrived without calling me. I would have come down sooner." The Alpha, trailing behind him, feeling somewhat anxious, greeted them with Uncle and Su Mom's eyes lit up upon seeing Yu Xiaobai, and she inquired with a smile, "Is this the newcomer to your team? I haven't seen him before." Previously, Su Ran was closer to Jian Wenshan, and this was his first encounter with Yu Xiaobai since hearing from Su Shui that Jian Wenshan had retired. It then occurred to Su Ran that he should make the introductions. "Dad, Mom, this is our team's new sharpshooter, Yu Xiaobai." Su Mom remarked, "He looks quite handsome." When Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai came down, Su Mom noted the unique way Yu Xiaobai looked at Su Ran, which carried an air of nervousness, as if he were anxious about making a good impression in front of Su Ran's parents. Being experienced herself, Su Mom saw right through him. Hearing Su Mom praise Yu Xiaobai, a smile crept onto Su Ran's face, and he cheerfully said to Song Mingchuan, "Minggu, my parents and I will head back now. See you after the new year." Song Mingchuan replied with a grin, "See you after the new year." As Su Dad and Su Mom stood up to take Su Ran home, Yu Xiaobai suddenly called out, "Captain." At the sound of his voice, Su Ran turned to look at him, with Su Dad and Su Mom also directing their attention towards him. Finally, Su Mom said, "Xiao Ran, your dad and I will wait for you outside." Song Mingchuan added, "I'll head upstairs to check if they're awake." With that, he ascended the stairs. Su Dad and Su Mom took Su Ran's suitcase outside, leaving only Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai in the living room. Su Ran gazed directly at Yu Xiaobai and asked, "What is the matter?" Feeling a bit shy under Su Ran's gaze, Yu Xiaobai hesitated to divert his eyes and, after biting his lip, said, "Captain, if you plan to play games after returning home, could you invite me to join?" Su Ran, somewhat taken aback, thought to himself, "Is this what you call me for?" As if sensing Su Ran's thoughts, Yu Xiaobai added, "Captain, let's work hard together after the new year." "Yes, let us work hard together," Su Ran replied. Once he returned home, Su Ran found himself with no time to play games, as his grandparents insisted he stay with them for a couple of days, having missed him after his long absence. His maternal grandparents also wished to spend time with him, wanting him to stay for a few days. He remained busy right up until New Year's Eve. On the eve of the festival, after a family dinner, while the adults engaged in conversation, Su Ran was washing fruit to bring to them when he was called over by his little aunt. "Xiao Ran, come sit down and chat with us." Su Ran halted in his tracks, casting a pleading glance toward Su Mom. However, Su Mom seemed oblivious to his silent plea, focusing on her tea. Resigned, Su Ran sat down to face them. Su Xiaogu, smiling, asked, "Xiao Ran, you're 22 now, aren't you?" Su Ran was bewildered by the question and could only respond with a smile, saying, "Yes, after the new year and my birthday, I will be 22. Su Xiaogu inquired, "So do you have a partner?" Su Ran replied, "Oh, So that's what you were waiting for. With a stiff smile, he continued, I'm not looking to date right now, and with our daily training, I simply don't have the time. Su Xiaogu quickly remarked, You're turning 22. Most Omegas your age are already married. She then shifted her tone, saying, Honestly, your profession isn't particularly respectable. It would be wiser to find a stable job, otherwise. Suddenly, Su Mama interrupted Su Xiaogu, her eyes lifting slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. Whatever interests the child, we support him. I don't believe there is anything wrong with Su Ran's profession. He earns quite well. With that, Su Mama turned her bright smile towards Su Xiaogu. By the way, your Yong has graduated from university as well. Why hasn't he found a job yet? Su Xiaohu, who was 5 years younger than Su Papa but had married early, was taken aback. While Su Papa married at 30, Su Xiaogu's child was already a few months older than Su Ran and was an alpha who had been unemployed for a year. Su Mama's comment successfully silenced Su Xiaogu, leaving her visibly upset. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Mama said to Su Ran, You kids go on and play. Don't mind us. Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, Su Ran looked gratefully at his mother. Just then, a teammate called him to join a game, and he quickly excused himself. Upon returning to his room upstairs, he was met with a knock on the door. Opening it, he found Su Shui standing outside. Brother, take me to play games, she pleaded. Su Shui, during the holidays, I don't want to play, he replied. Brother, no. Su Shui muttered something about her neglectful brother before walking away. Amused, Su Ran closed the door, only to feel his phone vibrate in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a message from Yu Bai. Why, Captain, are you gaming? Seeing the message, Su Ran chuckled silently. He had been quite busy these past few days and hadn't had time to play. Every time Yu Bai reached out, he would start with this excuse. He typed a quick response and sent it. Then, yes, wait for me. Chapter 62. Captain, Su Ran's room was equipped with a complete set of gaming gear. He had an esports desk and chair with a top-of-the-line computer. When he was away, he would ask Su Mama to occasionally turn it on, fearing it would malfunction from lack of use. He sat down in his esports chair, powered on his computer, and logged into the game. Just as he got online, before he could check if Yu Bai logged in, he was caught by Su Shui. In the game, she invited him, and he noticed that Yu Bai was also sending him an invitation. Su Ran felt overwhelmed, having just declined Su Shui's invitation to play a game. He promptly logged on to join Yu Bai instead. If he had taken Su Shui along, the child would undoubtedly have uttered remarks that could lead to misunderstandings. Su Ran accepted Su Shui's team invitation, but, upon entering, canceled the preparation. Before Su Shui could utter a word, he declared, I've changed my mind. I intend to take you stargazing. However, Su Ran paused, prompting Su Shui to inquire, However, what? However, I wish to invite one more person, he added, pulling Yu Bai from his friend list into the team. Upon seeing Yu Bai, Su Shui fell silent. After several seconds, she finally exclaimed, Brother Bai, Happy New Year's Eve. Yu Bai responded through the team voice chat, Xiao Shui, Happy New Year's Eve. Then, with a tone softer than before, he addressed Su Ran, saying, Captain, Happy New Year's Eve. His voice was deep and melodious. Upon hearing this blessing, Su Ran instinctively reached to rub his ears, only to encounter the headphones he was wearing. He cleared his throat and replied, Happy New Year's Eve. Just then, his phone, resting on the table, vibrated and lit up. Picking it up, he saw a message from Su Shui. Xiao Shui, Brother, does Brother Bai like you? The question was quite direct, leaving Su Ran at a loss for words in response. Then, little one, don't ask so much. Do you still want to stargaze? Xiao Shui, yes. Then be quiet. Xiao Shui, quiet JPG. Su Shui then made Su Ran the team leader. I shall begin, he announced. Thus, the three of them embarked on their trio adventure. As before, Su Ran relinquished the support position to Su Shui, opting for mid lane himself. Yu Bai intended to play jungle as he had previously, but Su Shui interjected, Brother Bai, you should play marksman. I will support you. Reluctantly, Yu Bai switched to marksman. Su Shui had learned to play support by observing Su Ran. While her awareness was not exceptional, it certainly surpassed that of the average player. However, her synergy with Yu Bai proved lacking, as their rhythms did not align. When Su Shui decided to engage, she failed to signal. leading her to initiate a move that Yu Shoubai believed was unwise. Consequently, Su Sui perished. Hearing the voice notification, Su Ran glanced at the mini-map and saw Yu Shoubai frozen before Su Shui's lifeless form. I'm sorry, he heard Yu Shoubai's voice. Su Sui Din. It was my fault for not signaling. I take responsibility. This exchange sparked an involuntary urge to laugh within Su Ran. Throughout the entire game, aside from the moments when Su Ran supported the bottom lane or participated in team fights, he could only imagine Yu Shoubai's bewildered expression upon witnessing Su Shui's puzzling maneuvers. This game, after all, demanded cooperation to succeed. Su Shui typically enjoys playing alone or with classmates, and her time spent with Su Ran is limited, let alone with Yu Shoubai. The remarkable synergy demonstrated in their first collaboration with Yu Shoubai could only be attributed to Su Ran. Hence, it becomes evident that rapport is not solely cultivated through prolonged acquaintance. Ultimately, under the guidance of Su Ran and Yu Shoubai, they triumphed in the game, while Su Shui unfortunately accumulated the most deaths. Upon reviewing the results, Su Shui felt tears welling up, lamenting, "Why is this happening? I received the lowest score." Su Ran, addressing Yu Shoubai, said, "Brother." Just as Su Ran was about to press the Q button, Su Shui abruptly suggested, "I'll play mid lane, and you take support." She felt she had hindered Yu Shoubai's performance. Su Ran, aware of her sudden change in role, recalled how her impulsive initiation during the previous match had led to Yu Shoubai dying twice in an attempt to rescue her. With a gentle smile, he acquiesced to her request. As the game commenced anew, all heroes were selected, and upon entering the match, Su Ran noticed a message appear on the public screen. "Oh, I want to pick stars, Captain." Shoubai. Upon seeing this ID, Su Ran momentarily failed to recognize who it belonged to, until another message floated across the screen. "Oh, I want to pick stars. I am star." "Oh, since, why are you still using a Smurf account?" "Oh, I want to pick stars, bringing the kids from home along." At that moment, Su Shui suddenly typed on the public screen. "Oh, little snowflake, ah? Sister star, I want you to carry me too." "Oh, I want to pick stars. A little snowflake. I am little Shui." Following this, the two began a lively exchange on the public screen. Since both were playing mid lane, they stood idly in the lane, refraining from clearing minions until they were on the verge of demise. Su Ran mused that perhaps in the next match, he would no longer have to carry Su Shui. As expected, once the game concluded, Su Shui declared, "Brother, I'm going to find Sister Star," before exiting the team. This left only Su Ran and Yu Shoubai in the group. Yu Shoubai inquired, "Captain, are we still playing?" He asked this because he initially believed Su Ran agreed to play to support Su Shui. With her departure, he naturally assumed that Su Ran would not continue playing with him. Su Ran replied, "It's still early. We can play a couple more games." "All right." Yu Shoubai responded, his tone lightening. They proceeded to play 2 more matches, one resulting in victory and the other in defeat, before exchanging farewells and logging off. Glancing at the time, Su Ran noted that there was still over half an hour until midnight. He decided to take a shower first, anticipating that the team chat would be quite lively once the clock struck 12. Upon emerging from his shower, he discovered several messages on his phone. All from Yu Shoubai. "Bye. Captain, look at the fireworks." Image. Su Ran opened the image to behold a dazzling display of fireworks. Below were several other messages. "Bye. I took some relatives out to set off fireworks." After reading the message, Su Ran's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet he refrained from responding immediately. He was biding his time. Once his hair was dry, he noticed the clock striking 0000 and composed a message. "Happy New Year, Shoubai," he typed, followed by, "Wishing you prosperity and good fortune." He then sent a red envelope directly to Yu Shoubai. As soon as his message was dispatched, he received a reply. "Happy New Year, Captain." After a while, he noticed a transfer notification. Indeed, it was a transfer. Transfer 1314. Chapter 63, Captain, may I? While a simple transaction did not particularly concern Su Ran, the sum of 1314 could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, he did not perceive it as such. Instead, he deliberately crafted a response. "Did you transfer the wrong amount?" After a brief pause, Yu Shoubai replied, "No mistake, it's meant for you." Upon reading the message, Su Ran's heart began to race. This guy, how adept he was at teasing. intentionally sending him a New Year's red envelope with an ambiguous amount, yet saying nothing more. It was quite deliberate. Su-ran did not collect the red envelope immediately. After some time, he sent Yushio by a photograph. It showcased the 2 red envelopes he had received from his grandparents. I can't accept yours. All I received were lucky money from my elders. After a considerable delay, Yushio replied again, this time sending another red envelope. Then I'll send you a smaller amount. A red envelope could contain a maximum of 200. Su-ran deemed this acceptable. He then received a 52 yuan red envelope. When had Yushio become so playful? Once he had accepted the red envelope, Su-ran sent another message wishing him a happy new year, followed by a good night, concluding their conversation. Glancing out at the fireworks illuminating the night sky, Su-ran smiled as he sent a generous red envelope in the team's group chat, after which he fell silent. Holidays always felt fleeting. They were set to return to the club on the 6th day of the new year. Su-ran would be going back in the afternoon, accompanied by his parents. During the journey, his mother said, Xiao-ran, you needn't take to heart what your aunts and uncles have said. Pursue what you love. Your father and I support you. Hearing this, Su-ran, seated in the back, turned to glance at his mother in the front passenger seat, a smile gracing his lips. I know, Mom. This year, I'm certain I can win the championship. His mother turned to look at him, noticing the resolute smile in his eyes, and she too smiled with comfort. Xiao-ran, is it because of your new teammate's arrival that you feel this way? She sensed that Su-ran was different from before. In the past, he always wore a forced smile during the New Year celebrations. What unfolded before them was a genuine expression of joy. Mother, he is my most trusted teammate, Su-ran declared solemnly. As evening descended, the entire team returned to the club. Having been apart for several days, it seemed each individual's demeanor had transformed. Perhaps still touched by the spirit of the spring festival, festive cheer radiated from their faces. Upon spotting Su-ran, Wan Xingchen began to lament, Captain, your little Shui has persistently pestered me for ranked matches during the new year. Alas, it has been quite a challenge. Hearing this, Su-ran couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the night of New Year's Eve when Su Shui had sought out Wan Xingchen for a gaming session. He had not anticipated that Su Shui would continue to cling to Wan Xingchen over these past few days. Xiao Shui is quite proficient as a support, Su-ran remarked. She certainly surpasses the average player. Wan Xingchen, upon hearing this, looked at Su-ran, hesitated, and ultimately sighed without uttering a word. This left Su-ran utterly perplexed. It was once again time for him to consult the system. 6-6. Is there some secret between Wan Xingchen and Su Shui that I am unaware of? After a brief pause, 6-6 voice resonated in his mind. Host, during the new year, Su Shui played games with Wan Xingchen. Every time Wan Xingchen achieved a double kill or triple kill, she would exclaim her desire to bear him children. Su-ran pondered, Su Shui is an omega, and Wan Xingchen is an alpha. Such a declaration is not out of place. However, Su Shui is still a high school student. How could she say such a thing? No wonder Wan Xingchen had appeared so hesitant earlier. Upon returning from their break, the members of Team YH began to engage in rigorous training. For the new season was on the horizon. The league, Rebirth of the Gods, consists of both spring and autumn competitions. The spring season serves as a qualifier, leading to group promotions. Only those who advance to Groups S and may compete in the autumn season, with the ultimate goal of reaching the finals and subsequently the World Championship. YH's ambition was to secure a spot at the World Championship, as well as the Domestic Championship. February soon arrived, and on the 6th, Song Mingchuan shared the match schedule in the group chat. A few members glanced at it, realizing their first match was set for the 12th. Thus, they intensified their training in the days leading up to it. The usual light-hearted atmosphere in the YH club had dissipated, replaced by a solemn determination on each face as they prepared for practice. They convened with the coaching staff to discuss tactical strategies for the upcoming matches. On the 20th, their match was scheduled to commence at 3 in the afternoon. After lunch, they boarded the club's van en route to the esports venue in Beijing. While on the bus, Song Mingchuan reassured Yushio Bai, Little Bai, there's no need to be anxious. Just play as you would in a practice match. Today, they were set to face a third-tier team, which posed little pressure for YH. Upon arriving at the venue, They were greeted by throngs of fans awaiting their arrival, who erupted into cheers upon seeing Su Ran and his teammates disembark, some even holding up supportive light signs. After greeting the fans, Su Ran followed his teammates into the YH Team's lounge. Today, everyone donned striking white and purple uniforms, adorned with the YH emblem shaped like a majestic king flower, both beautiful and commanding. Upon entering the lounge, Coach Fong briefed them on the upcoming match against the XQC Charge Forward team. He explained that XQC primarily focuses on their mid and bottom lanes, with Xing Chen aiming to hold the mid lane as long as possible, while Zi Yin supports the bottom lane, allowing them to break the deadlock. He expressed confidence that Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai's skills would easily counter XQC's marksman and support duo. Coach Fong then presented several strategies devised by their coaching staff specifically tailored to counter the XQC team. With 15 minutes left before the match, a staff member knocked on the door, signaling it was time to prepare for the stage. Song Ming Chuan stood up, extending his hand and encouraging, "Come on, team. Let's do our best." The main team members of YH joined in, placing their hands atop one another, chanting, "Let us go." Now, we invite the two competing teams for the upcoming match, YH and XQC, the host announced loudly from the stage. Following this, Su Ran and the captain of XQC were the first to make their entrance, followed by the 4 players from each team. The host called out their gaming IDs one by one. As both teams stood on stage, the audience erupted in cheers. The YH team boasted a substantial fan base, with numerous lightboards dedicated to Su Ran, along with several for other teammates, including one for Yu Xiaobai. As a newcomer, having a personal lightboard was a testament to his fans' recognition. The host inquired before the match begins, "Do you have anything to say?" To this, Su Ran smiled and simply replied, "We will do our best." A straightforward pre-match sentiment. When it was XQC's captain's turn, he confidently stated, "We will give our utmost effort to win this match." His assertive tone prompted Su Ran to glance in their direction, meeting the gaze of Alpha, whose eyes sparkled with intensity and determination. Su Ran smiled back before he and Yu Xiaobai entered the soundproof room, settling into their respective positions. They unpacked their equipment and began setting it up. Coach Fong stood behind them, continuing to outline key points as they adjusted their devices. Once everything was ready, at precisely 3 o'clock, their computers displayed the band pick BP phase for both teams. In the first game, XQC, in the blue position, commenced by banning heroes, undoubtedly targeting 2 of Su Ran's champions, while the third ban was directed at Yuan Xingchen's signature hero. On their side, they banned 2 prominent champions for their ADC and 1 for the mid laner. During the hero selection phase, both teams made highly strategic choices, reflecting their intent to counter one another effectively. Su Ran selected a support hero equipped with crowd control capabilities, enabling teammates to teleport back home. Yu Xiaobai opted for a long-range hero capable of dispelling crowd control effects. Ruan Xing chose a mid-lane hero with strong control abilities, while Lin Xiangyu picked a tank hero that was both controlling and resilient. Xiao Ziyin went for an assassin jungler. With the heroes chosen, the game officially commenced. Su Ran accompanied Yu Xiaobai to the top lane, recalling that XQC, the jungler, seemed fond of counter-jungling. He remarked, "Little Bai, I will assist Zi Yin in guarding the blue buff. You keep an eye on the opponent." Indeed, upon arriving at the blue area, he discovered the opposing junglers stealthily attempting to claim Xiao Zi Yin's blue buff. At that moment, Ruan Xingchen also made his way over. Su Ran utilized a crowd control skill to block the enemy jungler's escape route, effectively immobilizing him. Together with Ruan Xingchen, they unleashed basic attacks and a Q skill. Just then, Su Ran noticed XQC support and marksman approaching. Yu Xiaobai arrived shortly after, having cleared the minion wave, now at level 2, whereas the opposing marksman was still level 1 due to unfinished minion waves. Thus, the first skirmish ensued in the jungle. Commentator A. It seems that Since is quite familiar with XQC's jungling style, anticipating his counter-jungle attempts. Commentator C. However, it appears that XQC is at a disadvantage in this skirmish. YH's mid and support both possess crowd control, and Yibai has also reached level 2, giving them a favorable edge in combat. At this moment, XQC's jungler was left with low health, but fortunately, their support arrived just in time to restore some health. Realizing that the counter jungle was unsuccessful, he had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, Chiozien had cleared his own lower jungle and assessed the situation, stating, "Captain, I'll give a blue buff to Star and attempt to steal from the opponent." Upon hearing this, Su Ran replied, "Very well, you go ahead and steal. Fish can assist after clearing the wave." Lin Xiangyu responded affirmatively, "Understood, Captain." Commentator B. XQC's counter-jungle attempt has truly resulted in a significant loss. Not only did he fail the counter, but he also allowed Yi Bai to claim his blue buff. YH has secured 3 buffs at the outset, leading to a soaring economy. Ruan Xingchun, having obtained the blue buff, not only held a level advantage over the opposing mid laner, but also enjoyed a quicker skill cooldown, rendering the opponent mid laner hesitant to approach the lane. Su Ran and Yu Xiao Bai returned to the lane to clear the minions, while the minimap revealed Xiao Ziyan arriving to finish off the small jungle camps in the blue area. At this point, Xiao Ziyan had reached level 5 and was equipped with his ultimate ability. Su Ran cautioned, "Their jungler has not yet reached level 5. They may try to gank the bottom lane, so Fish, be cautious." Lin Xiang Y acknowledged EMAWF. Su Ran further instructed, "Little Bai, you clear the minion wave. I will place some vision. Sunny, there's no need for you to come. They are likely prepared." Knowing that Xiao Ziyan had reached level 5, he was certain that the opponent would not expose themselves for a gank. In the bottom lane, XQC's jungler indeed attempted to ambush Lin Xiangyu. Fortunately, Lin Xiangyu, being a tank and equipped with crowd control, managed to immobilize the enemy briefly before retreating under the tower, leaving the opponents at a loss for what to do. The enemy jungler, returning empty-handed, coincidentally sought to refresh his resources but was caught off guard by Xiao Ziyan. Xiao Ziyan's assassin burst is formidable. Once he unleashes his ultimate, squishies become mere victims of his skill set. Thus, XQC's jungler successfully delivered first blood, despite the vocal commentary praising his performance. "Well done." From Su Ran, every member of YH had reached level 5 and acquired their ultimates. "Xiao Bai, you go ahead and create a diversion. I shall assist you from the side," Su Ran remarked, glancing at his experience bar, which indicated he was close to his ultimate. His E skill could teleport an ally back to base, and his ultimate could summon that ally back if Yu Xiaobai ventured forth to engage. Even if he failed to control the situation, he could return to base, replenish his health, and come back ready to fight. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaobai advanced slightly to clear the newly arrived minion wave. The opposing marksmen and support likely noticed Xiao Ziyan and Ruan Xingchun's presence on the minimap, prompting them to unleash 2 skills upon Yu Xiaobai. Su Ran swiftly cast a Q ability, stunning the enemy marksman, while their support lunged forward in an attempt to control Su Ran. Su Ran utilized his E skill near Yu Xiaobai, closing the distance to continue attacking the enemy marksman. Yu Xiaobai opted not to retreat to base, providing damage support from behind Su Ran, targeting XQC's marksman. Their support was capable of healing and controlling. Yet Su Ran was momentarily incapacitated and under fire from XQC's marksman, his health dwindling, while the enemy marksman was also left with little vitality. "Captain, step into the circle," Yu Xiaobai urged, indicating that Su Ran should utilize his skill to return to base. If he did not act, he would surely succumb to the enemy marksman. At that moment, a golden light enveloped Su Ran's character. He had reached level 5. He unleashed his ultimate, then flashed to step into the circle to return home, only to use his ultimate to reappear in the marksman lane. Upon his return to Yu Xiaobai's side, the voiceover echoed in his headset. Yi Bai has slain XQC Zeal. Yu Xiaobai had dispatched the enemy marksman. Just then, the opposing jungler arrived to attempt to ambush Yu Xiaobai, but was met with a stunning Q from Su Ran, allowing both to retreat to their tower. The synergy displayed by the duo astonished the commentators. Commentator C remarked, "The timing of Sin's narrow return was truly impeccable." Yi Bai showed no fear of being retaliated against by Eel and his companion. Commentator A added, "Yi Bai's damage output is extraordinary. Just a few basic attacks coupled with a W skill made Eel's health plummet, rendering any healing from Starfish ineffective." Commentator C observed, however, without Yi Bai's Oni control, he might have perished. Su Ran, having returned to replenish his health, was still at half health, while Yu Xiaobai was severely wounded. Had XQC's jungler arrived a moment sooner, Yu Xiaobai could have met a grim fate. Su Ran's skill was off cooldown just in time, allowing him to cast it on Yu Xiaobai, urging him to return and regain health. With 2 minions remaining, he needed to return to base to restore his vitality before clearing the minion wave. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaobai remarked, "No need, I can handle the minions first." Return, Su Ran's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "I will assist you with the line." Yu Xiaobai obediently acknowledged and retreated. The other 3 teammates, upon hearing his response, exchanged glances, their expressions difficult to articulate. This scene was fortuitously captured by the director's camera and magnified on the screen. Commentator, intrigued, noted, "I wonder what Since just said," as his teammates' expressions seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 65, Captain May I? Upon Yu Xiaobai's return to the line, he found Su Ran nearly incapacitated by the minions, prompting him to quickly restore his own health. The match soon reached the 13th minute. At this point, YH had secured 1 small dragon and 1 large dragon, while XQC also claimed a large dragon. YH pushed down a turret in the bottom lane after a coordinated assault on Lin Xiangyu. Meanwhile, XQC had lost all outer turrets, placing them in a precarious position. A glance at the economic scoreboard revealed that YH maintained a lead of over 2,000 gold. XQC's captain, recognizing the dire situation, felt a sense of urgency, matched only by his teammates' anxiety. By the 16th minute, a team fight at the Dragon Pit resulted in XQC's complete annihilation due to a mid-lane misstep. YH seized the opportunity to take the large dragon and subsequently obliterated their crystal. Victory flashed on every screen of the YH team members. The commentator at the desk exclaimed with excitement, "Congratulations to YH for winning the first match point." Commentator B added, "In that previous Dragon Pit engagement, Ibai truly maximized his damage output, achieving 92. Commentator A remarked, "Since crucial damage absorption was also at 80, their synergy was truly seamless." In this match, Yu Xiaobai secured 8 kills, died only once, and achieved 4 assists, earning the title of MVP. As the first match concluded, a 15-minute break ensued. Everyone returned to the lounge. Upon their arrival, Coach Fong smiled and said, "Excellent." He regarded Yu Xiaobai with admiration, astounded by his composure during his debut on the competitive stage. Yu Xiaobai merely smiled faintly and replied, "Knowing that the captain is there to protect me eased my nerves." Su Ran and the others responded, while Song Mingchuan, seated nearby, suppressed an eye roll. Coach Fong continued, "In the next match, we will be on the blue side. XQC may target the bottom lane, so Xiao Ran, ensure to check the vision thoroughly." Su Ran nodded, "I understand. Coach, you can rest assured." They then discussed strategies for the upcoming match. Simultaneously, the atmosphere on the XQC side had soured. Il sat despondently on the lounge sofa, lamenting, "YH's new marksman is exceptionally strong." Starfish, noticing his partner's demeanor, consoled him, "It's all right. In the next match, I'll take a frontliner with crowd control." In this moment, XQC coldly remarked, "In the next match, our primary focus will be on the bot lane." Prior to the competition, they had reviewed videos of Su Ran and Yu Xiao by playing together, initially believing their synergy stemmed solely from the inadequacy of their opponents. However, upon witnessing the match today, it became evident that their coordination surpassed that of Su Ran and Jian when shunned from before. The previous bot lane duo occasionally displayed vulnerabilities, but now they were virtually flawless. Every time Su Ran advanced, Yu Xiaobai followed suit, and when retreating, they synchronized their withdrawal without a hint of hesitation. The manager of XQC's team remarked, "I did not anticipate that within a mere 3 months, Since and Yi-Bai would develop such a remarkable rapport." At this juncture, the coach interjected, "Enough talk, it is futile. Let us deliberate on the roster for the next match." In a swift passage of 15 minutes, the players from both teams returned to their soundproof rooms for the match. During the ban phase, XQC indeed began to target the bot lane duo. After banning 2 of Su Ran's champions, they proceeded to eliminate the 3rd champion, which Yu Xiaobai had utilized in the previous match. This outcome was anticipated by Su Ran's team, Yet they were unaware that Bai was a master of a vast array of champions. Soon, both sides selected their champions, officially commencing the second match. In this round, XQCS support naturally opted for a tanky champion with crowd control capabilities. Ran, in turn, selected a control-oriented mage for the landing phase. You tank, I control was the unspoken agreement, as long as Bai's champion remained alive. Ran would manage the crowd control, leaving no room for fear. Upon seeing Ran choose this champion, Il felt a sense of foreboding. When the landing phase truly began, it became evident that it would be a torturous experience. At level 1, Ran opted for control skill, immediately ensnaring Il, while simultaneously blocking Hai Xing's crowd control, allowing Bai's damage to rain down upon Il. By the time Ran's control ended, Il was left in dire straits, forced to retreat beneath the tower. Swiftly, Ran and his team cleared the first wave of minions and secured the river crab, with Yan allocating a small jungle camp to Bai, as previously agreed upon. Thus, when the second wave of minions approached, Bai was on the verge of reaching level 3, while Il barely managed to attain level 2, having missed a minion earlier. After clearing the second wave, Bai was more than halfway to level 3. They were acutely aware that the opposing jungler would likely attempt to ambush them. At this moment, Xingchen announced, the mid laner is missing. XQC's mid laner had also arrived on the scene. Ran and Bai had already retreated back to the tower. Ran questioned, do you think they will dive the tower? Before he could finish his thought, Ran witnessed the enemy's support flash forward. Reacting with remarkable speed, Ran flashed in front of Bai, intercepting Hai Xing's crowd control. In that instant of being ensnared, XQC's mid laner, jungler, and marksman dove the tower. And within 2 seconds, Ran's health bar was depleted. First blood. The eel secured the first blood. As Bai stepped forward to shield Ran from control, he retreated rather than engaging directly. By the time Xingchen arrived at the bottom lane, Ran had already fallen, leaving her with no choice but to return to the mid lane to clear the minion wave, hoping to support her team before the enemy mid laner could arrive. Ran remarked, it seems I have a luck of the draw today. Hearing this, Lin Xiangyu chuckled. Then, Captain, we shall claim a 2 o'clock victory today. Ran smiled in agreement. Indeed, 2 o'clock. But if they manage to defeat XQC with a 2-1 score, what shall become of our future matches? Ran quickly returned to the lane, where Bai had reached level 5 and acquired his ultimate ability. Due to a previous death, Ran's gold was 300 less than that of the enemy starfish. Xingchen had also reached level 5 and was currently lying in wait in the brush by the river. Just then, he spotted XQC's jungler approaching. The commentators couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Commentator A remarked, it appears that after the last match, Bai has been on XQC's mind. It's only been 5 minutes. And the green python is back. Commentator C added, perhaps the previous match left a psychological scar, and now they aim to ensure he stays down. Upon seeing the enemy's vision, Ran couldn't help but laugh. Here we go, it's time to play some mahjong. As soon as he spoke, the YH team members exchanged amused glances. Xian, having finished clearing his jungle, joined them. Bai stated, I will go in first. However, Ran interjected, allow me to take the lead. Armed with a tank build, she was confident that even if she were targeted, she wouldn't fall instantly. Moreover, she was on the verge of reaching level 5. With her ultimate ability, she would have control over the entire map. An auxiliary without an ultimate was the perfect bait. As Ran moved towards the central minion wave, seemingly to block vision, XQC Starfish was preparing to scout the brush where Xingchen lay in ambush. The eel, noticing Ran's emergence, immediately instructed, Stars, control him directly. Without hesitation, their support Starfish dashed forward to ensnare Ran. Reacting swiftly, Ran flashed into the brush and simultaneously cast a control skill where the starfish had just appeared. Following suit, the eel flashed in as well, successfully ensnaring both. Naturally, YH would not squander this opportunity. Lurking in the brush, Xian and Xingchen began to unleash their assault, while Bai followed up with skill attacks from behind. In a mere moment, both the eel and the starfish lay defeated. XQC's mid-jungle duo, attempting to capitalize on the chaos. rushed in to confront Yushobai, but were only able to unleash 2 skills before retreating back to their tower upon spotting the 2 concealed figures in the brush. This time, their impulsiveness had cost them dearly. YH's mid-jungle duo lacked vision and were acutely aware of the ambush at the bottom lane, with the eel feeling a sense of urgency after the previous match's collapse. XQC's captain, the Green Python, wore a displeased expression as he advised, "Wait for my command. Do not engage recklessly." In this round, YH faced no casualties. The moon remained unscathed, yet 2 of their opponents fell, leading any observer to believe they were witnessing a low-tier match. In the commentary booth, the casters expressed their astonishment at XQC's overly hasty approach. They replayed the previous sequence, with commentator B remarking, "It seems like Eel was speaking. Did he instruct Starfish to engage?" This comment triggered an emotional response from XQC's fans in the audience, some of whom couldn't restrain themselves from quietly cursing Eel. Subsequently, XQC exhibited a much more cautious demeanor, but Eel's mindset appeared genuinely shaken. After suffering consecutive setbacks, XQC could no longer withstand the onslaught from YH's fully equipped Knight White, who achieved a triple kill, leading to a complete team wipe of the opponents and securing victory in the second match. The MVP title was once again awarded to Yushobai. Congratulations to YH for clinching their first match of the S7 season with a score of 20. At this moment, the host took to the stage. In the soundproof room, Su Ran and his teammates removed their headsets, each wearing a smile. Su Ran suggested, "Let us go next door and shake hands." The YH players proceeded to the soundproof room of XQC to offer their congratulations. In contrast to YH, the expressions of XQC's team were somewhat grim, yet they still extended a friendly handshake. The MVP interview followed, where Yushobai was asked about his feelings regarding his first official match and whether he felt nervous. He responded, "Not all. Knowing that our captain is here to protect us gives me immense reassurance." Upon hearing this, the YH team experienced a sense of déjà vu. As they exited the esports arena, it was already past 4, nearing 5 o'clock. Outside, a throng of fans remained, with YH's supporters shouting their congratulations. Yushobai quickly gained popularity due to his performance. Fans had initially been drawn to his looks during the livestream, but now they were captivated by his skills in the game. Upon returning to the YH club, it was already past 6. They began to eat while reviewing the 2 matches of the day on a projector against the restaurant wall. By the time they concluded their review, they had nearly finished their meal. Coach Fong remarked, "The reason we secured a score of 20 today is that we faced a new team like XQC. It will be much more challenging against a team like TX. Thus, we must proceed with caution in our upcoming matches." Su Ran added, "In a couple of days, we will be playing against the LX Meteor team. By the way, what is that delightful aroma?" Before Coach Fong could finish his thought, they all caught a whiff of a refreshing and pleasant tea fragrance. Yushobai also detected the scent and turned to Su Ran, asking, "Captain, are you in your sensitive period?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Su Ran. Among them, only Su Ran was an Omega, while the others were Alphas. As they inhaled the fragrant tea aroma, they all surmised the identity of the pheromone. At that moment, Su Ran realized he might indeed be entering his sensitive period and hastily rose from the table, rushing upstairs. The individuals still seated at the dining table could not help but follow the silhouette of his retreating figure. At this moment, Wan Xingchen remarked, "Captain, the scent of your white tea pheromone is rather pleasant." No sooner had the words left his lips than he felt a subtle gaze directed at him. Song Mingchuan cleared his throat and stated, "All right, we've finished our meal and the review. Everyone is tired, so let us retire early." Competing in matches is akin to regular training sessions. However, the tension during competitions can be exhausting once one learns to relax. The group murmured in agreement and began to ascend the stairs. Yushobai, somewhat concerned for Su Ran, sent him a message while making his way up. "Bye, Captain. How are you? Are you all right?" After dispatching the message, he ascended to the 3rd floor without receiving a reply. He paused before Su Ran's door, refraining from knocking. The trio, Chiu Zian and others, who came up behind him exchanged glances. Chiu Zian said, "The captain will be fine after taking the suppressant, so there is no need to worry." Yushobai turned to them, responding with a soft acknowledgement. Wan Xingxian and the others likely had surmised Yu Xiaobai's feelings for Su Ran, and ultimately, they said nothing more and retreated to their respective rooms. Just as they entered, Yu Xiaobai contemplated whether he should knock on the door when his phone vibrated. Unlocking it, he discovered a message from Su Ran. Ran, Xiaobai, I've run out of suppressants. Could you please buy some for me? Upon reading the message, Yu Xiaobai quickly replied, while hastening his steps, of course. Just wait for me. With that, he dashed out of the club in search of a pharmacy. The club was heated, and they had all shed their outer garments upon returning. Yu Xiaobai, without even donning his coat, bolted out into the night. It was already past 8, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. Thankfully, he was sensible enough to know where to locate a nearby pharmacy. Simultaneously, a curtain in a third-floor window was subtly drawn back, revealing a figure watching Yu Xiaobai's hurried departure. The sensitive period had begun with an overflow of pheromones. Gradually leaving Su Ran feeling increasingly drained. In his room, he awaited Yu Xiaobai's return with the suppressants, distinctly recalling that he had one remaining. Yet, it seemed to have vanished. Su Ran finally experienced the debilitating sensation characteristic of the sensitive phase. If an omega fails to administer suppressants during this period, it is all too easy to slip into the heat phase. He curled up on his bed, feeling feverish and uncomfortable. Lulu, I want to enter the heat phase. Will I? Lulu reassured him that Yu Xiaobai would return, so there was nothing to fear. His pheromone levels had not yet reached the threshold for the heat phase. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and upon hearing it, Su Ran recognized it was Yu Xiaobai returning. As he attempted to rise and open the door, he found himself too weak to move. Instead, he fumbled for his phone and sent Yu Xiaobai a message. Ran, the door code is 141,827. Please come in. With a resounding bang, the news struck Yu Xiaobai like a thunderbolt. Did the captain just share the password to his room? How could he, an Omega, place such trust in him? Chapter 67. Captain May I. Yu Xiaobai was unaware of Su Ran's current predicament and could not summon him to open the door. After a brief moment of chaotic thoughts, he promptly entered the code provided by Su Ran and opened the door. As it swung open, a rich aroma of white tea enveloped him. Instinctively, Yu Xiaobai held his breath, only to realize that it was Su Ran's pheromones wafting through the air, those of the person he held dear. His first action upon entering was to close the door, preventing Su Ran's pheromones from dispersing and affecting others. Once the door was shut, he took a moment to survey the room's surroundings. Each member's quarters and YH were quite similar, lacking any noteworthy features. His gaze soon landed on a bundle of blankets on a large bed. Xiaobai? Su Ran's voice was soft, barely above a whisper. Yet, Yu Xiaobai heard him clearly. He stepped closer to the bedside and said, Captain, I brought you the suppressants. Su Ran pulled the blanket from over his head, revealing his watery eyes illuminated by the harsh overhead light. His face flushed with color. He attempted to sit up, but found himself unable. Looking up at Yu Xiaobai with a pained expression and said, Could you help me? He exposed his arm, rolling up his sleeve, revealing his pale skin as he apologized. I truly lack the strength. Yu Xiaobai dared not meet his gaze. Heaven knew how enticing Su Ran appeared before an adult alpha at that moment. The air was thick with Su Ran's white tea pheromones, and with each breath, Yu Xiaobai felt his blood boil within him. He retrieved the suppressant from the bag, fumbling slightly as he removed the protective cover from the syringe and grasped Su Ran's arm, his hands trembling. Noticing his unease, Su Ran offered a gentle smile and said softly, It's all right, go ahead. Yu Xiaobai focused on the faintly visible vein on Su Ran's fair arm and swiftly inserted the needle, eliciting a soft gasp from Su Ran. His ears turned crimson, and a blush crept across his face. As he administered the suppressants, Yu Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. After withdrawing the needle and disposing of it properly, he announced, All done. Su Ran began to feel his strength gradually returning. He reclined on the bed, exhaling a deep breath, and turned to see Yu Xiaobai standing. Their eyes met, and Su Ran smiled, saying, Thank you, Xiaobai. You're welcome, Yu Xiaobai replied, his voice low and husky. From Su Ran's perspective, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a tent, causing him to freeze momentarily before quickly averting his gaze. It seemed that Yu Xiaobai had sensed his reaction. leading him to realize just how restless his own body had become at that moment. He abruptly turned around, facing away from Su-ran, and said, "Since there is nothing wrong, Captain, please rest well. I shall return to my room." Su-ran replied softly. Internally, he was shouting, "This is so awkward." However, he also considered that Yu Xiaobai's presence was rather overwhelming. Just thinking about it made Su-ran feel a twinge of discomfort. Once Yu Xiaobai returned to his room, he headed straight to the bathroom. In the chill of February, he opted for a cold shower. When he emerged, it had already been over half an hour. The following day, Su-ran awoke feeling refreshed, completed his morning routine, and stepped outside. Noticing the door of the adjacent room was closed, he paid it no mind. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Qiu Ziyin, who was on his way up, and they exchanged greetings. Qiu Ziyin remarked, "I was just about to call you and Xiaobai down for lunch. Is Xiaobai still not up?" Su-ran, Basil, replied, "I thought he would have risen by now, seeing that his door was tightly shut." However, Qiu Ziyin responded, "No, I haven't seen him come down at all." After a moment of contemplation, Su-ran stated, "You all go ahead and eat. I will go wake him." Arriving at Yu Xiaobai's door, Su-ran raised his hand to knock. After several attempts, a hoarse voice from within finally replied, "I'm coming." A moment later, the door opened, revealing Yu Xiaobai, who appeared quite unwell. Realizing something, Su-ran instinctively placed his hand on Yu Xiaobai's forehead, and indeed, it was burning. "You have a fever," he said, furrowing his brow. Yu Xiaobai felt a brief coolness from Su-ran's hand, but it quickly faded. He gazed at Su-ran's hand with a hint of longing and replied in a raspy voice, "It's nothing. I'll just take some medicine." "That is not acceptable." Su-ran asserted firmly. "You must go to the hospital." "No need," Yu Xiaobai countered. "The competition is the day after tomorrow. I can't miss it." This statement effectively silenced Yu Xiaobai's objection, leaving it lodged in his throat. "Then will you accompany me, Captain?" he asked. Upon hearing this, Su-ran looked into Yu Xiaobai's eyes and discerned a trace of vulnerability. His resolve softened, and he replied, "All right, I will go with you." Ultimately, this matter might be connected to him. He could easily envision why Yu Xiaobai caught a cold. Su-ran called Song-Ming Chuan to briefly explain the situation. By the time they descended, Song-Ming Chuan had already pulled up in his private car, waiting at the entrance. Su-ran addressed him, "Thank you for your help." "Ming Yi." Song-Ming Chuan glanced at him and replied, "What is the trouble? Get in the car." Once inside, Su-ran suddenly remembered they hadn't eaten. Song-Ming Chuan said, "Once we arrive at the hospital, I'll go buy some food. Xiao-ran, you stay with Xiaobai during the examination." "Alright, Ming Yi." Su-ran nodded in agreement. Yu Xiaobai, seated in the back with Su-ran, leaned wearily against the seat, his eyes fixed on Su-ran. Eventually, feeling annoyed by the gaze, Su-ran reached out and covered Yu Xiaobai's eyes, saying, "Rest for a while." Su-ran felt the flutter of Yu Xiaobai's eyelashes beneath his palm, and eventually, he closed his eyes. When he attempted to withdraw his hand, Yu Xiaobai grasped it firmly. Ultimately, he allowed his hand to obstruct Yu Xiaobai's line of sight. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the city hospital, where Su-ran and Yu Xiaobai donned their masks and alighted. After parking, Song-Ming Chuan secured an appointment for Yu Xiaobai and informed Su-ran before heading off to procure some food. Having consumed a light meal earlier, he was concerned that Su-ran and Yu Xiaobai had not eaten anything and it was already afternoon. He feared they might be famished. Su-ran accompanied Yu Xiaobai to see the doctor, and after consulting, the physician prescribed medication for an injection. Yu Xiaobai exhibited some resistance to this, prompting Su-ran to say, "You have an injection today, training tomorrow, and a match the day after. Do you wish to be a substitute?" "Absolutely not," Yu Xiaobai replied, pursing his lips. "Then you must obediently receive the injection," Su-ran urged. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaobai conceded, "All right. Will the captain stay with me?" Su-ran felt as though he were soothing a child, unable to suppress a light laugh. "Yes, I will accompany you." Chapter 68, Captain. "May I?" At this moment, the hospital still had wards available, although their identities were unlikely to be recognized. Su-ran requested the doctor to assign them to a regular ward for the injection. While waiting in the ward, Su-ran sent the room number to Song-Ming Chuan. Upon his arrival, Song-Ming Chuan beheld the tall Alpha struggling to keep his eyelids open, lying on the bed, while the Omega beside him was engrossed in his phone. This scene struck Song Ming Chuan as peculiar. The club had no regulations prohibiting romantic relationships among teammates. However, few professional players engaged in such affairs before retirement. This was primarily because most esports athletes were alpha, with a smattering of beta, making Omega exceedingly rare. In the entirety of the Huaxia National League, there were only 3 Omega players, with Su Ran being one of them. Consequently, romantic entanglements were rare during their careers. It was evident to any discerning observer that Yu Xiaobai harbored feelings for Su Ran that were distinct. Song Ming Chuan naturally discerned this as well. High-ranking alphas were exceptionally perceptive regarding vigilance, even in illness. Thus, upon sensing someone at the door, Yu Xiaobai's gaze turned icy, fixating on Song Ming Chuan. Once recognizing the visitor, he retracted his cold demeanor, resuming his feigned frailty. When Song Ming Chuan was met with Yu Xiaobai's frosty glare, a chill crept down his spine, observing the swift change in expression of the individual on the bed. He couldn't help but internally muse. Whoever captures this alpha's attention is certainly ensnared. With a sympathetic glance towards Su Ran, he remarked, "You're back, Minggu." As he stood up, Song Ming Chuan entered the ward, clutching a large takeout bag. The ward was a double room, yet the adjacent bed was unoccupied. He placed the food on the bedside table, glancing at Yu Xiaobai's hand receiving the four. "It must be inconvenient for you to eat like this, Xiaobai," he noted. Su Ran cast a glance at Yu Xiaobai, quietly seeking a nurse to procure a small table. He then assisted Yu Xiaobai in sitting up, setting the table beside the bed, unveiling the meal, and handing him the chopsticks. Thus, they dined together. Fortunately, Yu Xiaobai was left-handed, which did not hinder his ability to pick at the food. However, he still looked at Su Ran with a hint of grievance, as if he wished for Su Ran to feed him. Su Ran regarded him and simply remarked, "I am so hungry." Instantly, Yu Xiaobai became obedient. Song Ming Chuan, seated on a nearby chair, observed their interactions with a twitching smile. This lad Little Bai was nearly hooked. It seemed his concerns for Su Ran were unfounded. As the four drip flowed slowly, Su Ran pondered and suggested to Song Ming Chuan, "Brother Ming, you should head back first. I can manage here alone, and we can take a taxi back later." Song Ming Chuan disapproved, insisting, "That won't do. I should see you both home. So rank counter. There are still 3 others at the club. You need to return to keep an eye on them." After a moment of hesitation, Song Ming Chuan relented, saying, "I shall take my leave." "Yes," Su Ran affirmed, and he departed. Once they finished their meal and tidied up, Song Ming Chuan took the trash with him as he left. The ward fell into a tranquil silence. Su Ran glanced at the 4 drip, saying, "If you're tired, you can rest for a while." Yu Xiaobai stared at him in silence. Su Ran felt an impulse to cover his eyes, urging, "Close your eyes and rest." In response, Yu Xiaobai initially displayed a look of grievance, but eventually complied, shutting his eyes to rest. Before long, the alpha on the bed drifted into slumber. Su Ran gazed at Yu Xiaobai's handsome face, which appeared pallid due to illness, and couldn't help but acknowledge how well he fit his aesthetic. Reflecting on how Yu Xiaobai would approach him with both desire and trepidation, a smile tugged at Su Ran's lips. Such a timid soul, yearning for an older partner. The lad had good taste. When Yu Xiaobai stirred awake, he opened his eyes to find Su Ran absorbed in his phone. Ran, he rasped his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. Upon hearing his name, Su Ran shot his head up, asking, "What did you just call me?" Yu Xiaobai appeared momentarily taken aback, replying, "Captain." Upon waking, his brain and mouth had not synchronized, causing him to instinctively utter the name he had called in his dreams. Su Ran's lips curled into a subtle smile as he inquired, "Do you feel any better?" He reached out to touch Yu Xiaobai's forehead, noting that his fever had subsided. With the fever down, they could procure some medication and return home. The 4 had been completed an hour prior, and now Yu Xiaobai felt no discomfort. The 2 collected the prescribed medication and left the hospital, hailing a taxi back to the club. The driver, upon hearing Su Ran's destination, couldn't help but glance at them in the rearview mirror. The club was situated in an upscale villa community, where residents were either affluent or distinguished, prompting the driver to cast a discerning look back at them. Regrettably, the 2 individuals were masked, obscuring their faces. Upon returning to the club, Lin Xiangyu and the others expressed their concern for Yu Xiaobai. Song Mingchuan remarked, "You should rest today. We will train tomorrow to prepare for the competition the day after." Yu Xiaobai intended to protest his need for rest, but a single glance from Su Ran silenced him. "You must take care and remember to take your medication on time. Otherwise, you may find yourself on the bench in the next match." Instantly subdued, Yu Xiaobai obediently ascended the stairs. Wan Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. It seems our captain holds sway over him. Xiao Bai, with his temperament, disregards everyone's words except for the captain's. After speaking, he cast a teasing glance at Su Ran. Unable to contain her eye roll, Su Ran thought, "Could you not be so overt?" While Yu Xiaobai rested, the other four continued their training, focusing on last-hitting minions and vision control. With his robust physique, Yu Xiaobai appeared completely unscathed the following day, joining them for lunch and training. However, prior to their practice, Coach Fong convened a meeting to discuss the upcoming match. The next day, their competition was scheduled for 7 in the evening. By 4 o'clock, all donned their team uniforms, shouldered their gear, and boarded the vehicle heading to the esports center. At the entrance, they encountered their impending adversaries, the LX team. The manager of LX, a charming individual, greeted Song Mingchuan with a smile. "Ah, you just arrived too, Song?" Song Mingchuan responded with a grin. What a coincidence. At that moment, Yu Xiaobai noticed an alpha from the LX team fixating on Su Ran. With a stern countenance, he was about to speak when the alpha approached Su Ran, cheerfully stating, "I was quite surprised to see the official announcement of your transformation into an Omega. I didn't think it was true." Su Ran's lips twitched in response. Was there even a chance it could be false? The speaker was Ziel, the marksman of LX, who was somewhat familiar with Su Ran. Thus his words bore no malice. Ziel continued, "Just try not to control me too much during the match." Su Ran replied, "That will depend on your positioning." Ziel genuinely feared Su Ran's crowd control abilities, often questioning his life choices after being caught. He consistently found himself precisely within Su Ran's skill range, creating a sensation of having preempted Su Ran's predictions. As the clock struck 6:40, the staff began to call for both teams to prepare for the match. After introducing the two teams to the audience, the players entered the soundproof room to finalize their preparations. As Su Ran adjusted the equipment, Coach Fong advised, when facing LX, keep an eye on their jungler and mid laner. Their marksman is protected by competent support. Although the support was indeed protective, Su Ran possessed control abilities. Previously, in their matches against LX, Su Ran had incapacitated their marksman twice, yet due to Jian Wending's failure to follow up with damage, the support had managed to save him. It wasn't that LX's support was particularly skilled. Rather, it was a lack of synergy between Su Ran and Jian Wending that led to their downfall. The match officially commenced, entering the drafting phase. In the first round, YH, positioned on the blue side, banned a renowned mid-laner hero and 2 celebrated jungle heroes from LX, clearly targeting their central roles. LX responded by banning 2 control-type champions commonly utilized by Su Ran, along with one of Yuan Xingchen's signature heroes. This highlighted the profound fear that Su Ran's controlling support instilled in LX's marksman. Regrettably, Su Ran had no intention of employing control-type champions this time. Instead, he selected a hero capable of healing and shielding, whose sole controlling ability lasts merely 1 second. Its most significant drawback is its lack of self-preservation, while its primary advantage lies in its healing capacity for survival. This champion frequently appears in competitive play, yet had never graced Su Ran's hands before. This composition was recently devised by the coaching staff and had been tested with the second team, proving to be quite effective. Yu Xiaobai opted for a stationary marksman, boasting high damage and long range, yet similarly lacking in self-defense. Should the opposing team attempt to ambush him without a flash, he would undoubtedly be eliminated. Observing the chosen heroes, the commentators expressed their bewilderment. YH displayed considerable audacity by selecting a lethargic marksman, seemingly unperturbed by the potential for LX's jungle to initiate a strike. The heroes chosen by LX, in stark contrast to YH's, were all displacement champions. The commentators and fans alike furrowed their brows in confusion, questioning YH's rationale behind selecting such heroes. wondering if they were merely inviting an ambush. Who could say? Perhaps they had grown complacent after a single victory. Coach Fong glanced at the opposing lineup and advised, Xiao Ran, switch to cleanse. Surankenplaith, exchanging his healing spell for cleanse to prevent disruption during critical moments when he needed to heal and shield his teammates. Alex's jungler promptly chose an assassin capable of stealth, a lethal threat to marksmen without mobility. Such assassins are adept at securing kills with precision. With the compositions finalized, the game officially began. At level 1, Su Ran did not accompany Yu Xiaobai to the bottom lane. Instead, he focused on tracking Alex's jungler to anticipate their path for ganking. Yu Xiaobai, left to contend with Alex's marksman and support alone, refrained from contesting the lane or attempting to secure the river crab. Observing that the enemy jungler did not immediately proceed to contest the blue buff, Su Ran deduced that a gank on the bottom lane was imminent. They're starting at red. Sunny will come down after finishing it, he remarked, before returning to the river to engage the river crab. Alex's marksman and support duo quickly pushed the lane, and upon finishing the minion wave, they approached the river crab only to find Su Ran attacking it. This could not be tolerated. Alex's support immediately utilized their first skill, a control ability, believing Yu Xiaobai to be an easy target to ensnare. However, they were taken aback to discover that the opposing marksman had not revealed himself in the lane. Seizing the moment, they aimed to control Su Ran instead. Even if one cannot eliminate him, deceiving him into a purification is still advantageous. The subsequent wave will be easier to handle. Imagination may be beautiful, but reality is often harsh. Su Ran had long been prepared. As he unleashed his skill, he deftly evaded it with a swift turn. At that moment, Yu Xiaobai had just cleared the minion wave, and Su Ran immediately remarked, "The support is out of skills. We can seize the opportunity." Yu Xiaobai's hero was an early-game marksman known for high damage. He approached, initially striking the LX marksman with a skill before turning his attention to the river crab. The voice of Ruan Xing Chun echoed through the headset, announcing that the mid laner was missing. Su Ran understood that the jungler was about to make a move. With the river crab's health dwindling, LX's jungler revealed himself. His target was Su Ran, who noticed him and likely realized that LX's mid laner was also on the way. Xiaobai struck the river crab once and withdrew. Yu Xiaobai said nothing, merely attacked the crab, successfully claiming it before departing without a glance. At that moment, LX's jungler, having gone invisible, unleashed a series of skills upon Su Ran. However, the moment skills were cast, the invisibility effect dissipated. Hearing the sound of the skills, Su Ran swiftly flashed into the safety of his jungle territory. Just then, Qiuzian arrived, and Ruan Xing Chun also came to provide support. Ruan Xing Chun unleashed his crowd control skill right at the feet of Alex's jungler, immobilizing him completely. Qiuzian advanced with a displacement move, while Yu Xiaobai dealt damage from the side. By the time Alex's jungler regained control, he was left with barely any health. Had Qiuzian reached level 5 and possessed his ultimate, Alex's jungler would have surely perished. This skirmish concluded with Alex's jungler severely wounded. Both teams retreated to their lanes, resuming their respective roles. Soon, everyone reached level 6, and the supports hit level 5, gaining access to their ultimates. Su Ran's ultimate granted a 5-second shield to allies within its range, with the shield's strength scaling with magic damage. Mid is missing, Ruan Xing Chun alerted. Su Ran anticipated another approach from their jungler. "This skirmish is worth engaging," he declared. Lin Xiangyu inquired, "Do you need me to teleport down?" His hero could teleport to the ally with the lowest health, providing a shield. Su Ran replied, "Teleport as you see fit. If we can fight, no need to teleport. Just defend the top tower." A 4-on-4 battle loomed, and should they lose, Lin Xiangyu's descent would merely grant the enemy a kill. The team fight was about to erupt. Su Ran, holding the vision, noticed a flaw in LX's marksman as he stepped out to clear the wave. His positioning leaned towards Su Ran's side, indicating that LX's jungler lurked in the brush on the opposite side. Xiaobai directly targeted the marksman. While speaking, he used an E skill to stun the enemy marksman for a second, then flashed to the other side of Yu Xiaobai to block the control skill coming from LX. As Yu Xiaobai began to unleash a flurry of attacks while Su Ran held their marksmen in check, Qiu Ziyin and Ruan Xingchun rushed in, swiftly dispatching LX's marksmen. First blood. The kill was awarded to Ruan Xingchun. After Su Ran was incapacitated, the LX team, realizing the marksman could no longer be rescued, began to unleash a frenzied assault on him. Following his control, Su Ran utilized the purification to dispel the incapacitation, activating his ultimate ability and healing skills, only to be restrained once more by the enemy support. As his health dwindled, a formidable shield suddenly enveloped him, bestowed by Lin Xiangyu. The YH team found themselves in a 5 versus 3 situation. Double kill. Yu Xiaobai secured a double kill, while Qiu Ziyin claimed another kill, with both Su Ran and Lin Xiangyu earning assists. Ultimately, LX was left with only their support, who managed to cast a control skill to hinder the retreat of the low-health opponents. Remarkable. The commentators were thoroughly excited. Commentator C remarked, "This wave of play, executed through the seamless coordination of Flash and Yabai, is simply invincible." Had Yu Xiaobai hesitated even for a moment, he might have been the one to be controlled. Commentator A added, "Fish's crucial shield was incredibly effective, directly enabling the ultimate ability for Sense, which prevented YH from facing defeat. In this skirmish, LX suffered grievously. Not only did they lose 4 players, but they also relinquished half of their jungle territory." Chapter 70. Captain, may I due to the loss of 4 members. LX became more cautious, opting to focus on farming for the time being. The dragon respawned, and Su Ran made the reminder. With the dragon's emergence, LX was unlikely to let it slip away. However, with a current record of 0-5, it was uncertain if the opposing team would attempt to steal. Qiu Ziyin approached the dragon, while Su Ran placed vision control. Aside from the bottom lane marksmen and support revealing themselves, the rest of LX were absent. Su Ran Goshen. Their jungler may be on the way. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow of black and purple appeared, and Su Ran was instantaneously eliminated. At that moment, the dragon was nearing the smite threshold. Yu Xiaobai arrived just in time to strike the dragon twice, while Qiu Ziyin swiftly secured the dragon and retreated. In this dragon skirmish, although Su Ran, the support fell, they acquired the dragon, thereby benefiting the entire team economically, a worthwhile trade. As time progressed, YH lost the outer tower in the top lane due to Lin Xiangyu's teleportation support, which was pushed by LX's top laner. However, LX simultaneously lost the outer towers in both the bottom and middle lanes. At this juncture, YH held an economic lead of nearly 2,000. Another team clash erupted at the Dragon Pit, with both teams vying for the dragon. After the dragon was pulled away twice, a battle ensued. This time, Yu Xiaobai's high burst damage became evident. Su Ran stood guard beside him, preventing LX's jungler from executing a flank, while simultaneously granting his teammates shields and the ultimate ability. All 4 members of LX were present, yet the jungler was notably absent. Yu Xiaobai's damage output was significant, as he continuously targeted the opponents, swiftly reducing 3 of them to critical health, while only their top laner suffered minor damage. At that moment, Su Ran noticed the skill's color appear behind Yu Xiaobai. He was about to flash to intercept it when Yu Xiaobai had already preemptively flashed to evade the ability. The LX jungler finally revealed himself, and Su Ran managed to control him briefly, allowing Yu Xiaobai to deliver 2 decisive shots, resulting in the jungler's demise. He then continued to unleash his damage. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill. Yu Xiaobai achieved a remarkable 4 kills, leaving only LX's top laner fleeing with minimal health. This impressive display ignited the audience's excitement. Quadra kill. Commentator B expressed palpable exhilaration, noting that Yu Bai's performance during that team fight was simply spectacular. Aside from Ruan Xingchen, who fell to the opposing marksman, the rest of YH's team remained largely unscathed. The primary factor behind their success was Su Ran's exceptional healing capabilities. Even the enemy's anti-healing items proved ineffective. Following this victorious skirmish, YH seized the opportunity to claim the dragon, subsequently pushing towards the enemy's high ground alongside the dragon minions. Once they observed the enemy's resurrection, they prudently retreated, biding their time for the next opportunity. At this juncture, LX's captain declared, We cannot engage in team fights right now. We must resort to a tower siege. He then assigned tasks to his teammates, instructing them to scavenge in the jungle. Their strategy was to delay until the 20-minute mark for the Dark Storm Dragon, hoping to secure it and launch a decisive push. Unfortunately, they were unable to reach that time frame. Approaching the 19-minute mark, Su Ran recognized LX's strategy of focusing solely on tower destruction and led Yu Xiaobai into LX's jungle, advising the rest of their team, keep an eye on the nearby vision. Their red buff is about to respawn, and they will likely attempt to contest the dragon afterward. Heeding his words, the others positioned themselves to establish vision. Soon, they spotted LX's jungler clearing waves in the top lane, while the rest of the team occupied the mid lane. After clearing the waves, LX's jungler went into hiding. But Su Ran anticipated his movement towards the red area. Predicting the enemy's likely position, he instructed, Xiaobai, I'll place a control, and you unleash your damage immediately. Yu Xiaobai acknowledged, and they synchronously executed their plan. The stealthy hero, upon attacking or being attacked, would reveal his presence. LX's jungler was struck by Su Ran's control skill, and, caught off guard, was swiftly eliminated by Yu Xiaobai. The kill notification flashed on the screen, momentarily stunning LX's team. Su Ran continued, engage the enemies in mid-Ruan Xingshan and the others, lying in ambush near the dragon pit. Swiftly moved to encircle LX's mid laner and support, while Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai maneuvered from behind. In this encounter, YH emerged unscathed, leaving LX with only their top laner, who was busy pushing the bottom lane. As LX's top laner demolished YH's second tower, Su Ran instructed, Fish, return quickly. We will push mid. If he comes back to defend, Fish can teleport. Despite their strong likelihood of victory in a coordinated push, they opted for caution to mitigate risks. As Lin Xiangyu retreated, LX's top laner destroyed YH's second tower, while Su Ran and his team dismantled the enemy's high ground. Observing LX's attempts to return, Lin Xiangyu used his skills to disrupt their recall. Fueled by momentum, Su Ran and his team advanced upon LX's crystal base. Once the crystal exploded, they gazed at the word victory with joy, happily removing their headsets. Congratulations to YH for securing the pivotal points in the match. At this moment, the host announced, the MVP of this match goes to Yi Bai. Yu Xiaobai's remarkable 4 kills propelled his economy to new heights. Anyone who dared to glance at him would meet their demise, provided they were not incapacitated. As the match had yet to reach the 20-minute mark, a prolonged break was unnecessary. Coach Feng entered the soundproof room, remarking, well played. Although YH's lineup appeared fragile, their damage potential was substantial. Su Ran's hero not only healed, but also shielded, and with a little synergy, they would not be swiftly eliminated. Yu Xiaobai maintained a calm demeanor, as though he had contributed nothing to the match. However, a keen observer would notice his gaze discreetly lingering on Su Ran. Each glance lasted but a fleeting second before he averted his eyes. This subtle movement went unnoticed by others, yet Lulu was acutely aware. Lulu's thoughts drifted to Chi-Chi. The 5-minute break passed swiftly, and the competitors resumed their battle readiness. During the BP phase, LX shifted their focus away from targeting Su Ran's support heroes. Instead, they set their sights on Yu Xiaobai, banning the hero he had played in the previous match, along with 2 heroes he had utilized against XQC. The commentators expressed their astonishment. We never anticipated Yi Bai would find himself on the ban list this round. Are these 3 heroes his signature champions? However, as of now, Yu Xiaobai had yet to reveal his favored marksman. In this match, YH adopted a completely contrasting lineup compared to the previous one. Previously, their team was entirely fragile, yet dealt significant damage. In this round, apart from Yu Xiaobai's high output, Ruan Xingshan was positioned as a late-game hero, providing crowd control and durability. Upon observing their lineup, LX's members furrowed their brows. Their current composition was exceedingly fragile. Aside from the support and mage providing control, their front line was tenuous at best. LX's coach gazed at the selected heroes with a bemused smile, recognizing the formidable challenge ahead. As the match officially commenced, Ruan Xingshan first ventured to the blue zone to scout for the opposing jungler, while Su Ran made his way to the red zone. Upon discovering that LX's jungler was absent, he proceeded to invade the enemy's red buff. After securing his own blue, Yin swiftly arrived to claim the weakened red from Su-Ran. LX's marksman and support, upon spotting Yi-Bai, sensed impending trouble. The support rushed to the red zone, witnessing Yin seize the low-health red buff. A wave of dread washed over him as he exclaimed, "They have countered our red." Having just finished their blue, LX's jungler reacted to the news, preparing to contest YH's red. Su-Ran instructed, "Fish, assist in the red zone." As he followed Yin to the area, LX's jungler called out to their mid laner, "Mid, come for support." Simultaneously, Su-Ran Erduan Sin Chin is the hold them off for a moment. Thus, the first skirmish unfolded for YH. As LX's ADC observed that only Yi-Bai remained on the opposing side, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Su-Ran had not returned to the lane, indicating he was accompanying the jungler to contest the red buff. The support quickly remarked that their support had also moved over. Even if he were to intervene now, it would be futile. All he could do was think of alleviating the pressure on his own ADC, Bai, positioned beneath the turret. Bai awaited the moment when the minion wave was nearly depleted to secure a last hit. When only a single minion remained, the opposing ADC and support refrained from attacking, intending to bait him out. Bai discerned their strategy and remained motionless, waiting until the minion's health dwindled before striking, then promptly flashed back to the safety of the turret. LX's support released a control skill that missed its mark, landing where he had previously stood. Simultaneously, LX's jungler entered YH's jungle and, upon striking the red buff, noticed Su-Ran and Xiaozian approaching. Faced with two formidable opponents, he felt overwhelmed. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Lin Xiangyu arrived on the scene. At that moment, Su-Ran was level 2, Xiaozian was level 3, and Lin Xiangyu, having farmed 2 waves of minions, had also reached level 3, each equipped with control abilities. Lin Xiangyu was the first to engage, immobilizing the enemy, followed by Su-Ran, and then Xiaozian. The 3 took turns controlling and dealing damage, while LX's mid laner was detained by Ruan Xingqian. By the time their top laner arrived, only the lifeless body of their jungler remained on the ground. First blood was claimed by Xiaozian. Su-Ran instructed Little Bai, consume 2 of the small camps in the blue area. After clearing the red zone, the blue camps were nearly refreshed. Su-Ran, alongside Xiaozian, proceeded to the mid lane, aiming to ambush the opposing mid laner. Regrettably, the enemy, with only a sliver of health, managed to flash away. Su-Ran then followed Xiaozian back to their blue area, eventually returning to the top lane beside Bai. At this juncture, Bai was on the verge of level 5, while the opposing ADC had just reached level 4, and Su-Ran was already at level 4. Glancing at the economic panel, Su-Ran remarked, "Sunny will come over after finishing the blue buff." Xiaozian replied affirmatively. Upon seeing that Xiaozian had completed the blue buff, Su-Ran flashed in to initiate a skirmish, successfully controlling 2 foes. Xiaozian swiftly maneuvered in, striking their fragile ADC with a decisive blow, leaving him severely wounded. Bai provided supporting fire from behind. At that moment, LX's jungler arrived in support, and Ruan Xingqian's voice echoed through the headset, announcing, "Mid lane miss." Nevertheless, Su-Ran's team managed to eliminate the enemy support and continue to engage with their jungler for a short while before regrouping. YH's Yi-Bai took down LX's Blue Sky, while YH's Sunny dispatched LX's White Cloud. By the time LX's mid laner arrived, it was too late. He could only witness the fallen bodies strewn across the ground. With Su-Ran possessing his ultimate ability, LX found it impossible to contend with him, especially with Bai steadfastly guarding his flank. As time progressed to the 16th minute, following a complete team wipe by LX, they advanced to demolish the enemy's high ground and obliterated the Nexus. Victory YH triumphed in the second match. Congratulations to YH for securing victory with a score of 20, the host exclaimed with enthusiasm. The fans of YH in the audience were overjoyed. In this round, Bai achieved 5 kills without a single death and contributed 3 assists, once again earning the MVP title. Following this, an interview was conducted. As Su-Ran and the team returned to the lounge, Coach Fong and Song Mingchuan were both elated. Their team had indeed performed admirably, securing positive scores in both matches. With the time barely approaching 8 o'clock after the two matches, Song Mingchuan announced, "I've reserved a place for dinner. Everyone tidy up, and we shall eat once Xiao Bai returns." Su Ran helped Yu Xiaobai carry his equipment bag, and just as they exited the lounge, they spotted Yu Xiaobai coming back. The YH team left the esports center in high spirits, heading to the Cantonese restaurant reserved by Song Mingchuan for dinner. On another match day, Su Ran and the others arrived at the esports center an hour early. While discussing in the lounge, Su Ran suddenly felt a wave of sensitivity. The esports center prohibited the use of suppressants, as Su Ran had only recently experienced a sensitivity period less than a month prior. Just yesterday, he had undergone a medical examination which indicated that he was not yet eligible for suppressants. To his surprise, he found himself in a sensitivity period today. Before his pheromones could overflow, Lulu urgently advised, "Master, you must leave here quickly. Your sensitivity period has arrived, and soon your pheromones will permeate the entire lounge." Su Ran's heart raced, and he immediately stood up. Coach Fong, who was speaking at the time, glanced at him, while the others looked on in bewilderment. Coach Fong inquired, "Xiao Ran, what's the matter?" I'm fine," Su Ran replied with a hint of panic, then made his way to the door, stating, "I need to use the restroom." He opened the door and stepped outside. Yu Xiaobai watched his retreating figure, furrowing his brow. After Su Ran left, everyone felt perplexed, as Su Ran was typically composed and would not have abruptly interrupted a conversation like that. While they were still pondering, Yu Xiaobai also stood up, saying, "I'll go to the restroom too," casting a glance at Song Mingchuan, his emotions inscrutable. It seemed that Song Mingchuan understood, considering Su Ran's attitude towards Yu Xiaobai. He said nothing further and merely nodded at Yu Xiaobai. Chapter 72. Captain, may I? Upon arriving at the restroom, Yu Xiaobai noted that the men's restroom was divided into stalls, and there was an additional door outside, which was currently closed. Seeing the shut door, he realized something must have gone awry with Su Ran. Suppressing the anxiety within him, he took a deep breath before knocking on the door. Striving to keep his voice steady, "Is anyone in there?" Silence greeted him from within. Growing increasingly anxious, he called out, "Captain, are you in there?" He could only be grateful that no one else had entered the restroom. Otherwise, the closed door would necessitate calling for staff assistance to open it. Silence enveloped the room as Yu Xiaobai found himself compelled to send a message to Su Ran. Upon entering the restroom, Su Ran promptly closed the door behind him, retreating to the last stall to conceal himself. 6-6, he inquired, "Is there any way you can procure an inhibitor for me?" 6-6 materialized before him, a visage of exquisite beauty marred by an expression of helplessness, for inhibitors were classified as rare items and unavailable in the marketplace. The gravity of the situation dawned on Su Ran. He felt as though he were on the brink of disaster. With a competition looming in less than half an hour and his sensitivity period upon him, even a substitute would not suffice, for he could not leave this place. His pheromones could potentially disrupt others, and in severe cases, he feared it might lead to disqualification. Such an occurrence was unacceptable. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside, the voice of Yu Xiaobai. Su Ran bit his lip, lost in contemplation. 6-6 interjected, "Host, apart from inhibitors, there exists another method to mitigate an omega's sensitivity period." "What method?" Su Ran inquired. "It involved a temporary marking by an alpha," 6-6 replied. Su Ran recalled this notion from the memories of the original owner. It was a fundamental aspect of the ABO world, something taught in junior high. Just then, he heard Yu Xiaobai calling for him again, and his thoughts spiraled. An alpha does not mark an omega casually, unless the omega consents and they share a partner relationship. Otherwise, it would be considered inappropriate and illegal. He could not simply seek out any alpha for a marking. As he pondered over Yu Xiaobai, his phone vibrated, and trembling hands retrieved the device. It was a message from Yu Xiaobai. "Bye. Captain, are you in your sensitivity period? How can I assist you?" "Bye. I understand the league's regulations. One cannot enter the esports center during this time. Is there an issue with your health?" "Bye. Please tell me. I wish to help you." Reading the 3 consecutive messages, Su Ran could discern the concern etched in Yu Xiaobai's words. The warmth in his body intensified, and his pheromones grew more potent. Remaining in this stall was untenable. Discovery was inevitable. With resolve, Su Ran opened the stall door and leaned against the wall as he moved towards the entrance. He was determined to avoid disqualification and did not wish for a substitute to step in. Thus, he decided to seek Yu Xiaobai's assistance. Reaching the door, Su Ran weakly leaned against the wall and said, "Yu Xiaobai, my sensitivity period has commenced. Could you do me a favor?" Immediately, Yu Xiaobai's voice echoed from outside. "How can I assist you?" Su Ran took a breath and replied, "I will open the door. You may enter, and we can discuss it further." As he cracked the door open, Yu Xiaobai swiftly squeezed inside. Upon seeing Su Ran's flushed face, glistening with moisture, Yu Xiaobai's breath hitched. The Omega before him was irresistibly alluring. Consequently, upon entering, Yu Xiaobai promptly shut and locked the door behind him. Su Ran gazed at him with a pair of glistening eyes and said, "Xiaobai, if anyone discovers my sensitive period and it affects the other competitors, I might face disqualification." With a pitiful expression, he added, "Please, Xiaobai, help me." Witnessing such a vulnerable Omega, especially one he held dear, even Yu Xiaobai, whose heart was typically hardened, found himself softened. His Adam's apple bobbed as he hoarsely inquired, "How can I help?" "Mark me," Su Ran replied with refreshing candor. At that moment, his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, but Yu Xiaobai was quick to catch him. By all that is sacred, he truly hadn't intended to do so. Su Ran felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. His body and legs were utterly feeble. Being cradled in Yu Xiaobai's arms felt like being immersed in a refreshing spring, igniting a desire for more. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Yu Xiaobai's neck and nuzzled against his neck, softly saying, "Xiaobai, help me." Yu Xiaobai's face flushed crimson as he looked down at the person in his embrace. His gaze darkened ominously, emotions swirling beneath the surface, and with a hoarse voice. He asked, "Captain, I cannot help you without reason. My first mark is reserved for my partner, yet you are merely my captain." Feigning ignorance to evade the awkwardness, Su Ran thought, what happened to the promised allure? Wasn't he, it said, that a mere gesture would prompt his agreement? This was not how he envisioned it. This fellow intended to leverage this for a claim to a relationship. Truly, 1,000 cunning thoughts. Su Ran, on the verge of tears, asked, "Then what do you want?" Yu Xiaobai lowered his head, brushing his nose against Su Ran's forehead, and replied with restraint, "Unless I am your boyfriend." "I knew it." Su Ran silent.Just. He lifted his gaze to meet Yu Xiaobai's profound eyes and, after a moment's hesitation, softly asked, "Then would you be willing to be my boyfriend?" As the words left his lips, Su Ran felt his body shift, his back resting against a broad chest, the fabric of his collar tugged down, followed by a sharp sting. Yu Xiaobai had bitten into his skin. Immediately, he caught a whiff of a fragrant blend of rose and brandy, the scent of Yu Xiaobai's pheromones. Su Ran felt his pores open, and the heat that enveloped him gradually dissipated. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Yu Xiaobai's lips withdrew from his nape. Coming back to himself, Su Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yu Xiaobai, gazing at the bite mark he had left on Su Ran's neck, found his expression darkening further. He leaned down to kiss the spot once more and declared, "Captain, you are now my boyfriend. No reneging allowed." Su Ran instinctively responded, "I'm not that kind of person." Yu Xiaobai chuckled softly, saying, "I believe you're not that kind of person." Su Ran felt an unsettling sense that he had been thoroughly ensnared by the other. Just as he pondered what to say next, his phone rang. He attempted to reach into his pocket for his phone, only to realize that he was still embraced by Yu Xiaobai. Thus, he wriggled a bit and said, "Let go of me. I need to answer the call. It's likely from Song Mingchuan." The latter merely acknowledged with a sound, but made no move to release him. He insisted, "Hello," but was met with silence. "Xiaobai, let go," he repeated, yet there was still no response. With a measure of frustration, Su Ran gritted his teeth and declared, "Boyfriend, I must take this call." A simple followed, and he was finally freed. Su Ran remarked, "Ah Wang is probably your relative." Regaining his strength, he retrieved his incessantly ringing phone and confirmed it was indeed Song Mingchuan. His heart raced slightly as he glanced at Yu Xiaobai before answering. Mingge. The voice of Song Mingchuan echoed through the phone, simultaneously resonating from outside the restroom. Xiaoran, are you all right? Su Ran realized that Song Mingchuan had called from outside the restroom, his voice penetrating through the door. Well, had he arrived? How long had he been there? Had he overheard anything? Reflecting on a conversation he had with Yu Xiaobai moments prior, Su Ran felt a flush of embarrassment. However, he quickly composed himself and responded, Mingge, I'm fine. I'll be out shortly. He promptly hung up, extracting a bottle of covering agent from his pocket. Whispering to the alpha beside him, you should spray this. Otherwise, when I open the door, they catch a whiff of the pheromones. The restroom now bore not only Su Ran's white tea fragrance, but also the sweet scent of Yu Xiaobai's rose wine. If someone were to enter at that moment, it would be unmistakably evident that their relationship was not ordinary. Engaging in such indiscreet activities in the esports center's restroom, especially right before a match, was certainly inadvisable. Yu Xiaobai recognized the gravity of the situation. Taking the covering agent Su Ran handed him and spraying it in every stall before dousing the outside as well, then applying some on Su Ran too. As Su Ran bent over, his back to Yu Xiaobai, the latter distinctly noted the bite mark on Su Ran's nape, an indelible mark left by him. This omega belonged to him. Contemplating this, Yu Xiaobai's gaze lifted slightly, and he softly remarked, the mark on the back of your neck. Only then did Su Ran recall the earlier marking incident and instinctively tugged at his shirt to conceal the evidence. He was relieved that it was only March, allowing him to wear a team uniform with a high collar, effectively hiding the mark. Turning to face Yu Xiaobai, he quietly said, let us keep our matter between ourselves for now. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaobai paused for a moment before finally nodding. All right, let us focus on a match for now. You're not escaping this. Confirming that all was in order, Su Ran opened the restroom door, finding Song Mingchuan still standing outside. Upon seeing the door open, the latter's gaze swept over Su Ran before drifting to Yu Xiaobai behind him. Although their expressions betrayed nothing, Song Mingchuan was acutely aware that something had transpired between them. Upon encountering Song Mingchuan, Su Ran hurriedly inquired, Brother Ming, what brings you here? Song Mingchuan's gaze returned to Su Ran's face as he replied, it has been quite some time since your last visit. I merely wish to see you. When he arrived, the restroom door was firmly shut, and faint voices could be heard from within. Not wanting to eavesdrop, he stood outside, pondering the situation. After several minutes, Song Mingchuan resolved to call Su Ran. As he dialed, the sound of a ringing phone emanated from the restroom, yet it remained unanswered, accompanied by hushed voices. A chill crept into Song Mingchuan's heart. It seemed as though his omega had been spirited away. Eventually, the call was abruptly terminated, and after a while, the door creaked open. Su Ran, feeling somewhat guilty, was about to speak when Yu Xiaobai interjected, the captain has entered his sensitive period, and I provided him with a temporary mark. Su Ran, taken aback by this revelation, turned to Yu Xiaobai, exclaiming, Brother, you did not say that earlier. Song Mingchuan remarked, I knew this rascal had been scheming against Xiao Ran for some time. Yu Xiaobai, feigning innocence, addressed Su Ran, Captain, I believe this matter cannot be concealed from Brother Ming, nor can it be kept under wraps. shunned.Doctor. Should I thank you for your consideration on my behalf? However, it is indeed impossible to keep this a secret. Previously, Song Mingchuan had discussed this issue with him, and now that Yu Xiaobai had made a temporary mark, it could be deemed a resolution. With a complicated expression, Song Mingchuan said to Su Ran, let us defer this discussion until after the competition. For now, we should return to the lounge. The other teams have arrived, and it is not convenient to converse here. Besides, the match is about to commence. Upon returning to the lounge, all eyes turned towards them. Nevertheless, the trio maintained their composure, their expressions appearing completely natural, so that others could not discern any underlying tension. They continued to deliberate on unfinished matters, and before long, it was time to take the stage. This match saw Su Ran unaffected by the sensitive period, and they secured victory once more with a score 20. Thus far, Weich had achieved victories in nearly every match with scores of 20 and at worst 21. This season, Their performance had been remarkably impressive, successfully advancing to Group A. Other teams, observing YH's transformation this season, silently marveled at their prowess. Having triumphed, the members of YH returned to the club with joy. However, Song Mingchuan summoned Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai to the conference room. The other three teammates, unaware of the situation, assumed it pertained to the match and paid little heed. Once inside the conference room, Song Mingchuan directly inquired, "What is going on with you two?" Su Ran attempted to feign ignorance, but under Song Mingchuan's piercing gaze, he instantly fell silent. At that moment, Yu Xiaobai spoke up, spinning a tale. "Today, the captain unexpectedly entered his sensitive period, and I marked him temporarily. The captain insisted that since it was my first marking of an Omega, it must come with some recognition, thus designating me as his boyfriend." Upon hearing Yu Xiaobai's words, Su Ran stared at him with wide eyes. What does it mean that he marked Omega for the first time, seeking to give it a name? Was it not a result of his own threats? Yu Xiaobai felt the piercing gaze of Su Ran upon him and turned to offer a gentle smile. Su Ran found himself captivated by the charm of his eyes. Damn it, this fellow is actually employing the wiles of beauty. Song Mingchuan first received shocking news. Then upon glancing over, he found the two involved parties exchanging affectionate glances. Is this reasonable? Can they not consider the mental and emotional well-being of the single individuals? Song Mingchuan inquired. "So, are you two in a relationship now?" Coming to his senses, Su Ran replied, "Sort of." "What does sort of mean?" Yu Xiaobai fixed his gaze on him, saying, "Captain, do you intend to abandon this relationship?" Su Ran retorted, "Is that how it's used?" Song Mingchuan interjected, "Here we go again. Enough already, consider the single folks." With a resigned look, Song Mingchuan observed them. "You are currently in a competition. If the fans discover you are dating and you happen to lose, it will imply that you prioritized romance over the match. We won T lose." Yu Xiaobai asserted with unwavering confidence. His eyes brimmed with determination. "I will not allow anyone to speak ill of the captain, nor will I let us lose the match. I will give the person I cherish the very best. I aim to help him secure the World Championship." Chapter 74. Captain, may I? Their relationship was established, though only the parties involved and Song Mingchuan were aware of it. Teammates? Never mind. Let us discuss it after the competition. Perhaps due to not making it to the top for last year, YH was not favored by many. Yet unexpectedly, they emerged like dark horses, directly advancing to the finals of the upcoming season. The finals YH versus TX. Indeed, TX had once again reached the finals, showcasing their formidable strength. Before the match commenced, both the first and second teams of YH were waiting in the locker room. Coach Fong was discussing TX's strengths and weaknesses with them. Yu Xiaobai sat beside Su Ran and suddenly leaned in to whisper, "Captain, it has been over half a month since your last sensitive period, hasn't he?" Hearing this unexpected question, Su Ran recalled that it was indeed the case. Although his sensitive periods were irregular, they typically occurred every 15 to 40 days. It had indeed been over half a month since the last one. Su Ran turned to Yu Xiaobai, instantly comprehending his thoughts. Today's match was crucial, and they could not afford any mishaps. Thus, he leaned in closer and said, "Later, please give me a temporary mark." Since the last temporary marking done for Su Ran in March, there had been no subsequent instances, though they were now together. Su Ran's mind was solely focused on the competition. The most intimate moments consisted merely of holding hands. Yu Xiaobai was aware of Su Ran's mounting pressure and did not wish to compel him into any actions at this moment. He had been exercising restraint. This rare opportunity for intimacy was not one he intended to squander. Su Ran, oblivious to Yu Xiaobai's hidden intentions, assumed his concern was merely for the upcoming match. After Coach Fong finalized the lineup for the imminent game, he turned to Song Mingchuan and said, "Ming, I need to speak with Xiaobai about something. I'll be in the restroom." Upon hearing this, Song Mingchuan instinctively glanced at him and inquired, what could possibly necessitate a discussion in the restroom? After a moment's pause, as if struck by a realization, he cleared his throat and added, "Go ahead, but be quick. We have less than 20 minutes before we take the stage." Su Ran nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him he would return swiftly. He called out to Yu Xiaobai and exited the lounge, with Yu Xiaobai following closely behind. Once they left, Everyone in the lounge turned their attention to Song Ming-chuan, their expressions questioning whether he was privy to some secret. Receiving their looks, Song Ming-chuan momentarily faltered and asked, "What are you all looking at me for?" Coach Wan Xingchen smiled and queried, "Do you know what the captain and Xiaobai are up to?" "How could I possibly know?" Song Ming-chuan replied, but his hasty denial only fueled their suspicions further. Meanwhile, Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai entered the restroom, confirming it was unoccupied before retreating to the farthest stall. The space was cramped, with the two adult males squeezed in close proximity, their bodies pressed against one another. Yu Xiaobai embraced Su Ran, playfully rubbing his nose against his face. "The captain never lets me hold him. Is it unfair that you brought me here just for this?" Feeling Yu Xiaobai's side embrace and listening to his teasing remarks, Su Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Would it be fair, then?" he retorted. Yu Xiaobai succinctly replied, "I wish to kiss you." Su Ran thought to himself, knowing this rascal was quite scheming. "All right, but let us not overdo it." He reasoned that since they were together, both being adults, it was unrealistic to maintain their relationship solely through hand-holding. But not now, as we still have a match to prepare for. Yu Xiaobai, naturally attuned to the larger picture, was not one to act impulsively. Since Su Ran had acquiesced to future kisses, he was in no rush. With a soft hum, he adjusted his hold on Su Ran, planting his lips on the nape of his neck and gradually marking him. As an omega does not release pheromones outside their sensitive period, the marking process was known only to the two of them in that stall. A few minutes later, the temporary mark was complete. Yu Xiaobai gazed at the mark on Su Ran's neck, a wave of joy washing over him. The thought that Su Ran now bore his pheromones filled him with profound contentment. This omega was his. Leaning down for another gentle kiss on the nape, Yu Xiaobai declared, "Captain, with me by your side, victory is assured." Listening to his words, Su Ran felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance within. When the two returned to the lounge, all eyes were fixed upon them, their expressions a silent amalgamation of emotions that were difficult to articulate. Su Ran, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What are you all staring at us for?" "Nothing," his teammates and the youngsters from the second team replied, shaking their heads. Su Ran's curiosity deepened as he turned to Song Ming-chuan, who, however, did not meet his gaze. This peculiar situation led Su Ran to suspect something. Coach Fong, with a jovial demeanor, remarked, "There's nothing wrong with being in a relationship, as long as it doesn't interfere with the competition." Su Ran responded, "Oh, great. So now everyone knows, right? Just look at Song Ming-chuan's expression to understand what's going on." Nevertheless, Su Ran did not hold it against him. He had anticipated that once he decided to be with Yu Xiaobai, others would inevitably find out. He simply hadn't expected them to discover it on the day of the finals. Yu Xiaobai, with a calm demeanor, took Su Ran's hand and kissed it gently, saying, "Although the captain and I are in a relationship, we will prioritize the competition." Feeling the kiss on his hand, Su Ran's ears suddenly flushed with warmth, and he cleared his throat lightly, adding, "Yes, we actually plan to make it public after this year's matches." By public, Su Ran meant revealing it to everyone, not just his teammates. Yu Xiaobai discerned the implication in his words, his heart racing within his chest. He gazed at Su Ran with tenderness, and Su Ran met his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a staff member knocked on the door, prompting them to prepare for the match. Coach Fong rose from the sofa, extending his hand, and declared, "Let us give it our all and strive to enter the World Championship." Everyone placed their hands atop one another and shouted in unison, "Let us go." In the first round, the BP state, YH had achieved consecutive victories leading to the finals, with Yu Xiaobai boasting the best record. This was undoubtedly aided by Su Ran's support. After they triumphed over several teams, rival teams now prioritized banning marksmen and ultimately banning Su Ran's signature hero. In the finals, all heroes used by one side in the first game could not be used again in the second. In the opening game, YH, playing as the blue side, selected their heroes. For this match, YH chose a resilient top laner, a mid laner with substantial control and durability, and a jungle assassin known for swift farming and high damage. Su Ran and his partner constituted the bottom duo. Su Ran selected a control-oriented tank support, while Yu Xiaobai chose a marksman hero he had never before utilized in a competitive setting. The crowd erupted in astonishment as he revealed the character. The reason for their surprise was simple. This hero had never been played by any professional player in a competitive match. Moreover, it was rare to see anyone playing it in ranked games. The marksman, Feiyun Shun, was notorious for its high operational difficulty and had a lower damage output in the early game compared to 90% of other marksmen. However, in the mid to late game, he transformed into a formidable force. Chapter 75. Captain, may I see this hero? Coach TX candidly stated, in this match, we must avoid a prolonged confrontation with them. If we reach the late game, their chances of victory will significantly increase, especially as they can apply pressure on the bottom lane. The captain of TX concurred with the coach's assessment. Their composition favored an early game strategy, one that would not permit them to engage in prolonged skirmishes. As the match commenced, Su Ran equipped himself with supportive items and accompanied Yu Xiao to the bottom lane, initially acquiring a control skill. In truth, they had intentionally allowed Yu Xiao to select a late-game hero, aiming to mislead TX into believing their primary focus was the marksman. However, they had misjudged their target. Their true strategy revolved around a jungle core designed to create a diversion and catch their opponents off guard. Naturally, Yu Xiao was also expected to deliver damage, as he had chosen a hero that was his signature. While initially engaging in standard lane play, Ruan Xingqian's hero exhibited a sluggish wave clear, often waiting for the opposing mage to clear the wave before she could do so herself. After clearing the second wave, Ruan Xingqian announced, the mid lane is missing. Early in the game, he had observed that the enemy jungler initiated from the red side. This indicated that they would likely attempt to gank the bottom lane after clearing the blue. Indeed, TX was targeting the bottom lane. Once the opposing mid laner departed, Qiuzin ventured into the mid lane to absorb experience from two minions before proceeding into the enemy's red zone, while Ruan Xingqian headed towards the bottom lane. Qiuzin intended to contest the enemy's red, showing no intention of providing support to the bottom lane. Su Ran glanced at the time and remarked, their jungler is on the way. They had no intention of engaging. They were merely feigning vulnerability to mislead their opponents into believing an attack was imminent. At this moment, both mid laners were concealed in the brush, with Ruan Xingqian's control skill continuously marking Yu Xiao. Should anyone approach, she would deploy her control skill right beneath them. Su Ran positioned himself near the river brush, fully aware of the location of TX's mid laner. Suddenly, he spotted a shadow of dark purple darting from the brush. His instinct prompted him to cast a control skill into the brush and then flash to Yu Xiao's side. Simultaneously, Yu Xiao also flashed back to the safety of the tower. Su Ran's control skill ensnared the TX mid laner hidden in the brush. And as he relocated to Yu Xiao's previous position, Ruan Xingqian unleashed a skill beneath her feet, immobilizing the TX jungler who had emerged to attack Yu Xiao. At level 3, Ruan Xingqian had learned 3 skills: 1 control, 2 slows, and 1 damage skill. Coupled with Yu Xiao's output from behind, they managed to deplete the jungler's health to just over half. Had it not been for the TX support arriving in time to shield him, it is likely he would have been left with minimal health. Unfortunately, he managed to escape. In this skirmish, they had not noticed Qiuzin. The TX jungler, realizing the precarious situation, fled with 20% of his health back to his red zone, only to find his red buff claimed by Qiuzin's smite. Then, I witnessed the radiant ascent of Qiuzin to level 5, and I could not help but exclaim inwardly that it was a dire situation. Alas, there was no time to react. Qiuzin's ultimate ability possesses the capability to track its target. Once within its range, even a flash to escape proves futile. First blood. Qiuzin claimed the first blood. The members of TX were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how their jungler had fallen. With the jungler's demise, the red jungle was now Qiuzin's domain. After clearing the enemy's red area, he returned to his own jungle to finish off the remaining camps and the red and blue buffs. At this moment, Qiuzin boasted the highest net worth in the match. He was level 7 while the enemy jungler remained at level 5. At this juncture, Qiuzin made his way to the bottom lane, intent on assisting in a gank against the opposing marksman. So running strategy is the hold the enemy mid laner to prevent his descent. Yuan Xingchen promptly replied, "Understood, Captain." The mid laner from TX, having cleared the minion wave, was about to head toward the bottom lane when Yuan Xingchen executed a flash, stunning him and unleashing a flurry of abilities that severely depleted his health. Although the enemy mid laner was an assassin mage, he proved to be quite fragile. Yuan Xingchen's early game damage was insufficient to secure a kill, and regrettably, the opponent managed to escape with a flash. With no other option, he proceeded to clear the final minion. Simultaneously, Su Ran and his allies initiated a skirmish in the bottom lane. The TX marksman, relying on his high damage output, relentlessly pressured Su Ran and his team. Even though Su Ran was a tanky support, he still faced considerable health depletion. However, rather than retreating, Su Ran flashed forward to directly stun the opposing marksman, and Yu Xiaobai followed suit, coming in to deal damage. Concurrently, Qiu Zian also arrived, but TX had positioned themselves to ambush him. Upon his appearance, they unleashed their damage upon Su Ran, whose health had dwindled to a mere 40%. Unfortunately, Su Ran was a resilient support, and even at such low health, he proved difficult to eliminate, especially with his crowd control abilities still at his disposal. Qiu Zian targeted the marksman ensnared by Su Ran's control, and with a combination of abilities and basic attacks, the opponent's health plummeted in an instant. Yu Xiaobai provided support from the rear, and the members of TX could scarcely land a blow against him. By the time they realized they could not prevail, TX's support had already fallen to Yu Xiaobai's onslaught. In that moment, their jungler's attempt to flee was rendered futile. Double kill. Qiu Zian secured a double kill, while Yu Xiaobai claimed the support's head, and Su Ran managed to survive with a sliver of health. This engagement resulted in a 3-for-0 exchange, utterly shattering TX's morale. The bottom lane turret was demolished, and Su Ran commanded, "Fish, swap lanes." "Understood, Captain." Lin Xiangyu swiftly cleared the minion wave and headed toward the bottom lane. Although he possessed high burst damage, his reach was limited, preventing him from effectively engaging the enemy top laner. With the bottom lane turret fallen, his primary focus was on clearing the wave. Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai arrived at the top lane just as the minions approached, facing an enemy top laner who was both tanky and dealt substantial damage. If controlled, he was bound to be killed. Earlier, while trading blows with Lin Xiangyu, he had managed to severely wound Lin Xiangyu, leaving the top lane turret in a precarious state. Su Ran concealed herself in the underbrush, awaiting the moment when TX's top laner would emerge to clear the minion wave, while Yu Xiaobai also prepared to do the same. Concurrently, Qiu Zian, accompanied by Yuan Xingchen, launched an incursion into the enemy jungle, successfully stealing their red buff. They then concealed themselves in the brush by the river in mid lane, poised to ambush TX's mid laner. Upon resurrecting, TX's jungler discovered to their dismay that their red buff had vanished, filling their heart with sorrow. As their mid laner stepped forth to clear the wave, Yuan Xingchen also joined in, occasionally casting a skill toward the opponents. While casting her abilities, she maneuvered toward the river in the direction opposite Qiu Zian, who was heading towards the same river. Just as the last minion was about to be cleared, Qiu Zian emerged and unleashed a powerful attack, swiftly bringing the enemy mid laner to the ground. TX's mid laner lay defeated, feeling utterly despondent. Seizing the moment, Qiu Zian and Yuan Xingchen sought to push against the enemy's mid turret with only a single minion left. Unexpectedly, their AD support approached from the side, ensnaring Yuan Xingchen with a control skill, while the marksman endeavored to deal damage. Despite Qiu Zian rushing to assist, he too was ultimately taken down. However, due to Qiu Zian's high burst damage, he retaliated by eliminating their marksman, albeit at the cost of his own health. TX's support, noticing his low health, aimed to secure a kill, but Lin Xiangyu intervened with a control skill, allowing Qiu Zian to counterattack. Double kill. Qiu Zian achieved yet another double kill, now boasting the highest kill count and gold in the match. The situation had shifted dramatically, now standing at 71. Chapter 76, Captain May I. TX had remained on the defensive, as one commentator noted. His colleague nodded in agreement, suggesting that TX was only just realizing that YH had turned to jungle-centric strategy. Indeed, as the commentators observed, TX had belatedly recognized that they had misallocated their focus. They had assumed that YH's other players would protect Yu Xiaobai until he became a formidable force in the mid to late game. But they had overlooked the threat posed by Qiu Ziyin, the magical jungler. TX's top laner, spotting Yu Xiaobai alone in the top lane, contemplated an attack, while also considering whether Su Ran was hiding in the brush. Exercising caution, he cleared the minion wave, waiting for Yu Xiaobai to approach for the last hit, then ambushed him, causing his health to plummet by half. Just then, Su Ran emerged, delivering control skill, prompting Yu Xiaobai to retaliate with critical strikes. In mere seconds, TX's top laner was downed. At that moment, they realized that Yu Xiaobai's gold had surged to second place in the match, and his damage output had significantly increased. 17 minutes in, TX was left with only one inhibitor standing. Su Ran declared, "Let us take the Baron and push for the win." At this point, TX had only their top laner and support remaining, and securing the Baron could indeed pave the way for a push. Once the dragon was acquired, everyone converged in mid lane, with Su Ran and Lin Xiangyu leading the charge, ready to initiate a team fight. As TX's players resurrected, the dragon from all three lanes arrived. Su Ran proclaimed, "I will initiate the fight, target whoever I control." With the combined damage of Yu Xiaobai and Qiu Ziyin, even TX's top laner will be no match for them. Su Ran swiftly ascended to control their top laner, while Yu Xiaobai delivered precise shots. And Qiu Ziyin swiftly dispatched their mid laner with 2 strikes. The damage from Ruan Xingchen surged as they collectively executed a flawless team wipe against their opponents, subsequently demolishing their crystal. "Congratulations to YH for securing victory in the first match," proclaimed the commentator. YH exhibited remarkable prowess in this match, initially diverting their foes' attention and allowing Qiu Ziyin to develop in stealth. By the time the enemy realized, Qiu Ziyin had become invulnerable. Furthermore, they soon discovered that Yu Xiaobai's damage was equally formidable, yet it was too late. Commentator C remarked, "Congratulations to Sunny for achieving MVP with a record of 1006. Commentator A added, "This season, with Ebai's addition, many have focused solely on him and targeted since, forgetting that Sunny is also a key player in YH. To be precise, all members of YH are formidable. They merely lack fortune. Now, their luck has arrived." Coach Fong entered the soundproof room, smiling as he patted their shoulders, commending their performance. This was the first time they employed this strategy, and there had been some initial concerns. It seems he needs to place more trust in his players. After a brief 10-minute intermission, the second match commenced swiftly. In this round, TX was the blue side, taking the initiative and selecting their renowned lineup. YH's composition, however, had a certain counter against them, indicating that they had specifically studied how to confront TX's celebrated formation. TX aimed for synergy between mid and jungle, while Su Ran's side focused on mid and ADC. Aware that TX would start blue, Qiu Ziyin directly invaded their jungle, allowing Yu Xiaobai to claim their own blue. Observing Qiu Ziyin's incursion into their red zone, Su Ran instructed Ruan Xingchen, clear the minion wave and assist. Ruan Xingchen nodded in understanding. After clearing the mid-lane minions, she provided the enemy mid-lane with a false vision towards their top lane and stealthily maneuvered to TX's red area. TX's mid-laner warned, "Mid is missing, be cautious in top." Ruan Xingchen successfully stole their red, and when TX's jungler arrived in the jungle, he found the red camp depleted. By this time, Qiu Ziyin had returned to farm his own blue side. YH commenced with 3 buffs, and their economy began to soar. Qiu Ziyin appeared to be in peak form, rendering the opposition utterly impotent. Undoubtedly, TX faced yet another defeat in this match. However, the MVP for this round was Yu Xiaobai. In the third match, YH took the blue side. Perhaps due to their consecutive losses, TX exhibited signs of unease. Either their mid laner faltered or their support faltered. Ultimately, YH decisively swept them, claiming the championship with a score of 30. They had won 1-1. In the soundproof room, Lin Xiangyu excitedly removed his headset and embraced Su Ran. Within moments, he felt a chilling aura approach. Raising his gaze, he met the icy stare of Yu Xiaobai. Lin Xiangyu reluctantly withdrew his hand, forcing a chuckle. The others also removed their headphones and embraced those beside them. Su Ran was once more enveloped in a familiar scent, that of Yu Xiaobai. The gentle voice of Yu Xiaobai reached his ears. "Captain, we are the champions." Tears welled in Su Ran's eyes as he smiled and nodded. "Yes, we are the champions." Su Ran, accompanied by several teammates, approached the adjacent area for handshakes. The expressions of the TX team were far from pleasant, yet they still politely extended their hands. It was hardly surprising given their freshly shorn heads. As Su Ran and his teammates arrived at the forefront, the host first interviewed Qiu Zian, the MVP of this competition. Following the conclusion of the interview, the host invited Song Mingchuan and Coach Fong to join him for a discussion. The first inquiry was directed towards Song Mingchuan, asking for his thoughts on YH's victory. Beaming with joy, he took the microphone from the host and simply stated, "I believe they can achieve even greater things." Then it was Coach Fong's turn. He expressed, "I have faith in my players. They are all exceptional. Their success today is a testament to their hard work. Our role has merely been to provide guidance and support. Without their diligence, nothing would matter. They are remarkable, and I am proud of them." The host continued to pose questions to others before finally addressing Su Ran. The host asked, "Captain, prior to today, did you ever envision that you would win the championship?" Su Ran took the microphone, his smile genuine, replying, "To say no would be dishonest, for I believe in my teammates, in our synergy, in our collective effort. I trust we can achieve this because we promised to compete together in the World Championships. I am immensely grateful to them and to all the fans who support us. Thank you." After saying this, he picked up the trophy beside him and raised it high, proclaiming, "YH will continue to strive." Several teammates followed suit, grasping the trophy and echoing, "YH will continue to strive." As the YH team exited the esports center with the trophy, the fans outside erupted in cheers. "Sonny, you look so handsome today." Star, you're so handsome. I love you." "Fish, as always, brings such a sense of security. Amazing. Since mommy loves you." "Woo-woo since. Be my wife. I will love you forever." This last declaration was shouted particularly loudly, causing Yu Xiaobai's expression to darken. He reached out with a long arm to wrap around Su Ran's waist, addressing the shout from that direction, "He is mine. Do not even think about it." And then, the world fell silent. Chapter 77. Captain, the headlines of the esports circle's Weibo were officially announcing the celebration of YH's championship victory. However, another trending topic stealthily emerged. Since and Yi are not just friends, but lovers. The retweets and comments surged to an overwhelming number. On the return journey from the capital, Su Ran deliberately ignored Yu Xiaobai, who looked at him with a pitiful expression. While on the flight, Su Ran specifically exchanged seats with Lin Xiangyu, opting not to sit alongside Yu Xiaobai. Initially reluctant to switch, Lin Xiangyu ultimately complied under the weight of their captain's piercing gaze. Once seated, he found himself facing yet another icy demeanor and frigid stare. Lin Xiangyu felt a profound sense of despair. Those 2 hours seemed to stretch longer than an entire day of training. Finally, disembarking from the plane, Yu Xiaobai attentively offered to retrieve Su Ran's luggage. When Su Ran declined, Yu Xiaobai remained silent, merely observing him. The expression on Yu Xiaobai's face inexplicably softened Su Ran's heart. Perhaps it would be best to relent, given this stubborn youth's strong possessiveness. Su Ran knew this matter could not remain concealed for long. He handed his suitcase to Yu Xiaobai and turned to exit the airport. Upon boarding the Team's shuttle, Yu Xiaobai took the seat beside him, yet silence enveloped them. It was not until they returned to the club that, as Su Ran was about to enter his room, Yu Xiaobai suddenly grasped his hand and quietly inquired, "Captain, are you truly angry?" After a considerable pause, Su Ran replied, "Not really." "Then please talk to me." Yu Xiaobai's voice carried a hint of vulnerability. "I acknowledge my mistake." Su Ran narrowed his eyes, questioning, "Do you even comprehend what you did wrong?" Yu Xiaobai lowered his head and confessed, "I should not have declared you as mine in front of so many people." Su Ran responded. Is that what he was asking about? Yu Xiaobai continued, "In the future, I won't presume to speak on matters you wish to keep private without your consent." Upon hearing this, Su Ran realized that Yu Xiaobai had begun to understand his missteps. He sighed before saying, "It's not that I disallow you from speaking. It's merely that the timing was inappropriate." Although they had secured a championship title domestically, it was merely a spring championship. They still had the mid-season and autumn championships, as well as the world championship to contend for. Should they fail to achieve those, detractors would undoubtedly claim that their romantic involvement had distracted them, leading to poor performance. Su Ran felt that it was best to keep such concerns from burdening his teammates. Yu Xiaobai, of course, understood Su Ran's thoughts. He asserted, "Brother, I will ensure that all the championships are placed in your hands." The way Yu Xiaobai addressed him as brother, coupled with his promise of delivering the championships, had an overwhelming impact, leaving Su Ran sleepless until the early hours of the morning. He had witnessed Yu Xiaobai's prowess firsthand, yet could they truly attain the world championship? Yu Xiaobai proved his capabilities in the subsequent competitions, performing as if he were under a supernatural influence, cutting through challenges under Su Ran's protection, and securing a domestic Grand Slam, ultimately reaching the finals of the World Tournament. That year, Weich became the most talked-about subject in the esports realm. Naturally, Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai's romance was frequently discussed, with speculation that their relationship had unlocked their potential, leading to their numerous victories, prompting other professional players to seek their own romantic partners. The other professional players from rival teams lamented, "We wish to fall in love too." However, they have yet to find an Omega with whom they can share common interests. There are only 3 professional Omega players in the entire league, and the most desirable one is already taken. The other 3 Omega players have little regard for the alpha members of their own teams. Thus, at present, only Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai are in a romantic relationship. This has evoked both envy and jealousy among the others. Meanwhile, the members of Weich, competing in the North American finals, are engaged in a discussion about their lineup for the final match while enjoying a meal. Coach Fong is speaking, and as Yu Xiaobai peels a shrimp for Su Ran and places it in his bowl, he remarks, "You seem to be looking a bit under the weather lately. Make sure to eat more." Upon hearing his words, the living room falls silent and all eyes turn toward them. Su Ran feels the weight of their gazes and looks up to find numerous pairs of eyes fixed on him. His face flushes crimson. "What are you looking at?" he exclaims. Song Mingchuan replies, "Looking at you." Yu Xiaobai, completely unfazed, continues to attend to Su Ran, wiping his hands with a napkin, and then picks up his chopsticks to serve Su Ran another helping of vegetables before asking the others, "Have you all finished eating?" "No." Everyone shakes their heads in response. Yu Xiaobai quips, "Then do you think you can fill yourselves by watching us?" Burp. The others collectively release a belch, confirming their fullness from the metaphorical dog food they have been fed. Later that evening, they participate in several scrimmages against the second team to test the strategies they have recently developed, which are designed to counter the dominant tactics employed by the KWD team in the North American region. They do not retire to their rooms until the early hours of the morning. The hotel they are staying at is an officially partnered esports hotel, equipped with dedicated training rooms for the competing teams. All Weich team members are housed on the same floor, with Su Ran and Yu Xiaobai's rooms directly opposite each other. As Su Ran yawns and swipes his key card to enter his room, he is suddenly pushed inside with a forceful shove and the door swings shut behind him. He finds himself enveloped in a familiar embrace. Yu Xiaobai clings to him, resting his chin on Su Ran's shoulder, and plaintively says, "Brother, it's time for bed, yet you haven't even said good night to me." Su Ran cannot help but roll his eyes. Does he not know his own intentions? Is he truly in his room merely for a goodnight wish? Su Ran refuses to be so naive. "Good night," he replies in a tone laden with indifference. As expected, Yu Xiaobai embarks on his performance. Does my brother not like me anymore? Is a simple good night too much to ask? Have you grown indifferent now that you have me? Stop. Su Ran can no longer tolerate this and breaks free from his embrace, turning to face him with a half smile, half sneer. "What on earth do you think about all day?" "Quite a bit about you," Yu Xiaobai responds. "All right then." Su Ran concedes, unable to counter. "Just stop with the mushy talk." Su Ran took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist and smiled. "Did you come in here just to hear me say goodnight? Or do you wish to engage in something else?" Yu Xiaobai's gaze was intense. Su Ran laughed. "What do you want to do?" Before she could finish, her lips were captured in a kiss. The kiss lingered, long enough for the room to be enveloped in the mingling scents of their pheromones, creating a deliciously ambiguous atmosphere. "Oh no!" Su Ran finally pushed him away, gasping for breath. The look in Yushio Bai's eyes was as if he wished to devour her whole. Brother, I feel so uncomfortable. Yushio Bai began to pout. Having been together for over half a year, Su Ran surely understood his intentions. However, due to their preparations for the competition and the competition itself, they had little time for intimacy. Their interactions were limited to mere kisses and embraces, with their most daring moments being mutual support without crossing any further boundaries. Yushio Bai said that once they won the championship at the world competition, he would take Su Ran home to meet his parents. He wanted to marry her. Su Ran nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yushio Bai was only 18, and an alpha had to be 20 to register for marriage. Even if he wished to marry now, it was simply impossible. Brother, how about I give you a temporary mark? An alpha, when aroused, could alleviate their feelings by marking the omega they cherished temporarily, and vice versa. Su Ran looked at him with a playful smile. Sure, since my sensitive period is approaching, a temporary mark will allow me to perform well in tomorrow's competition. With that, she chuckled, but you mustn't bite too hard, or else the reward will be lost after the match. At the mention of the reward, Yushio Bai's expression darkened, and he immediately nipped at Su Ran's neck. He feared that if this continued, her sensitive period would arrive sooner than expected. The marking process went smoothly, and when Yushio Bai's lips finally left Su Ran's neck, both of their ears were flushed. All done. Yushio Bai's voice remained husky. Su Ran softly acknowledged him, and they held each other in silence. Time passed, and Su Ran began to feel drowsy, murmuring, I'm so tired. You should go back and rest. The competition is tomorrow. Yushio Bai responded, but made no move to leave. Su Ran gently nudged him, urging him to return. Reluctantly, Yushio Bai released her, reaching out to stroke her hair. Brother, once we win the championship, let's go on a trip together. He had longed to take Su Ran away to a place where no one knew them, to enjoy a few days of intimacy together. Su Ran regarded him, and after a moment's contemplation, replied, All right, let's go on a trip. Yushio Bai was satisfied, leaning in to kiss her lips once more. Good night, brother. Good night. The next afternoon, after dining at the hotel, Su Ran and the others headed to the training room for a few practice matches. By 5 o'clock, they set off for the eSports Center. The number 1 seed from North America, KWD, encountered them at the entrance. Coach Fong greeted the opposing coach with a smile. Su Ran turned his gaze towards the KWD members and locked eyes with a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed alpha. He was Luck, the captain of the KWD team, playing the marksman position, effectively facing Su Ran directly. As their eyes met, Luck flashed a sunny smile at Su Ran, who reciprocated with a nod and a smile. However, in the next moment, he felt a pinch in the palm of his hand. Turning to see Yushio Bai looking displeased, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. His alpha's jealousy was quite strong, yet endearing. Su Ran subtly clasped his hand in return and smiled at him, which instantly brightened Yushio Bai's expression. Su Ran marveled inwardly at how easily he could be appeased. Upon arriving in the break room, Coach Fong stated, As you all have seen, every KWD player is in excellent condition, so the upcoming match will be quite challenging. Wan Xingchen chuckled at this and replied, Coach, we are also in great shape. After all, we are young, in our teens and 20s. Su Ran interjected, I am not. Wan Xingchen laughed heartily and said, No worries. Your boyfriend is the youngest on our team. Upon hearing that he was the youngest, Yushio Bai's face darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, as he could not refute the statement. Indeed, he was the youngest in the team. Su Ran noticed his sulky expression, but said nothing, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, his boyfriend was the youngest, yet in some aspects he was quite mature. Clearing his throat, Coach Fong announced, All right, we have 15 minutes until we take the stage. The staff came call them up. Coach Fong stood and declared, All right, kids, whether we can clinch the championship this time depends on you all. Let's give it our all. Everyone stacked their hands together, shouting encouragement before grabbing their gear and heading on stage. Since they were in the United States, the host introduced them in English, with a translator providing simultaneous translation. Upon entering the soundproof room, as everyone adjusted their equipment, Coach Fong remarked, In the first round, KWD is in the blue position, so we must observe their lineup and strategize accordingly. He suddenly called out to Su Ran, They may target the bot lane strategy, so keep an eye on your vision. Su Ran smiled back, assuring, Don't worry, coach. I will definitely protect Xiao Bai. God knows how crucial this match was for him. As long as they won, his mission would be complete. Yu Xiaobai turned to him, gazing tenderly. I will protect you as well. Coach Fong interjected, you too. This is a match, not a romantic rendezvous. The match officially commenced, entering the BP phase, and to their surprise, KWD banned the marksman heroes that Yu Xiaobai frequently utilized in competitions. Uncertain of which renowned hero he was facing, they opted to ban 3 of his champions, subsequently banning one from Su Ran and another from Qiu Zian. Su Ran, as always, received preferential treatment. He selected a versatile support character, capable of both crowd control and dealing damage, while Yu Xiaobai chose a self-sufficient marksman with a long reach. Aware that their opponents might target the bot lane, they devised a strategy wherein Su Ran would control the enemies while Yu Xiaobai could unleash his long-range attacks from a distance. Coach Fong advised that since the opposition was focusing on the bottom lane, they should concentrate on the mid and jungle roles, allowing the bot lane to stall while the mid and jungle developed adequately. The match commenced swiftly. With his long range, Yu Xiaobai could afford to ignore Su Ran in the early game. He accompanied Qiu Zian into the enemy jungle to contest their resources. Initially, they aimed to invade the enemy's red buff. However, upon arrival, they discovered the enemy jungler already engaged in taking it. Instead of retreating, they decided to attempt to steal. Su Ran's champion possessed significant early game damage, and as long as Qiu Zian calculated the health precisely with his smite, they could secure the buff. While they engaged in a tug-of-war in the enemy red zone, Wan Xingchen suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, their mid laner is coming." He followed suit. Su Ran glanced at the minimap and said, "Xingchen, you don't need to come here. Zian, let us retreat." It appeared their attempt to steal the red buff would be thwarted. Just as they were about to leave, they encountered KWD's mid laner, their captain Luck, who had come to assist. Upon spotting Su Ran, Luck cast a W ability, to which Su Ran responded with a Q. They then returned to their jungle to farm, hoping to expedite their progress with Luck's presence. Before they had fully exited the jungle, a kill notification flashed across the screen. First blood. Su Ran observed that Yu Xiaobai had eliminated the opposing marksman. His boyfriend truly excels, Su Ran remarked, as Yu Xiaobai returned to the tower with low health. Preparing to recall, Su Ran finished farming with Qiu Zian before joining him in the mid lane to ambush the enemy mid laner. Shortly thereafter, Wan Xingchen signaled, mid laner missing. Su Ran realized they were being targeted at the bot lane, and it was not just the mid laner. Soon, he spotted the enemy jungler sneaking up on their position. Their jungler is also here. Xiaobai, be mindful of your positioning, he cautioned. Yu Xiaobai acknowledged and adjusted his stance closer to Su Ran. Just as Su Ran was about to speak again, Yu Xiaobai declared, "Let us bait them." At that moment, Qiu Zian stealthily moved into the brush. Observing this, Su Ran fell silent. KWD's marksman likely presumed Yu Xiaobai was unaware of the jungler's approach and aimed to create an opening. Seeing the enemy within his attack range, Su Ran raised his hand to incapacitate him, allowing Xiao Bai to unleash his damage. Subsequently, they noticed Luck burst forth, but his target was not Yu Xiaobai. Rather, it was Su Ran, concealed within the brush. Su Ran reacted swiftly, using a flash to create distance, while Wan Xingchen and Qiu Zian promptly emerged, the first to launch an assault on their adversary's marksman. At that moment, KWD's jungler joined the fray. The opposing marksman quickly succumbed to Su Ran's initial control. Unfortunately, Su Ran, being targeted, fell as well. Yu Xiaobai positioned himself excellently, dealing damage from the rear, and soon Luck was severely wounded, leading to Qiu Zian claiming the kill. Double kill. Qiu Zian effortlessly secured a double kill. Watching the screen fade to gray, Luck gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat." In this 4-on-4 skirmish, Su Ran, as a support, exchanged his life for 2 enemy damage dealers, a trade that proved advantageous. The first team battle resulted in KWD losing 2 members, and the faces of all players grew solemn. In the ensuing match, KWD continued their focus on the bot lane, unaware that Qiu Zian had begun to flourish. He refrained from aiding the bot lane, and instead ventured toward Lin Xiangyu's lane. Engaging in a relentless struggle with the enemy proved futile. It was imperative to seek opportunities for breakthroughs, as Su Ran had advised. Qiu Zian arrived at the top lane, coordinating with Lin Xiangyu to feign weakness, resulting in the demise of KED's top laner, followed by a swift push on the tower. Upon hearing the kill announcement, Luck glanced at the economic panel and was taken aback to discover that Qiu Zian's economy had soared over 1,000 ahead of theirs, the highest in the game. Su Ran, upon hearing the kill announcement, couldn't help but smile. Splendid. With the destruction of a defensive tower, Su Ran and his allies sought a boost in their economy. After Qiu Zian demolished the tower, KWD sought to secure the dragon. Anticipating their intentions, Su Ran quickly remarked, "They're likely aiming for the dragon. Xingqian, clear the wave and head over. Be cautious not to get ambushed." Just as his words fell, a kill announcement echoed. It turned out that Luck had deliberately positioned himself near the dragon pit, then circled back to hide from vision, waiting for Yuan Xingqian to approach, leading to his demise. Yuan Xingqian sighed, "Apologies, I didn't notice." Su Ran reassured him, "It's all right, I'll come with Xiaobai." With the enemy's blue buff respawning, Su Ran instructed Qiu Zian to refrain from approaching, instead sending him to contest the blue, while he set up vision in the front, with Yu Xiaobai preparing to secure the dragon from behind. Unfortunately, KWD was well prepared, their support blocking the way, rendering any attempts to steal futile. The dragon fell into KWD's hands, providing them with a slight economic recovery. However, their jungler discovered that half of their blue area was depleted. Gazing at the barren blue zone, KWD's jungler was left in despair, left to scavenge for scraps. Luck's initial plan was to secure the dragon, allowing his jungler to grant him a blue buff to elevate his economy. Upon realizing the blue was absent, he coldly commanded, "Invade their jungle." This was the moment Su Ran had been waiting for. Qiu Zian, ignoring his own blue buff, concealed himself in the nearby brush, while Su Ran approached to lie in wait. Yu Xiaobai continued to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with the enemy marksmen and support. Luck and his allies approached Su Ran's side of the blue jungle area, only to discover that their opponents had not yet engaged with the blue buff. They assumed that Qiu Zian was lingering in their red zone. He urged his jungler to swiftly secure the blue buff. As KWD's jungler began to engage with the blue, and just as it was nearly depleted, Luck was about to claim it when Qiu Zian executed a precise flash and secured it with his smite. Su Ran followed with a control skill aimed at the opposing jungler, and the pair retreated without further confrontation. Luck watched in dismay as the blue buff he was moments away from claiming vanished, leaving him infuriated and forced to return to the mid lane to clear the minion wave. Having been slain by him once, Yuan Xingqian grew increasingly cautious. By the 12th minute, Su Ran deemed it time to demolish the tower in the bottom lane. With Qiu Zian's economic advantage becoming evident, KWD had ceased their attempts to pressure the bottom lane and began targeting Qiu Zian instead. The benefit of this strategy was that Yu Xiaobai was able to farm effectively. After Qiu Zian fell victim to a gank from Luck and their jungler in the jungle, Su Ran, along with Yu Xiaobai and Yuan Xingqian, sent KWD's marksmen and support back to their base, subsequently dismantling their outer tower on the bot lane. In this exchange, KWD was left pondering whether they had gained or lost, while they had eliminated the economically leading Qiu Zian and secured bounty gold. They had simultaneously lost both their marksmen and support, along with a defensive tower. It appeared that the overall outcome was unfavorable. At the 16th minute, a team fight erupted at the Dragon Pit. Both teams were fully present this time. Su Ran's team initiated the dragon, and the opposition sought to contest it. Su Ran's control skills were all directed at Luck, while Yu Xiaobai dealt damage from the backline. Just as the team fight commenced, Luck was swiftly dispatched. Observing his demise, KWD's jungler considered abandoning the dragon, to which Luck, vexed, insisted on stealing the dragon and eliminating their marksman. Regrettably, in a 4 versus 5 scenario and under economic duress, they were utterly obliterated. Pentakill, Yu Xiaobai achieved a 5-kill streak. As the announcement of this pentakill rang out, the crowd erupted in fervor. The commentators were beside themselves with excitement, proclaiming, "Yeah, Bai has secured a pentakill in the finals of the World Championship. Truly remarkable." Fans from Huaxia, watching the live broadcast, could not contain their exhilaration. Su Ran, elated, exclaimed, "Xiaobai, you are incredible." Receiving Su Ran's praise, Yu Xiaobai tightened his lips. Yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. After claiming the dragon, they surged towards the enemy's high ground, intending to finish the game, only to find that their opponents had respawned. They were compelled to withdraw, systematically clearing their jungle before focusing on minion waves while awaiting the crucial 20-minute Elder Dragon. Securing it would likely lead to a decisive victory. Soon, the 20-minute Elder Dragon respawned. Both teams were acutely aware that the dragon was a coveted prize. At this juncture, YH had lost their outer towers in the mid and bottom lanes, while their top outer tower remained intact. KWD was left with only 2 high ground towers, having already lost their mid-high ground tower. As the dragon was about to respawn, Su Ran glanced at the minion waves and spoke into the voice chat. "Xiaobai, shortly, you should head to the bottom lane to clear the minion wave and push their high ground while we attempt to secure the dragon." Upon hearing this, Ruan Xingqian interjected, "Isn't that a bit too risky? 4 against 5 at the dragon pit seems precarious." Yet, Su Ran replied with a smile, "Xiaobai's damage to the tower is substantial. Even if we fail to claim the dragon, he can still push their high ground. We just need to stall for a bit." The latter part of Su Ran's statement remained unspoken, merely accompanied by a grin. "So we take a gamble." "All right." Yu Xiaobai was the first to respond. Chapter 80, Captain, may I? The commentators were astonished to see Yu Xiaobai single-handedly pushing the tower while the others engaged KWD in the dragon pit. Commentator B remarked, "Is YH planning for Yi Bai to sneak a backdoor? However, could they truly manage a 4 against 5 at the dragon pit?" Commentator A was equally surprised, noting that a loss could lead to a dire situation. It was evident to all that YH was taking a risk, and the tension mounted as they awaited YH's success in this gamble. Winning a 4 against 5 was indeed a formidable challenge, so ultimately, YH could only disrupt KWD's dragon attempt. After a couple of failed attempts, it appeared KWD was no longer interested in securing the dragon. At that moment, they finally noticed Yu Xiaobai's position and prepared to retreat. Yet, how could YH allow them to escape? As they attempted to return to base, all of YH's members began to assault them, interrupting their recall. At this juncture, Yu Xiaobai had already pushed KWD's high ground with a melee minion and a cannon minion, clearing out the newly spawned minions. Meanwhile, YH's side was left with only a half-health cannon minion, while the other minion waves were still far from reaching. Su Ran stated, "If we can hold them off, we win." Subsequently, the other teammates began to seek out KWD's members to disrupt their recall. Luck attempted to retreat, but was restrained by Su Ran, while Ruan Xingqian approached and inflicted significant damage. Ruan Xingqian was subsequently eliminated by KWD's jungler, but Su Ran managed to secure Luck's kill in the end. At this point, Yu Xiaobai had commenced pushing their crystal, while KWD's members were on their way back, only to be delayed by Qiu Zian and his team. 1 hit, 2 hits, they were so close, but the cannon minion fell, lamented the commentator. Then, they witnessed Yu Xiaobai swapping for a resurrection item and continuing to assault the crystal, which had but a sliver of health remaining. Once Yu Xiaobai's resurrection item was triggered, KWD's top laner had just arrived at the high ground. Upon reviving, Yu Xiaobai struck the enemy crystal 2 more times, and KWD's top laner could only watch in disbelief as their crystal exploded before their eyes. Victory! The screens of all YH members illuminated with the triumphant message. Su Ran chuckled as he removed his headset, turning to Yu Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, you were magnificent." Yu Xiaobai also took off his headset, turning gently to him, fulfilling expectations. At that moment, Coach Feng entered with a smile, inquiring, "Was it your decision to let Xiaobai take the tower?" Su Ran replied with a grin. "It was all a gamble. If we lost, we would just have to fight harder in the next match. If we won, it would be a bit easier for us." Coach Feng nodded in agreement, indeed. As he observed the match, his heart raced with anticipation. At the 22nd minute, YH secured the first game point. Following a 10-minute intermission, the second match commenced. In this round, KWD deployed their most frequently utilized resistance composition, characterized by their fragile players, relying on a single individual to deliver damage. rendering the opposing team unable to engage them effectively. Naturally, Weich had meticulously studied strategies to counter this formation. Ultimately, although Weich faced defeat, KWD merely managed to reverse the tide in a challenging situation. In the third match, both teams had secured a game point, with KWD selecting their roster from the blue side. Their choice was evidently a newly devised composition, as they had not previously employed it against other teams. While Weich was unable to dismantle KWD's innovative strategy, they opted for a more conventional lineup. In a nail-biting conclusion, Weich narrowly triumphed, and in the fourth match, Su Ran and his team emerged victorious once again. With the score reaching 3-1, Weich needed only one more win to claim the title of world champions. In the fifth match, Weich unveiled their newly researched composition, featuring each player's signature heroes. Coach Fong encouraged them, saying, "Don't worry, play freely. This game is not crucial." Subsequently, YH's players unleashed their full potential, leaving KWD with no response, resulting in a decisive 4-1 victory for YH. "We won. Oh my goodness, we won!" Lin Xiangyu exclaimed, joyfully leaping as he removed his headset. Su Ran, still wearing his headset, was enveloped in a warm embrace, and a familiar, melodious voice whispered, "Captain, we did it. We're the world champions." In the next moment, Su Ran returned the embrace, smiling, "Yes, we did it. Thank you for being by my side." Simultaneously, Lulu's voice chimed in, congratulating the host on completing the task and inquiring if the host wished to leave or remain. Without hesitation, Su Ran replied, "I choose to stay." Chi-Chi responded, "All right, host, feel free to let me know if you wish to leave." Then, the system fell silent. The news of Weich lifting the championship trophy soon trended across Wuxia. In his closing remarks, Yu Xiaobai stated, "I promised the captain that upon securing the trophy, he would grant me a reward." Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the nature of this reward. On the day they returned home with the World Championship trophy, the airport was teeming with fans, not just of Weich, but of various teams, all eager to welcome them. The Weich players bowed in gratitude to every individual who offered their well wishes. Upon returning to the club, Song Mingchuan cheerfully led them to the conference room, announcing that the prize money from the tournament would be equally distributed among them by the generous owner. Such generosity was expected, as the club's earnings were not solely reliant on prize money. With a beaming smile, Song Mingchuan informed them, "You will each enjoy a month of vacation. Feel free to return home or travel wherever your hearts desire." Yu Xiaobai stood up and walked over to take Su Ran's hand, saying, "I bought tickets for an 8 o'clock flight with the captain. We must be on our way." And indeed, the two departed before the eyes of all the team members in the conference room. Everyone was left in bewilderment. Yu Xiaobai had genuinely secured tickets for 8 o'clock. Hence, they had only just returned from the airport when Su Ran was once again taken there, boarding a flight to a quaint southern town. Upon arriving at the town, Su Ran, feeling the pleasant temperature, turned to ask, "Did you prepare for this in advance?" Yu Xiaobai replied, "Yes, because I knew we would win the championship." Upon reaching the guest house, Su Ran took a shower and fell asleep almost immediately. He was utterly exhausted from the recent finals. After a grueling competition, he had just endured a lengthy flight back, only to embark on another 2 to 3 hours of travel to this destination. He felt as though all his vigor had been depleted. Yu Xiaobai, not wishing to disturb him, lay beside him and slept as well. They slumbered until noon the following day. After awakening, Yu Xiaobai took Su Ran out for lunch and then to a supermarket to purchase some necessities, as he had booked the room for 5 days, intending to stay for a while. However, Su Ran was unaware of Yu Xiaobai's prior planning. When he spotted Yu Xiaobai at the checkout counter, holding a t-shirt, his ears flushed crimson. To make matters worse, Yu Xiaobai turned to him and inquired, "Brother, you promised there would be rewards for winning. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Su Ran retorted, "Is this the reward you desire?" Upon returning to the guest house, Su Ran felt somewhat out of sorts and intentionally sought conversation, asking, "Aren't we going out this afternoon?" Yu Xiaobai regarded him thoughtfully before responding, "We do have plans for this afternoon." Upon hearing that there was a plan, Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps it wasn't happening just yet. However, Yu Xiaobai's next statement nearly took Su Ran's breath away. He said, "For the next 2 days, We will remain in the room. Su Ran instinctively inquired why. As Yu Xiaobai unleashed the intoxicating scent of rose brandy pheromones, he leaned closer, adding, because I wish to claim my reward. The aroma intensified as he approached, and Su Ran, influenced by his pheromones, exuded a faint fragrance of white tea. Yu Xiaobai enveloped him in an embrace, gently kissing the corner of Su Ran's mouth, and asked, "Brother, are you willing to surrender yourself to me?" This was an alpha's way of courting an omega. Yu Xiaobai desired to mark him completely. Su Ran's thoughts echoed this sentiment, yet he offered no resistance. He merely embraced Yu Xiaobai in return, tilting his face to meet his gaze. "I'm not in my heat period, so I may not be able to be completely marked," he stated. As he spoke, he felt the scent of rose brandy pheromones in the room grow even more potent. Yu Xiaobai, in a husky voice, remarked, "An alpha's pheromones can indeed induce an omega's heat to arrive prematurely. You seem quite knowledgeable about this," he added. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of warmth emanating from within. Was it premeditated or an inclination towards marking another omega? There were no other omegas. Yu Xiaobai kissed Su Ran's lips, affirming, "You are the only one, now and always." From the very first moment he laid eyes on Su Ran upon entering the training room, his heart had raced uncontrollably. At that instant, he realized he was smitten. Yet, he had long suppressed this clandestine affection, believing Su Ran to be far too exceptional for him. After numerous attempts, he finally grasped the opportunity to approach the one he cherished, unwilling to let this chance slip away, even if it meant resorting to threats. Su Ran found himself at the mercy of the kiss, yet he endeavored to reciprocate Yu Xiaobai's advances. The air thickened with pheromones, and Su Ran could no longer maintain his composure. Weak and unsteady, he was carried into the bathroom by Yu Xiaobai. As he assisted Su Ran with his bath, he gently reassured, "Brother, I will be very gentle." Su Ran lifted his heavy eyelids to glance at him, speechless, given Yu Xiaobai's weight. Even the lightest touch would be uncomfortable. Fortunately, in the ABO world, as an omega, he possessed remarkable resilience. What he did not anticipate was that a lifelong marking would take an astonishing 3 days and nights to complete. When Su Ran awakened again, it was already the night of the 4th day. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the dim, orange light of the room, and the sight of Yu Xiaobai seated beside him, gazing intently. "You're awake?" Yu Xiaobai asked tenderly. Su Ran attempted to speak, but his throat felt parched, rendering him mute. Yu Xiaobai quickly poured him a glass of water and helped him drink. Once he had quenched his thirst, Su Ran hoarsely uttered, "I am so hungry." Indeed, he had been starved during those 3 days, with minimal food intake compounded by the effects of his heat. Now fully alert, the sensation of hunger was overwhelming. "I have prepared some food for you, along with medication," Yu Xiaobai replied, placing a white pill on the table. Su Ran stared at the pill, perplexed, and asked, "Why do I need to take medicine?" In response, Yu Xiaobai cleared his throat and explained, after a complete marking, "There's a possibility of pregnancy." Su Ran, he had forgotten about that aspect. However, he recalled what the doctor had mentioned during his checkup. Due to his secondary differentiation, it was highly likely he would never bear children unless he sought a female omega. Glancing at the pill, Su Ran raised his eyes to Yu Xiaobai, deciding to clarify the matter. "Xiaobai, I may not be able to conceive," he said, lowering his gaze. After a long pause, he recounted to Yu Xiaobai what the doctor had previously told him. Upon finishing, he added, "If this concerns you, we can simply date. If you ever wish to part ways, we shall do so." Su Ran entrusted the decision to Yu Xiaobai, cherishing the beauty of their time together. Yu Xiaobai was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He set the pills aside and began to serve porridge to Su Ran, deciding that nourishment should take precedence over other matters for the moment. Su Ran interpreted this action as an evasion on Yu Xiaobai's part. He wished to resolve the issue at hand in one fell swoop. Concerned that ambiguity might arise between them, he refrained from accepting the bowl of porridge Yu Xiaobai offered, fixing his gaze intently on his eyes, and stated, "Yu Xiaobai, what are your thoughts? I believe it would be best to clarify things sooner rather than later." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaobai sighed, seated himself beside Su Ran, and naturally took his hand, speaking in a calm tone. "Brother, I am indifferent to whether you might conceive. My only concern is you as a person. I am rather relieved that you will not bear children, for it spares you the agony of childbirth and ensures that no one will vie for your affection. Su Ran pondered. Why did it seem that the latter part of the statement was Yu Xiaobai's genuine sentiment? Indeed, Yu Xiaobai felt that the absence of children would mean that no one would contest Su Ran's love. His possessiveness was profound. He desired nothing more than to occupy a singular place in Su Ran's heart. Yu Xiaobai enveloped Su Ran in his embrace, nuzzling his chin against the crown of Su Ran's head, and declared, "Brother, we need not have children. Having you is sufficient. Do you truly not care?" "Not at all," he replied with unwavering certainty. During this holiday, while others indulged in leisure and relaxation, he found himself utterly exhausted each day. Upon realizing that Su Ran would not become pregnant, Yu Xiaobai grew even bolder in certain aspects. When they returned to the club, their teammates regarded Su Ran with knowing glances, yet Su Ran remained utterly bewildered. During the New Year holiday, Yu Xiaobai insisted on accompanying him home, under the pretext of meeting his future in-laws. However, upon their arrival at the Su residence, they were greeted not by his parents but by Su's aunt, who introduced a suitor to Su Ran. Upon seeing the unfamiliar alpha seated in the living room, Su Ran's expression was one of confusion, while Yu Xiaobai's demeanor turned icy. As soon as Su's aunt spotted Su Ran, she joyfully approached, completely ignoring Yu Xiaobai at his side. "Xiao Ran, this is Xiao Li, who is about your age. He is an alpha, and you two could get to know each other." Su Ran's mother could not suppress her frown at her sister's actions. She was well aware that Su Ran was in a relationship with Yu Xiaobai, information readily available online, yet today she had brought someone else home to introduce to him. Initially, she assumed that the alpha was a relative of Su's aunt, but soon realized her sister's true intentions. In a cold tone, Su Ran's mother interjected, "Sister, Xiao Ran is already with an alpha." Only then did Su's aunt shift her gaze to Yu Xiaobai, her expression indifferent as she remarked, "A gamer. What future can he possibly have?" At this, Su Ran could only laugh in disbelief. "Aunt, well, my boyfriend may be a gamer. He earns an annual salary of 20 million, plus additional competition bonuses, over 30 million a year. Does the alpha you introduced have such credentials?" Moments ago, the system provided Su Ran with a comprehensive overview of the male alpha. This alpha, known as Xiao Li, is not only of inferior quality, but also the son of Su Xiaogu's husband as superior. The superior, merely a supervisor, earned a modest monthly salary of 4,000. How could Su Xiaogu possibly bring such a person to the Su family and introduce him? Su Ran, with a smile that barely concealed her disdain, remarked, "I believe he is quite compatible with my cousin." This statement incited Su Xiaogu's anger, as she retorted, "How could my Xiao Song ever be with him? Yet my Xiao Ran could." Su Mama, utterly enraged, coldly declared, "Sister, you are not welcome in our home. You need not return for the new year. Leave at once." With that, she strode to the door and issued an outright eviction. Seeing Su Mama's blatant disregard for her dignity, Su Xiaogu sought assistance from her own parents, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, my sister wants to throw me out." However, Su Grandpa and Su Grandma merely observe her in silence, their expressions betraying their disappointment. This youngest daughter had always been oblivious to the consequences of her choices. Years ago, when she was forbidden from marrying her current husband, she insisted on going through with it. Subsequently, when her husband proved to be a disappointment, she blamed her parents for not intervening. Often, she would return to vent her frustrations at Su Ran's parents, and now, in front of Su Ran's boyfriend, she dared to introduce an alpha. Was this not courting disaster? Realizing her parents would not support her, Su Xiaogu attempted to play the victim. Su Ran, beaming, looked at her and said, "Dear aunt, how would he mind if my cousin lost his job?" Su Xiaogu stared at her in disbelief. Su Ran continued, mercilessly, "Oh, I forgot to mention. My boyfriend not only earns several million annually, but his company is also the very Xingyu Jitan that you paid to get your cousin into." This revelation nearly rendered Su Xiaogu breathless. Once Su Xiaogu and that alpha departed, Su Ran formally introduced Yu Xiaobai to her parents and grandparents. Holding Yu Xiaobai's hand, she stood before her family and cheerfully announced, "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend, Yu Xiaobai." Yu Xiaobai reciprocated by grasping Su Ran's hand and greeted, Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle and Aunt, I am Yushio Bai, Sue Ran as Alpha. I am her lifelong partner. In Chapter 82, shunned.Doctor, you are misbehaving again. Sue Ran was awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone. Her first instinct was to grasp the phone on the nightstand and answer the persistent call. Shunned.Doctor, she heard as she placed the phone to her ear. The voice on the other end instructed, you must come to Huan Nan Road immediately. There is a situation. Confused, Sue Ran got out of bed, dressed as per her memory, and then drove to the garage, heading towards Nan Huan Road. While driving, she inquired, System, please relay the mission for this world. The system, known as Lulu, promptly transmitted the mission to Sue Ran. The original host was a forensic doctor, 26 years old, in the prime of life. The choice to become a forensic doctor stemmed from the trauma of losing her mother to foul play. Dismissed as a suicide by the forensic team when she was just 17, a time marked by youthful fervor. At that moment, he vowed to become a competent forensic expert, dedicated to uncovering the perpetrators behind the injustices faced by the wronged. Sue Ran's mission was to identify the individual responsible for the death of the original host's mother and the forensic expert who had committed perjury, ensuring they faced the consequences of their actions. After reviewing the task, Sue Ran lifted his hand to touch his lips and sighed. This task posed considerable challenges. The original host's mother had passed away when she was 17, and nearly a decade had elapsed, making the retrieval of evidence exceedingly difficult. Thus, this endeavor was indeed formidable. As the vehicle entered the southern ring road of G City, Sue Ran noticed a crowd gathered, surrounded by the blaring sirens of police and fire services. After parking his car, he retrieved his work ID, lab coat, and toolbox before stepping out. Approaching the white line cordoned off by the police, he presented his identification as a forensic expert. The officer allowed him to pass, and Sue Ran observed two bodies lying on the ground, covered by white sheets. Yet fresh bloodstains remained on the pavement. This was a criminal case, with the deceased harboring animosity towards each other, and one individual had fled the scene. Sue Ran conducted examinations on the deceased and confirmed the time of death. It was impractical to perform further investigations at the scene. The bodies needed to be transported back for a more thorough examination. Another late night awaited him. Sue Ran lamented internally. He had worked until past 3 in the morning the previous night and had to return to the office in the morning. He felt utterly exhausted. Upon arriving at the criminal investigation team, Sue Ran headed straight to his office, hoping to catch a brief respite before the work commenced. Just as he entered, his phone rang. It was a call from the original host's aunt. Seeing her name flash on the screen, Sue Ran let out a gentle sigh and reluctantly answered the call. His aunt immediately inquired, Xiao Ran, are you free this Saturday? I've arranged a dinner for you. The mention of a dinner made Sue Ran's head spin. This was no ordinary dinner. It was a matchmaking event. The original host's father had passed away when he was 10, and after his mother's death at 17, he had lived with his aunt, who treated him as her own child. Now at the age of 26, she was anxious about his marital prospects. Previously, the original host had met various young women, but upon learning of his profession, they had withdrawn. Moreover, the original host had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship, resulting in his continued single status at 26. Aunt, I have work on Saturday, Sue Ran replied, his voice tinged with resignation. His aunt, however, was unconvinced, her serious tone resonating through the phone. Don't try to deceive me. You all have Saturdays off. I have to work overtime that day, he insisted. Am I not familiar with your job? She retorted. Regardless, it's at the Huayang restaurant on Minshan Road at 11:30 on Saturday. With that, she hung up, leaving Sue Ran unable to voice any further objections. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the ceiling and lamented, Here I am, having just arrived in this world, already facing overtime, and now being pressured into marriage? Is there no respite for me? After 2 busy days, Sue Ran rose from his slumber around 9 o'clock on Saturday. After tidying himself up, he ventured out with his car keys in hand. Just before leaving, Su Qiao called him, advising him to dress more formally to avoid embarrassment. Sue Ran glanced at the shirts and trousers in his wardrobe, noting that his attire was indeed quite formal. Nevertheless, he opted for a casual white shirt and dark trousers before heading out. Upon arriving at the designated location, he found himself early, so he entered the restaurant to wait. At that moment, Su Qiao sent him a message stating that it would just be the two of them today, without any additional company. Upon reading the message, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Ran?" A melodious voice suddenly inquired. Startled, Su Ran looked up to see a tall, handsome man standing before him. Wait a moment. A man? Was this the situation he anticipated? When had his aunt become so fashionably forward as to introduce him to a male companion? After a moment of bewilderment, Su Ran regained his composure and nodded. "I am Su Ran. And you are?" The man with long legs took a seat in front of Su Ran and introduced himself. "I am Lu Mingzhao, brother of Lu Yi." Su Ran was taken aback, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. He recognized Lu Yi as the girl Su Qiao had mentioned. How had her brother come to seek him out? Where was Lu Yi herself? Seemingly reading the confusion in Su Ran's eyes, the man smirked slightly and explained, "My sister has prior commitments today, so I came in her stead." Prior commitments? Surely, she could have informed me earlier rather than sending someone at the last minute? Su Ran mused internally, though he refrained from asking further. Instead, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Lu Mingzhao replied, "I'm merely here to assess the situation for my sister." Then, he shifted the conversation. "I hear you are a forensic doctor?" Su Ran nodded gently. "Indeed, I am." "Then you are not suitable for my sister," the man stated bluntly. At this, Su Ran couldn't suppress a light laugh. He didn't find the remark offensive. In fact, he considered it a truth. The profession of forensic medicine often involves contact with the deceased, and few women would comfortably accept a partner who spends their days handling corpses and their nights sharing a bed with them. He understood the sentiment well. "I, too, am merely here to appease my family by meeting," Su Ran remarked, casting a glance at the man across from him. "Shall we share a meal, then? Since we are already seated in the restaurant, a courtesy is in order." He anticipated that Lu Mingzhao would decline, yet to his surprise, the man nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, this will suffice for my explanation." Su Ran found this amusing. What sort of explanation did he require? After all, it was not he who was seeking a romantic match. However, he chose not to voice his thoughts and simply asked the waiter to bring the menu and order their meal. The dinner unfolded relatively pleasantly. Aside from knowing the man's name, Lu Mingzhao, Su Ran learned little else. However, it mattered not. They were unlikely to meet again. In November, City G was gripped by its first cold wave. It was past 10 at night when Su Ran, freshly emerged from a shower and clad in a bathrobe, heard his phone ringing on the bed. The sound of the ringtone signaled another late night at work. Approaching the bedside, he observed a flashing caller ID and answered the call, stating succinctly, "Speak." After ending the call, Su Ran, with a stoic expression, shed his bathrobe and, in his bare skin, walked to the wardrobe to don a set of clothes before promptly heading out. He drove back to the Criminal Investigation Unit, having been informed that significant evidence had arrived and required his immediate examination. Upon arriving at the unit, the place was ablaze with light, bustling with activity, making it feel as though it were a busy morning rather than a winter night past 11. As soon as Su Ran entered, he was greeted by a colleague who urged him to inspect the deceased, declaring the case particularly challenging and hoping for more clues and evidence from the body. While making his way to his office, Su Ran inquired, what was the profession of the deceased? How did they meet their end? Inside his office, he donned his lab coat and donned a pair of rubber gloves, making his way toward the autopsy room. Before he reached the autopsy room, he encountered an unexpected figure. Though they had only met once, Su Ran held a vivid impression of him. Noticing Su Ran's halted steps, the detective accompanying him remarked, "That is a member of the special police team from North City. He happened to be present at the time of the incident and came along." Lu Mingzhao also spotted Su Ran, standing motionless at the door of the autopsy room. Su Ran approached him, exchanging a polite greeting. "What a coincidence to see you again." Lu Mingzhao's handsome face broke into a slight smile, replying, "Indeed, quite the coincidence." Without further conversation, Su Ran entered the autopsy room and closed the door behind him, signaling that only authorized personnel were permitted inside. When Su Ran finally emerged from the autopsy room, it was already past 1 in the morning. To his surprise, Lu Mingzhao was still waiting outside, having removed his gloves and washed his hands several times. Su Ran stepped out in his pristine lab coat and was momentarily taken aback to see Lu Mingzhao still there. "Why are you still here?" he asked. Lu Mingzhao, rising from his seat, replied, "I know the deceased and wish to understand the circumstances." Hearing this, Su Ran furrowed his brow, glancing at his assistant, instructing him to take the autopsy report to the data room. He then addressed Lu Mingzhao, saying, "If you wish to inquire further, please consult with my colleagues in the investigation team. I am not authorized to share such information." With that, he turned and returned to his office. During the autopsy, the system had indicated that the symptoms leading to the deceased's demise bore a striking resemblance to those of the mother of the original subject years ago. He had observed numerous illicit substances within the deceased's body, yet it remained unclear whether they were self-administered or injected by another. Lu Mingzhao's mention of knowing the deceased had piqued his curiosity. He is a special police officer, acquainted with a deceased individual who possessed contraband substances. This situation strikes one as rather peculiar. Without further contemplation, Su Ran resolved to inquire with his colleagues tomorrow about the events of the previous night. At this moment, even if he wished to ask, it was unlikely anyone would have the time to respond. After changing his attire, Su Ran intended to return home to rest, as tomorrow was Friday and he would still need to work. Upon reaching the doorway, he encountered Lu Mingzhao once again. The latter approached him directly and said, "Dr. Su, I did not drive here. Could you give me a ride?" Su Ran was taken aback. What was this? Why did he expect him to offer assistance? Did he appear to be particularly free at the moment? Glancing at his watch, Su Ran sighed and replied, "Officer Lu, I have work tomorrow as well. You can hail a cab outside. If you lack funds, I can lend you some." However, Lu Mingzhao countered, "But I also have work tomorrow, and at this hour, it is quite challenging to wait for a vehicle. I fear I might not wake up in time." What did that have to do with him? Su Ran silently scoffed. Before he could decline, Lu Mingzhao continued, "I was wrong the last time, but I spoke with Aunt Su and she mentioned that we could have further interactions." Su Ran was utterly perplexed. What did that mean? He understood each word Lu Mingzhao uttered, yet could not comprehend their collective significance. What did he mean by further interactions? Wasn't he supposed to be on a blind date with Lu Yi? What relevance did Lu Mingzhao have in this scenario? Moreover, he himself had stated that he and Lu Yi were not suited for one another. He had merely commented on how his aunt had not introduced him to anyone else recently, often mentioning her desire for him to bring friends home for dinner. At that time, he sensed something was amiss but could not pinpoint it. Now, however, it was clear. All the incongruities stemmed from Lu Mingzhao. Was he being unwittingly led into a trap? Chapter 84. Dr. Su, you are being difficult again. For reasons unknown, Su Ran, in a masochistic manner, sacrificed his precious sleep to escort a man he had met only twice back to his residence, a man he had even been set up with, albeit in a rather comical misunderstanding. The distance from Lu Mingzhao's home to the Criminal Investigation Division took over 20 minutes to traverse, and during the day, that journey might not even be feasible in such a short span. Upon arrival, Su Ran found himself momentarily taken aback by the mid-range residential complex before him. He uttered not a word, merely parked the car at the entrance and unlocked the doors. Lu Mingzhao, seated in the passenger seat, did not immediately unbuckle his seatbelt upon stopping. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his coat pocket. "Let us exchange contact information," he suggested, unlocking his device and directing his gaze toward Su Ran. Su Ran remained motionless, staring intently at Lu Mingzhao. The latter, displaying impatience, held his gaze, exuding an air that suggested he would not exit the vehicle until contact details were exchanged. At that moment, Su Ran regretted his decision to offer this man a ride home. His behavior exhibited none of the courage or wisdom one would expect from a special police officer. Rather, it was akin to that of a rogue. Su Ran smiled enigmatically and said, "Officer Lu, I am here to meet your sister. You mentioned that I am not suited for her, so there is no need for contact information. However, my aunt is a close friend of Aunt Su. After I met you, she informed my sister of the situation, and my sister has expressed willingness to interact in front of my aunt." Lu Mingzhao, with a sense of righteous confidence and an unflinching demeanor, appeared quite convincing. Su Ran, however, chuckled. "In that case, I should add your sister as a friend. Please provide me with her contact details." Lu Mingzhao replied, "You add me, and I will share my sister's WeChat." This time, it was Su Ran who fell silent. To avoid further delay in returning home to rest, he begrudgingly added this vexatious man, Lu Mingzhao. By the time he returned home, it was already past 3. Reflecting on the earlier encounter with the corpse, Su Ran took a shower before collapsing into bed, sinking into a profound slumber. His phone, resting on the bedside table, blinked on and off before settling into tranquility. When the alarm rang, Su Ran felt as if his eyelids were weighted down, making it difficult to open them. Yet, he forced himself to rise from bed. Rubbing his disheveled hair, he yawned and said, Lu, do you have any leads on the matter we discussed last night? The system had mentioned that the symptoms of the deceased closely resembled those of his original mother's death, prompting him to instruct the system to investigate further. Thus, upon opening his eyes, his thoughts immediately turned to this task, clearly demonstrating his dedication. Lu appeared in the room, calmly observing as Su Ran headed to the bathroom, and softly stated, due to the passage of time, I can only trace the locations and individuals associated with the deceased from last night. There are currently no results. Su Ran responded while brushing his teeth. This matter indeed could not be rushed. After completing his morning routine and changing into fresh clothes, he pocketed his phone without glancing at the screen and stepped outside. Upon arriving at the Criminal Investigation Unit, Su Ran entered his office, carrying the breakfast he had purchased along the way. After eating, he intended to take a brief nap at his desk while the coast was clear. Just then, his phone vibrated twice on the table. Glancing up, he unlocked his phone and opened WeChat. He had noticed the red notification while buying breakfast, but had been too preoccupied with payment to pay attention. Now, seeing that the number of messages had increased by 2, Su Ran glanced at the sender, his brow involuntarily twitching. It was a message from Lu Mingzhao, the earliest of which had been sent around 3 in the morning. Are you home? Good night. Followed by this morning's messages. Good morning. Dr. Su. Have you eaten breakfast, Dr. Su? Upon reading these messages, Su Ran hesitated momentarily before responding with 2 messages of his own. Then, did you not say you would provide me with your sister's contact? Then, I happen to have time now. We can chat. After sending the messages, he found that the other side remained silent for an extended period. Su Ran scoffed softly, putting down his phone, intending to rest, when it vibrated once more. My sister said she wouldn't add you. Su Ran, do you think I believe your nonsense? Another message arrived. To thank Dr. Su for sending me home last night. I'll treat him to lunch today. Su Ran couldn't help but smile in exasperation upon reading the message. Then, Officer Lu, is it a leisurely time for you during work hours? A prompt reply came from the other side. I'm on leave lately, not working. Su Ran, reflecting on his own laborious day, having to escort him home late at night, felt incensed that he had been deceived into thinking he was working today. Enraged, Su Ran blocked him. What an infuriating fellow. His presence was vexing. With the block in place, tranquility returned to his world, allowing Su Ran to finally rest. Throughout the day, he had little to occupy himself with, merely assisting in analyzing the causes of death in previous cases. As he was leaving work, he spotted Lu Mingzhao outside the criminal police department. That troublesome fellow had shown up. Lu Mingzhao donned a short, dark green down jacket zipped up to the top, casual pants below, and marten boots on his feet, exuding an aura of coolness that matched his flamboyant face. Upon seeing Su Ran emerge, Lu Mingzhao's first words were, "Why did you block me?" Su Ran wished to ignore him, but with such a tall figure standing there, it was quite difficult to do so. He glared at Lu Mingzhao and retorted, "I added you hoping you would introduce your sister to me. Since she is unwilling, is it not reasonable to block you?" Lu Mingzhao's face darkened a shade. Su Ran felt a sense of delight. He approached his car, unlocking it, only to have the passenger door opened by someone else. As a tall figure settled into the front seat, Su Ran stared at the person, exasperated, and asked, "What on earth do you want? Just say it." Lu Mingzhao responded, "Unblock me from your blacklist." After a moment of silence and surrender, Su Ran took out his phone, removed him from the blacklist, and displayed the screen to Lu Mingzhao, saying, "All right, can you get out now?" "No, I said I would treat you to lunch." Su Ran thought to himself, he might as well be plotting murder. "I know you are investigating your mother's affairs." Lu Mingzhao suddenly dropped a bombshell. Su Ran turned sharply to look at him, his brows furrowing as he inquired, "What else do you know?" Su Qiao had mentioned during their matchmaking that Lu Yi was over 3 years older than him, making her 30 this year. Yet Lu Mingzhao appeared to be of a similar age to him. How did he know Su Ran was probing into the original mother's matters? Who exactly was he? With numerous doubts swirling in his mind, Su Ran ultimately chose to dine with Lu Mingzhao. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Su Ran realized that since their encounter the previous night, he had been passively led by Lu Mingzhao. This sensation was quite unpleasant. You are being mischievous again after placing their order. Su Ran fixed her gaze on Lu Mingzhao and inquired, "What did you mean by what you said earlier? What do you know?" Nearly a decade had passed since the case was resolved, concluding that the original owner's mother had taken her own life. Now, someone was bringing it up again, even aware that he was investigating the matter from that time. Lu Mingzhao replied, "I recall mentioning to you that my aunt was a close friend of Su Yi. That is indeed true. I encountered you when we were quite young, but we haven't crossed paths since. When your mother's incident occurred, I had just joined the team, and I heard about it from family." Upon hearing this, Su Ran frowned at him. "How do you know that my mother's case was not merely a simple suicide? How do you know I'm looking into it?" According to Lu Mingzhao's account, they had met in childhood, and it was only the original owner who had harbored the desire to investigate her mother's case over the years. Yet, now Lu Mingzhao seemed to possess knowledge about it. Wasn't he a special police officer? Why would he care about an incident from a decade ago? Su Ran felt utterly perplexed. Lu Mingzhao said, "I remembered this incident because of what happened last night." "You truly knew the deceased?" Su Ran fixed him with a cold gaze and asked. This time, Lu Mingzhao candidly responded, "I do not know them." "Then why were you present at the criminal investigation team last night?" "I happened to be there and found the circumstances surrounding the person's death quite suspicious." As he spoke, Lu Mingzhao looked at Su Ran and added, "Since our blind date, I recalled the incident from 10 years ago, which is why I followed up to the criminal investigation team." Su Ran was somewhat speechless. "You were not on a blind date with me." "Close enough," he countered. "Fine, I'll take your word for it." Su Ran then inquired, "What draws your interest in this matter? It doesn't pertain to your duties as a special police officer, does it?" Lu Mingzhao fell silent, gazing at Su Ran without uttering a word. Su Ran felt bewildered under his scrutiny. At that moment, the server arrived with their dishes, putting their conversation on hold for the time being. After dinner, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Since Lu Mingzhao had no vehicle, Su Ran resigned herself to driving him home once more. Upon arriving outside the residential complex where Lu Mingzhao resided, he had just stepped out of the car and had yet to close the door when a woman's voice called out to him. "Mingzhao." Upon hearing the voice, Lu Mingzhao turned towards its source, momentarily taken aback as he exclaimed, "Sister." Hearing him address her as sister, Su Ran glanced at the young woman standing in front of the car. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a long black coat cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure, and wore matching short boots, a brown handbag slung over her shoulder. Since Lu Mingzhao referred to her as his sister, she must be Lu Yi, the woman Su Ran had been set up with. Su Ran observed the woman under the streetlight, momentarily taken aback, but remained silent. Lu Mingzhao, however, instinctively glanced at Su Ran in the car and then said, "Dr. Su, thank you for driving me back." With that, he closed the car door, showing no intention of introducing her to Su Ran. Previously, during a blind date with Lu Yi, Su Ran merely sought to appease Su Qiao, especially since they had yet to meet in person. In light of the current circumstances, Su Ran had no intention of getting acquainted with Lu Yi. Once Lu Mingzhao closed the car door, he promptly started the vehicle and departed. The entrance of the community was suddenly left with only the two siblings from the Lu family. Lu Yi stepped towards Lu Mingzhao, glanced at the direction from which Su Ran had driven away, and inquired, "Was that your friend?" Lu Mingzhao responded with a slight affirmative. Observing his expression, Lu Yi hesitated and asked, "He wouldn't happen to be someone you were fond of, would he?" Lu Mingzhao replied, "Is he already outed like that?" Chapter 86, Dr. Su, you are misbehaving again. "Sister, how did you know I prefer men?" Lu Mingzhao directly questioned upon returning home. Lu Yi smiled and replied, "I realized it during your high school years. Your decision to enlist in the military was, after all, influenced by this very reason, wasn't it?" To be honest, her words left Lu Mingzhao momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that his sexual orientation had been discerned at such an early stage. He believed he had concealed it well, and by choosing this profession, he would remain undiscovered. What do you think about it? Lu Mingzhao asked Lu Yi. She replied, what can I think? Everyone has their own way of living. Life is but 30,000 days. One should simply make the most of the present. Lu Mingzhao was taken aback by Lu Yi's open-mindedness, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Have I caused you much worry over the years? The parents of the Lu family had tragically passed away in an accident during Lu Mingzhao's second year of high school, leaving a substantial compensation for the two siblings. At that time, Lu Mingzhao was only in his second year, while Lu Yi was in her first year of university, rendering them orphans. Fortunately, the perpetrator compensated them with over $1 million, or else they would likely have struggled to complete their education under those circumstances. It was also in that year that Lu Mingzhao discovered his preference for the company of boys. He realized he had no interest in those long-legged, beautiful girls. He understood then that he might be inclined towards men. However, before he could confide in his parents about his sexual orientation, the accident occurred. Subsequently, he felt a sense of guilt, wondering if his sexual orientation had somehow contributed to his parents' misfortune. Hence, he never dared to discuss this matter with Lu Yi. After graduating from high school, he inquired and applied for enlistment. By the time Lu Yi learned of his decision, he had already completed all the necessary procedures, making any opposition futile. Reflecting on the years he spent on missions, he noted the emotions in Lu Yi's gaze, which he could not comprehend at the time, but now understood. Mingzhao, Lu Yi called out his name, smiling as she said, I am proud of you. Lu Mingzhao had served as a special police officer for 5 years and had endured numerous injuries. Initially, he was quite anxious during missions, often unable to sleep through the night. Eventually, he grew accustomed to it, yet he still worried. When he saw Lu Mingzhao injured, her heart ached deeply, though she would still scold him. Fearing that he would blame himself, Lu Yi reflected on the arduous journey shared by the two siblings over the years. She earnestly wished for Lu Mingzhao to find someone he truly cherished. Suddenly, Lu Yi shifted the conversation back to a previous topic, inquiring, is that person who brought you back someone you like? Lu Mingzhao, having thought the matter had been laid to rest, was momentarily taken aback, pondering how to respond. After a brief contemplation, he candidly admitted his affection, albeit uncertain of the other's orientation. When he had encountered Su Ran at the restaurant, it felt as though his heart had been struck by an unseen force. He hastily remarked that Su Ran's profession would not appeal to Lu Yi. As a nurse at the municipal hospital, Lu Yi had witnessed the spectrum of life and death. So how could she possibly fear Su Ran, a forensic expert? After confessing his feelings for Su Ran, Lu Mingzhao added, Sister, he is the one Annie wanted you to go on a blind date with. At this revelation, Lu Yi gazed incredulously at her brother, recalling how he had previously dismissed that individual as unsuitable. It seemed she had unwittingly developed feelings for him. On another note, after returning from Lu Mingzhao's neighborhood, Su Ran took a shower, and the system materialized in his room. Lu announced, Host, I have discovered information regarding the original owner's mother. Su Ran paused in his towel drying, turning to Lu, urging, do tell. Lu explained that following the death of the original owner's father, the family struggled to survive solely on the mother's income. Eventually, someone recommended her for a position at a club with a lucrative salary. This establishment, rife with dubious characters, was notorious for trading in contraband and substances. Initially, the original owner's mother began as a mere saleswoman promoting beverages, too apprehensive to delve into the darker dealings. However, prolonged exposure made it nearly impossible to remain uninvolved. Initially, she only assisted in delivering small quantities of goods, but as her earnings increased, her boldness grew as well. Notably, she never engaged with the illicit substances herself. When she finally comprehended the illegality of her actions and the dire consequences of arrest, she was already ensnared. Those involved would not let her escape, using the original owner as leverage against her. Helpless, she continued to facilitate their operations. One day, when she was scheduled to attend a parent-teacher meeting for the original owner, she refused to deliver goods for them. That very day, they insisted she transport something, and upon her refusal, threatening to involve the authorities, she was captured and administered drug. The original owner's mother was injected with hallucinogens and ultimately plunged from the 22nd floor. The forensic expert who examined her was bribed, declaring her death a suicide. At that time, the original owner was powerless to intervene, forced to watch his mother perish before his eyes. The club's owner compensated them with a sum of several thousand yuan, after which the original owner was placed in the care of his aunt. Last night, the deceased left that establishment and shortly thereafter met their end. As for the encounter with Lu Mingzhao, the reasons remain unclear. Perhaps there are many aspects of this matter that Su Ran is yet to comprehend. After contemplating the entirety of the situation while seated on his bed for an extended period, Su Ran discerned that Lu Mingzhao is indeed a pivotal figure in this affair. It seems he cannot sever ties with this individual just yet. Su Ran enjoyed a leisurely weekend, a respite from unexpected overtime, which was truly his aspiration. Naturally, had Su Qiao not called to inquire about his progress with Lu Yi, his tranquility would have been further amplified. Monday unfolded with little work, but in the afternoon, Su Ran received another call from Su Qiao, informing him that she had arranged a dinner with Lu Yi and her aunt, inviting Su Ran to join after work. Upon hearing this unwelcome news, Su Ran felt that his words from that day had now come back to haunt him. On Saturday, Su Qiao had asked him about his interactions with Lu Yi and whether there were any developments. Su Ran had mentioned that he was contemplating taking the next step, but found it difficult to broach the subject. Now, Su Qiao had orchestrated a dinner involving both families. Was the sky not falling? Just as Su Ran was about to fabricate an excuse about needing to work late, Su Qiao interjected, "Don't even think about using overtime as an excuse. I just called your workplace and confirmed that there's nothing on your agenda for today." Su Ran thought to himself, experience does indeed confer wisdom. Realizing she was astute enough to conduct a preemptive inquiry. Once the call ended, his phone rang again, this time with a WeChat voice call. Upon checking, he saw it was Lu Mingzhao calling. Chapter 87. Dr. Su, you're being naughty again. At this moment, Lu Mingzhao's call was likely about the same matter. After answering, Su Ran held the phone to his ear, his attention drawn to Lu Mingzhao's rich and magnetic voice emanating from the device. Lu Mingzhao directly asked, "Did my aunt invite Su, Yi, and you to dinner tonight?" Hearing this, Su Ran suddenly recalled that it was indeed Lu Mingzhao who had suggested using his sister as a decoy, which had prompted him to inform Su Qiao about his budding connection with Lu Yi. Now, with the truth exposed, the instigator was calling him to discuss it. Su Ran felt an overwhelming urge to chastise him. Through gritted teeth, Su Ran replied, "Tonight, I have the fortune of meeting your sister." After a brief silence on the other end, Lu Mingzhao responded, "I will be attending as well." Su Ran was taken aback. "What on earth are you going for? Furthermore, why should it concern me? Must you even inform me?" He uttered a dismissive remark and abruptly ended the call. Lu Mingzhao, left staring at his phone after the conversation concluded, was soon approached by Lu Yi, who emerged from her bedroom. Noticing his dazed expression, she chuckled lightly. "What's the matter? Did someone you fancy hang up on you?" Lu Mingzhao set aside his phone and turned to Lu Yi, lips pursed, "Sister, I also intend to join tonight." Lu Yi, feigning ignorance, laughed softly. "What's your purpose?" "To observe my date with Su Ran." Lu Mingzhao retorted, "Sister, must you always poke at my vulnerabilities?" Upon witnessing Lu Mingzhao's crestfallen expression, Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle joyfully. "I can take you along as well. Just win me over. What do you desire?" Lu Mingzhao inquired. Lu Yi cleared her throat lightly and replied, "My boyfriend's birthday is approaching. Could you offer some suggestions on what men typically appreciate?" At the mention of boyfriend, Lu Mingzhao's mind abruptly fixated on that phrase, overshadowing all other thoughts. "Boyfriend? When did you start dating? How was I unaware of this?" His astonishment elicited a bemused smile from Lu Yi. "It's been about 6 months. I had intended to tell you last time, but my aunt introduced me to her boyfriend, and I didn't get the chance. If she didn't have a boyfriend, I would have asked you to meet Su Ran last time." She was also concerned about her boyfriend feeling jealous. After recovering from his shock, Lu Mingzhao began to interrogate her about her future brother-in-law's name, occupation, and character. Lu Yi answered each query in turn. At 6:30, Lu Mingzhao accompanied Lu Yi to the restaurant they had agreed upon. Upon their arrival, 2 aunts were already present, while only Su Ran was still en route. The moment Su Qiao spotted Lu Yi, her eyes narrowed in delight. "Xiao Yi, you are becoming increasingly beautiful." Lu Yi beamed, replying, "Aunt Su, you look lovely as well." "Your flattery is quite sweet," Su Qiao remarked, then turned her gaze to Lu Mingzhao, her eyes sparkling. "Mingzhao, you are becoming more handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" The unexpected question startled Lu Mingzhao. Lu Yi glanced at him, her eyes filled with teasing. He offered a nervous chuckle, and before he could respond, his aunt interjected, "Oh, he is a workaholic. He assures me I needn't worry about him." "How could I not worry?" Su Qiao nodded in agreement. "It seems Mingzhao is about the same age as Xiaoran." Lu Yi's aunt replied, "He is 2 years older than Xiaoran." "Then it's time to start worrying," Su Qiao remarked. Lu Mingzhao quickly interjected, "I have someone I like and am currently pursuing." Just then, as he spoke, Su Ran walked through the door. Their voices coincided perfectly. Upon entering, Su Ran paused, his gaze immediately drawn to Lu Mingzhao standing by the door. Having seemingly overheard him mention chasing someone, all eyes in the room, including Lu Mingzhao's, turned towards Su Ran as he entered. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Su Ran cleared his throat awkwardly and greeted politely, "Aunt Fong, Aunt." Seeing Su Ran, Su Qiao stood with a smile, saying, "Amin, this is my nephew Su Ran, whom you have met before." Upon hearing this, Fong Min also smiled. "It's been years. Xiao Ran has grown quite handsome." Meanwhile, Lu Yi leaned close to Lu Mingzhao, whispering, "He has good taste. He is truly handsome." Lu Mingzhao coughed lightly, casting a glance at Su Ran before murmuring to Lu Yi, "Your brother isn't bad-looking either. Naturally, the person he likes won't be inferior." "Oh dear, now you're feeling proud," Lu Yi teased. "Absolutely," he replied. Two individuals were engaged in a discreet conversation when Fong Min suddenly called out to Lu Yi, glaring at her and exclaiming, "Xiao Ran has arrived. Why are you still whispering with your brother?" Upon hearing her name, Lu Yi immediately greeted Su Ran with a smile, saying, "Su Ran, it has been a long time." Su Ran replied with a chuckle, "Indeed, we haven't met before." Lu Mingzhao commented, "Sister, you truly possess charm." Su Ran smiled in response, acknowledging that it had indeed been a while since their last encounter. The parents on both sides exchanged knowing smiles at the interaction. "Please take a seat." "Why are you all standing?" Su Qiao instructed, turning to Su Ran, "Xiao Ran, you and Xiao Yi should sit over there." Su Ran, feeling it appropriate as a gentleman, proactively pulled out a chair for Lu Yi to sit down. Just as he did so, a tall shadow descended into the seat. Lu Mingzhao had taken it. Su Ran looked at him, and the latter turned to meet his gaze, a smile gracing his face. He then said, "Let my sister sit beside me." Fong Min, noticing Lu Mingzhao's lack of decorum, shot him a disapproving glare, but Su Ran quickly pulled out another chair, saying, "Miss Lu can sit here." Lu Yi glanced at her brother's mischievous expression, attempting to suppress a smile. She took a seat in the chair Su Ran had opened for her and expressed her gratitude politely. Ultimately, Su Ran seated beside Lu Mingzhao. The arrangement now placed Lu Yi with Fong Min on her right and Lu Mingzhao on her left, while Su Ran found himself flanked by Lu Mingzhao on his right and Su Qiao on his left, effectively positioning Lu Mingzhao as a barrier between them. Fong Min, upon witnessing this, felt her irritation rise and could not help but glare at him. During the meal, both sets of parents endeavored to spark conversation between Su Ran and Lu Yi. Su Qiao went as far as to encourage Su Ran to serve Lu Yi some food. Su Ran, feeling awkward, offered a slight smile as he picked up the serving chopsticks to present Lu Yi with a piece of beef, only to find that his own bowl had been filled with sweet and sour ribs. Pausing with the serving chopsticks in hand, he turned to look at Lu Mingzhao on his right, only to see him placing a piece of beef onto Lu Yi's plate. Su Ran remarked. Lu Mingzhao said, "They are unable to serve themselves. I shall do it for them." The parents exchanged glances while Lu Yi thought, "This guy is likely to get himself into trouble." Fong Min muttered to herself, "That little rascal. I will certainly give him a piece of my mind later." Overall, Lu Mingzhao seemed to enjoy the meal, while Su Ran found it rather unappetizing. As the dinner concluded, Su Qiao instructed Su Ran to escort Lu Yi home. Subsequently, Lu Mingzhao took the passenger seat in Su Ran's car. Chapter 88. Dr. Su, you are misbehaving again. Under the intense gaze of the two parents, Lu Mingzhao settled into Su Ran's vehicle as they departed. Throughout the drive, Su Ran remained silent, and Lu Mingzhao in the passenger seat followed suit. However, Lu Yi, sitting in the back seat, broke the silence, inquiring, "I hear you're a forensic doctor?" It was evident she was addressing Su Ran. Just as he was preparing to turn the steering wheel, Su Ran glanced at Lu Yi in the rearview mirror and softly acknowledged her with a noncommittal, maintaining an air of aloofness. A smile graced the corners of Lu Yi's lips as she cast a glance at her younger brother in the passenger seat and inquired, "What does Dr. Su think of me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mingzhao, seated in the front, turned to look at her, the emotions in his eyes making it nearly impossible for Lu Yi to suppress a laugh. This remark nearly caused Su Ran to slam on the brakes. He stole another glance at Lu Yi in the back seat, cleared his throat, and remarked, "Given my profession, many might find it hard to accept." He refrained from directly criticizing the other person, merely stating that they might not be able to accept his vocation. Su Ran recalled their first meeting, during which Lu Mingzhao mentioned how his sister disapproved of his profession. However, to Lu Mingzhao, Su Ran's words did not seem to indicate rejection. Rather, they appear to be a test to see if Lu Yi would find his profession unacceptable. Feeling somewhat anxious, he exclaimed, "My sister simply cannot accept the profession of a forensic doctor." "Oh," Su Ran responded softly. "That's good. Who said I can't accept it?" Lu Yi said, her surprise evident as she looked at Lu Mingzhao. "I am a nurse, and he is a forensic doctor. I believe we are a perfect match." "What a splendid match," Su Ran remarked. "Sister, please don't tease me," Lu Mingzhao replied. At that moment, Lu Yi continued, "Dr. Su, if you don't mind that I am older than you, we could explore the possibility of getting to know each other." "Sister, please don't joke around," Lu Mingzhao interjected, visibly exasperated. He was acutely aware that Lu Yi was being deliberately playful, yet he feared that if Su Ran genuinely agreed, it would imply that Su Ran was interested in women, thus eliminating his chances. Lu Mingzhao also understood that Lu Yi's teasing was meant to gauge Su Ran's orientation. Su Ran, caught off guard by Lu Yi's directness, found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't help but internally lament to the system, "Lu, are these two siblings up to something? Are they intentionally trying to mess with me?" Lu, observing the playful glint in Lu Yi's eyes, surmised that she likely did not genuinely wish to pursue a relationship with the host. He cleared his throat and said, "Perhaps she is merely jesting." "How do you know?" Su Ran asked, momentarily taken aback. Lu replied with certainty, "I know, of course." The conversation came to a halt. Su Ran addressed Lu Yi, saying, "Miss Lu, please refrain from joking with me." "I'm not." "Sister, please stop teasing him," Lu Mingzhao quickly interrupted, turning to Su Ran and saying, "My sister is just joking. She has a boyfriend." "Lu Mingzhao," Lu Yi called out from behind. Yet, Lu Mingzhao ignored her and continued speaking to Su Ran. "My sister hasn't even informed our aunt about her relationship, which is why she agreed to dine here with our aunt today. It's not meant to be a trick." Upon hearing Lu Mingzhao's words, Su Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, she already had a boyfriend. Once Lu Yi clarified matters with her family, his aunt would not allow further interaction between him and Lu Yi. In a rare moment of good spirits, Su Ran turned to Lu Mingzhao and smiled. Just then, Su Ran's phone rang. He cast a glance at the screen inside the car, his brow furrowing slightly as he pressed the answer button. Yet another work-related call. Once the conversation concluded, he surveyed the traffic and realized he still had some distance to cover before reaching Lu Mingzhao's neighborhood. However, he felt reluctant to ask her to disembark midway. Lu Mingzhao, aware of his work call, proactively suggested, "You may stop by the roadside ahead. My sister and I can take a taxi back." She understood that Su Ran's job was similar to her own, always on call. As Su Ran passed the intersection, he decelerated and turned to Lu Mingzhao, apologizing, "My apologies. It was a work call." "I understand," Lu Mingzhao replied. Standing by the roadside, Lu Mingzhao and Lu Yi watched as Su Ran's vehicle disappeared into the distance. Lu Yi playfully teased, "Ah, even before you two are together, he's already playing the protector." Su Ran's failure to entertain her suggestion to give it a try indicated his genuine disinterest in pursuing a romantic relationship at present. leaving her foolish younger brother with a glimmer of hope. Having perused some literature on same-sex relationships, she believed that with her brother's handsome visage, he had a 60% chance of success. Lu Mingzhao looked at her sister with a resigned expression. You know we're not together. If he thinks we're conspiring to toy with him, do you really believe I stand a chance? At this, Lu merely smiled. Well, it all depends on your charm then. With a shift in tone, she regarded Lu Mingzhao earnestly and inquired, how long do you intend to extend your vacation? Be honest with me, what is going on? It had been half a month since the system investigated the original owner's mother, and only now had there been new developments. The progress was instigated by Su Ran himself, who visited the establishment where the original owner's mother had worked years ago, hoping to uncover how many of those who had lingered there remained parasites. That evening at the establishment, the system revealed that a former small-time dealer had ascended to the position of manager. Upon arriving there, Su Ran directly requested the server to locate the manager, inquiring if there were any other desirable goods available. The man initially scrutinized Su Ran with a wary expression and asked, what do you mean by desirable goods? Are you referring to fine liquor? Su Ran met the man's gaze unwaveringly and replied with a smile, I was sent by Brother Nyo. Upon hearing this, the man's apprehension diminished significantly, though he hesitated, asking, what else did Brother Nyo mention to you? Su Ran responded, Brother Nyo said that as long as I find you, I can acquire what I seek. The man fell silent for a moment before replying, Sir, as it stands, we currently do not have what you desire. If you return next month, come find me then for what you wish. Upon hearing this, Su Ran discerned that the man remained cautious and did not fully trust his words. He stood, brushed non-existent dust off his coat, and said, all right, I shall return next month, hoping to procure what I seek. The man bowed slightly, smiling. That is certain, sir. Please take care. Su Ran refrained from further dialogue, turning to exit the booth and leave the establishment. Sitting in his car, he gazed at the establishment, its brightly lit sign, his emotions appearing notably subdued. It seems that obtaining evidence is not an easy task. At that moment, the system provided him with another piece of information. Host, I have located the forensic expert who conducted the autopsy on the original host's mother. Chapter 89. Dr. Su, you are being mischievous again. The forensic expert, who was relatively young at the time, just in his early 30s, has now, nearly a decade later, reached his 40s. The information from the system indicated that this expert had previously provided false testimony to the police. However, following the incident involving the original host's mother, he had demanded a substantial sum of money from certain individuals and left G-City. Previously, when the system had informed him about the case concerning the original host's mother, this individual had not been mentioned, leading him to believe that the person had been dealt with by those involved. To his surprise, the individual had merely departed. But now, why had he returned? The system revealed that after leaving with the money, this man had married and started a family in another city. Eventually, having exhausted his funds and with his wife abandoning him and their son, he returned, likely seeking to threaten those individuals for financial assistance regarding his son's medical needs. Upon hearing this, Su Ran felt that the man must truly be at the end of his rope to contemplate returning to intimidate others. The fact that those individuals had not eliminated him back then was already a sign of mercy. Now he was attempting to threaten them again. Truly a reckless endeavor. Nevertheless, Su Ran could indeed leverage this individual. As an enemy of the original host, Su Ran would not let the opportunity slip by. He could orchestrate a conflict between them, relishing the ensuing drama. He encountered Lu Mingzhao again on New Year's Day. The profession of a forensic expert demands readiness for overtime at any moment. That day, Su Ran was unexpectedly summoned back to the criminal investigation team, where he spotted Lu Mingzhao. This time, Lu Mingzhao appeared markedly different, clad in the uniform of the special police. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback before recognizing him. Truth be told, Lu Mingzhao looked quite striking in uniform. Upon seeing Su Ran, Lu Mingzhao greeted him with a smile. Dr. Su, long time no see. How have you been? Su Ran politely nodded in response, indicating that he was well, before promptly making his way toward the autopsy room. However, Lu Mingzhao followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of 2 steps, and quietly asked, what do you think about what I mentioned to you a while ago? At this, Su Ran paused, turned to look at him, and then continued walking, stating that he had no particular thoughts on the matter. Observing Su Ran's unwillingness to elaborate, Lu Mingzhao suggested, "Let us have a meal after work. I have new leads." This time, Su Ran halted, meeting Lu Mingzhao's gaze. An assistant approached Su Ran, informing him that everything was prepared. Su Ran nodded to the assistant, and then told Lu Mingzhao, "I'll message you after I'm done." Watching Su Ran enter the autopsy room, Lu Mingzhao sighed internally. It had been nearly a month since he last saw Su Ran. Their previous encounter had been when he specifically visited to deliver information to the captain of the criminal investigation team, leaving only enough time to exchange greetings with Su Ran before departing. This time, he accompanied his colleague to deliver the body, although his presence was unnecessary. He yearned to see Su Ran and share some recent findings he believed could aid him. Primarily, he wished to meet him. When Su Ran finished his tasks and emerged, he did not see Lu Mingzhao. After instructing his assistant to pass along the documents, he took a shower in his office and changed into fresh attire. Upon stepping out, he sent a message to Lu Mingzhao. It was then that Su Ran realized, despite their long acquaintance, they only had each other on WeChat and lacked phone numbers. The moment he dispatched the message, a reply came promptly. "I'm at the door," in a gray Lexus. Surprised by the response, Su Ran hadn't anticipated Lu Mingzhao would be waiting outside. He tidied himself, tucked his phone into his pocket, and exchanged greetings with others before leaving. As he stepped outside, he indeed spotted a gray Lexus parked by the curb. Approaching the car, he knocked on the window, which lowered to reveal Lu Mingzhao's handsome visage. Noticing his casual attire, Su Ran inquired, "Have you finished work?" Lu Mingzhao chuckled slightly, replying, "Yes. I worked overtime today. It's about time to clock out." "Haven't eaten, have you?" Su Ran nodded. "Where shall we go?" "It's on me." Lu Mingzhao suggested, "Get in. I know a nearby restaurant with excellent cuisine. It's more convenient to discuss matters in the car." Surana Kiesiv, only realizing once seated that he had once again allowed Lu Mingzhao to guide his thoughts. However, Lu Mingzhao did not keep him in suspense. After the car started, he spoke, "I recently discovered that the forensic doctor who examined your mother's body has returned to G City, and I found the records from that time in our police department's database." Upon hearing this, Su Ran turned to him. "The information was collected by your police department?" Lu Mingzhao nodded. "I only learned of it a few days ago, and I submitted a request to our captain to access the records." Su Ran could not help but frown. He understood that retrieving documents from the database was not a simple task, especially since this matter bore no relation to Lu Mingzhao. Yet, he had gone out of his way to request information on a decade-old case. "Why are you helping me?" Su Ran asked after a long silence. Lu Mingzhao, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, replied casually, "I feel we are friends now, and retrieving documents from our police department should be easier for me." "Really? Is it truly that simple?" Su Ran questioned. Knowing that accessing records in any police department is not a trivial matter and requires extensive procedures. Yet, Lu Mingzhao spoke of it so nonchalantly. In that moment, Su Ran felt a stir in his heart. It dawned on him that since their second meeting, Lu Mingzhao had consistently attempted to draw closer to him and had offered assistance. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind, though he dared not confirm it. The restaurant was indeed quite close. Before Su Ran could receive a response from Lu Mingzhao, the vehicle came to a halt. As Lu Mingzhao prepared to unfasten his seatbelt, Su Ran pressed his hand down, saying, "You haven't yet answered my previous question." Lu Mingzhao feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What question?" Su Ran gazed into his eyes and repeated the query, "Is it truly so simple for you to access the data?" "Not at all," Lu Mingzhao replied, somewhat exasperated. His eyes fixated on the hand that Su Ran had restrained. Realizing the urgency of the moment, Su Ran promptly withdrew his hand. Lu Mingzhao continued, "My intentions are not solely altruistic. The case we are currently investigating bears some connection to your mother's past." What Lu Mingzhao refrained from disclosing was that his close friend was currently working undercover, allowing him to access the data under his friend's name. Over the past decade, those individuals had grown increasingly brazen, forging ties with overseas drug lords, which was why he had the opportunity to enter the database. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's previously racing heart began to settle. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Simultaneously, another thought began to form in Su Ran's mind. Chapter 90, Dr. Su. You are being rather disobedient. The individual from the previous realm had reappeared, and the emotions stirred during their encounter were peculiar. Now, the same suspicion arose in Su Ran's mind regarding Lu Mingzhao, one he could not shake off, even after they entered the restaurant and placed their orders. His thoughts were preoccupied with devising an incident to observe if any marks might be visible on Lu Mingzhao. Lu Mingzhao sensed Su Ran's distraction but remained unaware of his thoughts. Perhaps he was still contemplating their earlier conversation outside the restaurant. Su Ran. Lu Mingzhao finally addressed him without the customary title of doctor. Please do not feel pressured about my accessing the data. My intention is to solve the case promptly. Indeed. Su Ran nodded, his gaze fixed on him before suddenly asking, Officer Lu, do you have any plans after dinner? Su Ran was not one to remain idle. Given his thoughts, he felt compelled to seek evidence and validation. Lu Mingzhao was taken aback by Su Ran's inquiry. After knowing each other for so long, Su Ran had never posed such personal questions. Their interactions had always maintained a certain distance. This was the first time Su Ran had asked him something unrelated to work, and Lu Mingzhao felt a surge of joy mixed with surprise. He wondered if his feelings were too evident, prompting such curiosity from Su Ran, or if perhaps Su Ran viewed him in a different light. Today is New Year's Day, and I don't have any commitments, Lu Mingzhao reflected before adding. My sister is on duty today as well, so she won't be home. Do you have plans? Su Ran considered his words, realizing that his inquiry might have been inappropriate. He chuckled softly, responding, Not at all. I merely wanted to ensure I wasn't taking up too much of your time. Soon, the waiter arrived with their meal. As they dined, Su Ran's mind lingered on the matter at hand, yet he understood that today was not the right occasion for it. Initially, Lu Mingzhao intended to drive Su Ran back to the criminal investigation team to retrieve his car. However, he unexpectedly inquired about Su Ran's home address. Had it been in the past, Su Ran would have certainly requested to be taken directly to the criminal investigation team. Yet now, he divulged his home address to Lu Mingzhao, perhaps seizing an opportunity. Lu Mingzhao had merely asked out of casual curiosity, harboring no real hope that Su Ran would share such personal information. To his astonishment, Su Ran deviated from his usual demeanor, opting not to request a ride back to the criminal investigation team, but instead genuinely revealing his home address. Momentarily taken aback, a smile unconsciously crept across his lips, as he felt the likelihood of winning Su Ran's affection was growing. Su Ran resided in an old neighborhood, predominantly inhabited by the elderly. This house was the sole remnant left to him by his parents. Even after he became financially stable, he never contemplated selling it for a newer residence. Regarding his living situation, Su Ran held no particular standards, as long as it remained clean and tidy, given that he lived alone. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Lu Mingzhao noticed the absence of property management and a doorman. The interior of the community was shrouded in darkness, devoid of streetlights. He asked, Is it safe for you to live here? Su Ran chuckled and replied, What danger could a grown man like me face? In this day and age, safety was a concern for everyone, regardless of gender. Would you like to come up and see for yourself if my home is secure? As Su Ran realized the implications of his words, he hesitated, searching for a way to remedy the situation. But Lu Mingzhao interjected, Are you inviting me to your home? Surprised by his own invitation, Su Ran cleared his throat and, with a resigned expression, gazed ahead, saying, I merely wish to thank you for driving me home. You need not feel obligated to come up. Lu Mingzhao found Su Ran's behavior peculiar today, markedly different from his usual demeanor. It seemed that after their conversation at the restaurant, something had shifted in Su Ran's attitude. What had they discussed that had so profoundly affected him? Nevertheless, since Su Ran had extended the invitation, it would be illogical to decline. The old neighborhood consisted of stairwell apartments, with 2 households per floor. Su Ran lived on the 3rd floor. The stairwell was plastered with various flyers, and although the ground was free of litter, the signs of age were evident. As they reached the 2nd floor, Su Ran remarked, The community has regular cleaning services. Lu Mingzhao furrowed his brow, unsure of how to respond. Though he too had lost his parents during high school, his family had been relatively well off. After their passing, he received a compensation sum, allowing him to live comfortably. The most challenging times had perhaps been during his military training, but having grown accustomed to it, he no longer considered a hardship. Seeing the state of Su Ran's living conditions stirred a sense of discomfort within Lu Mingzhao. Upon entering Su Ran's home, he found it to be clean and orderly, which alleviated his initial concern. The interior of Su Ran's residence was warmly decorated. Although the exterior appeared dilapidated, the interior exuded a sense of homeliness. After the demise of the original protagonist's mother, he moved in with his aunt. Later, upon starting work, he undertook some simple renovations and returned to live in his previous home. Su Ran handed a pair of disposable slippers to Lu Mingzhao, stating, "There are no other slippers at home. Please wear these for now." After this, Su Ran entered the kitchen, intending to boil some water to prepare a cup of tea for Lu Mingzhao. After changing his shoes, Lu Mingzhao followed her to the kitchen door, observing as Su Ran filled a kettle at the faucet. Once she placed the kettle on the socket, he inquired, "Do you usually live here alone?" Su Ran responded affirmatively. "Yes, I have been living here by myself since I started working." The two settled onto the sofa in the living room, enveloped in a moment of silence that thickened the air with an awkward tension. After a prolonged pause, Lu Mingzhao asked, "Is your choice of profession influenced by your mother?" Upon hearing this, Su Ran smiled softly, acknowledging that it was partly true. The original protagonist indeed pursued this career for that reason, yet a portion of it stemmed from a genuine passion for the profession. Within the depths of the original protagonist's memories, Su Ran could feel the fervor they held for their vocation. Suddenly, Lu Mingzhao called his name, suggesting, "You might consider relying on others." He sensed that Su Ran was truly weary from bearing the burden alone. Su Ran chuckled lightly and replied, "Rely on others? Who do you think I can depend on?" "You can lean on friends," Lu Mingzhao suggested. "Friends?" Su Ran pondered, realizing that the original protagonist had no close confidants. Aside from work, he was only acquainted with colleagues from the criminal investigation team. "I have no friends," Su Ran admitted. Lu Mingzhao replied, "We can be considered friends, can't we? You can rely on me. Feel free to share anything with me." After his words, the two fell silent once more. Moments later, Su Ran suddenly rose, saying, "The water is ready. I will make you tea." As she walked away, Lu Mingzhao sighed, recognizing that Su Ran was evading something. Meanwhile, once in the kitchen, a subtle smile graced Su Ran's lips, a cunning glimmer in her eyes that Lu Mingzhao did not perceive. Chapter 91. Dr. Su, you are being naughty again. Lu Mingzhao only stayed at Su Ran's home for a short while, finishing his tea before departing. Despite his desire to linger longer with her, the time was not appropriate for an extended visit. After Lu Mingzhao left, Su Ran pouted, asking, "Can you discern whether Lu Mingzhao carries the essence of that person?" Lu swiftly appeared before her, stating that the system could not identify the uncertain factors present in each world. Though somewhat disappointed by the system's response, Su Ran nodded, stating, "I feel that Lu Mingzhao's behavior closely resembles that of Yu Xiubai from the previous realm." Upon hearing this, Lu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this system is incapable of perceiving the aura surrounding Lu Mingzhao. However, it understands that if the host shares a bond with that individual, he could sense their presence. Perhaps the host's intuition is not misplaced, and Lu Mingzhao is indeed connected to that person. Yet, he refrained from sharing this insight with Su Ran, as the factors remain uncertain. The New Year festivities are swiftly approaching after the New Year's Day. Su Qiao suggested that Su Ran should spend the holiday over there, to which Su Ran could only acquiesce. On the day of the Little New Year, Lu Mingzhao sent a message to Su Ran, informing him that there were new developments regarding the forensic expert. Upon hearing this, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had previously contacted someone to connect with the forensic expert, claiming he could assist in raising funds for his son's treatment. However, there had been no confirmation from their side, leaving him to wonder if they lacked trust in him. Although he was not in a hurry, as it was not his urgency to address, he believed the individual would eventually return to seek him out. It was possible that he still harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that the leverage he possessed might intimidate them. Su Ran was uncertain about the efficacy of the item in Lu Mingzhao's possession. Yet his desire to meet Lu Mingzhao was genuine, since he began to suspect that Lu Mingzhao might be that person. He had longed to ascertain whether this was indeed the case. However, their demanding careers left them with little opportunity to validate this. Today, Lu Mingzhao sought him out, presumably wishing to meet, and since Su Ran himself had no prior engagements, he agreed to the meeting. This time, Lu Mingzhao drove to the Criminal Investigation Unit to pick up Su Ran. Su Ran readily got into his car, and they headed off to dine together. Su Ran noticed that each time they met, they were either eating or en route to a meal, which brought a smile to his face. He chuckled softly, and upon hearing his laughter, Lu Mingzhao glanced over and inquired, "What is the matter?" Su Ran shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing, just recalling something amusing." "What's so funny?" "Do share," Lu Mingzhao urged. Su Ran giggled. "I just realized that every time we meet, it's either for a meal or we're on our way to one, which I find rather amusing." Hearing this, Lu Mingzhao also laughed, and the atmosphere in the car instantly brightened. Su Ran then shifted the conversation, asking, "Today is the Little New Year. Aren't you spending it with your sister?" Lu Mingzhao replied, "My sister is with her boyfriend, so this single dog shall refrain from being a third wheel." Su Ran teased back, "Then you should find yourself a boyfriend." The moment those words left his lips, a silence enveloped the car. Su Ran's remark was, in fact, a subtle probe into Lu Mingzhao's orientation. Additionally, he sought to confirm whether Lu Mingzhao's interest in revisiting the case of the original host's mother was motivated by his colleague's input or by his own feelings. Just as Su Ran assumed Lu Mingzhao would not respond, he heard the latter say, "I wish to, and I am currently pursuing someone." Su Ran was taken aback. Swiftly turning to face him, "You have someone you like?" Lu Mingzhao, focused on driving, did not turn his head but smiled. "Yes, I fell in love at first sight with that person." For reasons unknown, upon hearing those words, Su Ran felt an immediate chill in his heart and subsequently fell silent. The atmosphere within the carriage turned somber, and Lu Mingzhao suddenly glanced at Su Ran, noticing that he had turned to gaze out the window, exuding an unwillingness to engage in conversation. Taken aback, Lu Mingzhao reflected on his previous words and recognized the ambiguity they carried. Had Su Ran misunderstood something? Could it be that he harbored feelings for him as well? Lu Mingzhao's mind was a tempest of thoughts as he drove, pondering what he might say next. Yet, by the time they arrived at the restaurant, he had not conceived a single topic that could elucidate the situation. How could he possibly convey that the person he had fallen for at first sight was Su Ran? What if he misinterpreted it? Or worse, what if Su Ran did not reciprocate his feelings or had an aversion to same-sex attraction? Su Ran had reverted to the aloof demeanor he had displayed when they first met. Observing this, Lu Mingzhao could only muster a wry smile, feeling the weight of unspoken burdens, and fell silent as he ordered their meals. After the dishes arrived, he broached the main reason for summoning Su Ran. "I have managed to track down the forensic expert who conducted your mother's autopsy. He is now in G City and appears to be in dire financial straits." Lu Mingzhao dove directly into the subject. Su Ran lifted his gaze to meet his tone devoid of any emotion. "I am aware of this matter. It seems his son is ill, and he intends to return to earn money for his treatment." Both understood the implications of how he planned to procure the funds. Lu Mingzhao continued, "Then we can pursue this lead. How do you propose we investigate?" "Su Ran inquired. Let us attempt to entice him with money." At this, Su Ran chuckled softly. "Brother, you're a police officer. Do you truly think you can lure someone with money? There are undercover operations that involve such tactics, are there not?" As he spoke, Su Ran recalled Lu Mingzhao's mention of his first love and considered his dedication to his colleagues and brothers in the pursuit of information. He began to wonder if the person Lu Mingzhao adored was indeed that undercover officer. A sense of discomfort welled up within Su Ran, yet he responded, "I have employed this method before, but he seems to harbor a distrust of others." Lu Mingzhao regarded him with unexpected surprise before nodding in acknowledgement. "He is indeed quite guarded." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Mingzhao's phone rang. He glanced at it, his brow furrowing slightly, before answering hastily. After a brief exchange, he turned apologetically to Su Ran. "I must depart for an urgent assignment immediately." His tone indicated the gravity of the situation, and Su Ran, losing his appetite, replied, "You should go. I will take a taxi home afterward." Lu Mingzhao studied him intently and asked, This task carries some risk. May I embrace you? Su Ran's heart leapt at the words, as if something long buried was surfacing. Lu Mingzhao added, considered a gesture for good fortune. Very well, Su Ran said, opening his arms. Chapter 92. Dr. Su, you are misbehaving again upon receiving the news of Lu Mingzhao's hospitalization. Su Ran felt a sharp pang of pain in his chest. He hurried to the hospital, only to encounter Lu Yi in the corridor. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yi's face upon seeing him, quickly replaced by a smile. Mingzhao is fine. He has just sustained some injuries. The doctor is currently attending to him. Hearing that the injuries required treatment, Su Ran realized the gravity of the situation. After confirming the room number, he made his way there and, upon entering, discovered several men clad in SWAT uniforms. Lu Mingzhao sat on a hospital bed, shirtless, while a doctor stood beside him, disinfecting and bandaging the wound on his shoulder. The moment he entered, Lu Mingzhao's gaze met his. Dr. Su, what brings you here? He called out. Su Ran composed himself and approached, replying, your sister informed me of your injury and hospitalization. At this, Lu Mingzhao frowned slightly, pondering how his sister had obtained Su Ran's contact information. Just then, the men in the room suddenly inquired, Team leader, who is this? He is quite handsome. Lu Mingzhao lifted his eyelids and glanced at the speaker, responding, this is Dr. Su, the forensic expert from the criminal investigation team of G City. Oh, the men in uniform chorused in unison. The doctor, who was tending to Lu Mingzhao, abruptly looked up, silencing the room. The men quickly fell silent. Su Ran was puzzled by their reaction. As he focused on the wound on Lu Mingzhao's shoulder, his gaze inadvertently shifted to a striking red mole on the collarbone. The mole was all too familiar to him. In that moment, Su Ran was convinced that Lu Mingzhao was indeed the person he had been searching for. Sensing the sudden intensity of Su Ran's gaze, Lu Mingzhao looked up and reassured him, my injury is not serious. It's nothing to worry about. As soon as he finished speaking, the doctor scoffed, you've nearly punctured your shoulder, and you say it's nothing? With the doctor undermining his bravado, Lu Mingzhao felt a flush rise to his ears. He cleared his throat and said, I was on a mission when a building collapsed, and something pierced me. Huh. The doctor interjected with a teasing tone, you make it sound so simple. Unfazed by the doctor's jibes, Lu Mingzhao maintained his composure. Su Ran finally regained his focus. Locking eyes with Lu Mingzhao, his voice softened, you should take good care of yourself in the coming days. Otherwise, residual effects may linger. Perceiving the concern in Su Ran's words, Lu Mingzhao's heart stirred. But who will take care of me? He asked. At that moment, a colleague standing nearby chimed in. Don't worry, team leader. We will take turns looking after you. The tone of that statement, filled with mirth, hardly sounded serious, almost as if it were a jest. Lu Mingzhao retorted, don't you all have work to do? While he could take a leave due to his injury, he couldn't expect his colleagues to forego their duties to care for him. Ah, indeed, the colleague realized, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Su Ran stood quietly to the side, his gaze calm and composed. Suddenly, he heard Lu Mingzhao let out a painful gasp. The doctor remarked, now you feel pain. Didn't you just boast that it was merely a slight prick? Having already endured the third round of this ordeal, Lu Mingzhao had grown accustomed to it. He replied, it didn't hurt before, but now it's somewhat painful. Actually, no, it's quite painful. The others present exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their incredulity, while the doctor merely cast a dispassionate glance his way, completing the bandaging with a perfect bow on his shoulder. After sharing a few words of advice, the doctor exited the room. Lu Mingzhao turned to his colleagues and inquired, aren't you all heading back to the team? Recognizing the subtle dismissal in his tone, they departed without hesitation. Once the room was empty, only Su Ran and Lu Mingzhao remained. After a prolonged silence, Su Ran broke it, saying, the doctor mentioned you need to rest well over the next few days, especially with the new year approaching. Consider it an early holiday. Lu Mingzhao kept his gaze fixed on him and suddenly asked, Su Ran, are you worried about me? After all, it was only natural for his sister to call him. Prompting his visit to the hospital, Su Ran met his gaze and replied, what do you think? I believe you are, he countered. Silence enveloped them once more. Lu Mingzhao continued, fortunately, I had the embrace you gave me before, Otherwise, I might not have returned. Be quiet. Su Ran's expression turned frosty. At that, Lu Mingzhao obediently fell silent. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 11 at night. With a hopeful look, he asked Su Ran, "Will you stay with me tonight?" No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing Lu Yi in her nurse's uniform. "I just spoke with the doctor. He suggested you stay in for a couple of days to receive an intravenous anti-inflammatory treatment. If you have any concerns, just message me." Upon noticing Su Ran still present in the room, Lu Yi smiled and said, "Dr. Su, thank you for coming all this way. You should head home now, as you have work tomorrow." Su Ran had no intention of lingering. Having confirmed Lu Mingzhao was indeed safe, and knowing he was the person he had been concerned about, he yearned for some solitude to gather his thoughts. Hence, when Lu Yi suggested he return home early, he did not argue, replying, "Yes, I plan to leave now." He then turned to Lu Mingzhao and said, "Officer Lu, I will take my leave. I'll come to see you after work tomorrow." Without waiting for a response, he exited the room. His departure was not intentional. He simply found himself at a loss for words to share with Lu Mingzhao. As Lu Mingzhao watched Su Ran's retreating figure, he felt a compulsion to call him back, but was silenced by a glance from Lu Yi. Once they were alone, Lu Mingzhao complained, "Why the rush to send him away?" Lu Yi rolled her eyes, responding, "He hurried over the moment he heard you were in the hospital, which shows he still cares for you. But asking him to stay is a bit too much, don't you think? The hospital isn't exactly a pleasant place. And Su Ran his work tomorrow. How could he possibly stay?" Perhaps due to his injury, Lu Mingzhao was rather capricious and simply desired Su Ran's company. "Sister, am I your brother or is he?" He jested. Lu Yi responded with a thin smile, "I truly wish Su Ran were my brother." Chapter 3, Dia. "You're misbehaving again." Lu Mingzhao had been hospitalized for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, he insisted that his sister assist him in completing the discharge formalities. During his stay, Su Ran had visited him only once, after work, and remained for merely half an hour. Lu Mingzhao found this duration woefully inadequate, especially since he sensed a shift in Su Ran's demeanor towards him, prompting his insistence on being discharged. Lu Yi was well aware of her brother's obstinate nature and ultimately, with an exasperated sigh, facilitated his discharge. However, upon his release, his first destination was not home, but rather, he hailed a cab to the Criminal Investigation Department. Lu Yi, who had accompanied him, shook her head in disbelief, pondering if her brother was truly infatuated. On that day, Su Ran found himself in his office, contemplating the forensic matter at hand. The previous day, the forensic expert had contacted him expressing a desire to meet. The individual who had once doubted him now sought an audience. Yet Su Ran could not acquiesce immediately, stating he was unavailable for the next few days and would discuss it after the new year. The expert appeared reluctant, but ultimately conceded, perhaps realizing that the new year was merely days away. Su Ran mused on what he might convey upon their eventual meeting. Just then, he heard someone call out Officer Lu from outside. Initially doubting his hearing, he was soon interrupted by a knock at his office door. Turning, he was greeted by the tall figure of Lu Mingzhao, who smiled at him. "What brings you here?" "Su Ran was surprised. I just got discharged and thought it a perfect opportunity to invite you to lunch," Lu Mingzhao replied. Su Ran found it somewhat absurd that he would forego returning home to seek him out for a meal. "I have something I wish to discuss with you," Lu Mingzhao added, gazing into Su Ran's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Su Ran seemed to anticipate the topic of conversation. Instead of addressing it directly, he asked, "Is your wound still painful?" Lu Mingzhao responded, "After 2 days of rest, it's a bit itchy. I believe it's healing." Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Ran glanced at the clock. It was nearly noon. Rising from his chair, he removed his white lab coat and donned a thick overcoat hanging on the rack. "Let us go to that restaurant you took me to last time," he suggested. The establishment featured private rooms, ensuring a degree of intimacy, and the cuisine suited Su Ran's palate perfectly. As they approached the door, Su Ran suddenly recalled an important detail and turned to the man beside him, asking, "Did you drive yourself here?" Lu Mingzhao shook his head. "My shoulder is still injured. My sister wouldn't let me drive. It is indeed wise of her not to allow you to drive. Do you intend to manage my affairs?" Lu Mingzhao suddenly interjected. Su Ran glanced at him without responding, proceeding to his vehicle, unlocking it, and opening the driver's side door to take a seat. Lu Mingzhao, pursing his lips, observed him enter the car, feeling somewhat disheartened as he sighed inwardly. Soon, he exhaled again, mustering encouragement for himself, and stepped over to the passenger side, opening the door to join Su Ran. The journey was enveloped in silence, with neither party uttering a word. Upon arriving at the restaurant and parking, they entered and requested a private room. During the ordering process, Su Ran gallantly gestured for Lu Mingzhao to place his order. Lu Mingzhao, unreserved, proceeded to select 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were Su Ran's favorites. At the mention of the dishes, Su Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise. Once the waiter departed, Su Ran leaned back in his chair and looked at Lu Mingzhao, directly inquiring, "You mentioned having something to discuss with me. What is it you wish to say?" Lu Mingzhao had not anticipated Su Ran's proactive question. Collecting his thoughts internally, he replied, "Since we became acquainted, what are your impressions of me?" Su Ran nodded seriously, "Not bad." Lu Mingzhao pondered the weight of that seemingly mild assessment for a moment. After a few seconds, he continued, "During this time, have you sensed anything unusual?" "What could I possibly sense?" he asked with a playful smile. Lu Mingzhao wished for him to speak first, but he remained silent. Realizing he would not hear any flattering word from Su Ran, Lu Mingzhao could only ask, "Su Ran, may I pursue you?" Su Ran, expecting a straightforward confession, was taken aback by this request, feeling both amused and exasperated. Noticing Su Ran's silence, Lu Mingzhao's heart raced with anxiety as he pressed, "Su Ran, I genuinely like you. So may I pursue you? You like me?" Su Ran studied Lu Mingzhao, a smirk forming on his lips. "What is it about me that you like? I can't quite articulate it, but when I first met you, my heart raced." Lu Mingzhao's expression was earnest. "My constant approach towards you stems from my affection." This earnest confession set Su Ran's heart racing. Taking a sip from his water glass, he queried, "Do you like men?" "Indeed," Lu Mingzhao affirmed, nodding. "I recognize my orientation in high school, which influenced my career choice. My sister is also aware of my preferences." This revelation surprised Su Ran, prompting him to recall their initial encounter with Lu Yi and the peculiar remarks exchanged. He asked, "Does your sister know you like me?" "She does." "Goodness. You haven't even begun to court me, yet you've already informed your family. Do you genuinely believe you will succeed? What if you do not?" If Lu Mingzhao were not that person, Su Ran mused, he could not possibly harbor feelings beyond friendship. "Su Ran, may I pursue you?" Lu Mingzhao asked once more. This marks his third inquiry, demonstrating his unwavering persistence. Su Ran offered a slight smile and replied, "It depends on your performance." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingzhao did not express disappointment. Instead, a smile graced his handsome features. "So, are you implying that you will allow me to pursue you?" he asked. Su Ran's response remained ambiguous. Yet Lu Mingzhao discerned that it suggested permission for him to court Su Ran, the outcome resting upon his efforts. Elated, Lu Mingzhao made a point of serving Su Ran more dishes during their meal, resulting in Su Ran becoming quite stuffed. As he escorted Su Ran back to the office, Lu Mingzhao reluctantly parted ways, asking if they could share a meal together on New Year's Eve. Su Ran, still feeling full, frowned slightly upon hearing the suggestion of another meal. "Lu Mingzhao, since we met, every time has revolved around dining. Could you perhaps suggest something different?" What a quintessentially straightforward approach. Acknowledging the truth in Su Ran's words, Lu Mingzhao's ears flushed with embarrassment at his lack of romantic finesse. "Would it be acceptable for me to plan the itinerary for that day?" Su Ran stifled a laugh, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement. "That would be fine." Watching Su Ran enter the precinct, Lu Mingzhao felt a surge of joy. He promptly messaged his sister, "Sis, Su Ran has agreed to let me pursue him." After nearly a minute, she replied, "Iran's his eye. Get lost." Angry, though scolded, Lu Mingzhao was still in high spirits, albeit a bit prematurely. Originally, they had arranged to meet on New Year's Eve, but Su Ran ultimately canceled. Chapter 94, Dr. Su. You are being disobedient again on the afternoon of the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, during what was supposed to be a holiday. Su Ran received an unexpected call regarding a homicide case requiring their assistance in Linshire, although his presence was not strictly necessary. The The forensic expert from the local precinct had returned to his hometown for the holidays. Su Ran, informed at the last minute, realized he needed to inform Lu Mingzhao that he would be unavailable the following day. Upon landing, he hastily sent a message to Lu Mingzhao. The reply came swiftly. Why the sudden business trip? Su Ran, eager to reach the scene, was too preoccupied to respond immediately. By the time he finished his work, it was already past midnight, New Year's Eve. Glancing at his phone, he sighed wearily and typed back. Then, "We're assisting with a homicide case here. Our team is coming over because their forensic expert is already on holiday and has returned home." Thinking Lu Mingzhao might be asleep, Su Ran was surprised when his message elicited an immediate response. Will you be back tomorrow?" Staring at the message, Su Ran hesitated before calling Lu Mingzhao. The call was answered in an instant. Su Ran chuckled softly. "Why are you still awake?" To which Lu Mingzhao replied, "I was waiting for your message." The word struck Su Ran's heart with a sudden jolt, recalling what Lu Mingzhao had said about surprising him on New Year's Eve. However, returning now seemed impossible, and he might not even have a day off on the first day of the new year. It appeared that the anticipated surprise would elude him. Steadying his mind, Su Ran softened his voice, suggesting that since the news had arrived, he could go to sleep. Lu Mingzhao replied, "But I wish to talk to you." This statement made Su Ran's ears flush with warmth. Wasn't he supposed to be the epitome of masculinity? How could he be so charming? "What do you wish to discuss?" Su Ran inquired. "I've been busy all day and am feeling rather weary." Upon hearing of his fatigue, Lu Mingzhao quickly suggested, "Then you should take a shower and rest. We can talk more when you return." "All right." Suddenly, Su Ran heard him say, "Su Ran, I miss you." The unexpected declaration made Su Ran alert. Wasn't he the one supposed to be charming? Why did he feel so flattered instead? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su Ran replied, "I understand, goodbye." As soon as he uttered those words, he promptly ended the call. Just moments after hanging up, his phone received another message. Su Ran, I am waiting for your return." Seeing that message, Su Ran felt an urge to inquire who had taught him such expressions. The case in Lin City was quite troublesome, and the reason they could not return was that a body remained unlocated. That body was a crucial lead in the investigation, and they had to find the missing corpse. Su Ran, accompanied by colleagues, scoured the suspect locations in search of the body until they stumbled upon a brand new suitcase in a valley. Upon sighting that suitcase, Su Ran instinctively knew its contents would be incomplete. As a forensic pathologist, encountering such a scenario was the most distressing. An incomplete body would sever many leads. The criminal police opened the suitcase, revealing a tied black bag inside. As soon as the suitcase was opened, a wave of putrid odor wafted out. The incident had occurred a week prior, but it had gone unnoticed until recently when it was finally reported. The valley was damp from the recent rain, and even the decaying smell carried a hint of moisture. Su Ran approached, donning a mask and gloves, and after a brief inspection, remarked, "Let us take it back for further examination. It is rather inconvenient here." Upon returning to the precinct, Su Ran, accompanied by his assistant, proceeded to the autopsy room. The body had been severely mutilated, and it took them 8 hours to piece together the dismembered limbs. Fortunately, the perpetrator had not been deranged enough to pulverize the remains. Instead, the body had been chopped into large pieces, bagged, and discarded in the suitcase within the valley. Even after reassembling the body, no leads could be discerned. The assistant asked, "Dr. Su, the damage is too extensive to uncover any relevant clues." Su Ran nodded, acknowledging, "We will have to seek alternative leads." This also indicates that the case has become more challenging to solve. Fortunately, it is no longer his concern. It is solely the responsibility of the criminal police. Exiting the morgue, it was already past 10 in the evening. Today is New Year's Eve, yet Su Ran had not even had dinner. Exhausted, he returned to the hotel, intending to take a shower and order takeout, planning to return to G-City early the next morning. Just as he arrived at the hotel and was about to wash up, his phone rang. Picking up the phone from the bed, he was taken aback to see the name Lu Mingzhao flashing on the screen. After a busy day, he had not exchanged a single word with Lu Mingzhao, aside from a brief good morning. At this hour, why was the other party calling him? Su Ran set down the clothes he was holding and answered the call. "Officer Lu, is there something urgent you need to discuss?" The voice of Lu Mingzhao came through the phone. Suddenly, I am in your hotel lobby. Which floor are you on? Please tell me your room number. Hearing such words from Lu Ming Zhao, Su Ran was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing the implication of his statement. He retrieved his room card and stepped out of his room. As he stood in the elevator, Su Ran managed to calm his emotions. Yet, he still felt that Lu Ming Zhao's visit was surreal. It was New Year's Eve. Did Lu Ming Zhao not need to celebrate the holiday with his family? The descent from the 12th floor to the first did not take long, and the elevator doors opened on the ground floor. Upon exiting, Su Ran spotted a man seated in the hotel lobby's lounge area. Seemingly sensing his presence, Lu Ming Zhao looked up as he heard the elevator doors open. Catching sight of Su Ran stepping out. After a few strides, Su Ran stood a short distance away, watching Lu Ming Zhao rise from the sofa. Ultimately, it was Lu Ming Zhao who approached him, saying, "I told you I would come up myself. Why did you come down?" Lu Ming Zhao had acquaintances in the criminal investigation unit, and coincidentally, that person had come along for the task. Earlier in the day, he had inquired about Su Ran's whereabouts, and the colleague informed him that Su Ran had been in the morgue since noon without a break, missing dinner altogether. When he arrived, he asked again if Su Ran had come out yet, and the colleague replied that he had not. Su Ran had been in the morgue for nearly 10 hours. Yet, upon hearing that Lu Ming Zhao had arrived, Su Ran had come down without hesitation. Did this not suggest that Su Ran also held some affection for him? Snapping back to reality after Lu Ming Zhao's question, Su Ran smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I just needed to stretch a bit. Have you eaten?" He changed the topic. Lu Ming Zhao shook his head, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Not yet. And you?" "I haven't either." Upon saying this, Su Ran seemed to recall something and chuckled. "I've realized that our conversations revolve solely around meals, from G City to T City." Hearing this, Lu Ming Zhao joined in the laughter, remarking, "Does that mean we are both food enthusiasts?" On the eve of the Lunar New Year, the streets were desolate, with few restaurants open at such a late hour. Su Ran voiced his concern. "It seems we might not find a meal." "Indeed," Lu Ming Zhao replied, then suggested, "Shall we return to the hotel and request room service?" Su Ran agreed, realizing that on such a festive night, it would be nearly impossible to procure his preferred fare. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Ran decided to inquire at the front desk. Approaching the reception, he noticed a young lady seated there and asked, "Is there any room service available at this hour?" The receptionist looked up, her gaze shifting between the two handsome men before her. With a professional smile, she replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but there is no room service today." At this, Su Ran instinctively glanced at Lu Ming Zhao, thinking that it appeared they would go without a meal today. The receptionist continued, "However, if you require anything, you may turn right upon exiting the hotel and walk 50 meters. There is a 24-hour convenience store where you can purchase bread and instant noodles." With a wry smile, Su Ran remarked, "Officer Lu, it seems we will have to settle for instant noodles today. It is indeed a privilege to share this moment with Dr. Su on New Year's Eve," Lu Ming Zhao added with a grin. "What a unique experience this is." The two men chuckled, and the receptionist felt as if hearts were fluttering around her. Despite not knowing the nature of their relationship, she believed that handsome men should be together. Su Ran thanked the receptionist before exiting the hotel with Lu Ming Zhao. Following the directions provided, they located the convenience store. Upon entering, a robot greeted them with a cheerful welcome. The store was small, with a lone male cashier who barely acknowledged their presence as he remained engrossed in his phone. The store offered a variety of items, including bread, instant noodles, even baked egg tarts, sausages, and oden. Su Ran turned to Lu Ming Zhao and cheerfully said, "Please feel free to choose whatever you like, Officer Lu. It's my treat." He spoke as if they were dining in a fine restaurant. Lu Ming Zhao chuckled in response. "Thank you, Dr. Su." Each of them selected a cup of instant noodles and some oden, while Lu Ming Zhao also grabbed a cup of milk tea. Noticing the milk tea in Lu Ming Zhao's hand, Su Ran asked, "Do you enjoy milk tea?" "I'll make you a cup," Lu Ming Zhao replied. "And what about you?" "I'm fine with mineral water." With that, Su Ran fell silent, as Lu Ming Zhao seemed to have taken special care to buy him a cup of milk tea, knowing his preferences. In the convenience store, 2 tables were occupied as they sat down to enjoy their meal. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was nearly midnight. While in the hotel lobby, Su Ran suddenly proposed, "Shall I book you a room?" To which Lu Ming Zhao replied, "I wish to celebrate the new year with you." Hearing this, Su Ran felt a flicker of doubt regarding the sincerity of his words. However, upon reflection, he realized that Lu Mingzhao had traveled all the way from Ji City to be with him during a time typically reserved for family reunions. Leaving him alone in a room seemed rather inconsiderate. Furthermore, there was no reason he couldn't share a room with him. Clearing his throat, Su Ran acquiesced. Very well. We shall return tomorrow morning. Upon entering Su Ran's room, they took turns to shower. Since Lu Mingzhao had not brought any clothes, Su Ran offered him a bathrobe. The awkwardness arose when Lu Mingzhao found that he simply could not fit into Su Ran's underwear. Normally, they could order takeout and have it delivered, but given the special nature of the day, that was not an option. Su Ran suggested, "You can wear the bathrobe for now. I'll wash the underwear and hang it by the air conditioning. It should dry by morning." At these words, Lu Mingzhao felt a wave of embarrassment. If he were to forego the underwear and merely don the bathrobe, wouldn't that leave him exposed? The mere thought of lying on the same bed as the person he admired without any undergarments sent a rush of blood to his head. When he glanced at Su Ran, he found him utterly composed. Internally, he berated himself for his impure thoughts, unaware that Su Ran was intentionally provoking him in retaliation for Lu Mingzhao's flirtations during their phone conversation the previous night. When Lu Mingzhao emerged from the bathroom, he was indeed clad only in the bathrobe, holding his freshly washed underwear. His cheeks flushed, and his gait was slightly awkward. Observing his demeanor, Su Ran struggled to suppress a laugh. Checking the time, he noted that it was past midnight. Due to the city's ban on fireworks, the sounds of celebration were absent. Su Ran took the initiative, saying, "Officer Lu, Happy New Year." As Lu Mingzhao hung his underwear to dry and turned to respond, he smiled back, "Dr. Su, Happy New Year." The joy of spending the new year with someone he cherished filled Lu Mingzhao's heart. The thought that perhaps his feelings were reciprocated sent a thrill through him. Coupled with the bathrobe's brush against sensitive areas, he found himself reacting physically. Noticing Lu Mingzhao hanging his underwear by the air conditioning, Su Ran picked up the remote and adjusted the airflow, then inquired, "Officer Lu, would you prefer the left side or the right side of the bed?" Lu Mingzhao glanced at the spacious king-sized bed, cleared his throat, and replied, "I'm fine with either." Su Ran, clad in a deep blue pajama set, lifted the covers and settled on the left side, smiling, "Then I shall choose first." After saying this, he patted the space beside him and called out, "Officer Lu, come over and keep me company." Upon uttering these words, he was momentarily taken aback. Given the nature of their current relationship, this jest seemed somewhat inappropriate. Su Ran instantly pressed his lips together in silence, pretending to engage with his phone. Lu Mingzhao noticed that Su Ran's ears had turned crimson, which made him want to chuckle. However, he also recognized that responding to Su Ran's remark could very well lead to him being ejected from the room. He tossed aside the covers and sat up on the bed, clad in a rather loose bathrobe. His position allowed an unintended glimpse of his thighs. Su Ran happened to glance in his direction and inadvertently caught sight of something he shouldn't have. His face flushed even deeper. Quickly averting his gaze, he thought to himself, "What on earth did I just see?" Lu Mingzhao remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently exposed himself and that Su Ran had witnessed it. Once seated, he covered his legs with the blanket and glanced at Su Ran, asking, "Shall we sleep now?" Su Ran cleared his throat, seemingly masking something, and replied, "Wait. Let me first secure tomorrow's flight tickets." There were plenty of flights from City T to City G, and since tomorrow marked the first day of the Lunar New Year, securing tickets was quite feasible. Su Ran discovered that the earliest flight was at 6 a.m., which he deemed too early, so he perused other times for availability. Turning to Lu Mingzhao, he said, "Share your personal information with me. We can purchase tickets together." Lu Mingzhao responded, "Actually, I already bought your ticket while you were in the shower." Su Ran retorted, "Aren't you worried I might not be able to return tomorrow?" "Not at all. I can accompany you," he said, which caused Su Ran's heart to race uncontrollably. How infuriating. Yet again, he was being teased. Chapter 96. Dr. Su, you are misbehaving again. After extinguishing the lights, both men settled into bed. The bed was spacious enough for two grown men to sleep comfortably, yet they both chose to occupy the edges, leaving ample space in the middle for another person. The atmosphere prior to the lights going out had been somewhat suggestive. They were acutely aware that neither had truly fallen asleep, yet silence enveloped them. Time passed, and eventually, Lu Mingzhao's voice broke the stillness. "Su Ran, are you asleep?" After a prolonged pause without a reply, Lu Mingzhao assumed Su Ran had drifted off, only to hear Su Ran's voice respond, "Not yet." As soon as Su Ran spoke, he sensed Lu Mingzhao turning over on the other side of the bed, as if shifting closer. "Su Ran," Lu Mingzhao's voice drew nearer, causing Su Ran's heart to skip a beat. In the darkness, he blinked and asked, "What is it?" After what felt like an eternity, Lu Mingzhao finally spoke. "What do you feel about me?" Upon hearing such a direct question, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "Aren't you the one pursuing me? Why are you asking me how I feel now? Are you hoping for me to confess something?" Upon hearing Su Ran's response, Lu Mingzhao let out a small sigh, pondering that after today, perhaps the chasm between them could narrow a bit more. Was her current proximity not sufficient? Su Ran was nearly amused into laughter by this straightforward man, lying on the same bed, doing nothing, yet professing his affection for her. Lu Mingzhao grasped the meaning behind Su Ran's words and smiled lightly, acknowledging that indeed, they were quite close at present. "Do you wish to draw even closer?" Su Ran's voice was laced with seduction. Lu Mingzhao felt his heart race, thumping like a drum. In the stillness of the night, two adult men lay on the same bed, both harboring mutual feelings for one another. It would be utterly unreasonable not to act upon it. Noticing his silence, Su Ran added, "Just now I saw something." "Saw what?" Lu Mingzhao found himself momentarily bewildered. In the darkness, he heard Su Ran clear his throat before stating, "It seemed quite substantial." Meanwhile, Lu Mingzhao's mind was in turmoil, repeatedly questioning the implications of Su Ran's words. Was he being prompted to take action? Struggling to calm his racing heart, Lu Mingzhao shifted slightly closer to Su Ran, asking, "Would you like to test it?" The conversation had undoubtedly ventured into inappropriate territory. To be honest, Su Ran felt a flush creeping onto his cheeks. His previous remarks had been carefully considered. Two individuals who mutually liked each other, lying together on a cold winter night, without doing anything, felt somewhat unjust to their affections. Seemingly resolved, Su Ran extended his hand slowly toward Lu Mingzhao. He first brushed against Lu Mingzhao's leg, feeling the muscles tense beneath his palm. Gradually, he began to trail his hand upward. However, before reaching the intended destination, his hand was firmly grasped by Lu Mingzhao. Su Ran turned to face Lu Mingzhao in the darkness, raising an eyebrow, and asked, "Didn't Officer Lu just say I could feel the weight?"